Beep, beep, beep. I'm dying right now. I'm so weak I can't move a finger. I can't even breathe on my own, relying entirely on machines. Huff, huff, huff. Anyone who's experienced a respirator will understand how terrible it feels. Even when you breathe, oxygen doesn't come immediately. You can only breathe at the pace set by the machine. It feels like my lungs are being held hostage. Here's the next news about the rapid collapse of Silicon Valley Bank. I opened my eyes at the intriguing news, but all I could see were black spots. It's because of bleeding in my corneas. At least my hearing is still fine. It was an unprecedented cash withdrawal. Depositors withdrew a record $4.2 billion in a single day due to the rapidly spreading panic. Silicon Valley is in chaos. Well, it's no surprise. There are far too many idiots in the world who throw money around thoughtlessly and then try to recover it. Damn it. If only my body were fine, I could have swept up all that money. Click. The TV sound cuts off. Looks like the intern in charge of me has arrived. This guy uses the reception area of my room as his personal rest space. Whoa, is this a VIP room? Looks like he has a guest today. What the heck? This couch is more comfortable than the bed in the duty room. It's $4,800 a day. Of course it's comfortable. $4,800. So in a year that's $1.75 million just for hospital bills. Definitely VIP. Yeah, that VIP isn't dead yet. I'm paying $4,800 a day, so it's only fair that they at least leave the TV on, but that thought never becomes words. I can't speak because of the tube down my throat. Is this the guy, Ha Si Hyun? What? There's an article. No way, is this even possible? He has a fortune of $470 million at this age. Well, it's Wall Street. Seems like they found the article in Forbes titled 40 Under 40 in Finance, featuring me. It lists my personal assets at $470 million. That's over 600 billion won in Korean currency. So what's the use? There's no one beside him even as he's on the brink of death. Well, I can't exactly argue with that, but it's not because I lived a reckless life. Most people at their deathbed are surrounded by family, but I have no one because I'm an orphan. I don't even have relatives. About 20 years ago, my father immigrated to the US with just me. So I guess money doesn't bring happiness after all. What do you think? Money's some kind of genie? Money isn't a magic artifact that grants wishes. It's just a medium used to exchange goods or services with measurable value. Of course, happiness can't be bought with money. It can't be measured. It's not a product or service, and it can't be exchanged. So what happens to this guy's fortune? He'll probably donate it somewhere. Can't take it with him when he dies. That's another dumb statement. You can take money with you after you die. All you have to do is burn it with you. You just wouldn't have any use for it, that's all. I was planning to donate it. But hearing them say that annoys me. That attitude of it's only natural to give it back to society since you can't take it with you. There's no sense of gratitude. Guess I'll have to revise my will. I'll write when I die, turn all my assets into cash and burn them with me. Some people might curse me for it, but so what? It's my money. That'll create a 600 billion hole in the market. Everyone will feel my absence keenly. Just thinking about it feels exhilarating. But right now, it's impossible. In a state where I can't even breathe on my own, there's no way I can revise my will. What a shame. Why didn't I think of this before I was on my deathbed? I love money. Who doesn't? But in my case, it's a bit extreme. If my asset graph dips, I can't sleep. Sometimes I even struggle to breathe. Yeah, it's kind of pathological, so I went to see a specialist. You've been through too many drastic changes in your life. The desire to control your life is manifesting as an obsession with money. Maybe. My life hasn't been ordinary, but I've never felt particularly miserable or desperate. More importantly, I've already succeeded. Why would I be obsessed with money now? The answer must be found by yourself. I am merely a guide. Is this time next week all right with you? The expert prescribed 2 counseling sessions per week with a warm gaze and a voice full of trust. It was a very smooth flow. This place does good business, so it made me trust them even more. You know how chefs in busy restaurants tend to be more skilled. So thinking I'd give it a shot, I explored my past with this expert, who charged 152 per hour. The beginning of my life was unremarkable. I was born in December 1984 in Seoul. My father worked at a large corporation, and my mother was beautiful and caring. It was a life as boring as the first sentence of a sample self-introduction essay. The change came when I was in the 4th grade. My father, who I rarely saw, came to school one day. Listen carefully, Si Hyun, your mom. It was a car accident, one of those unexpected tragedies that claims thousands of lives each year. For young me, it was a devastating shock like the world collapsing. But I didn't have time to grieve. Si Hyun, do you have a dream? After seeing his wife pass away at a young age, my father began contemplating all sorts of things. Dad's dream was to become the boss. My father resurrected a long-buried dream and forced it back to life. It was the time when the internet was just becoming popular. In the future, emails will replace letters, online newspapers will replace paper ones, and online media will rule over TV. My father made this grand prophecy, quit his job and jumped into the world of startups. He seemed to envision a platform that would rival Naver, but the timing wasn't good. It was 1997, the IMF financial crisis. If this were a drama, a dramatic development might have occurred here. Evil corporate raiders bearing their fangs, and my competent father fighting a desperate battle to save his company, only to meet an unjust death. Barely surviving, I would dream of revenge and reclaim the company, something along those lines, but reality was dull. My father's business wasn't in a field that required huge investments, so he simply shut it down at a loss. Instead, a much humbler and more realistic crisis struck us. It's all right, Dad will find a job soon. A son to feed, but no job. There were no companies willing to hire someone my father's age in the icy job market of Korea. Desperate to find work, my father contacted everyone he could, and in the process he reconnected with an old colleague. This colleague had left a few years ago and settled in Silicon Valley. Korea has no future. Come over here, it's paradise. My father, after some quick deliberation, made a decision. There were no job prospects in Korea, but in Silicon Valley. I can still achieve my dream. My father put in every effort to revive that dream. His colleague fanned the flames. Trust me, I've set everything up for you. If this were a drama, my naive father might have believed his boastful friend and ended up with nothing. But reality was different. His colleague actually had some decent connections. Quite a few investors showed interest, and my father did well for a while. At least, the house we moved into was quite spacious. But once again, the timing wasn't good. It was 2000. The dot-com bubble burst. The reason my father had been doing well briefly became clear later on. He had benefited from the bubble. But eventually, the bubble burst. Investors closed their wallets in panic, and my father couldn't secure funding in the next round and had to sell the company. The company sold for a low price, but it had been inflated by the bubble in the first place, so there wasn't much to complain about. My father ended up with enough money to buy a laundromat and a house, and we moved to a small town in Pennsylvania, where citizenship would be easier to get. Though we didn't suffer financially, the problem was my father's mental state. What business? If only I had stayed with the company. My father was from a small rural village in Hapcheon, South Gyeongsang Province. When he got a job at a large corporation, people used to say he was a dragon rising from a small stream. But now this dragon, having ascended, was running a laundromat in a foreign land. How could he find any motivation? My father always seemed gloomy, and whether it was the stress or something else, he was diagnosed with cancer not long after, and within just a year he passed away. His will contained one wish. Make sure you become a doctor. What's the salary like? I know it's high paying, but if I'm going to dedicate my life to it, I need the exact amount. By this point, I had already become a money-driven person. It's not an excuse, but let's think from my perspective for a moment. All of this happened between when I was leaving elementary school and graduating high school. During my sensitive teenage years, I went from being the son of a CEO to the son of an unemployed man, to losing the only family I had at the age of 19 in a foreign land. Would life have gone this badly if we had had more money? My father looked at me with pity. If you become a doctor, you won't be swayed by the times and will always be respected by people. Well, being a doctor didn't seem bad. The stability was somewhat appealing. If it's plastic surgery, I'd be okay with becoming a doctor. My father didn't seem too convinced, but I kept my promise. I studied like crazy in college, and after fierce competition, I got into a prestigious medical school. Studying wasn't fun, but as I memorized medical textbooks as thick as encyclopedias, I never once regretted my decision. That is, until I went on my first practical training. Why do you guys want to be doctors anyway? The tone of the seniors I met at the hospital was somewhat ominous. Doctors are great, right? They make good money, it's stable, and they're respected. Respected. The seniors, with dark circles under their eyes, each stuck a bottle to their mouths and burst into laughter. Who respects doctors these days? If you don't run tests, it's negligence. If you do, it's overtreatment. Make the smallest mistake and it's a malpractice lawsuit. Just do such a good job that no one can complain. Hahaha, our junior here must have watched too many dramas. In reality, doctors don't have time to properly care for patients. There's just no time. Ever since the insurance laws changed, most of our time is consumed with paperwork. If a patient isn't profitable, they won't even get a bed. A few months later, I had no choice but to agree with the seniors' complaints. Ridiculous things were happening all over the hospital. You want me to perform a stent surgery on an 89-year-old patient. The patient wants it, and we have the responsibility and capability to provide that service. The patient doesn't understand, I'll explain it properly. Convincing a patient who wants surgery otherwise is an infringement on their rights and a major hindrance to the hospital's operations. If you do such a thing, be prepared for the consequences. The real power in the hospital was the professional manager. He frequently interfered in treatments based on profitability, while doctors' opinions were often ignored. In this hospital, running like a factory, doctors were weaker than the dollar. This isn't right. Seeing me wandering the halls with a dark expression, some kind seniors approached me. Now you get it, right? The days of doctors being revered are long gone. Take a look at this. They handed me a survey of current doctors. In 1970, only 15 of doctors said they would quit if they could. In 2001, 40 were shouting, "I'd quit right now if I could," and more than half declared, "I won't let my son become a doctor." This change had taken place in just 30 years. That's right. Even being a doctor was subject to the trends of the times. I made a mistake. Of all people, I had listened to my father's advice, the icon of misfortune who only picked the worst timing. Then the event that changed my life happened. While the entire nation seethed in anger, it was revealed that Goldman Sachs had paid its executives a staggering $240 million in salaries and bonuses. It was 2009, the tail end of the global financial crisis. The financial villains who wrecked the world with the subprime mortgage crisis. They were not only being bailout out with taxpayers' money, but also boldly taking massive bonuses, proving themselves as true villains. Damn those effing Wall Street bastards. They keep the profits, but were the ones paying for their mess. While people were pointing fingers in rage, I felt a thrill. That's it. I had finally found the place where I needed to be. Being able to receive huge bonuses, even after ruining the world, what a stable job. Seeing me immediately updating my resume, the kind seniors were bewildered. Are you out of your mind? You said there's no future in being a doctor, right? But quitting for Wall Street. Why, you ask? The IMF financial crisis, the dot-com bubble burst. During two financial catastrophes, my father was just a pawn tossed around and slapped back and forth. But even in a typhoon, the center stays calm. The system is broken. Doesn't that make you angry? What's the point of being angry? It's not like gold will fall from the sky if I do. I didn't want to fix the broken system. I wanted to be inside it and be protected by it. Conscience, justice, equality. Let those with the luxury of time worry about those things. For me, solid ground was far more important. You're insane. You sold your soul for money. I haven't sold it yet. What? The market's bad right now. I diligently sent out resumes, but the cold winds were blowing even through Wall Street, so it wasn't easy to get a job. And in 2013, I finally made my way to Wall Street. Welcome, everyone. The company I joined was Goldman Sachs. Yes, the very same Goldman Sachs that shamelessly paid huge bonuses without caring about public opinion. One of the biggest villains of the financial crisis, they said. That's when life finally started getting interesting. What does Goldman Sachs do? Most people think Goldman is a securities company. They believe it issues securities and deals in stocks. That's wrong. Goldman is not a securities company, but an investment bank. Simply put, it's a bank for corporations and investors. So what does a bank for corporations and investors do? It's hard to explain in a few sentences, especially since our clients don't deposit money with us, unlike retail banks. Anyway. When I first joined, I didn't know what Goldman did. Even after a 10-week internship, I still didn't know. In fact, I didn't even understand after working there for 6 months. How could I not know? Because I wasn't a person, I was a slave. Imagine a galley ship for a moment, an ancient ship powered by humans rowing it. I was no different from a slave locked beneath the deck, rowing. Slaves have no way of knowing where the ship is headed, what it's transporting, or what the captain and crew are doing. They just silently row, locked in a dark space day and night. So what does rowing mean in this context? It means churning out Excel sheets. Every investment bank has Excel slaves, and they churn out numerous Excel sheets from 8 a.m. to 4 a.m. every day. The clients glance at those Excel sheets for about 5 seconds before tossing them into the trash, but that's okay. There are always more slaves ready to produce new Excel sheets. I was chosen as one of those Excel slaves and took my first step on Wall Street. The official title was analyst, but right from the start I encountered an obstacle. Do I need to get selected within 2 years to survive? Every analyst is on a 2-year contract. When the contract expires, only a few slaves get promoted to associate and make it above deck. Of course, being above deck doesn't mean it's safe. From then on, it's a brutal fight for performance, with knives drawn. It's a survival world where the bottom 10 get ruthlessly cut. Only those who survive this extreme battle can get promoted to VP Vice President, MD Managing Director, or very rarely an executive. In such an environment, surviving as an Asian isn't easy. Is it racism? No, it's racial bias. Whenever they saw black hair, they asked similar questions. It. To Americans, Asians are engineers, mathematicians, scientists, or computer nerds, good with numbers but lacking grit, leadership, and innate adventurousness. As a result, black-haired people don't get assigned to important projects. They're too timid and only follow instructions. Without opportunities to perform, there's no opportunity for promotion. That's why there are plenty of black-haired newcomers but no black-haired executives. This is called the bamboo ceiling. At first, I didn't know the ceiling existed, so I kept my head down, diligently and sincerely churning out Excel sheets, showcasing my hard work, but after about 6 months, I started to feel uneasy. If I keep going like this, I'm doomed. White people were the only ones positioned beside the ladder to move above deck. I was stuck in the corner, so I quickly decided to change course. I decided to turn my black hair from a handicap into a selling point. And just then I found a suitable field. Boom in biotech IPOs. Will it continue next year? The pharma industry's MA surge is just beginning. how the FDA's new approval process affects the pharmaceutical industry. The biotech and pharmaceutical industry occupies a unique position in the market. Because it deals with human life, there are many government regulations, the leadership qualities that only white people supposedly have. They don't matter here. Specialized knowledge is the most important thing, especially medical knowledge. And when it comes to doctors, it's all about Asians. Coincidentally, I also had a medical degree. This is it. From then on, instead of rowing, I started rubbing my hands together, making my case. I graduated from medical school. In my country, becoming a doctor is the greatest form of filial piety. Did you know that Koreans have long been known as the white-clad people? But once I got up there, it was a completely different world. These guys were just grunts too. It turned out that investment banks were nothing more than intermediaries who bowed to their clients. The real rulers at the top of Wall Street were the hedge funds. They wielded vast sums of money and had the absolute power to strike at both corporations and even nations. If you're going to board a ship, shouldn't it be a big and fast one? I'm transferring. I took immediate action and highlighted my expertise as a black-haired medical enthusiast, transferring to one of the top 20 hedge funds. However, the world of hedge funds was an even more brutal survival game than Goldman. That guy's from med school and the other one has a PhD in molecular biology. Both are handling the biotech and pharmaceutical sectors. Prove your worth within 6 months. The competition began the moment I was hired. The fund manager narrowed his eyes and gave me a warning look. We need to maximize efficiency with diversified investments. You get what I'm saying, right? Hedge funds pursue extreme efficiency. That means they don't hire 2 employees with similar abilities. To survive, you need to have your own strategy, something we call an edge. I had to prove my unique edge within 6 months, but that wasn't an easy task. Do you know much about biotech stocks? To simplify it to an extreme, a certain company develops a new drug that treats a specific disease and requests FDA approval to sell it. If approval is granted, the drug hits the market and a big success follows. If not, the drug is scrapped and all the money invested goes down the drain. That's anywhere from hundreds of millions to trillions of won. It's all or nothing. The epitome of high risk, high reward. That's why big pharmaceutical companies are reluctant to jump into early-stage development. If they make a wrong move, it shows up on their financial statements and their stock price drops. So who takes on the development? Small biotech companies that have nothing to lose. There are more drugs out there with registered patents that haven't reached the market than you'd think. These small companies either secure patents for those drugs or develop the drugs themselves and test them on patients. This is what we call a clinical trial. Clinical trials are expensive. The average cost is 2 billion or about 2.6 trillion won. For cancer treatments, the cost doubles, requiring about 5 trillion won, but small biotech companies don't have that kind of money. So every time they conduct a clinical trial, they announce the results widely to attract investors. This is when the real gambling starts. Phase 1 trials 20-80 patients. The betting begins. Since there's not much data yet, people usually just take note at this stage. Phase 2 trials 100-300 patients. As data accumulates, the betting picks up speed. Around this time, pharmaceutical companies start picking a few promising candidates and make deals. They buy sales rights in advance, co-invest, or even buy out the entire company. Phase 3 trials hundreds to thousands of patients. The stakes snowball. Hedge funds and institutional investors also place bets, speculating on the likelihood that the small biotech company will be acquired. At this point, money pours in from all directions, and everyone swallows hard, waiting for the final outcome. Will the FDA give its approval? But no one can predict the result, not even doctors. The human body is so complex that no one knows what kind of side effects a tiny chemical might cause. Until now, my edge had been my medical background. With medical knowledge, I could make judgments like, this side effect is life-threatening, so the evaluation will be stricter. But that only worked at places like Goldman. They were just intermediaries. A good result, that's great, but if it doesn't happen, no big deal. Even if the outcome is bad, they can still collect their fees. Hedge funds were different. They were players betting on the results. They had to predict the outcome by any means necessary. How can I secure a competitive edge? Days of racking my brain followed. Then one day, I fell asleep while working overtime and woke up to a dark room. Amid the towering stacks of documents, I saw a file glowing green. Am I deficient in vitamins? I wondered if I was hallucinating, so I splashed some water on my face and returned. But the 2 files were still glowing green. So I decided to read them. Selexipag, Sugamadex. Both were drugs in Phase 3 clinical trials. At Phase 3, the drug's efficacy is pretty much proven, but any drug can have side effects. The key question is whether the FDA deems them acceptable. I'm not sure about this one. The first document was about a treatment for arterial hypertension. It was a drug that utilized a hormone called prostacyclin, but there were no similar products using this pathway, so I had no point of reference. This one seems tricky. The second document was about a drug that neutralizes the side effects of anesthesia. It had already been rejected 3 times, but the clinical trial design had been revised, and they had resubmitted the paperwork. There was nothing remarkable about it, so I set it aside. But a few weeks later, FDA approves pulmonary arterial hypertension drug Uptravi selexipag. Bridian Sugamadex finally passes FDA hurdle. Both of the greenlit files had passed through the eye of the needle. It was a miracle. Of course, it could have been a coincidence, but at the time I was desperate. I needed a miracle, not a random coincidence. Let's try again. I gathered more materials and turned off the lights again at night, but the green glow I was searching for didn't appear. But that didn't mean I could give up. If it were easy, it wouldn't be a miracle. Every night, I piled up various documents and checked them. It didn't take long before I found the green light I had been longing for, and another miracle appeared soon after. FDA gives green light to chronic hepatitis C drug Zepatier. Antiepileptic drug Briviact approved by FDA. This was no coincidence. There had to be a pattern. After comparing and analyzing the 2 cases and conducting numerous tests, I was able to uncover the mysterious rule behind these miracles. It's the Pareto principle, also known as the 8020 rule, the theory that the world is not equal and 80 of results are driven by a distinguished 20. In sports, 20 of MVPs score 80 of the goals. In the stock market, 20 of companies generate 80 of the wealth. So those green files meant this. I could filter out the top 20 of Phase 3 clinical drugs that had submitted their applications to the FDA. I had no idea I had such an ability. Well, it would be stranger if I knew. It's a rather oddly specific ability, isn't it? It was as if my ancestors, feeling sorry for me, had lowered a spoon tied to a lifeline. It was strange, but I decided to just eat. You don't question miracles. Didn't matter if it couldn't be scientifically explained or logically understood, as long as the miracle continued. Fortunately, the miracles did continue. From then on, I soared. Not only did I beat out my 2 rivals, but I was also promoted to portfolio manager at lightning speed. Ha Si Hyun, you made 2.7 billion again with just 1 move. A PM at that age, not even 2 years in. They've increased his assets again. I heard it's 3 trillion won. My portfolio neared 3 trillion won in Korean currency. Since I took 20 of the profits, I could rake in tens to hundreds of billions of won with each bet. Everyone envied me. Some resorted to petty acts. We're the FBI. We've received a tip that you, Mr. Ha Si Hyun, are involved in insider trading. Do you think it's possible to make this much money every time? After that, I had to occasionally bet on losing horses to adjust my win rate, but it didn't make much difference in my earnings. The top 20 that I selected always hit the mark. Here's the most important part. I'm not taking any risk. What if by chance I failed? To put it bluntly, that's not my problem. The 3 trillion won in the portfolio isn't my money, it's the investor's money. Even if I lose it all, I'm not obligated to compensate for their losses. When I make money, it's mine, but if I lose it, it's not my problem. Isn't this the stable life I've always dreamed of? But it was around this time that I started visiting psychiatrists. I suddenly began experiencing strange symptoms. Every time I withdraw money, my heart beats irregularly. Yesterday, I bought a new car, but it felt like I'd lost an organ. I couldn't spend money. Every time I did, I felt a pathological anxiety. When my asset graph dropped, so did my body temperature, and whenever I handed over cash, my hands and feet turned ice cold like a corpse's. Why, I already had hundreds of billions of won, more than enough to spend lavishly without ever running out. So why did I feel so anxious every time I spent money? You need to find what you truly want. Listen to your inner voice. The specialist was completely wrong. This wasn't some emptiness that successful people often feel. You think I'd get bored if I bet and won every day. That's sour grapes from losers. There's no time to get bored when fresh dopamine is being supplied constantly. I was genuinely happy and enjoying each day. Wall Street felt more like home to me than my actual home. Even if I had to live again, I'd live the same way. When I said that, the specialist gave me a strained smile. As I mentioned, the answer is something you have to find for yourself. I cut ties with that specialist and went to see another one, but they all said the same thing. No one can give you the answer. You have to figure it out yourself. I toured all the renowned psychiatrists in New York, but I could never pinpoint the cause of my bizarre anxiety. Then one day, what the hell is this? A small lump appeared on the side of my neck. A lump swollen and protruding around the jawline and beneath the ear. The lymph nodes were swollen. Is my immune system weakened? When immunity weakens, inflammation can occur and that can cause the lymph nodes to swell. Lymph nodes are places where immune cells gather. Come to think of it, I had been feeling extremely fatigued lately. I was falling asleep during the day, and suddenly my hands and feet would lose strength. Let's go to bed early today. I made up my mind, washed my feet, and lay down in bed, but in the middle of the night I suddenly woke up. Jesus, a terrifying abdominal pain like my intestines were being torn apart. Tiny red spots appeared on my arms. Cold sweat was pouring down from my entire body. I barely managed to call 911. I was rushed to the emergency room. The ultrasound is fine, but the blood test. Why are the numbers like this? Does a CRP of 300 even make sense? Run it again. What about the CT scan? The lymph nodes all over the body. Could it be blood cancer fluid is accumulating in the heart and lungs? Even in my delirium, I knew the situation was bad. The medical staff were running a barrage of tests, trying to figure out if it was cancer, an infection, or a virus. Meanwhile, my condition kept deteriorating. The pain was so intense that flashes of light appeared before my eyes. The agony pierced to my bones, shredding my sanity. Multiple system organ failure. That meant all my organs had failed. Liver, kidneys, heart, all of them. Every single organ in my body had declared a strike. Doctor. The biopsy results. Oh, for heaven's sake, administer VDT Acer immediately. Even in my hazy consciousness, I understood that. It was a powerful chemotherapy drug. The order was to gather all the strongest chemotherapy drugs, make a 7-drug cocktail, and spray it into my body. There was no way to stop this madness, so they decided to wipe out every cell and reset everything. Beep, beep, beep hangul, kohuenus. Thankfully, it worked. A few days later, I regained consciousness and finally learned my diagnosis. You have idiopathic multicentric Castleman's disease. Wait, what did you say? Idiopathic multicentric Castleman's disease, or IMCD. Even as a medical school graduate and a bioinvestment specialist, I had never heard of this disease. That meant it was rare. Is it cancer? It's not cancer, but it shares many similarities with lymphoma. Then is it an immune system disease? It exhibits symptoms similar to immune system diseases, but it hasn't been classified etiologically yet, so. Apparently, it's one of those rare diseases that only affects 5,200 people in the US every year, and I was one of the unlucky ones. On top of that, there are various subtypes of this disease, and the subtype I had affects only 2,200 people a year. Idiopathic means idiopathic, right? Yes, that's correct. In medical terms, it means we don't know. Let me borrow my phone for a moment. I am a medical graduate, after all. I didn't have the strength to do much, but I could at least move my fingers, so I did some research. Damn, I probably shouldn't have. This is a nightmare with no hope or dreams. Let me simplify this to the extreme. The lymph nodes are factories that produce immune cells, but my immune factory has a crazy switch. When this crazy switch is flipped, the crazy sequence kicks in, and suddenly the factory goes berserk, mass-producing faulty immune cells. These crazed cells are completely reckless. They attack everything because they don't know what to target. As these cells roam around my body and recklessly attack perfectly healthy organs, the organs can't take it and declare a strike. The most important thing here is the crazy switch. We need to figure out what turns this switch on. We also need to find out how to turn it off once it's on. If we can just figure that out, we can cure the disease. But because we don't know, it's called idiopathic, meaning we have no idea. For now, is chemotherapy the only option? When an episode occurs, we administer a powerful chemotherapy drug that wipes out all the cells and resets everything. That wipes out the crazy cells in one go, but it also wipes out the healthy cells. If I repeat this a few more times, I'll die. To survive, we have to fix the factory. We need to find the switch and prevent it from being turned on. Clinical trials. My mouth was dry. Clinical trials are for desperate people who volunteer to be lab rats. I never thought I'd be in this position. Are there any ongoing clinical trials? There are 2, but they haven't been proven effective for your subtype, Sihian. Having even 2 options for such a rare disease is something. One was an IL-6 inhibitor, and the other was an mTOR inhibitor. I tried both. Patient crashing, hurry, code blue, they didn't work. My body continued to have episodes, and each time they reset me with a nuclear bomb of chemo, and after about 3 rounds my kidneys gave out. You need dialysis. At this rate, you'll need a transplant, but who would give a transplant to someone who keeps having episodes? I had to give up on that. This is a nightmare. I was gradually losing my human form. When the kidneys fail, the body swells. That's because it can't store fluid in the right places. Soon, I became a giant human water balloon. Water sloshed under my skin, and I was closer to a water balloon than a human. Before long, my stomach and intestines also declared their retirement after being poisoned one by one. In the end, I lost all bodily functions and had to rely on machines. But that wasn't the real problem. Is there really no other option? I can endure the pain. I can accept becoming a monster, as long as there is hope. I'll give you as much money as you need, anything. There are only 2 known treatments, and neither of them stopped my episodes. That means neither of them blocks my crazy switch. I need to try another inhibitor, but the doctor just lowered his head. I'm sorry, but those 2 are all we have for this disease. Even if it's just starting clinical trials, that's fine. As long as it's past animal testing, I'll be your lab rat. Just anything at all. I'm really sorry. I don't care if the odds are slim. I'm not asking for optimization, even if it's just at the compound screening or target validation stage. The doctor couldn't continue, head hung low. Nothing. The stages I just mentioned are all preclinical. I asked if there were any drugs in line for clinical trials, but there were none. There are no treatments for my disease, and there won't be any in the future. Damn, in truth, I already knew this. I'm a professional in this field after all. Let's crunch some numbers. The average cost of a clinical trial for an immune disease is 4.5 billion. Even with all that effort, statistically, only 12 of new drugs get final approval from the FDA. That's about one success for every 10 attempts. So how much would it cost to develop a cure for this disease? If I'm lucky and succeed on the first try, 4.5 billion. If I'm unlucky and need 10 tries, clinical trials alone would cost 45 billion, and if you include the development costs, it's roughly 50 billion. That's about 66 trillion Korean won. So what's the expected profit? My subtype affects 2,200 patients in the US annually. How long would it take to recoup the 50 billion investment from them? The answer is zero. There's no investment. Would you invest in something that can't even recover its original cost, let alone make a profit? There's no investment money, so there are no people researching this disease or developing treatments. These kinds of abandoned diseases are collectively called orphan diseases. I hate this. The sudden voice grated against every nerve in my body. It felt like sharp shards of glass were being thrown at my mind, not my body. Let's get up, work, work. The voice, unlike before, now sounded vivid. This is the voice of my intern. Was that a dream? At some point, I must have dozed off. I had just made a proper journey into the past and returned. Maybe this is what people mean by life flashing before your eyes. In reality, I was lying in a hospital bed, and the young people chatting were now stretching and leaving the room. Got to make money, money. Hey, don't you get it? Money, it's pointless no matter how much you earn. Surely they're not talking about me, right? If they are, they're dead wrong. Because my problem can be solved with money. I just need to scrape together $50 billion and develop a cure myself. Ah, this is it. Suddenly, all the pieces of my life's puzzle clicked into place. The reason I was drawn to being a doctor, despite it not being like me. The reason I quit being a doctor and applied to Wall Street. Even my strangely specific abilities. All of it was to cure this disease. If I had threaded the pieces together properly, I could have survived. But it wasn't just that. My obsession with money. The reason I was never satisfied, no matter how much I earned. The reason my heart sank every time I withdrew cash. Maybe my cells had recognized this disease and were sending warnings, telling me I needed to earn more to survive. But it's already too late. Today is the day I die. How do I know? There was no pain from the morning. That means they injected a heavy dose of morphine. The doctor's final kindness to a patient on their last legs. My lungs are already tightening, or perhaps it's my blood vessels constricting. Like a slowly closing faucet, the oxygen supply is being cut off. Or maybe it's the blood supply being shut off. I'm dying now. There's no pain. Oddly enough, I don't even feel fear. The only emotion I feel inside is one thing. I could have earned more. An endless thirst, murmuring squeak. Now we will hear from the head of the Fixed Assets Division. The sound returned. The faucet that had been shut off suddenly opened. Hoo, the sensation of oxygen rushing in all at once is almost shocking. Hoo hoo hoo. I'm cold, it's because the sweat that soaked my entire body has cooled rapidly. My heart is still racing. Can you see? The black blotches that covered more than half my vision are gone. What's with this guy? Is he crazy? I turn my head toward the direction of the murmurs. Young men dressed in suits like school uniforms were looking at me with contempt. The emotions reflected in their pupils were superiority, mockery, disgust, Wall Street. It's clear. These young men are the hopefuls of Wall Street. They've strung together future financial villains like a chain of CDOs. They're not going to bundle me up and sell me off to the king of hell, are they? Goldman offers the opportunity to work alongside the people who move the world. You will be leading the grand movements that mark the end of the Wall Street Times. The man on stage was delivering familiar lines. From now on, you will do important work. Work that moves the world economy. You'll build connections with key people from giant corporations and so on, all bait to lure in first-year slaves. You have to lay it down thick in the beginning so they don't run away. All of this feels too real and strangely human, which means... This isn't hell. I fumbled in my pocket and found something solid, an iPhone, but the screen was so small it made me want to scream. September 10, 2013. It's a date from 10 years ago. I tried entering the passcode. 4/18, my mom's birthday. I've used the same code for 20 years, so if this is really my phone, it should work. The lock screen opened. I went into settings and it said iPhone 5. This feels oddly real. Based on the evidence so far, I've gone back to the past. 10 years ago, the year I joined Wall Street. So this place is the last day of training. Every employee who joins Goldman goes through 6 weeks of training. Come to think of it, I recall some higher-ups visiting on the last day of training. The face of the man speaking in front of me felt familiar. Is this really the past or another life-flashing moment? I want to see a mirror. If it's 10 years ago, my face should look quite youthful. Then suddenly an alarm went off in my mind. Don't move. A sharp memory, rising like a spike, emerged from a blurry recollection. If this really is 2013 that day. Soon that incident will happen. It's better to confirm the incident than to look at a mirror. For now, let's wait. The event was the final agenda, so we'll have to wait a little longer. There are concerns about market volatility, but surprisingly quick recovery. I was half listening to the speaker when suddenly, the man sitting in the row ahead of me turned around to look at me, a familiar face. He's the Vietnamese guy who was assigned to the same department. Was his name Phuong? Phuong's eyes were rolling, trying to seek agreement from me about the absurdity of what the white man had just said. Yeah, that's right. It was 2013, the taper tantrum, the period when dollars flowed rapidly in the market. Here's the situation in summary. After the financial crisis, the U.S., worried about a recession, flooded the market with dollars. Then in 2013 of all years, they started discussing, now that the economy seems to have recovered, should we start holding back dollars a bit? Investors panicked upon hearing this. No one knew how the market would react if the supply of dollars changed. When investors are anxious, they tend to flee to advanced economies, and this time they pulled all the dollars they had invested abroad and parked them in the safe assets of advanced economies. And where were Phuong and I assigned? The emerging markets department, the very emerging markets from which investors were pulling out all their dollars. Forget performance, it meant we were assigned to a department destined for losses. Next, we'll hear from the chief ethics officer. This is not the time for this. Focus. Bringing sensitive stock data home is prohibited. Remember the New York Times test when using email. Only write what you're okay with seeing printed on the front page. As for departmental information, no inter-departmental information sharing. Ignorance is no excuse. You know what happens if you get caught, right? We know even if you steal just a post-it. Big Brother is always watching. When the speaker got to this point, excuse me, an unexpected event occurred. Someone in the second row stood up abruptly. This was the sign of the incident I had been waiting for. Sorry, I have to leave. The man insisted he had to leave, and the people in the same row twisted their bodies and lifted their legs to make way for him. The inconsiderate man. The room buzzed. What's with that guy? Is he nuts? At this timing, everyone was throwing verbal stones at him. A high-ranking official came all the way here to give a good speech, and this guy leaves. There's a limit to stupidity. But that's not all. One person wasn't enough. I waited a little longer, exercising patience, and soon the same thing began happening all around the auditorium. Excuse me, sorry, pardon me, 2, 3, 4. As the number of people leaving increased, the murmurs changed. What's going on? Is something happening? Why all of a sudden? It was too many to dismiss as just a few socially awkward people. This was some kind of phenomenon. Excuse me, I'll step out for a moment. Finally, someone near me stood up to leave. The woman's voice was unusually high, so I could clearly hear her whispering to the person next to her. What's going on? HR sent me a text, told me to leave. Now. I think I've been fired. That's right. Everyone who just left the auditorium had been fired in real time. The rookies sitting next to me had pale faces, sitting up stiffly. They were surely recalling the unsettling rumors that had been circulating all summer rumors about a large-scale layoff. 50 people had already been laid off. The results from last quarter. There's talk that the bottom 10 are going to be cut for sure. Could it be that our job offers will be canceled too? What we thought were just scary stories turned out to be reality. I'm the only one who saw this coming. Or was I? In the past, I didn't realize it, but the expression on the white man on stage hasn't changed. His speech hasn't faltered either. This means he knew in advance. This was all a staged performance, a public execution. As expected of Goldman, this is how you earn the title of a villain. Even in 2023, the year I died, Goldman had fired employees in an unusual way. They notified employees, you have a meeting with the CEO at 7 a.m., and then ambushed those who arrived early by firing them on the spot. At that time, it caused quite a stir. There was a lot of public opinion asking why they had to fire employees in such a manner. This can be explained with a simple example. For a moment, imagine Goldman as the Titanic. Passengers boarded the Titanic, trusting its reputation. They believed it to be the biggest, safest luxury cruise ship. But one day, the crew approached some passengers to ask for their understanding. Sorry, but the ship is too heavy. For the safety of everyone, could you please disembark? Of course, we'll take you to the next port. How do you think the passengers who overheard this would react? They'd probably all rush to disembark at the next port. If there's a safety issue, why stay? Now let's modify the scenario. The crew grabs some passengers by the collar and throws them into the sea, shouting, reduce the weight immediately. Throw anyone overboard. How would the remaining passengers react then? They would beg for their lives. Even if the ship were to sink, it would still be better to stay on deck for now. And that's not all. The remaining passengers would analyze the characteristics of those who were thrown overboard and act accordingly. Only those wearing hats went to the watery grave. Who here still plans to wear a hat? Raise your hand. In this way, not only can they prevent a mass escape, but they can also quickly propagate the desired employee traits, promote self-censorship, spread a unified corporate culture, and crush the morale of potential rebels. There's a lot to gain from this. Worried that doing this might lead to backlash? No worries. Goldman isn't a regular bank. Their clients aren't the general public, but corporations or institutional investors. And those clients regard the sacrifice of humans for profitability as a kind of virtue. They're the type to send a bottle of Dom Perignon upon hearing the news. You think this doesn't make sense. You wonder how this could happen in the land of freedom and democracy, America. Remember this. Wall Street is not America. This is a world of ruthless survival. The common sense of the general public doesn't apply here. Wall Street has its own culture, language, logic, and laws, and the first rule is eat or be eaten. If you got fired, it's your own fault. You should have eaten them first, you fool. Clap, clap, clap. The people clapping enthusiastically all have burning eyes. As long as it's not me, I must survive no matter what. This is full-on survival mode. In 6 months, they'll become great citizens of Wall Street. Meanwhile, the confused and hesitant ones will become delicious prey. On stage, the host was now putting a full stop on this little event. We have a welcome party for the new hires this evening. Senior staff will also be attending, so please make sure not to miss it. Today is the day of the new hire welcome party. This means Goldman deliberately planned this public execution before the welcome party. With this, it's certain. I've truly returned. To that time, to that era. Welcome to Wall Street, after the event. As people exited all at once, a crowd gathered at the entrance. I really dislike crowded places. Normally, I would wait until everyone left, but today is different. I have to see my face at least. I quickly want to head to the bathroom and check the mirror. I'm sure my body isn't some grotesque water balloon, but I also want to see my face. Surely they won't cut more people, right? There might be additional notifications later today. Anxiety was spreading all around, but I felt like I was flying. Step, step. Damn, it feels amazing just to walk. I'm about to go crazy with joy. The sensation of my feet touching the ground, it's been so long. I had spent my last year tied to a hospital bed. Now I just need to check my face. There's a crowd in front of the restroom too. I thought of going to another floor, but the elevator area was also chaotic, just as I was heading toward the stairs. My phone rang. Hasi Hyun, this is HR. Where are you right now? It's the Human Resources Department. Now that I think about it, I did get a call around this time before. I know exactly what they want to say, but I can't avoid meeting them. I'm near the vending machines. Please wait there for a moment. I'll be right over. So much for admiring my rejuvenated face. Oh well, it can't be helped. I changed direction and moved toward the vending machine, where a pretty Hispanic woman in a two-piece suit approached me. Mr. Hasi Hyun, we'd like to provide some guidance regarding your department. Can we talk after I grab a drink first? I interrupted her and gestured at the vending machine with my eyes, to which she smiled. Oh, since I took away your break, I'll treat you. What would you like? Water, please. She selected bottled water from the vending machine, and as soon as I received it, I unscrewed the cap and drank immediately. Gulp. Damn refreshing. It's been a long time since I've felt water going down my throat. I had been on IV nutrition for the last few months. Gulp, gulp. One sip wasn't enough to quench my pent-up thirst, so I downed half the bottle, at which point the woman gave a slightly awkward smile and began speaking rapidly, like a machine gun. We also sent you an email, but since you didn't reply, your department will be operated flexibly for the time being. The Emerging Markets Department is doomed. Since there's no need for new hires in a department that's gone under, it means they have to send me somewhere else, but they don't know where yet. For a while, you'll be temporarily assigned to departments requesting extra personnel and will assist with various tasks. I shouldn't be idle while waiting. It means I'll be deployed to help out wherever extra hands are needed, basically like a temp worker. In the past, I would have been anxious about being laid off this way, but now it's different. I know none of the new hires will be fired. Actually, this is great. I want to transfer departments anyway. Being a wanderer with no fixed department should make it easier to move. Can I choose my preferred department? I'd like to apply to healthcare. Oh, I see. But that's not up to us to decide, it's up to the departments. I'm a medical school graduate, but there was no healthcare rotation during the internship. Sorry, what? It was strange that I was assigned to the Emerging Markets Department in the first place. Looks like my expertise in a hometown I left 20 years ago seemed more relevant than my recent medical degree. It means these people assigned me based on my photo, not my resume. They saw Asian more clearly than doctor. That's. The woman's face stiffened. Her expression said, "Why are you being so prickly? It's not my fault." I know, of course, but as an Asian, the default assumption is that I'm a pushover, so sometimes I have to show a bit of attitude. Of course, I can't end it here. No need to make an enemy unnecessarily. My words came out a bit harsh. I apologize. You must be going through something similar. Sorry, what? I mean in HR. Woman let out a helpless laugh. Black hair means emerging markets, and being a woman means HR. She's been exiled to a lousy department because of stereotypes, just like me. At this point, we've established enough of a mutual understanding. I can't apologize on an empty stomach. I bought the most expensive drink from the vending machine and handed it to her, and she took it with a wink. This way, I'm the one benefiting. Yeah, subconsciously, she'll feel indebted. That's the point of giving it. In exchange, I have a favor to ask, if it's about transferring departments. I heard some senior staff will be at the welcome party. Will anyone from healthcare be there? Ah, she openly showed relief. That information was worth about the same as the price of the drink. It's easy to spill the beans when there's no burden. There's going to be a really tall guy there, Brent. After all, a department transfer only happens when someone from that department says, "This guy's really good." It's faster to cozy up to them than to plead with HR for days. Well, I've done my part in delivering the information. The woman was ready to bolt, but I couldn't let her go just yet. It's always good to keep useful contacts. What's your name? Sorry, you know my name, right? Oh, it's Liliana. We belatedly exchanged a handshake, and Liliana smiled again before turning away. Not bad. It's good to know someone in HR because that's how you find out where there are vacancies. Satisfied, I grabbed another bottle of water from the vending machine. Excuse me. Liliana had returned at some point, eyeing my water bottle. You're not planning to skip class on your last day, are you? Sharp, aren't you? I was thinking about heading to a nearby cafe to sketch out my future plans. You can't miss it. There's a test today. No fooling her. I may look like a chick on the outside, but inside I was once a panther in the jungle of Wall Street. I've already completed Series 63 and Series 79. I finished all the analyst certification exams. This training center is run by an external agency, so any test they give here doesn't mean a thing. The bottom 10 of grades are reported to HR. The warning in Liliana's eyes was crystal clear. There was just a mass layoff. How would HR deal with a new hire slacking off during this chaos? You owe me one now, right? Well, see you. Liliana gave a triumphant smile and walked away, and I reluctantly headed towards the classroom. Yeah, I was getting cocky. Panther, my foot right now, I'm just a lowly newbie. First, let's make sure I keep my neck safe from the chopping block. Training room, a lecturer in his late 30s with a grim smile throws out the final mission. From now, I will give you 5 years' worth of financial statements from an anonymous company. Based on this data, complete a 3-statement model. Every newcomer goes through an Excel boot camp during the summer, and now they're being ordered to use all the skills they've learned over 6 weeks to create the ultimate Excel model. The files provided, 2 in total. One is an Excel template, the other is a whopping 400 pages of data. From this massive document, you must extract useful information to create the income statement, cash flow statement, and balance sheet. Ref value, with one typo the screen fills with nightmare symbols. It's been a while since I've worked, so mistakes keep piling up. Click, 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 click. The only sound in the room is the clatter of keyboards. No one is chatting. Everyone is too busy proving they are diligent Excel slaves. But this isn't the time for this. There's a ticking time bomb inside me. I need 50 billion to get rid of it. Raising the money is one thing, but there's also the pressure of time. The time left is 10 years. Can I find a cure within that time? It's not impossible. This is the era when the FDA has introduced the accelerated approval system. Some cases have completed clinical trials and received approval in as little as 3 years. But considering the delays due to COVID, by 2019, I'll need to be in Phase 3. Then I'll have to finish Phase 2 by 2017 and Phase 1 by 2015. The calculator in my head quickly spits out the result. I need 10 billion in 2 years. Converted to Korean won, that's over 10 trillion won. Phew. A sigh escapes me. Even with knowledge of the future, this isn't easy. Can't I just make a fortune with a single bet on cryptocurrency? Sadly, no. Cryptocurrency can't save me. I have to spend the money. I can't just stash it in crypto and watch it grow like a snowball. I'll need to withdraw trillions regularly and inject them into biotech companies. That's a huge difference. In my memory, the market cap of Bitcoin in 2015 was roughly 35 trillion won. What would happen if I withdrew 10 trillion, 1/3 of that, all at once? The price would likely plummet before I even finished withdrawing. Suddenly the instructor is standing right in front of me, his eyes sharp, like a supervisor coming to whip a lazy slave back into shape. Are you done? There's no benefit in getting on his bad side. I quickly put on my most apologetic face. Sorry, I'm not feeling well. Then it would be better if you finish quickly and rest. Can I rest? Once you finish the test, the rest is free time. Freedom. Suddenly, motivation surges through me. Yeah, there's no need to worry about others here. It's better to hammer through this Excel work quickly, win my freedom, and sip coffee while planning my next steps. Coffee, just thinking about it makes my mouth water. When was the last time I had coffee? I stretch my fingers lightly, then place my hands back on the keyboard. Tap, tap. I wonder if I can still remember the skills I used to have. Once you reach the top, you don't have to do these menial tasks anymore. Tap, tap, tap. My fingers faithfully press the shortcuts. With Control Alt and E, I activate the auto coloring and confirm the hard-coded cells, formulas, and references. Tap, 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 tap. This time I press Alt W V G and turn on the grid lines, and then began the series of countless shortcuts. Shift, space, Control 1, Control C, Alt H V, S tap, 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 tap. My hands, with increasingly fluid movements, are striking numerous shortcuts as if playing a tune. It feels like I've become a piano virtuoso touching the keys again after 10 years. Wow, what's with that guy? Crazy, look at that speed. I hear envious whispers from all around, but I don't feel happy at all. This is literally just manual labor. Even if I possess this skill, it won't help me rise any higher. What's the use of rowing well as a slave? Up on deck, you need to be wielding a sword. Still, with this skill, I can at least earn myself a coffee break. I'm done. I raised my hand to request confirmation, and the instructor approached with sharp eyes, starting his inspection. Okay. The template had built-in auto-checking formulas. My screen confirmed that I had completed the mission properly, but the instructor wasn't letting his guard down. Press F2 from B239, please. It seems he's checking for any foul play. Equal if logical test, value if true, value if false. But there was no foul play. I was already preparing to leave, packing my bag, and then "you're an exceptional talent." A single sentence, tinged with ominous overtones, reached my ears. I looked up and saw the instructor smiling at me. In his pupils was greed. That's the face of a slave owner who's found a sturdy slave. That can't be right. This training center is an outsourced institution. This instructor has no ties to Goldman, and from today, we will never meet again. So why is he so pleased to discover a capable slave? A bad feeling crept over me, but... You may leave now. I hurriedly dismissed the feeling and quickened my steps. Coffee. At the Starbucks near the training center, 1 Java Frappuccino, 1 iced Americano, 1 iced mocha latte, a slice of cheesecake, and a slice of red velvet cake, please. How many forks would you like? Just 1. After preparing this small reward for myself, I headed to the restroom. Finally, it was time to check my face. In the mirror, a rather handsome young man greeted me. It's really the same face from back then. The dominant genes of my mother, who is known to be an incredible beauty, combined with my father's decent frame to create me. And now, at the age of 28, I'm at the peak of my youthful prime. Not bad at all. On Wall Street, appearance and physique can be powerful weapons. If a shabby-looking person rubs their hands, they appear pitiful. But when a tall, striking person does the same, it looks like savvy negotiation skills. Attention. Your Java Frappuccino, iced Americano, iced mocha latte, cheesecake, and red velvet cake are ready. I picked up the tray and found a spot in the most spacious area to sit down. Have my taste buds reset. Everything tastes so delicious I almost want to cry. Savoring the soft texture of the cheesecake in my mouth, I lifted the iced Americano. Slurp, slurp, slurp. Yes, this is the taste. With fresh caffeine in my system, my brain started working at full capacity again. I must have been out of my mind earlier. Did I really think I would personally earn $50 billion and develop a cure? That's like saying I'd buy real estate with cash on hand. Of course, the answer is hedge funds. The $50 billion required for developing the cure doesn't have to be my money. That money already exists in this world. The quickest way is to tell the owners of that money, entrust it to me. Remember, I don't have time. I opened a new file in my memo app and began outlining the necessary steps. Equal. Survival Plan 1. Establish a hedge fund worth at least $10 billion within 2 years. To establish a hedge fund, I first need to gather investors. In that regard, I am in the best possible situation right now. Why is Goldman considered the best among investment banks? Because of their performance, their size? No, these guys are masters of networking. From the president's closest aides to Saudi royalty, Goldman has uniquely strong ties with top-tier clients. I must fully leverage Goldman's network to gather investors. Target colleagues, boss, clients. 1. Befriend wealthy colleagues. 2. Impress a capable boss to meet Goldman's big clients. 3. Make sure the big clients remember me. As I continued to organize my plan, BZZZ. A call came in. It was the number I saw earlier, Liliana. Mr. Hassihian, surely you haven't gone home, right? I'm about to head over. Looks like the final exam is over. Now it's time for the new hire welcoming party. Time to filter out some useful connections. The welcome party started with dinner. It was quite a fancy restaurant, but there's nothing to gain here. While seated, I could only talk to the people on either side, but unfortunately there weren't any useful connections near me. Well, at least I could focus on eating. The dinner menu was lamb steak. It had been a long time since I had eaten something with a firm texture, and I almost teared up again. Truly, chewing food is a massive privilege. If everyone's done eating, let's move to the next location. The next place was a lounge bar. It wasn't as noisy as a club, but my hearing is more sensitive than most. Boom, boom, boom. The bass under the music pounded my eardrums like a drum. Enduring it, I checked the time. It was 9 p.m. The senior staff wouldn't show up until after 10. Until then, I needed to filter out any decent connections among my peers. No one really stands out. In my previous life, I wasn't close to my colleagues. I was too busy trying to impress my superiors, and in the middle of it all, I switched to a hedge fund. Because of that, I barely utilized Goldman's network, but I can't let that happen in this life. One draft beer, please, I started with my order. After shivering from the refreshing carbonation hitting my throat, I raised my smartphone to one ear. I can't hear you well, can you repeat that? I pretended to have a phone call while circling the lounge. I even wore a suitably serious expression to block any conversation attempts. First, I need to scout. Wall Street is a jungle. It's full of various interests, predators, herbivores, insects, and pests all mixed together. Acting without information is not only inefficient but dangerous. It's best to pick out the most promising targets and approach them. Man, that exam was brutal. I sat for 3 hours straight, but do we really need to know all that? A group sitting on a sofa in one corner of the lounge. They aren't bothering to mingle with new people, just relaxing among themselves. They're traders. I'll pass on them for now. It's good to know them, but approaching them too eagerly at this point will make them look down on me. I turned and moved through the people standing around. You're at HQ, right? I'm Jefferson. I'm Harvey. Everyone was actively introducing themselves. No one's shy. Networking is important on Wall Street. There's even a process to self-introductions. Where are you from? Cambridge, Harvard. Yeah, how about you? Pennsylvania, UPenn. After exchanging names, they share their school names. No one is surprised when Ivy League names are mentioned. More than 80 of Goldman's new hires come from prestigious schools. Let's exclude that guy. Sometimes there are guys who get overly proud just by mentioning their school's name. That means it's the greatest achievement of their life. My brother went to Harvard too. Do you know him? Brad, majoring in applied economics. Haha, there are so many Brads at Harvard. Which frat was he in? Those are the real deals. They don't mention their school to brag about their degree, but to check if their connections overlap. While making my rounds, I did a preliminary filter of useful people. Now the next step. I need to filter out the aristocrats. Wall Street has a class system. The three main classes of the Middle Ages: nobles, clergy, and commoners still exist here. Of course, the names have changed slightly. On Wall Street, the three classes are called front office, middle office, and back office. What's the most important thing on Wall Street? Money. Thus, the hierarchy is divided based on the ability to make money. The top tier is the front office. These people are like nobles in the medieval era. They meet clients directly, propose deals, and take commissions. Since investment banks' clients are corporations, there's always an opportunity to make money. In good times, they suggest MA for expansion. In bad times, they recommend stock issuance for securing funds. The next tier is the middle office. This includes the risk management team, ethics management team, client relations team, and legal team. Wait, is it strange that lawyers are in the middle tier? Sure, they are respected outside. They have honor but cannot wield a sword like the clergy class, you could say. The last tier is the back office. These people are just commoners. Administrative work, and human resources fall into this category. Your rank is decided at the time of entry, and it's not easy to rise in status. A baron can marry a duke, but it's rare. A baker's daughter marrying into a baron's family is outright impossible. Should I stop gathering information here? I had roughly figured out the hierarchy. Now I had to step in directly. I ended the fake call and ordered a drink. One scotch neat. After choosing an unremarkable prop, I jumped back into the jungle. I approached the first target, met their gaze, and exchanged names. Then came the expected question. Where are you from? Baltimore. No way, Hopkins. That's unusual. I'm a med school graduate. The guy flinched upon hearing about my alma mater. It's not a target school favored by Wall Street, but it's prestigious enough for him to nod approvingly. However, a prestigious school degree doesn't add much on Wall Street. It's barely like presenting your ID. Now only the most important step remains, confirming the rank. I'm in the industrial group. How about you? Emerging markets division. Which group is that part of? Wealth management group. A lot of question marks appeared on the target's face. He doesn't know how to interpret my affiliation. The wealth management group manages and invests the assets of wealthy clients. If you're in charge of investments, you're in the front office. If you manage, you're in the middle office. Am I a noble or clergy? Even I don't know. Anyway, I'll have to change departments soon. Whatever department I'm assigned to next will determine my rank. In any case, I'm not a noble, not with this ambiguity. Realizing this, the guy furrows his brows with a regretful look. That's unlucky. I doubt your division has much volume right now. Right, especially now that they're talking about tightening. This guy is out. Though he's showing pity with his eyes, he's smirking at the corners of his mouth. Would a real noble act like this? Well then, I wrapped up the conversation and picked my next target, repeating the same process. Then finally, I encountered someone whose face dropped upon hearing my ambiguous rank. Unlucky. But in this situation, wouldn't they just transfer you to another department? These guys are the real nobles because they're genuinely sympathetic. Of course, that doesn't mean nobles have good character. It just means they hold such an overwhelming advantage that they can afford to show sympathy to ambiguous guys like me. I was making progress, filtering out the useful ones efficiently. Ooh, you. Without permission, someone placed a hand on my shoulder. I knew this person. I met him in my previous life. What's this guy's trait? He's a penniless count, a so-called noble who only feels at ease when he confirms there's someone beneath him. Earlier, you were brilliant in the test. I'm Kent Harvest. And you? He extends his hand, pretending to be sociable, but his eyes are sharp. As expected, he's coming at me like this. I have to be careful when telling this guy my name. He'll use it to attack. Childish as it is, his main weapon is nicknaming. During the early stages of joining, when lots of new hires come in, nicknames are easier to remember than real names, and he exploits this by giving rivals bizarre nicknames. I fell victim in my previous life too. My name is Ha Si Hyun. It's impossible for a blonde guy to pronounce that, but he exaggeratedly flattened his tongue and called me Sham, and didn't stop there, he added cat to it. The problem was, I happened to have a cat-like face, so the nickname gained traction and stuck. And my nickname evolved from Siamese cat to Kitty. Why is this important? Who would assign a major project to someone named Kitty? Sounds childish, right? Exactly. But Wall Street is full of all sorts of childish schemes and dirty tricks, and I wasn't the only one who suffered. Some of the past colleagues' nicknames I recall include Widow, Sweet Cheek, Bubbles, Gimp, Chica, and Dirty Sanchez. But there's something this guy is mistaken about. I didn't get picked on because I'm nice. There was only one reason I got caught in the previous life. I just didn't expect someone nearing their 30s would resort to such childish tactics. But now I know better. Call me Sean. Sean, is that an English name? What's your real name? It's hard to pronounce. But isn't it a shame to waste the name your parents gave you? Parents, huh? You've hit the wrong nerve, buddy. I equipped my sad eyes and looked down at the floor. The goal here was to look as sorrowful as possible. Both my parents have passed away. Suddenly there was silence. Every conversation around us stopped. I see Sean. He's not a complete fool. Yeah, if you had kept going, your nickname would have been Insensitive Jerk. I heard earlier you're a med student, doctor. But just when I thought he'd back off, he changed his approach and kept attacking. Oh really? Are you a doctor? That's unusual. Since he's loud, others nearby chimed in too. Doctor, it might sound good at first, but it's not. You'd imagine someone boring, stiff, and stubborn, right? So why did a doctor come to Wall Street? This place isn't exactly noble. See. The guy smirks, showing his white teeth. I can't just let this slide. He must think I'm easy prey. If I ignore it, it'll only become more troublesome later. At that moment, the woman standing next to me was sipping a cocktail. Excuse me, let me borrow this for a second. I borrowed the decorative lemon from her and placed it on the rim of my glass, then raised my glass toward the fake noble guy. I was aiming to become a plastic surgeon. I take pleasure in packaging the ugly. Plus, it pays well. Yeah, I'm not a dull, rigid doctor. I'm a plastic surgeon obsessed with money. Ooh, a surgeon, ha, you're perfect for Wall Street. Is it because you're a surgeon? I saw earlier your hands are incredibly quick. I'm confident in my speed. I'm Asian after all. A few of the onlookers were already calling me surgeon. I wish this nickname would stick, but it won't, will it? Cool nicknames never stick. No one would give their rival a flattering nickname. Anyway, I should return the favor. Nice to meet you, Ken Doll. It's Kent. Oh, I misheard. His face hardened at my mistake. In contrast, some of the spectators' eyes lit up. Ken Doll, it suits him though. Haha, it's a perfect fit. Ken Doll refers to Barbie's boyfriend. It's a term used for dull, bland white men. It's slang, but it also carries the meaning that something is missing where it should be. Will that nickname stick? It's up to him. If he's a decent guy, it'll fall off within a day. But if he keeps being annoying, he'll be stuck as Ken Doll forever. At least I didn't end up as Kitty in this life. Childish or not, a win is a win. As I sipped my whiskey, celebrating the fact I had protected my name, I felt a sharp sensation on the back of my head. I turned around to see a woman quickly turning her head away. Liliana, she's got it tough. HR staff attending all the welcome parties. I should approach her later. Sometimes HR assigns ambiguous individuals like me to departments randomly. I should have stayed still. Liliana was deeply regretting it. She had been startled when Ha Si Hyun suddenly looked her way and instinctively averted her gaze. I hope he doesn't misunderstand that I'm interested. Though she was interested, just not in that way. Hai's background was unique, and it caught her attention. There aren't many people who graduated from Johns Hopkins Medical School and then joined Wall Street, especially after their earlier encounter. It seems I know more about my hometown I left 20 years ago than I do about the med school I recently graduated from. When Ha Si Hyun threw that jab, she was honestly taken aback. At least you're not in the back office. Most people who apply for the back office actually aim for the front office. Liliana was the same. But when she graduated, there was a job crisis, and Goldman's HR department was the only one recruiting fresh hires. Liliana naively believed that once she had her foot in the door at Goldman, she could eventually move to a better position. But as she started working, she realized the truth. Just as she suspected, there was no such thing as a back office employee getting promoted to the front office. She was no different from a baker's daughter dreaming of becoming a noble. Quitting and reapplying would have been a better shot, but the salary was just too good to give up. How many companies offer $70,000 a year to fresh graduates? She thought she'd prepare her resume while working, but once you start working, there's no time. That's the back office trap. She'd been stuck in that trap for 3 years now. She'd met countless new hires at Goldman over the years, but someone like Ha Si-hyun was a first. Most of the upper ranks regard the back office as mere background noise, a useless existence that consumes oxygen. They either look down on you or pity you. There's no middle ground. But Ha Si-hyun. They said the operational staff would come to the welcome party. Is the healthcare department attending too? He made a business proposal. For Liliana, who was growing tired of the dull workload, it was a small but exciting event. The upper ranks don't see HR staff as someone to make deals with. After all, they exist solely to serve them, so there's no need to negotiate with them. But Ha Si-hyun. Her thoughts were interrupted by the sudden ringing of her phone. The name on the screen was James. He was the instructor in charge of training the new hires. The venue for the welcome party is Red Velvet, right? Yes. Are you really coming? It's the last day, so I figured I'd stop by and say hello. James had unexpectedly informed her a few hours ago that he would attend the welcome party. This was unusual. Training instructors are typically outsourced personnel who are paid to conduct short-term courses. They don't come to these events because they have no attachment or bond with the students. By the way, is Ha Si-hyun attending too? An unexpected name came out of his mouth. Yes, he's here. Is there a reason you're looking for him? No, it's just that he got the highest score on the final exam, haha. I'll be there soon. After hanging up, Liliana tilted her head in confusion. She felt a strange sense of déjà vu from the recent situation. Last year, for sure. This instructor had also attended the welcome party last year and asked about the presence of a new hire. At the time, she wondered if something was going on, but nothing happened. The instructor didn't have any particular conversation with the new hire and left shortly after. No matter how hard she dug through her memory, she couldn't recall any other details. Meanwhile, a familiar figure entered the lounge bar. It was the training instructor. Liliana, James, you really came. But the instructor wasn't alone. He was with a handsome companion dressed in a casual t-shirt. Where have I seen this person before? As soon as she thought the face looked familiar, a name flashed in her mind. Mr. Pierce, SHH, keep it a secret that I'm here. But why is Mr. Pierce here? She hadn't recognized him in casual clothes. Dave Pierce. He was a managing director, MD at Goldman. MDs are at the top of the hierarchy at Goldman. Above MDs, there are only executives and the CEO. Goldman has about 600 MDs who are constantly competing on performance, and Pierce was among the top ranked. A legendary figure. In many ways, the instructor and Pierce wait, could it be like last time? Then it clicked. Last year, the instructor had attended with a companion wearing a hat pulled low. And a few days later, the new hire who ranked first on the final exam was transferred to a different department. Pierce had pulled strings to move a new hire from the retail group to the MA group. MA is the best department at Goldman. Pierce is the best MD at Goldman. At the time, it seemed like an amazing opportunity. But that new hire quit 3 months later. Rumor had it that they left the finance industry entirely. If this is a repeat of last year, there was no need to guess who this year's target would be. Should I warn him? For a moment, she thought about it, but she concluded it would be overstepping. He already owes me. Wall Street is a world of cold, calculated deals. Liliana had already tipped off Ha Si-hyun about the final exam and prevented him from missing it due to an unexcused absence. If it's Ha Si-hyun, he would surely come to repay the favor. And now she had a useful chip to play. Martini very dry. Sipping her cocktail, Liliana couldn't stop smiling. She had a feeling something big was going to happen. And this time, she wouldn't just be a passive observer. Liliana felt she would be part of it too. What's going to happen? For the first time since joining, her job was starting to get interesting. Pierce, who had settled at the bar, ordered without asking the instructor. 2 glasses of Pappy Van Winkle. That's 210 a glass, sir. Then make it a bottle. Sorry, what, a bottle? Do I need to spell it out? Oh no, 1 bottle of Pappy Van Winkle coming right up. Pierce glanced down at his wristwatch as if he was in a hurry. Meanwhile, the instructor, James, had to bite his lip. Ordering a whiskey worth several $1,000s, a bottle was something out of a movie. I need to keep my poker face. Pierce did it on purpose. He was using money to unsettle James' composure. Here it is. Would you like it on the rocks? Seeing Pierce's frown, the bartender quickly closed his mouth, poured the whiskey silently, and hurried away. So do we have anyone decent? Pierce got straight to the point, but James smiled and slowly lifted his glass of whiskey. What do I know? I'm just an instructor with only 6 weeks of training. But your eye is anything but ordinary. Pierce glanced at his wristwatch again, but this was just a false signal. He could afford to enjoy the moment a bit longer. You're quite the oddball. You're the only MD asking me to evaluate recruits. My being an oddball is well known, isn't it? True, you're the legend of Wall Street, the Lick King. The Lick King was Pierce's nickname, and there was a reason for it. Once Pierce had set his sights on a client, he never let go. Even when the client begged him to stop, cursed him as a madman, or threatened to cut ties, it was no use. Pierce would calmly take all the threats and insults with a smile and then shamelessly call again the next day with a solution. There were only two ways to escape Pierce: sign the contract or kill him. But Pierce was still alive, and that's why he was known as the Lick King. He's remarkable, no doubt. He delivered top-tier results despite being loathed by his clients. That meant he succeeded purely on skill. There were only a few MDs whose names were known outside of Goldman, and Pierce was one of them. Someone of his stature was spending time with a mere instructor like James. Why do you put so much effort into mere recruits? Instead of answering, Pierce placed his hand flat on the bar table. Something was underneath, but it was hard to see. Got some free time in October. Well, no recruits around then. Lucky you, I'll be swamped with work. As Pierce moved his hand, the object underneath was revealed: courtside tickets to a New York Knicks game. Didn't want to waste them, and I happened to be looking for a friend who's free. James took the tickets and swallowed his disappointment. There had been a warning hidden in Pierce's words: keep playing hard to get, and you'll be dropped from my circle of friends. What do you think of the Asian guy Liliana's looking at? James pointed to an Asian man, Ha Si Hyun, whom an Asian. Pierce's voice carried a hint of disappointment. Asians were often perceived as meticulous but lacking aggression. How's his mentality? His mentality. The last guy you recommended didn't even last 3 months before he ran away. His speed and accuracy are overwhelming. His mental strength. Ha Si Hyun was not a student who stood out. All summer long, he had seemed unremarkable, but his performance today was still vividly etched in his mind. He was the only one who seemed completely relaxed among the tense recruits preparing for their final exam. No, that wasn't relaxation. He didn't even seem to care about the exam. His expression was so arrogant that he could even detect a hint of annoyance in his eyes, but it wasn't just for show. Ha Si Hyun's hands moved with confidence. His speed was swift, and he made no mistakes. He was the same during the inspection. The instructor always asked for the formulas in each box to be revealed during the final inspection. Even if they didn't cheat, most recruits would still be nervous, but Ha Si Hyun wasn't shaken at all. In fact, he was so composed that it seemed almost eerie. He doesn't seem like someone who would break easily. You can never be sure of that. Sorry. At his age, has he ever really been broken? James wore an expression that seemed to ask, why bother asking if you already know? Just then, a recruit approached Ha Si Hyun to introduce himself. Hey, Sergeant. Oh, I'm Doyle from the Natural Resources Department. Pierce narrowed his eyes, observing the scene. Interesting. They weren't exchanging names and having a conversation. Instead, one side was speaking at length, while Ha Si Hyun was responding with short, curt answers. This meant that the recruits recognized Ha Si Hyun, but Ha Si Hyun didn't know who they were. Is he well known? No, not really. He mostly kept to himself, for someone like that. It was due to the conversation with Kent. The interaction had been stimulating enough at an otherwise dull reception that people had started to recognize Ha Si Hyun and approached him. Pierce's curiosity was piqued by the scene. At that moment, a group of young men in suits burst in. Man, I'm exhausted. What are we doing here after work? They were associates, the rank just above the recruits, attending the reception. Pierce placed $100 bill on the table and gestured to the bartender. The music is a bit loud here. The bartender, who had been sluggish earlier, quickly pocketed the bill and disappeared. A moment later, the background music shifted to a softer tune. Then Pierce noticed Ha Si Hyun approaching someone. There was an empty seat nearby. Pierce raised his glass and gestured to James. Shall we move over? The associates at the reception each took up a sofa, lounging with their chins up and their bodies relaxed, like lords surveying their land. The lord of the healthcare division was Brent, just as Liliana had described. Moreover, he had been my direct superior for several months in my past life, but there was a problem. His territory, that is, the space around him, was far too crowded. What's going on with the deal flow? There have been a lot of IPOs lately. Do you think this trend will continue? Isn't there a chance this is a bubble? Everyone's after something. The healthcare division had been handling an unusually high volume of deals lately. High volume meant good performance, and good performance led to promotions. In other words, it was a popular division. Like me, there were others here trying to transfer, all competing to catch Brent's eye. As a result, finding the right moment to speak was no easy task. This isn't a temporary bubble that will burst quickly. The structure of supply and demand here is fundamentally different. The desire to live longer isn't going anywhere, right? And just because treatments are expensive, are people going to stop seeking them? Oh, that makes sense. Since the nature of demand is different, the nature of competition is different too. As Brent proudly showed off his wisdom and insight, the recruits were busy reacting with enthusiasm. And me, I stayed silent without saying a word. There's no need to be a reaction bot. Even in a competitive environment, flattery requires distinction. I crouched quietly, waiting for my chance. Tech only had its growth phase after the foundational technology, the internet, was established, right? It's the same here. Genetic mapping and genetic engineering have laid the foundation, and now it's taking off. Now's the time. Did you handle the Audio's IPO in June 2, Senior? What? How did you know that? How do you think? I looked it up. During coffee time, I searched for every biotech IPO that Goldrin successfully led this year. I was planning to throw out one name at a time to check, and I was lucky enough to hit the mark on the first try. Isn't that the deal that benefited the most from the genetic mapping you were just talking about? And considering the recent hype around CRISPR technology, it's a company with great growth potential. I can't believe you were behind it. Tailored flattery works best. The more specific, the better, and it's ideal to highlight their actual achievements. How do you know all this? I'm a med school graduate, so I've always been interested in this field. Oh, med school. Flattery from someone with expertise like a med student is better than flattery from a clueless lackey. What's your name again? Sean. Right, Sean. Success in making my name known, but I can't stop here. I glanced at the band on his wrist. Did you hurt yourself? Oh, this. I overdid it with my wrist. Brent made a wide swing with his right hand, clearly a tennis forehand motion. Is there a tennis club near the office? Oh, do you play tennis? I used to. Haven't played in a few years since med school kept me so busy. Tennis isn't a solo sport. If I'm around, he can drag me out to play when he's free. Now a glimmer of greed was starting to appear in Brent's eyes. Sean, which department are you in? Emerging markets. Given the situation, I'm working flexibly for the time being. Then you could help with our department's work, right? Call me anytime and I'll be there. By now, the other recruits were eyeing me with suspicion. They probably thought I was being chosen. How naive. Look at Brent's expression. He's drunk on power. Power tastes best right before a decision is made. If left unchecked, he'd savor that power by dragging things out. How long will this take? 3 to 4 months. For someone with only 10 years left to live, 3 to 4 months is a long time. If I want Brent to take immediate action, I'll need to take a different route. There's a path faster and more certain than flattery. Which departments did you rotate through during your internship? Emerging markets, fixed assets, and infrastructure. Really, why didn't you come to our department? I would have snatched you up immediately. That's too bad. Brent's attention was entirely on me now. All the questions were personal, so the spectators had no chance to join the conversation. The flattery had only been groundwork for setting up this one-on-one situation. Now the real game begins. Honestly, I'm confident I'd do well in the healthcare department. I didn't go through med school for nothing. 80 of the companies I've kept an eye on have always made deals. 80? That's ridiculous. Brent chuckled at my remark. Medical knowledge alone isn't enough. All that can be filtered with expertise is the product. What's more important than the product is the market flow, each industry's position, and the buyer's psychology. He spoke in a lecturing tone, just as expected. Of course, you're right, Senior. But the biotech industry is a bit unique, isn't it? There's heavy government regulation in this field. So, as you said, the market flow and buyer psychology are important, but at the final stage, the FDA steps in. Since it's judged purely by medical criteria at that last hurdle, professional knowledge seems to play a bigger role here than in other fields. My argument was simple. As a med student, I might be able to do a little better. I kept my expression as sincere as possible and spoke politely, but the air around us had turned cold. Overconfidence can make people uncomfortable. Still, knowledge can't beat experience. Even if you bring in a doctor, it's the same, of course. I was merely suggesting that my background might provide a bit more help. At some point, Brent's expression had become stiff. My fellow recruits had question marks floating over their heads. They were probably thinking, so you're saying you're better because you went to med school, huh? Where's your tact? You should be trying to impress him. No one had realized why I was doing this. Well, that's understandable. They don't yet understand human nature. But I'll bet you this is the fastest and surest way to transfer departments. When do people move the fastest, do you think? When they're trying to help a promising junior? Not a chance. It's when they're punishing an arrogant fool. Meanwhile, Pierce was eavesdropping on the entire conversation between Ha Si-hyun and Brent. The more he listened, the more intrigued he became. Interesting. Every newcomer who tried to get into Brent's good graces chose the same method, groveling, because the easiest way to elevate someone is to lower yourself. But Ha Si-hyun was the exact opposite. By elevating himself, he was actually elevating Brent even more. I'm from med school, so I have a lot of interest in this field. Oh, med school. In reality, the power dynamic was flipped. Brent was delighted to be acknowledged by a med student. And that wasn't all. He's steering the conversation. Brent thought he was in control, but the actual driver of the conversation was Ha Si-hyun. After covering his name, background, department, and hobbies, Ha Si-hyun even said, "You could probably help us with our work too." Of course, that was an empty statement. There was no way Brent would actually take action. But not bad. For a newcomer, this level of performance was commendable, maybe above average. With such quick thinking and fast hands, he might prove useful. Is there one more? Just as he was asking the instructor for the next candidate, Ha Si Hyun, who had been nothing but courteous until now, changed his attitude. From my observation, about 80 of the companies I keep an eye on always have some news about deals. But the biopharma industry is a bit unique, isn't it? It seems that expertise plays a larger role here compared to other fields. Suddenly, he was acting out of arrogance, relying on his medical background, right in front of an industry veteran. Is this just youthful arrogance? It felt off to dismiss it that easily. This was the same rookie who had just expertly maneuvered the conversation, and despite his sudden boldness, he was still being unfailingly polite. This wasn't a personality flaw, but rather a statement coming from an over-reliance on his expertise. It was as if he were deliberately making this claim. His actions reeked of intention. Does he have something to gain from this? No. Wall Street is a macho environment. In most places in America, a senior colleague who embraces an arrogant newcomer might be seen positively, but on Wall Street, that would only make him look soft and weak, inviting ridicule. If Ha Si Hyun continued making such audacious remarks, Brent wouldn't just sit by. As Pierce's thoughts reached this point, his eyes widened. Could it be that was his aim? There was only one way for Brent to protect his reputation, to put that cocky kid in his place. He had to show the rookie the harsh realities of the field firsthand, and to do that, he'd have to bring him into his own department. If Ha Si Hyun wanted to move to the healthcare department, this was the fastest route. The real challenge would come next. He'd have to prove his skills under immense pressure. Even if he performed admirably, people might still say, is that all you've got after making such bold claims? This situation couldn't possibly turn out well unless displayed overwhelming talent. If he displays enough skill to be acknowledged even by those with a biased perspective, this situation could turn into a favorable opportunity. There's no way that will happen. Excuse me, it's nothing. I just had a ridiculous thought for a moment. As Pierce chuckled and shook his head, the instructor looked puzzled. Pierce had a tendency to get ahead of himself. He often saw moves that didn't even exist. There's no way someone like that exists. No matter how confident someone is in their abilities, that was too bold. No, bold wouldn't even begin to describe it. If that was truly a calculated move, that person was insane. There were plenty of insane people on Wall Street. The big shots at the top were all out of the ordinary madmen. He knew this because he had met them. The ones ruling from the top of Wall Street weren't there because of genius intellect. There was a bigger common denominator than knowledge, strategy, or experience. It was courage. Big players always took absurd actions without hesitation. This kind of courage couldn't be trained, it was a natural-born talent. Was this guy just an arrogant rookie? Or was he an out-of-the-box monster? There was no time left to ponder. If left alone, that guy would end up in the healthcare department. If Pierce wanted to snatch him, this was the moment. Should I steal him first and figure it out later? Excuse me. When the instructor turned his head, Pierce was already gone. I need to be taught a lesson. That's why I worked so hard to provoke and act arrogant, practically begging for someone to discipline me. And finally, that effort paid off. Brent, with a sour look on his face, said something like this: when you actually try it, you'll realize that theory and knowledge have their limits. Is that so? You'll see soon enough. This was an invitation to the department. Judging by his expression, he was ready to move immediately, perhaps even tomorrow. Well, it wasn't going to be that difficult. All Brent had to do was complain to his superiors about the lack of personnel and point out that there just happened to be a med school graduate without a department. He'll probably make my life miserable for a while, but that's only temporary. What's the most important thing on Wall Street? Money. If I rack up achievements and make a ton of money, Brent's superiors will start to like me. Then Brent will have no choice but to like me too. Remember, the most important thing for me is time. I need to transfer to a high-volume department as soon as possible, prove my abilities, meet clients, and gather future investors. I've already made this much progress, so who cares if Brent whines a bit? As I quietly celebrated my small victory, I see you're having an interesting conversation. A stranger's voice interrupted. I looked up to see a middle-aged man dressed in a t-shirt and jeans standing there. He looked absolutely out of place in casual clothes. Who the hell is this guy? While I and the other rookies were puzzled, Brent's reaction was different. He pulled himself together and took a respectful stance. Mr. Pierce, what are you doing here? Have we met before? Yes, during my internship, I helped with the Cyan Capital pitch. Oh, did you? You weren't one of the ones who ran away, were you? No, sir. I actually applied for the MA department, but you didn't call me. MA department. Judging by Brent's reaction, this man's rank was managing director. His name was Pierce. As I quickly went through my memories based on the clues, something came to mind. Could it be the Lick King? A few rumors came to mind. Some said he was the crazy guy who could revive dead deals or the monster who hunted corporate raiders. It seems those rumors were true, because by now a number of associates had already gathered around us. They rushed over when they heard Pierce's name. Why is Mr. Pierce here? Why am I not allowed to come to a place like this? It's not that, but this is a place mostly frequented by newcomers. I want to hear this too. Someone of his reputation should be hanging out in more upscale places, so why is he lurking around here? And on top of that, someone as high-ranking as him is paying attention to Brent. I happened to overhear, sitting nearby. You were having an interesting conversation. A sense of foreboding hit me. It was a rather intriguing topic. You were saying you could read the market through experience, while the rookie was saying theory and knowledge could do the same. Brent's face hardened. He too must have had the same bad feeling. And that feeling turned out to be right. How about a bet with me? A bet? What are you talking about? Rather than just debating, why not settle it with an actual challenge? Brent's face turned pale. There was nothing to gain from such a contest. Even if he won, there'd be no benefit, and if he lost, it would be humiliating. This rookie doesn't know anything. It's just ignorance speaking. Exactly. Isn't it interesting to compare the eyes of an ignorant rookie and a seasoned associate? Surely, you're not afraid of losing to a rookie. Of course not, but I'm busy with a big deal right now. As Brent hesitated, Pierce suddenly turned his head toward me. What about you? I definitely didn't want to participate. Why did I bother flattering and provoking him all this time? This wasn't just about beating Brent. I needed to go to the healthcare department to be taught a lesson and then suddenly emerge as a standout genius rookie. I've already laid out the groundwork, so there's no reason to gamble on this. The senior is right. I don't know anything yet. For someone who doesn't know anything, you seemed quite confident. Didn't you say you had an 80 success rate? Was that just bluster? I meant to say that I was curious to see if it was luck or skill. It could have just been luck. Great, I like testing luck too. This guy never intended to ask for our opinions in the first place. In this situation, I had to stick with Brent. Neither of us wanted to do this, so what could he do? Just hold out until he leaves. That's what I resolved to do. But then, thud, Pierce put his glass down on the table and pulled out his wallet. He took out a wad of cash and held it between his fingers. His gaze turned to the spectators around us. I'm putting 1,000 on the rookie winning. Damn, the associates' eyes changed. They had the eyes of hyenas that had found prey. Those who joined this bet would later brag about betting with Pierce as a kind of heroic tale. This was bad. Then I'm putting 50 on Brent. Come on, 50. That's petty. I'm putting 100 on Brent. Me too, 100. I trust Mr. Pierce's judgment and put 500 on the rookie. Hey, someone needs to keep track of the bets. Shouts erupted from all sides and bills waved through the air. I'll keep track. Who just bet on the rookie? Wow, traitor, you should back your fellow rookie. I trust Mr. Pierce's judgment, but I really don't have the time. Brent tried to protest, but his voice was drowned out by the excitement of the betting. And me, I just gave up and kept my mouth shut. This momentum couldn't be stopped by just one or two people. The bet had already become a foregone conclusion, so now I had to prepare for what came next. This isn't looking good. There's no benefit in setting myself up for a direct confrontation with Brent. If I lose this bet, there'd be no reason to recruit someone without the necessary skills into the department. If I win, that would mean Brent lost to a rookie. That wouldn't just be his personal embarrassment, it would disgrace the entire department. No way they'd bring in someone who embarrassed their lord. That would mean any chance of transferring to the healthcare department was gone. My 2 hours of effort would have gone to waste. Well, that's that. It stings, but dwelling on it now would just be a waste of time. I need to figure out why this happened. Why would someone as high-ranking as him randomly show up at a rookie's welcome event, and why would he come here specifically to ruin the pretty picture I've carefully painted? It's not like he has time to waste on things like this. What's he trying to gain from this? I tried to read Pierce's expression, but our eyes met. Avoiding it would have seemed strange, so I kept looking and Pierce smiled. From the greed in his eyes, I could tell. His target was me, but why exactly? My VP will contact you soon. Pierce stirred up a commotion and left, but the person trailing behind him looked familiar. It was the instructor from the training center, the same one who had been pleased with my Excel skills before. Could he have sold me out? Considering the circumstances, that's the only explanation. That instructor must have tipped Pierce off about the fast-handed Excel slave, and Pierce came here in person to claim the slave. No, that still doesn't make sense. Why would someone like an MD be so worked up over a low-level employee? Though I still had questions, I decided to let it go for now. I had other things to deal with at the moment. This kind of event makes work more exciting. Chris, you're in for it tomorrow. It's weird that Pierce showed up here. Why did he come? The senior employees were in a frenzy. But Sean, you got this, right? My $500 are riding on you. Hey, what's your relationship with Pierce? Brent had disappeared by now. Maybe that's why all eyes were now on me. I just met him today. Is he famous? He's a legend at Goldman. Didn't you hear about him when you were an intern? I knew of his reputation. What I needed were the details. The thing I was most curious about was Pierce's client list. If all his clients were big shots, then honestly, switching sides wouldn't be so bad. There's no need to stick to the same path. People who stubbornly refuse to adapt always crash and burn early. On Wall Street, the key is liquidity. When a new flow appears, you have to find new opportunities within it. Right now, what I need is information. I need to calculate the profit and risk based on that information and make a decision. Man, haven't you heard the story? When Pierce was VP, he co-managed a bond issuance with another bank, but the other bank got cold feet and backed out. A bank gave up the fees and withdrew. It's a Wall Street miracle. Anyway, Goldman handled it solo and raked in an extra $1 million in fees. That's what got Pierce promoted so quickly. Does that even make sense? His nickname is the Lick King, you know. No matter how hard you try, you can't shake him off. Isn't it because none of his deals ever die? Really, he's never failed a deal. Had a 100 success rate, though I heard that record broke during the financial crisis. Is that even possible? My VP said Pierce doesn't even rest for 5 minutes. They tried slipping him sleeping pills, but he was unfazed. I heard there are companies that have banned Pierce from entering. My question got drowned out. All I was hearing were exciting stories, and they were clearly exaggerated, too. Well, that's what you get with bar talk, but the efficiency in terms of time was abysmal. I needed a different source of information. Just as I was thinking this, I locked eyes with Liliana, who was sitting at the bar. Is she leaving? Liliana smiled at me and grabbed her bag. I wasn't going to gain anything by staying here either. Phew, I'll head out now. Why? Where are you going? Once outside, I hurriedly looked around. It had taken longer than I expected to shake off those clingy seniors. She hasn't left already, has she? Fortunately, Liliana was still nearby. She had stopped in the middle of the road and was rummaging through her handbag. It feels like she's waiting on purpose. Proof I was quite close now, yet she hadn't even glanced up. When someone senses movement at night, they instinctively feel on guard, don't they? From what I could see, Liliana was holding her keys in her right hand. If I ask her what she's looking for, she's probably going to show them to me, but I have no intention of playing along with that question. If she loses her balance, she'll get pulled in the direction I want. Liliana, are you just going to leave? You need to take responsibility. Huh. What do you mean by responsibility? You saw everything, didn't you? It looked like the instructor tipped him off. Liliana flinched at the word instructor and rolled her eyes. She must have already known. You know I'm aiming for the healthcare department, right? Things were going well, but you ruined everything. Why is that my fault? If you hadn't stopped me, I wouldn't have attended the class and none of this would have happened. That's right, take responsibility. You've got a share in this situation too. I didn't know things would turn out like this. Even without bad intentions, if you hit someone with a car, it's still an accident. What? I'm not asking for much, just give me the information on the car I hit. Pierce, why is he after me? Ah, geez. Liliana let out a laugh in disbelief, but there was no anger in her laugh. I too was smiling and speaking jokingly. Liliana stopped her incredulous laughter and spoke. Where do you live? Murray Hill. We're neighbors. Well, that's not particularly surprising. Murray Hill is known as the banker's dormitory, after all. Let's split the taxi fare. I can share what I know on the way. This is the woman who started talking about debts and loans from our very first meeting. If I had asked directly, she would have tried to settle accounts again, so I preemptively shifted the blame, and it worked better than I expected. Pierce has been recruiting talented employees since last year, but even I don't know why. At first, I thought it was due to performance pressure, but that doesn't seem to be it. She started spilling everything even before I asked any questions. Did you see the news? Goldman's been cutting staff across the board lately. There's a rumor they're reducing the number of MDs from 600 to 400, but Pierce has nothing to worry about. His performance is stellar. At this point, it seemed like she was itching to talk about it. There could be factors beyond performance, like internal politics. Could it be that? Actually, Pierce is from Merrill Lynch. Doesn't Goldman avoid recruiting outsiders? There are some exceptions. That shows how capable he is. Or maybe he has strong connections. Maybe he's managing some big clients. There's a rumor that he has ties to pension funds or university endowments. Do you think that's related? I'm getting some decent information, especially the last part. Not bad at all. Pension funds and university endowments are the big players. Securing a few of them could easily bring in $50 billion. If it's true, switching sides wouldn't be a bad idea. Well, there's no need to make a decision right now. I'm still lacking enough information. For now, let's leave it at that for today. The tall building in front of me was where I used to live 10 years ago. It's a pretty upscale residence. It's not a bad place for a young professional to live, but I can't help but feel my shoulders sag. My mansion in Greenwich, I miss my past life's home. The one with the private pool, tennis court, and home theater. That's not the only thing I miss. The watches I collected over the years, my supercar collection, the 460 million I had in my account. All the wealth I worked hard to accumulate and my past achievements have been wiped out, reset in an instant. How can I stay motivated? Hey, just getting in. As soon as I opened the door, I saw my roommate. Yes, I have a roommate. This building only has 3-bedroom apartments and I can't afford the rent on my own. This guy's name is Carver. He works at JP Morgan and will head off to Silicon Valley in a few years. My other roommate works at Deutsche Bank. Like I said, this neighborhood is a dorm for bankers. Midnight snack, I'm hungry. Carver put 2 pieces of toast on a plate, nodded his head, and went straight to his room. That's how we are. We met through a roommate listing and agreed to keep the living room and kitchen clean for a year. In short, we're total strangers, and somehow that makes things more comfortable. When I entered my room, only a frameless mattress and a desk greeted me. Once again, I missed my past life. My 10-20 thread count Egyptian cotton sheets, I forced myself to feel motivated as I approached the desk. Just as I remembered there was a printer, I hurriedly pulled out my laptop, sat down at the desk, and immediately started searching. Clinical Trials Gov. It's a website that collects information on ongoing clinical trials. What am I doing? Obviously, I'm checking for any golden opportunities. The reason I succeeded in my past life was because I had a knack for identifying drugs that would get FDA approval. If my opportunities have disappeared because of the reset, I swear I'm going to cry. VRRR. VRRR. I neatly organized the papers that the laser printer spit out, stapled them, and laid them out on the desk. There's a rule with my opportunities: they only work if I maintain an exact 8,020 ratio. So based on my memory, I adjusted the ratio and turned off the switch. Please let it have saved. I closed my eyes, half in fear, half in anticipation, and opened them again. 1,159. The cheap digital clock I bought at Walmart was showing the current time on the desk, and right in front of that clock 2 documents were glowing green. That means my opportunity is still intact. Phew. I still have the ability to pick the winning horse. I was about to give up and start planning for round 3, but thankfully I don't have to go that far. But just then, 0. The digits on the digital clock changed, and something strange appeared in my vision. Time of death, March 11, 2023. Remaining time, 3,468 days. Survival rate, 0. What the hell is this now? Meanwhile, the newcomers attending the welcome party were celebrating the absence of Ha Si-hyun. All the senior employees' attention had been focused on Ha Si-hyun until now. He's finally gone. Let's try talking to the seniors. Each newcomer approached the seniors with their own Golsto score points with seniors from the same department to build connections in the department they hoped to transfer to get some work-life advice. But the conversation didn't go the way they wanted. What was the hardest part of your first year? Oh, newcomer, do you know anything about that guy, Sean? No, we're not that close. Still, there's got to be something, right? There's no way Pierce would single out someone ordinary. He did finish the final exam the fastest. Come on, that can't be the only reason. Does he have an unusual background? Maybe he's the son of an Asian conglomerate. He seems to live quite modestly. No matter what question was asked, it always came back to Ha Si-hyun. After repeated failed attempts, the newcomers gave up on networking and sat in a circle grumbling. Lucky him, they can't even remember our names. Lucky guy, so isn't he already starting ahead of us? Is he really just lucky? The last person to speak was one of the seniors. What do you guys think the outcome of this bet will be? Well, obviously. Yeah, he's going to lose. What's so great about losing in front of everyone? Most of the newcomers nodded, but one hesitated, then cautiously asked a follow-up question. But what if by some chance he wins? Wouldn't that be an incredible opportunity? The senior burst out laughing. The newcomer's speech quickened in response. Of course, it's unlikely, but he did say he's confident, and as a med student, maybe he sees things we don't. Well, in an ideal world, sure, but reality is different. The senior gestured for the newcomer to move aside, then sat in the center of the sofa, full of swagger. Science, theory, numbers, yeah, they're all important. But at the end of the day, it's people who run companies. All the newcomers perked up their ears. It was time to learn from the insights of someone with experience. People aren't rational. When you work, you'll see a lot of CEOs making bizarre demands. Companies are supposed to chase profit, but sometimes they don't. So that's why it's not like the textbooks. Exactly. Brent's been in the field for 2 years, so he understands the fickle needs of clients. But the newcomer is relying solely on scientific data. The senior declared firmly. The newcomer doesn't stand a chance. He made a valid point if Ha Si-hyun were just an ordinary newcomer. Of course, this senior had no idea that Ha Si-hyun had been in the industry for 10 years before coming back. Top of that, it won't be easy for him to perform well. Imagine having 2,000 bosses watching your every move. Would your brain function properly? 2,000 people. The newcomers tilted their heads again. There were only about 50 seniors in the lounge at the moment. No, it'll be more than that. By tomorrow, all of Goldman will probably be watching that newcomer. That was a bit of an exaggeration. Reading the disbelief on the newcomers' faces, the senior pulled out his wallet. Don't believe me. Wanna bet $500 says that by tomorrow, all of Goldman will be talking about Sean. The next day, as predicted by the senior, Goldman was ablaze with rumors about Ha Si-hyun. The source of the rumors was the trading floor. Traders arrive earlier than anyone. Lately, due to the unfavorable atmosphere, it had become common to arrive by 4:30 a.m., but even past 5 a.m., one person hadn't shown up. That guy's been fired, I tell you. His PL has been tanking for days. Phew, what are we going to do about our teddy bear? PL profits and losses refers to one's earnings and losses. A trader's performance is revealed in exact numbers the moment the day closes, and the teddy bear, who is absent, had been performing poorly. He's not gonna keep this cushion, is he? His headset was kinda different, though. While impatient colleagues were dividing the spoils, Teddy Bear walked in, frowning. Fuck, I'm not dead yet. The colleagues quickly put the loot back down, and Teddy sat at his desk, pressing his temples. The smell of alcohol lingered around him. What the hell did you drink? That idiot went there, didn't he? The welcome party. He really went there, that place. Goldman encouraged all employees to attend the welcome party, but there was no way traders who worked early in the morning would attend. There was only one reason Teddy went. His PL was disastrous. See, I told you to manage it better. It's all about mental strength. You can't just stay down after falling once. But to actually go there, tusk, the room filled with sneers, but Teddy remained unfazed. Instead, he wore a confident expression, stretching his neck as he spoke in a languid voice. It's not that yesterday Pierce showed up. Pierce, no way. Don't tell me the Lick King. Using a famous person to boost one's own status is an ancient tradition in human society. Why would Pierce go there? Did he get scammed or something? I'm betting hallucination. What kind of drugs was he on? I don't know. Today I need to perform well. I might have to offer 500 to Pierce. What did you make a bet? The trader's eyes lit up. Betting is a trader's favorite sport. However, betting every day inevitably depletes the topics. The last bet that excited them was during Ramadan. They had needed fresh ideas like, how many push-ups can the starving Muslim analyst do? I should have gone. Pierce, really? How could I miss this? Is it too late to join now? Too late. It's already closed. But they weren't the type to give up easily. This is Wall Street after all. Then I bet 100 that Teddy loses everything. I'm in for 200 that not only does he lose money, but Pierce won't even remember his name. I'll bet 300 that even if he wins, Pierce won't remember him. Even if they weren't directly involved, there were plenty of ways to bet. They could collateralize existing bets, in other words, derivative bets. In the midst of the commotion, what's all the fuss about? Their boss walked in. He's a VP, nicknamed the Senator. Well, you see, Teddy here. Upon hearing the rumor, the Senator immediately opened his wallet. I'm in. 1,000. Oh, that's our Senator, the same amount as Pierce. The Senator had also been struggling with poor performance lately and feared the chopping block. The problem was that the traders had sensed it and were subtly ignoring him. If he presented the same amount as Pierce, he could ride on his coattails. All right, I'm off. The Senator walked away with satisfaction. Every Monday morning, there was an interdepartmental meeting. At these meetings, the Senator showed that he was still standing strong. Well, you see, Pierce. And so the rumor spread beyond the trading floor and reached other departments. The ones most sensitive to it were the MDs, who held the same rank as Pierce. Does that rookie have something? A top-performing rival had bet $1,000. Perhaps the rookie had some unusual skills or connections. Hold on, I've got something urgent. One MD left the meeting and headed straight to his department. That guy who went to the welcome party yesterday, the Asian one, what department is he from? I'm not sure about the department, but he's from the emerging markets department. A quick-thinking junior responded, and the MD immediately contacted HR, requesting staffing for the Asian rookie from emerging markets. It wasn't a request, it was a notice. Understood. Where am I in line? 5th. It's closing now. Even when working rookies hard, there are limits. There are only 24 hours in a day. There's only so much one person can handle. This MD barely made the cut. Are you calling that Asian kid to our department? We'll see, then why? We'll know once we push him hard enough. No one knew why Pierce was interested in the rookie, but if they worked him directly, they'd find out soon enough. If he turned out to be useful, they could snatch him away. If he wasn't much, there was still value in the situation. If Pierce really wanted that rookie, they could extract something in return for not poaching him. Either way, there's no loss. The MD hummed a tune as he walked away. Meanwhile, the person who had just sent that email was sweating. It was Liliana, who was in charge of Ha Si Hyun. Liliana, is it ready yet? I'm sorry. Please go ahead without me for today. Until the department transfer was complete, she had to manage Ha Si Hyun's schedule, but with the flood of requests since morning, she hadn't had a moment to breathe. Sorry, but Ha Si Hyun is no longer available for staffing. As she typed, she could hear the voices of her seniors behind her. This is a bit much, isn't it? How many departments are looking for him? Has this ever happened before? No way. Most departments don't even remember the names of their rookies. Rookies are usually invisible, but at this moment, every MD in the company was searching for a single rookie. It was the first time in Goldman's history. Today is my first day at work. Though 8 a.m. would be early enough, I came out at dawn and have been hanging around the office. I thought a change of environment might help, but my mind is still unsettled. Of course, it's because of the translucent screen I saw yesterday. Date of death, March 11, 2023. Remaining time, 3,468 days. Survival rate, 0. I was surprised, but oddly enough, I accepted it pretty easily. After all, if time could be reversed, why couldn't a hologram screen pop up? What matters more than its realism is checking its functionality. The hologram screen couldn't be touched. Thinking it might respond to voice commands, I tried shouting various keywords, but there was no reaction. No matter what I did, nothing changed. I thought there would be something though, but nope, there really wasn't anything. The translucent screen disappeared a minute after it appeared. It feels like it shows up every day. So what's the conclusion? I receive a death notice every midnight, and that's it. Sigh. I sighed deeply and opened Google, wondering if there might be someone who had experienced something similar. I spent the whole night searching, but so far there was no useful information. However, this time something quite interesting popped up. Are you aware of the death clock? I scrolled down the page. Remember the fact that you will die soon. It is the most useful tool for helping with difficult decisions. Death is the most effective catalyst for change. This is a key to success, as shared directly by Steve Jobs. Death is not something to be feared. Rather, it is an opportunity to turn crisis into. Website was listing the benefits of the death clock. You can prioritize quickly, become more decisive, use time meaningfully, and take action without delay, and so on. At the end, there was a link to download an app. Well, I already have this feature built in, don't I? Moreover, my clock shows a survival rate. It's 0 for now, but once a cure is developed, it should go up. While I was trying hard to stay positive, Sean, my Vietnamese friend Phuong, arrived. Why does your face look like that? Didn't you sleep? How could I sleep with an expiration date right in front of me? Phuong didn't bother waiting for my response. Instead, like a meerkat, she restlessly glanced around. Is no one here? Just take a seat. And how would I know which seat to take? The one with the envelope. There was an envelope with a corporate card inside at each seat. I used that as a clue to guide Phuong to her seat, but she started looking around like a meerkat again. We're not getting laid off again, are we? Rookies should be fine. And how would you know that? If they were going to fire us, they'd do it all at once. Why bother splitting it up? My words didn't seem to calm Phuong down. Then why is no one here? The emerging markets department was empty. There was a major conference, so everyone was away on business trips. Originally, there should have been a senior handling the new hires, but they had been abruptly fired. The public execution wasn't limited to just rookies. At this time, Goldman was mercilessly cutting the bottom 10 from all departments. Well, there's no need to mention that. It gets unnecessarily complicated when people ask for your sources. Phuong would find out in a few days anyway. Isn't it nice that no one's here? It's free time. I contacted the IT department to check if my account had been set up and immediately logged into various terminals. Bloomberg, FactSet, SP Capital IQ, and so on. These are services that provide high-quality news and data. What are you doing? Researching data. I can't afford to waste time. I need to gather necessary materials while things are quiet. Clickety-clack. I was engrossed in work for a while when ding. The company provided BlackBerry buzzed. Yes, I had a BlackBerry. Even in 2013, when BlackBerry was famously failing, the finance industry clung to the ugly device until the very end. Staffing, Retail Group MA. An email had arrived. Staffing refers to being assigned to a project. It meant I had been assigned to an MA project for the retail group. Staffing? Yeah, lucky you. The envy in Phuong's voice soon shifted to anxiety. Wait, does that mean people without staffing will be fired? No, it doesn't. Then why haven't I gotten anything yet? It's Monday, right? They're probably in the weekly meeting. True, you might have to wait a few days. It's rare to get staffed on the first day. Usually it takes a day or two. In my previous life, I didn't get my first project assignment until 3 days later. But this time, it's on the first day. There's only one reason that comes to mind. Pierce's bet. Maybe Pierce mentioned me to his friend, and out of curiosity, that friend requested me. But even so, something feels off. I rested my chin on my hand, lost in thought when ding, 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 ding. The notifications went off one after another. All of them were from my phone. More staffing. Yeah, doing well, huh? Phuong's voice had turned icy, and I instinctively turned my head. In that moment, I flinched. Where did that meerkat from earlier go? Her smirk lifted on one side, and her eyes were sharp and cold. Phuong had gone dark. That's how things are around here. The moment one person moves ahead, everyone bares their teeth and aims for that person's back. Good for you, right? I ignored Phuong's sarcasm and checked my emails. And for a moment, I almost cursed. Here's what the emails said. Staffing, Industrial Group MA. Staffing, Tech Media, Telecom Group MA. Staffing, Infrastructure Group, Pitching. Staffing, MA Group, Pitching. This meant I had been assigned to 5 projects simultaneously. It was like they had decided to grind me into dust. No, a rookie can't handle this workload to begin with. Yeah, this is impossible. New hires are usually assigned to a maximum of 2 projects. This clearly had Pierce's influence behind it. A smirk crept onto my face. Now I could see what was going on. I thought I was getting caught up in something annoying. This bet might actually be an incredible opportunity. If I use it wisely, I could dramatically shorten my timeline. But I need to be careful not to make any rash decisions. I need to confirm whether my guess is correct. Mr. Ha Si Hyun, a familiar voice called out. It was Liliana. I was planning to go see her anyway, so she saved me the trouble. Let's find out. Is this really the opportunity I think it is? Liliana smiled sweetly and handed me a post-it note. Since it's your first day, I figured you might not know where your department is yet. I came to let you know. 5 tasks. I need to talk with Mr. Ha Si Hyun for a moment. Would you mind stepping out for a bit? Oh yes, yes. Fuong, who had peeked at the post-it note, scrunched up her face in displeasure, but with one smile from Liliana, her expression softened, and she turned into a bashful meerkat. Wall Street jungle or not, a beautiful woman's smile can disarm anyone. Phew. Liliana took me to a secluded spot and sighed for a while. It seemed hard for her to start the conversation, so I spoke first. Is it common to have 5 staffing tasks on your first day? No, it's a very unusual situation. I thought so. This has never happened before. Requests have been pouring in since this morning, and I've already sent over 30 rejection emails. Are they all MD requests? Liliana's eyes widened in surprise. That was enough of an answer. How did you know? They said HR manages my schedule. It's Monday. What? Every Monday, all departments have a weekly meeting. Most of the meetings start at 9 a.m. and end around 10 a.m. The staffing tasks were completed before 10. That means HR coordinated my schedule during the meeting time, and there's only one position capable of doing that. Someone who can issue a directive to secure the new recruit even during a meeting. The highest-ranking MD in the department. So I ended up with a schedule that pushes me to my limits, right? It's hard to refuse an MD's request. Well, I'm not complaining, I would have done the same. You're very quick with calculations. Anyone could deduce this much. In fact, there's something else one can deduce from this situation. The MDs looking for me now are all Pierce's rivals. How do I know that? Because humans don't prioritize meetings for the sake of friendship. This speed indicates competition, no doubt. Is that all you wanted to say? I have a meeting soon. Having confirmed everything, I started heading back, but Mr. Ha Si Hyun, Liliana with a determined expression stopped me. How about we cancel this bet? What is she talking about now? Why don't you seriously talk to Mr. Pierce about it? Oh, come on. If I annoy him, I'll be the one who suffers. You don't get it, Mr. Ha Si Hyun. This bet, it's not good for you at all. For whom? Yeah, you must find it bothersome. You're stuck in the middle, trying to manage everything. Liliana surprisingly admitted it quickly. Yes, that's true. It's hard for me. Getting pushed around by MDs every day means I can't get my work done. But it's really not good for you either, Mr. Ha Si Hyun. Then she continued with her persuasion. This morning, a healthcare MD called me and was furious. At this rate, Mr. Ha Si Hyun, you may never get to your desired department. Let's be honest, the attention you're getting right now isn't purely because of your skills, right? If expectations rise too high, you'll inevitably disappoint. They see this as mere entertainment, and to them, you're just a racehorse. Everyone's betting on your failure, Mr. Ha Si Hyun. You don't want to be humiliated, do you? It's kind of cute that she's trying to threaten me as a senior in Wall Street. I have no intention of canceling the bet. Why not? If I'm the racehorse, then the racetrack is already filled with excited spectators. They've even placed their bets. If the race is canceled at this point and the reason is the horse, right, I'd be the boring guy who ruined the fun. Backing out of the bet now would be the worst possible choice. Since it's already started, I need to see it through to the end, whatever that end may be. Phew, okay. Liliana slumped her shoulders and let out a long, exasperated sigh. I suddenly felt a little guilty. Cheer up. I offered genuine encouragement, but Liliana narrowed her eyes at me and lifted her head. What's your angle? My angle. Then why are you smiling? It's just a hollow laugh. I was just thinking about how hard I'll be worked going forward. Don't look at me like that. I'm just a poor analyst caught up in all this chaos. All right, I really should go now. I have a meeting. Saying I had a meeting was a lie. I still had 30 minutes left. I just needed some time to review my strategy. I don't feel like going back to the department. For some reason, I had a feeling Liliana would come back and try to persuade me again. So I went to the 14th floor, where the meeting was, and killed some time in the restroom. Looking at my face in the mirror, I could see why Liliana was glaring at me like that. The corners of my mouth were up, making me look like someone with ulterior motives. But ulterior motives, that's going too far. I didn't set up this situation. I just found something useful in it. I opened my notepad. Establish a hedge fund of at least 10 billion within 2 years. Status of investor recruitment. Current MDs paying attention to me, 30 plus. This is why I smiled. A typical new hire gets assigned to one department and might meet 3 or 4 MDs at most, but I'm on dynamic assignment. If I play this right, I could make an impression on dozens, even hundreds of MDs. Not that I'm trying to impress them for the sake of climbing the corporate ladder. MDs frequently meet with clients. Their clients are CEOs, executives, institutional investors, billionaires, politicians, etc. If an amazing story comes out of this bet, what then? I could spread my reputation among the elite through the MDs. Some of the wealthy might take an interest in me as a potential future investment. It won't be easy. It's unlikely that MDs would gossip about me in front of their high-profile clients. The bet with Pierce is just a small spark, a spark that'll flicker for a while and then disappear in the confines of Goldman. But what if I artificially nurture that spark? What if I keep feeding it logs and even pour oil on it to turn it into a blazing fire? The odds are slim, but it's not impossible. I need to create a rumor that spreads beyond Goldman, reaching Wall Street and the elite. Improvements. Main character, I can't be overshadowed by Pierce. I need to make sure I'm the focus. Story attention, it has to be intriguing enough to catch the interest of people outside Goldman. Increase the scale, add dramatic elements, sprinkle in some flair, etc. Continuity. Make sure the story stays alive and keeps getting talked about, even as time passes, as I carefully planned out each step. Beep, beep, beep. My alarm went off. It was time for the first meeting. My first assignment was with the industrial group. This department deals with large-scale industries like aviation, security, automobiles, construction, capital goods, chemicals, and transportation. I arrived at the main conference room 15 minutes early, as stated in the email. What's this? There were more than 10 people inside. A staffing meeting usually has only 4 attendees: MD, VP, associate, and analyst. If a new hire joins, they might add another analyst, but that's the max 5 people. Did I come to the wrong place? I started backing out, double-checking the room number, when a young man inside pointed at me and shouted, "Oh, there he is. You're that Asian guy, right? Welcome party. Come in, so I'm in the right place." It looks like the seniors who missed the welcome party were waiting to meet me. They swarmed me like a pack of zombies and quickly surrounded me. So why did Pierce pick you? You met him last year, right? What was your internship rotation? Do your families know each other? Everyone's attention was focused on Pierce. Shall I try to change that first? The main character of this rumor is me, and I have to be the exceptional new hire Ha Si-hyun, discovered by Pierce, not just some Asian or newbie caught up with Pierce. I'm meeting Mr. Pierce for the first time. It's probably because of something I said. Hey, quiet. What did you say? I said that 80 of the biotech stocks I picked tend to have good news. PFFT, 80 success rate. Well, I did go to med school. I think there are patterns only I can see. Yeah, rookies are always confident at first. As expected, they don't believe me. Well, that's only natural. If every med school graduate were a biotech stock oracle, what doctor would stay in a hospital? So are you trying to compete with Brent? Oh boy, you're in for a rough initiation. It's too late to back out now. What are you going to do? Everyone is certain of Brent's victory. That's fine by me. Isn't there a chance I might win? You don't know this yet, but the actual field is much tougher. Reality is different from your ideals. Then why don't we bet on it? What, a bet? Seriously. The tone of the seniors' gaze has changed. Of course, Wall Street folks love a good bet. I didn't get to participate in yesterday's bet. I feel like I'll try harder if my own money is on the line. Haha, this guy's confident, isn't he? Of course, the whole of Goldman is watching. You've got to have at least that level of resolve. All right, I'll put 200 on Brent, 400 on Brent for me, 500 on Brent. In no time, 10 seniors had placed their bets. Every single one of them picked Brent. With the scales tipped so much, they started bickering among themselves. Hey, someone has to bet on the rookie too. Otherwise, there's nothing to gain. At least we'll cover coffee money. Looks like even that might not happen. Wait a minute, the rookie hasn't said how much he's betting, has he? True, how much? At that moment, all eyes turned to me. I waited for the noise to settle, then spread my fingers wide. $5,000. A brief silence fell. While everyone had question marks over their heads, one senior barely managed to speak. Are you serious? Yes, I am, but let's make the payment due on payday since I'm betting my first paycheck. As expected, this works well. What's the most important thing in a bet? Money. The higher the stakes, the greater the prestige. If a mere rookie bets 5 times the amount Pierce did, I'll seem pretty impressive, right? But I'm not stopping here. I need to spread the rumor even more. Really? Yes, I'm serious. I have to be prepared at this level. But still, that's quite a hefty amount for a newbie. It's fine, it's not like it's my life savings, just 1 month's salary. If I lose, I'll consider it a learning fee. Some seniors began to try and dissuade me. Throwing in a few bills is one thing, but betting an entire month's salary is another level of risk. Of course, they're not really worried about me. They're afraid of what comes next. This is what makes it exciting. When I flashed a provocative smile, the seniors' pupils wavered even more. I could read emotions like, "No way" and "Please don't" in their eyes. Smiling sweetly, I finally uttered the words they feared most. Are you seniors sticking with your current bets? A rookie is betting his salary, and you're just going to sit there as seniors. You've got to bet your salaries too. When it comes to rumors, the outcome isn't the only thing that matters. Let's assume I won this bet. I was sure the new hire would lose, but they ended up winning. Quite an impressive newbie. But isn't that story a bit too bland? For a rumor to spread properly, you need to sprinkle some extra seasoning. Let's add a few lines. For example, the entire department placed their salaries on the line, betting that the new hire would lose. The pot grew to a whopping 100,000. I was sure the new hire would lose, but they ended up winning. Quite an impressive newbie. $100,000 is roughly 100 million won in Korean currency. A bet with that kind of stakes. Everyone was sure it was impossible to win and wagered all that money, but what if the newbie actually won? Don't you feel a little itch to talk about it? Well, that's exactly what I'm aiming for. The seniors are hesitant to bring it up. I thought at least one of them would match the bet with their own salary, and that the others would get swept up in the excitement. Did I miscalculate? Well, from my perspective, losing 470 million in one day means a month's salary is nothing, but for the average person, it might be a different story. It's not the kind of money you throw around just for fun. I was thinking about pressing the matter a bit more when. Take your seats, please. 3 new people entered the meeting room, 2 men in their 40s and 1 woman in her 20s, an MD, a VP, and an unknown woman. The seniors quickly scattered and sat down in the chairs along the wall. I was about to head that way too when one of the seniors at the table gestured to me. You sit here. There were 5 people seated at the table. That meant we were the project participants, and everyone else was just an audience. And that audience wasn't looking at me, they were focused on someone else specifically, the blonde, green-eyed beauty who just walked in last. So that's who they've all come to see. It made sense. Her appearance was almost inhuman. She was easily one of the top 3 women I've ever seen in my entire life, past or present. Why don't the 2 new hires introduce themselves? Just your name, school, and hometown. With a nod from the MD, the woman stood up first. Rachel Mosley. I majored in economics at Harvard and I'm from Greenwich. Greenwich happens to be the neighborhood where I used to live in a previous life. It's also one of the wealthiest areas in the US, no wonder she smells like money. Just as I was deciding I should befriend her, the MD did something unexpected. Rachel is my neighbor as well. How's your father? He's doing well. You're not commuting from your family's house, are you? No, I have my own place in New York. The MD was flaunting his personal connection with her through casual conversation. I had a feeling he'd gathered the spectators just for this moment. He doesn't act this way with just anyone, so the answer became clear. Old money, huh? This woman likely comes from a family that's inherited wealth and status for generations. In medieval terms, the MD would be a noble knight and she would be royalty. I could feel tension building in my body. I have to secure this one, no matter what. For an aspiring fund manager like me, she's a client I absolutely cannot miss. People like that, the truly wealthy, are fundamentally different. In fact, it's not easy for ordinary people to even meet someone like them. They're raised in a world of their own. From nursery school, they attend private institutions referred to as Baby Ivy League, which cost over $50,000 a year. After that, they go on to the most elite private elementary, middle, and high schools, and then private universities. Along the way, they marry someone they met during that process or through connections. What does that mean? Not only are their parents and relatives wealthy, but so are all their friends from nursery school, elementary school, high school, and university. All of their networks consist of the wealthiest people. That's why the MD is putting in so much effort. If you reel in just one of these clients, you'll end up connected to a whole chain of wealthy individuals. Next. Before I knew it, the private conversation was over, and it was my turn. Time to introduce myself in front of Princess Rachel. Focus. Ha-si Hyun. You can call me Sean. I graduated from Johns Hopkins Medical School. Where's your hometown? Strictly speaking, it's Seoul, but that could work against me. Most of the top-tier wealthy tend to be ultra-conservative, so there's no benefit in highlighting the fact that I'm a foreigner. I've moved around so much that I don't really have a place I call home. If I had to say, I was in Palo Alto before moving to Alberta. Palo Alto, Silicon Valley. Yes, my father ran a startup. It's not a lie, but I don't want them digging too deep. Better to keep it vague with a hint of mystery. He passed away. Even in Wall Street, people don't pry when it comes to deceased parents. As expected, the MD cleared his throat lightly and moved on to the next topic. I spoke with Colton's CEO, and they finally opened the kimono. The margins are garbage, and the stock price has been stagnant for 2 quarters, so they need new capital. The meeting officially began. This was where they shared the basic information about the project, but the MD and VP were so excited they just kept talking back and forth. They seemed concerned about the market's dovish trends. They want to avoid being the only ones over the skis. We definitely need to go live this quarter. If we delay, the next window won't be until at least next year. That's what we need to prevent. Let's include the market update in the ECM, make sure the consolidation page is clean, and push the footnotes to the limit. Update the accretion dilution based on the SOTP and FMC. Not that I can't keep up, I thought, glancing sideways at Rachel. She looked stiff, completely lost. Right, this is your first time hearing Wall Street talk, isn't it? Wall Street has its own language. Dove is derived from the well-known bull-bear analogy, where dove signifies a weak market. Over the skis means getting involved too soon. There are countless other idioms and abbreviations thrown around casually. Toward the end of the meeting, the MD smiled slyly at Rachel. Rachel, would you like to summarize what we just discussed? This was a classic way to tease new hires. It was a habitual joke, but Rachel was so visibly flustered that the MD quickly realized his mistake and turned to me. Then Sean, it felt like he was throwing me under the bus, but still, this was a chance. The client believes the market will definitely rebound but isn't confident in the timing. Therefore, the market update page should highlight that the momentum to exit the bear market is already here, and the footnotes should clearly cite the sources. You mentioned referencing the previous FMC, but I haven't seen that file yet, so I'll need to review it before I can comment further. The MD's eyes widened slightly. I hadn't just parroted back the conversation, I'd interpreted it in my own words. Is this your first time working in investment banking? Yes, impressive. He seemed pleased. It wasn't anything extraordinary, anyone could do this after a few months on the job, but people tend to be impressed when a rookie does something that seems routine, like how a 5-year-old reciting multiplication tables is seen as a prodigy. I could probably ace any further tests and move from being seen as talented to being called a genius, but this project will be called Kimono. The draft should be ready by tomorrow. Unfortunately, the MD wrapped up the meeting quickly. Before leaving, he smiled kindly at Rachel and said, "We've got back-to-back meetings this week. I probably won't be back until Wednesday, but don't hesitate to reach out if anything comes up. Ah yes, even if it's something small, feel free to consult me. Think of me as a friend of your father. This might be tricky." The MD was going to be out of the office for a few days. The person who should witness firsthand how amazing I am and spread the word to the wealthy would be absent. But there's no need to be disappointed just yet. The princess, who even the MD bows to, is still in the room. If rumors are going to spread, it's better to have her do it anyway. Until Wednesday, my focus is on Princess Rachel. After the meeting ended, I approached the seniors who were sitting along the wall. Shall we continue our conversation from earlier conversation? Of course, I was talking about the bet. You guys should bet your salaries too. Let's add some fuel to the fire. I had hoped that maybe they didn't bring it up earlier because they were caught off guard, but let's leave personal stuff for after work. Hey Ty, we need to guide the new hires. They clearly had no intention of participating. At this point, it might be more effective to just recruit voluntary participants rather than pushing too hard. So I adjusted my plan and decided to focus on the princess for now. Rachel, you know where to sit, right? Sean, you take this seat for now. A senior assigned to the same project led Rachel and me to our seats and distributed tasks. Sean, while you're doing the markup, review the FMC template. Rachel, compile the PIB and contact BIS to gather global data. Also, get the growth rates for silica and high-pressure plywood. What? Rachel seemed flustered, so I quickly jumped in to help. Public information book and business information services, right? They're in the contact list. Right, you're sharp. Rachel said nothing in response. She could have at least thanked me. Is she the proud type, or maybe she's just cautious? She seemed uncomfortable earlier when the MD was flaunting their connection. With the ultra-rich, you have to approach carefully. They're acutely aware of the value of their networks. If her guard is up this high, there's only one approach that will work. Rachel has to come to me first. Whether it's starting a conversation or developing a relationship beyond just coworkers, it all has to be initiated by her. Therefore, I decided to ignore her for the time being and focus on work. The current project is an M.A. Colton wants to acquire acetron and asked us to evaluate whether it's worth the buy. The product lines include silica, high-performance plastics, and high-pressure plywood. Since they asked us to reference past projects, that's where I'll start. Click, click, click. As I was scanning through the files stored on the server, I heard a senior's voice behind me. What do you see from looking at it like that? This is another chancy opportunity to show off my skills to the princess. The peer group comparison is unusual. I think they want us to include finished products in the market analysis, not just raw materials. For example, instead of only analyzing the silica market, we should highlight the growth potential of solar panels made using silica. Are you really a newbie? The senior looked genuinely surprised, but this is not the time to be smug. This is something anyone can do. No, it's not. Even with a sharp mind, this is hard to teach. Explaining it to others is the toughest part. Great, keep going. Make sure our princess hears every word. I glanced expectantly at the senior, but when our eyes met, he quickly looked down. Well, keep it up. No personal talk while working. He ran off, probably worried I'd bring up the bet again. Anyone watching might think I'm robbing people of their salaries. Anyway, I finished reviewing the reference materials. Next, we need to coordinate tasks to avoid overlap since there are 2 of us on the project, but I can't make the first move. So I waited, but Rachel didn't make a move either. By now, she should have said something right. An hour passed, and we were still sitting in silence. In the end, a senior had to step in to mediate. Why don't you each pick a task? Which one do you prefer? Rachel spoke first, but it doesn't count. She clearly did it reluctantly. You can choose first. I don't mind either way. Then I'll start with the silica. You can handle the plywood. Okay. I should have gone back to looking at my screen, but Rachel's intelligent aura, accentuated by her green eyes, caught my attention for a few seconds longer than necessary. Sensing my gaze, Rachel turned to face me. Is there something else you wanted to say? No, I was just going to suggest we adjust the workflow based on our progress. I quickly came up with an excuse and turned back to my computer screen, internally scolding myself. That look of hers is a bit unfair. I decided not to look her way anymore. I don't have time to be distracted by beauty. Remember, Rachel isn't just a woman, she's a future client who will bring a string of wealthy people with her. Tap, tap, tap. I focused on my work, staring straight ahead. Occasionally, I could feel Rachel's gaze on me from the side, but I ignored it. A relationship must be initiated by her, but even after a few hours, she didn't make a move. Then, just as I started feeling hungry, I heard someone call out to her. Rachel, want to grab dinner? I'm heading to the cafeteria. Wanna come with? Two young men, probably her fellow new hires, had come by. It was only then that Rachel finally spoke to me. Sean, would you like to join us for dinner? It's hard to count this as her initiating a relationship. A dinner with several colleagues in the company cafeteria is still just an extension of work. Rachel knows this, and that's why she asked me. Still, it's not bad. Having more people around makes it easier to dig into someone's background. Time to start learning more about our princess. The company cafeteria. Today's dinner menu for me is a cheeseburger. This burger isn't bad, huh? As I take a bite, the minced meat crumbles apart and the texture is no joke. The caramelization of the onions was done well too. It didn't used to taste this good, so it seems like my taste buds have really reset. While I am busily munching away, the two guys who called Rachel out are chatting excitedly. I was so confused in the weekly meeting because I couldn't understand a thing. It wasn't just me, right? Yeah, it was English, but I couldn't keep up at all, which made it even scarier. How about you, Rachel? Me too, haha, right. As they talk, the guys keep glancing at Rachel. Their behavior is cautious, which means if they're interested in her romantically, they would either aggressively flaunt their masculinity or play it gentlemanly. But cautious, that means they are aware of Rachel's connections. As expected, they know about her background. It would be great if they just dropped some hints since I can't directly ask, but these guys aren't stupid. Their conversation remains focused on work. They're making an effort not to trigger Rachel's defenses. So has everyone started staffing? Not yet for me. What about you, Rachel? Chemical MA here. Sean is working on it too. As Rachel mentions me, she looks at the two guys with a sense of anticipation in her eyes. I barely held back a chuckle. We're thinking the same thing. Just like I'm trying to gather information using those two, Rachel wants to hear something about me through them. She's hoping for a reaction like, Sean, are you the guy from that bet? But that's a naive thought. They're not idiots. Doing that would only draw more of Rachel's attention to me. What about you, Jim? IPO. I landed a pretty big deal this time. See, they're not going to talk about me. Rachel didn't seem to expect this and quickly lowered her gaze, stabbing at her salad with her fork. She looked disappointed. Meanwhile, the guys continued chatting animatedly. A big deal? What is it? You're in the tech department, right? Didn't you hear during orientation? Chinese wall. Even if we're at the same company, I can't tell you. Just wait a few months, haha. If it's an IPO of this size that someone in the tech department would brag about, there's something that comes to mind. Twitter, huh, am I right? Facebook's IPO tanked recently, so maybe they're going for NYSE instead of NASDAQ. The guy's jaw dropped and the other guy's eyes widened. What, is it really Twitter? No comment. But how do you know about this stuff? Sean's from Silicon Valley. This time, the princess mentioned my background, but I had no intention of spilling more information about myself. I tore open a wet tissue and wiped my hands, casually replying, I just guessed. I don't know much about tech, it's not my field. Normally, the conversation would flow from here into, then what's your field? Biopharmaceuticals. Oh, so that's what the bet was about, but all right. Because the two guys trailed off, there was an awkward silence for a moment. Disappointed, Princess Rachel lowered her head again and poked at her salad. These guys won't do. They're being overly cautious of me. It's clear I won't be able to get any information about Rachel through them. Still, there was some gain. I confirmed that the princess is curious about me, and that's not all. When Twitter eventually goes public, the princess will remember me. She might even mention something like this to someone around her. A guy from my company predicted Twitter's IPO before it happened. Building a reputation for accuracy is always a good thing. You have to collect these little opportunities whenever they come, but unfortunately, this is it for today. I really don't want to work. Yeah, but it wouldn't look good to disappear for too long on the first day. Lunch was over. Everyone was clearing their trays and getting up. I stood up as well, and then I noticed a few people running towards me. Hey newbie, is it true about the $5,000? I heard you bet your salary. Here we go again. I was curious about how the two guys who tried to hush this up and Rachel, who wanted to hear it, would react, but is it true one of my seniors completely blocked my view? Let's focus on this for now. News travels fast. It's true. Yeah, that's what makes a real man. All right, I'm betting too. My salary, me too, 7,000 on Brent, just as I expected. They wouldn't come running just to ask a confirmation question and then run off. They came here to get involved. May I have your department and name? Senior, TMT Group. Just mention crack, they'll know. Syndicate desk liar. I opened my notepad and started jotting down the names of my betting clients. By the time I finished, the two guys and Rachel were gone. Did they hear? I didn't have to wait long to find out. As soon as I got back to my department, the questions started pouring in. Sean, earlier is it true, that thing, what do you mean, the bet with your salary? Now that was a direct hit. It's a personal question with no relation to work. When exactly? Come to think of it, the princess wasn't there earlier. When seniors suddenly run off every time they see me, it's natural for her to be curious. When I sincerely answered all her questions, she responded like this, but your opponent is experienced. It's fine. I don't start games I don't have a chance to win. I see. She doesn't believe me at all, but there's a bigger problem. Rachel's eyebrows furrowed just a little. It's not that she's worried about me, but rather she's reacting negatively to my recklessness. Was I too intense for the princess? People who only prefer healthy food might be unfamiliar with MSG. She's not a fan of someone stirring things up by betting their salary, but it's fine. MSG is something you get used to gradually. While Rachel's taste buds are adjusting, I have to keep my eyes on the new opportunities right in front of me. What matters on Wall Street? Money. And what do you need to make money? Liquidity. The moment I bet my salary, the game changed. From now on, it's poker. If you don't call or raise, you fold, which is essentially leaving the game. And we forget about the ones who fold without hesitation. Then we sift out the real ones from the ones still betting. The ones who come to me voluntarily and throw down their salaries fall into one of two categories. They're either bold, dopamine-driven addicts, or they're rich enough that losing their salary doesn't matter. I need the latter. If they're truly wealthy, they could become my future fund clients. Recruiting hedge fund investors is not easy. It's not something just anyone can join. They use high-risk, high-return strategies without hesitation, and there's no compensation if they fail. What would happen if an average person jumped into this? That's why, by law, only people with extra money are allowed to invest. In other words, there are conditions to becoming a hedge fund investor. So what are those conditions? Annual income of over $200,000. Or assets worth more than $1 million, converted into Korean won, an annual salary of over 260 million won, or assets excluding the value of one's home worth more than 1.3 billion won. Moreover, the minimum investment required for a single fund is about 100 million won. To summarize, it's a fund only for the wealthy. So who are these wealthy people? They're mostly white. Who do wealthy white people entrust their money to? They entrust it to their white acquaintances. It's not racism, it's human nature. When humans are handling large sums of money, they usually choose someone from within their own social network. Of course, this decision is based on a deeply selfish calculation. They believe that entrusting it to someone they know gives them an informational advantage. Got a question? You can just casually ask over drinks, right? Moreover, there's a sort of social insurance at play. It's easy to shift blame if you lose someone else's money, but what if it's your best friend's son-in-law? You wouldn't spend recklessly, and before something goes wrong, you'd probably get a heads up. You can even gauge how well the fund is doing just by observing your friend's mood or spending habits. On Wall Street, this kind of relationship is called credibility. To succeed in the fund business, credibility is essential. In fact, large hedge funds don't have enormous assets just because their performance is exceptionally good. It's because they have deep credibility, and wealthy people trust them with their money. The point is, connections are important, especially connections with wealthy white people. If I start a fund and record high returns, wouldn't rich white people come running to me? In 2 years, I'll be 30. How many people do you think will throw down $1 million on some young Asian guy from an unknown family? They'll probably watch me for a year or two, see if I can consistently prove my skills, and then maybe open their wallets. But someone with a limited time frame can't afford to wait 1-2 years. Now, what if the same unknown young Asian guy happens to be a colleague of their son, and he's even rumored to be a genius with a sharp eye since his Goldman Sachs days? Then they might throw down $1 million right away. That's the power of credibility. And the more credibility you have, the better. Hey, rookie. Can I join too? The bet. Even without actively seeking them out, seniors are starting to come to me one by one. I'm quietly assessing and categorizing each one of them. Yeah, this is why we do this. So who else is in? This guy's out. He's too interested in the other participants. It seems like he wants to use this bet to boost his own status. If he needs a bet like this to elevate himself, he's not a useful client. My name? Oh, you probably don't know me. Sure. This guy is marked for now. His attitude implies he thinks I should recognize him, but it could just be bluffing, so I'll need to investigate more. Are you that rookie? The Hispanic man with the relaxed demeanor might be promising. People of color who enter Wall Street tend to fall into one of two categories. Either they are immigrants who climb the ladder with grit, or they come from wealthy families abroad. If he's willing to throw down his salary, he's likely the latter. It's best to leave a strong impression on such a person. Are you betting too, senior? No, but there are a few guys making a fuss about it. Is betting your salary really such a big deal? It's not about the amount. Then what is it? This is what makes it fun. It's like the difference between playing soccer with and without keeping score. Finally, the man smiled and clapped his hand into his palm. Yeah, it's more fun when you keep score. Can I join too? Of course. Could I get your department and name? Senior. Natural Resources Department, name's Gonzalez. This is another positive sign. He could be the heir to a mining empire. Still, I'll rank him below Rachel for now. Foreign tycoons tend to lack connections in the US, so the compounding effect works more in Rachel's favor. I still haven't figured out her exact background, but there's a reason MDs are bowing down to her. That's credibility. So far, 15 seniors have approached me. The number is small, but the impact isn't bad. Did you hear? Another one joined Gonzalez this time. How that guy would. But what's the total pot now? Must be over $110,000, right? If it were just Pierce's bet, it would have become stale after a day or two. But now, every time a new bettor joins, everyone whispers about it. A bet that only the wealthy at Goldman Sachs can join, and the pot has already exceeded an annual salary. By steadily adding fuel to the fire, the rumors haven't cooled down. But by the afternoon, a concerning rumor reached my ears. Did you hear about that? Hear what? The healthcare MD went after Pierce. Word has it that two MDs are clashing over this bet. Who knows, the game might change again. While Si-hyun was stirring up trouble, the healthcare division was walking on thin ice. This was all because one of the MDs was upset. He was an MD with the nickname Rhino. What's that bastard scheming? Rhino, along with Pierce, was one of the candidates for the next executive position. In terms of performance rankings, Pierce was number 1 and Rhino was number 2, but the gap was so big that unless a natural disaster occurred, it was widely expected that Pierce would win. Then a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity presented itself. The biopharmaceutical market was suddenly booming. A market that had been lifeless since the financial crisis was now showing signs of life. Though it was the beginning of what would become a 10-year biotech boom, Rhino was not yet aware of that. Still, he could sense the strange energy in the market. If he could ride this wave properly, maybe, just maybe, he could beat Pierce. Right at that moment, Pierce declared that he was going to jump into the healthcare business under the guise of a game. The timing was too perfect to be a coincidence. That sneaky bastard, he figured it out. He was using the bet as an excuse to encroach on his territory. This had to be stopped somehow. Rhino's nerves were on edge when a bothersome figure came into his view. It was Brent, the one who had given Pierce the excuse. You bastard. Do you think you look cool bullying a newbie? Are you so idle that you have time for this? Should I pull you out of the IPO right now? No, I want to work on my project. Then go and tell Pierce that, you idiot. I did tell him. But Brent, as just an MD, couldn't defy Pierce's orders. This was an issue that had to be settled between people of the same rank. Rhino understood this too. He was just blowing off steam because the person he wanted to confront was out of the office on a business trip for days. With every surge of anger, his foul language poured out, casting a tense atmosphere over the entire department. Then, Pierce, he's back. A staff member trying to change the mood shouted, and Rhino immediately stormed toward the MA department. What's this about? Wait, hold on. Though the staff rushed after him, Rhino ignored them and barged into Pierce's office. Pierce, who had been loosening his tie, took in the situation and gave his subordinates a look that told them to leave. As the door closed, bam, Rhino slammed his fist on the desk, glaring fiercely. Cancel the bet. As Pierce calmly finished taking off his tie, Rhino growled, tightening the glare in his eyes. I can't pull Brent out. We're not that idle on this end. Well, there's no helping it. That's unfortunate. The response was unexpectedly compliant. However, just as Rhino was about to step back, Pierce, now seated in his chair, arrogantly leaned back and placed his feet on the desk, right next to Rhino's fist. So is this going to be a solo race? He was saying he'd continue even without Brent, just with the newbie. Rhino's mouth twisted. So the bet was just an excuse after all. The newbie made a claim, and it has to be verified, right? Rhino quickly recalled the details of the bet. He remembered that the newbie had boasted an 80 success rate. Verify or not, it was ridiculous. Are you really going to withdraw? At Pierce's follow-up question, Rhino was momentarily lost for words. Pierce would continue anyway. If he pulled Brent out, he wouldn't be able to figure out what Pierce was up to. It might be better to leave him in. As the silence stretched on, Pierce let out a small chuckle. It's just pitching, after all. Pitching had a low success rate. It was a sales technique where you throw everything at customers who have zero interest, hoping something sticks. In some ways, it was like selling goods on a subway. So why are you so anxious? Because an outsider is roaming around in my territory. Wouldn't I be an idiot to just sit back and do nothing? When the homeowner runs out just because someone's wandering around, it usually means there's something to hide. Think about your reputation. Isn't it obvious you'll end up stirring up my clients for no reason? If they run away from something like that, they aren't real clients. The two locked eyes in midair. It was Pierce who spoke first. Then how about this? If I succeed, I'll hand over the live deal to you. A live deal refers to a real transaction. It meant that if a customer genuinely wanted to make a deal amidst all the pitches, Pierce would pass it on to Rhino. It was a generous offer, which made it all the more suspicious. So what do you gain from this? I'll just have fun and then leave. If you want to play, do it in your own territory with your subordinates. Well, what can I say? Pierce quietly murmured as he made his decision. I'm not the type to quit midway. Pierce lowered his legs from the desk and raised his hand. The smile disappeared from his face and a fierce look gleamed in his eyes. I have no intention of canceling the bet, so you've got 3 choices. 1. Tuck your tail and run. 2. Defend. 3. Attack. Whoosh. 3 raised fingers. This time it was a clear declaration of war. Rhino saw this and snorted several times before slamming the door as he left. Shortly after, as if passing a baton, a man walked in with a deep sigh. It was Pierce's right-hand man, Senior VP Jeff. Are you planning to start a war? It's strange, isn't it, for someone to make such a fuss over a simple bet from a night out. So you haven't heard the rumors at all. Pierce had been in external meetings and was unaware of the internal situation at Goldman. Jeff sighed and began to explain. That newbie, he's causing quite a stir. A stir. Bet a month's salary, claiming he would win. As Pierce paused in surprise, Jeff continued. 15 people stepped up to match that bet, and it just so happens they're all quite well known, which has led to a lot of talk. There are even conspiracy theories floating around. Since no mere newbie would have the guts to do that, there's a rumor that you, Mr. Pierce, are secretly pulling the strings to invade the healthcare territory. It's no wonder they're getting sensitive. Ha ha ha, as expected, Jeff furrowed. Don't tell me you actually instigated it. Of course not, it was just a small test. A test. Fatigue crept into Jeff's face. Pierce was known for running frequent tests. This time, he had intentionally dropped Si-hyun right into the center of the chaos. A timid person would shrink. Someone with potential would maintain their composure. And if he were truly exceptional, perhaps he would even use this bet to his advantage and move into the healthcare division. Who would have thought he'd fan the flames even more? But this outcome was beyond anything Pierce had imagined. Instead of appending the game Pierce had laid out, the newbie had expanded it and absorbed it, a mere rookie with nothing to his name. He truly was a monster in the making. Jeff's face briefly went blank as he watched Pierce barely suppress his laughter, twisting his lips into a crooked smile. But soon Jeff spoke with a resigned expression. Should we approve the department transfer? No, leave him be. What? Didn't he catch your interest? Aren't you curious how this ends? Pierce wanted to see it. He wanted to know what conclusion Si-hyun had in mind. How would he put out the fire he had started? If he was a true monster, he would shatter all expectations again. It wouldn't be too late to bring him over after that. Oh, and make sure to get rid of the pests trying to recruit him. It was an order to remove the MDs who were eyeing Si-hyun. Wrinkles formed on Jeff's brow. In exchange for pulling back their interest, he would have to offer them something else. That'll be expensive, and look into healthcare. Why, I offered to hand over the live deal, but he turned it down. That's probably because he was angry. Even when he's angry, he's the type to grab whatever he can. That earlier offer had also been a test. Pierce had intentionally dangled an easy success, but Rhino had been too focused on chasing Pierce out to accept it. The problem was the time it took him to make a decision. Rhino had spent a long time deliberating whether to pull Brent out or not, but he instantly rejected the free success. Biopharmaceuticals, huh? Pierce had no real interest in healthcare. There was plenty to feed on in his own territory, so there was no need to invade someone else's. This was all done to bring Si-hyun over, even at the cost of these annoying conflicts. But there's something here. Perhaps it's worth enduring the hassle. Ding! As soon as the notification sound went off, I checked, and the same email had arrived. Cancellation of staffing. Staffing rarely gets canceled, but this was already the 3rd email. What? Why was it canceled? I don't know either. When I went to ask Liliana, she almost sang her reply. There wasn't a hint of stress on her. This meant it was handled without Liliana getting involved at all. Looks like next week will be pretty free. This means no MDs are looking for me next week either. This is a disadvantage for me, as I was trying to rotate through as many departments as possible to gather MDs. There's no need to ask who's behind this. There's only one remaining staffing, the MA group under Pierce's control. Why can't he just grow old gracefully? I don't know why he keeps interfering and getting in the way. After gathering the information I needed and returning to the department, someone was already yelling, "Hey Sean, where the hell have you been wandering around?" It was a senior who had been assigned to the same project as me. He was standing next to Rachel's desk, which told me all I needed to know about the situation. Tomorrow is the client meeting. There's a task that absolutely needs to be done around this time, but Rachel isn't very good at it, and you can't really push around a princess under the protection of an MD. So naturally, I'm the one who gets hassled when I come back. Rachel, close the file. Sean, pull up the product page. Market data section. Yes. The main products of the acquisition target are silica, high-performance plastics, and high-pressure plywood. The Excel page neatly listed the regional growth rates for each product group. What's the global growth rate? 4.7. This is the problem. We need to tell the client the marketability is good, but the number is lacking. But it's not like there's no solution. Should we exclude Africa? At my suggestion, the senior's face brightened. Yeah, what does that make it? 6.2. Calculate the weighted average for the top 4 regions. What percentage should we assign to the first? 60. Second, 20 and 10 for the rest. What's the result? 7.6. Good, let's go with that. Understood. I'll mark it in the footnotes. And just like that, in 2 minutes, the 4.7 growth rate magically became 7.6. Is it manipulation? Nope. I wrote it in small print at the bottom of the page, based on the weighted average of the top 4 regions. This is the real meaning behind the MD's words during meetings. Put in all the footnotes you can. Is it fraud? Absolutely not. If you don't believe me, let me give you another example. I'm not the most handsome person in the world, but among first-generation Korean-American analysts working at investment banks in New York, I can confidently say I'd be in the top ranks. So I can proudly list myself in the most handsome men rankings, with a note at the bottom saying based on Korean-American first-generation analysts working at New York investment banks. If anyone questions it, hey, we didn't lie. Didn't you read the footnote? This is how investment banking works. It's a form of reverse engineering. And for the record, it's all perfectly legal. We never falsify numbers. This requires a certain level of creativity as well. Anyone can input numbers into a pre-existing formula and get a result, but it takes real ingenuity to reverse engineer a formula to legally fit the result you want. Work together to adjust the rest to 782. The senior looked at me with pride, as if he couldn't be happier. It's rare for a rookie to be this good at reverse engineering on their first try, and without any psychological resistance, too. On the other hand, Rachel's face revealed her complicated state of mind. It was like she just realized, so this is why the financial crisis happened, and now she was wrestling with, do I have to do this too? She'll come around by tonight. Rachel and I hadn't progressed in our relationship yet. We were just coworkers who exchanged words occasionally, never crossing that line. But by the end of tonight, that would change. 10 p.m. respond immediately when you get an email. Our direct senior had already left, and now it was just me and Rachel in the office. Now is the busiest time for an Excel grunt. Ding, it was an email from the VP. FW revisions. Page 2, million mm. Page 23, graph color blue-green. Page 26, leading company #1 in the industry, all minor revisions. Nothing major, but I had to immediately incorporate them and send the updated version. Ding, this time it was an email from the MD. FW revisions. Page 2, million. Page 12, pie chart bar chart. Page 26, #1 in the industry, most prestigious. The MD was ordering changes that reverted what the VP had just corrected, but this kind of thing happens often. For the MD, it's A, and for the VP, it's B for Rachel and me, the lowest ranking members. Our job is to get flustered and scramble between them. Sean, how should we handle the million notation? Let's follow the MD's instructions for now. But don't delete the pie chart yet, as there's a high chance they'll want to switch back to it. Why? The visual effect might not be as good as they think. At moments like this, Rachel actively relies on me. A few hours passed in a flurry, and finally the messages started to slow down. Normally, this would continue until 3 a.m., but it seemed to have ended early. A gesture of consideration for the princess, no doubt, not that it really helped much. Rachel was completely spaced out. Her usual composed and elegant demeanor was nowhere to be seen. Well, I expected this. Rachel is a Harvard graduate, a classic overachiever who has worked hard her whole life to grab hold of the top one of achievements. Now, what happens when you lock such a high achiever inside a building and force them to change A to B and B to A? They start feeling a sense of self-loathing and their mind begins to collapse. And after a month, their brain softens, leaving them ripe for reprogramming. From then on, the newbies eagerly speak the language of Wall Street and take pride in reverse engineering. Right now, Rachel's brain is loosening up for the first time. When the brain loosens, so does one's guard. That's what I've been waiting for. I need to take advantage of the princess's vulnerable moment to build some rapport. It does feel a bit scummy, though, but this is no time to worry about that. Time of death, March 11, 2023. Time remaining, 3,464 days. Survival rate, 0. As you can see, given this situation, I'm not in a position to die young because I'm too busy keeping my conscience intact. Is it really okay for us to be doing this? I knew it. I caught the right moment. For the proud princess to speak to me first like this. This is deceiving the client, isn't it? So it's not just about the grunt work. She's still reeling from the shock of the footnotes and reverse engineering. But we can't exactly reveal everything to the client either. Rachel looked at me with desperate eyes. It was the kind of look you'd expect from someone adrift in the open sea who's just spotted a lifeboat. She's in desperate need of someone to sympathize with her. I'm sorry, but I can't give the princess what she wants. I need to build rapport, yes, but I'm not trying to become Rachel's friend. What I want is to become her fund manager, not just for her, but to pull in her father and his friends too and have them entrust all their money to me. So sympathizing with her here would be a mistake. I need to shake her up a bit more. Rachel, don't look at me like that. It's not like I feel great about this either, but I have to survive first, don't I? How can Rachel's dilemma be summed up in one sentence? Money or ethics? This is how money works. It comes to people during times of confusion, forcing difficult choices. As someone who hopes to be Rachel's future fund manager, what should I do here? Obviously, side with the money. My role is always to subtly tip the scales so that the judgment favors money. Rachel, I know you feel heavy-hearted, but this is out of our control. That's true. We're salaried employees. If this deal goes through, Goldman will make money and we'll have fulfilled our respective duties and responsibilities. There's no need to take it so personally. Rachel bites her lip. It seems she doesn't like how blatantly I'm siding with money. I can even sense a bit of disdain in her expression. As expected, she's quite the idealist. But if I tried to appease her now with some empty words, I'd only hear later, he changed because of money. I have to side with money from the start. Consistently all the way. Does that mean you'll do anything for money? We're not breaking the law. We're simply exploiting a loophole, and we clearly marked it in the footnotes. You acted with the intention to deceive. Well, it's like a campaign promise. The clients already know there's some exaggeration mixed in. There's no reaction to the word campaign promise. It seems her father isn't a politician. What if the client doesn't know? What if they really believe Itha? Will you take responsibility then? Rachel, our client, isn't just any ordinary person. He's the CEO of a company. He probably knows the market information of his own business better than we do. He's not naive enough to just blindly believe what we say, so there's no need to worry. Yeah, don't worry. Even if you try to deceive him, he won't be fooled. But Rachel is still biting her lip hard. Her eyes are cold as she looks at me. Weren't you a medical student? You're the guy who once studied to save lives, and now you're saying this kind of crap. What happened to your conscience? It's an unusually emotional response, not quite befitting her usual demeanor. But that's okay too. After all, people become closer by fighting. Didn't I tell you I was aiming to become a plastic surgeon? I'm not too squeamish about packaging things up and making them look better. So you'll do anything if it makes you money, as long as it doesn't break the law. What do you even want to do with all that money? I want to develop a cure. What? I'm going to cure an incurable disease. Yeah, I know, totally out of the blue. But this isn't your counseling session, it's my session to introduce my future fund. For a client with an oversized conscience and a strong sense of ethics, you have to provide a story that matches. And I had it prepared. There's a disease that took away someone very dear to me. Here's where I let out a bitter smile. A long, heavy sigh while staring at the floor. Someone dear to me was dying right in front of me, but I couldn't do anything. That person was the most precious thing to me in this world. It's not a lie, I am precious to me. The person I cherished more than anyone, suffering in excruciating pain, losing even their dignity as a human, and I could only watch, because there was no cure. Not going to lie, my eyes actually start to tear up, because really that's a deeply fed up feeling. I don't ever want to feel that powerless again. I'll never let anyone go through that kind of pain again. Yeah, I'm crazy about money, but hey, there's a reason for it. If you look at it in the end, it's even for a good cause. This disease isn't profitable, so no one's making a cure. That's why I have to step in. I need to gather the money, whatever it takes. I'm proactive and ambitious after all. I can wrap it up now. When I look up, Rachel's face is a mess of confusion and guilt. There's no sign of doubt about my story. Well, the resonance of truth is strong. I'm sorry. I didn't know you had such circumstances. It's only natural you didn't know. I've never mentioned it. Here, I give her a soft smile. Then I put my index finger to my lips. Please keep this story a secret. If people hear I'm making money to save lives, I'll be ostracized on Wall Street. You know, don't you? A character like this only gets ridiculed on Wall Street. I promise I'll keep the secret. Well, it doesn't really matter if you tell. I can just brush it off as a story I made up to impress a pretty face. But secrets have a way of bringing people closer. Not bad. A fund manager's top virtue is not losing money. I'm someone who reliably secures money by any means necessary, and I've even added a noble cause to it. A cause is important. The princess seemed to dislike my recklessness. But if that recklessness is framed as being for the sake of saving lives, the story changes. This story seems to be working quite well. Rachel is looking down at the floor, embarrassed. I'm sorry for being rude without knowing anything. Don't worry about it. By the way, how much money do you need? At least $4.5 billion, at most $50 billion. What? Is that even possible? I'll make it happen somehow, I'm serious. But I left out the part where it's not my money. The ones who will provide the necessary funds are members of the wealthy club, including Rachel. That's my own secret that no one can ever know. You're amazing. Rachel smiled. That's a genuine smile. My conscience pricks a little. Rachel isn't like the people on Wall Street. She's not desperate to devour others, nor does she operate on default distrust. I'm envious. Honestly, I don't have such a clear goal. I kind of just ended up on Wall Street. I was just living an average life too until tragedy struck. Still, it's impressive. Rachel, you can start thinking about it slowly from now on. What did you originally want to do? Well, I don't know. My father wanted me to become a lawyer, but I didn't like that idea. Collecting information even in this situation. It feels a bit scummy, but I've gotten a good hint. Her father's a lawyer, but it's strange that a lawyer is treated like royalty. What kind of lawyer makes an MD bow to them? That's something I'll figure out gradually. If I pry too much, it'll raise suspicion, so I'll stop here for today. Shall we go? Sure. Oh, by the way, I'm moving to the MA group starting tomorrow. Don't be surprised if you don't see me around. Starting tomorrow, Rachel and I will be in different departments. We'll need to set up appointments to meet, so I should plant a little seed for the next meeting. About that meeting, it should be fine. That company has its own market research department. Then why did they hire us? Because the information they really want isn't that. What do you mean? There must be another purpose. Here I add a mysterious tone and smile like an Eastern sage. If you're really curious, ask to join the client meeting tomorrow. Judging by the MD's attitude, if Rachel requests it, they'll take her along. Once she experiences the meeting, confusion will hit. She'll be dying of curiosity, but too cautious to ask her mentor. Meanwhile, the mysterious words of an Eastern man will echo in her mind, the one-liner I'm about to drop now. If you need me, come find me anytime. After parting ways with Ha Si-hyun, Rachel returned home and threw herself onto her bed, thrashing around for a moment. What on earth did I just say? The image of Ha Si-hyun with a bittersweet smile on his face, full of untold stories, lingered in her mind. My parents have both passed away. He had said the same thing during the welcoming party and his self-introduction. Ha Si-hyun had mentioned that he had lost his parents. When she pieced together what he just told her, he lost his family to an illness. This explains Ha Si-hyun's unusual background and his career change. He had aimed to become a plastic surgeon to make money, but after losing his beloved family, he entered Wall Street, so that others wouldn't have to experience the same pain. It was like something out of a movie or drama to someone like that. Wasn't Sean a medical school graduate? Would you do anything as long as you can make money? What are you going to do with the money you earn? She had gotten emotional and reacted without thinking, unable to hold back after he so firmly defended Goldman. She, someone who grew up in a wealthy family without much hardship, had dared to question what's so important about money. The thought made her face flush with embarrassment. I didn't expect him to have that kind of look on his face. As a pacifist, Rachel found Ha Si-hyun, who constantly seemed to provoke those around him, uncomfortable. But I had to watch as a person I cherished lost even their human dignity in terrible pain. I don't ever want to feel that helpless again. I will never let anyone else go through that kind of suffering. Behind his provocative and reckless demeanor lay a story that most people couldn't even begin to imagine. When she thought about how she had acted like a naive rich girl in front of him. No matter how many times she punched her pillow, the shame wouldn't disappear. He really doesn't mind, right? He said it was fine. He didn't seem like someone who would hide any lingering resentment. Yeah, it'll be okay. She tried to convince herself of that and fell asleep. But the next morning, when she saw the empty desk beside her, the memory of her careless words came flooding back. Wouldn't it be weird to go ask him if he's really okay? While she was hesitating, the MD walked into the office. Rachel, yes, today's Colton meeting, you'll be joining us. Rachel felt puzzled by the MD's sudden suggestion. She had heard this during training. Usually analysts don't attend client meetings, but now she was being asked to join a client meeting on her first project. Is this because of my background again? She didn't like it, but there was no choice but to follow orders when your boss asks. That's how she arrived at the meeting place. John. It's been a while since we've met face to face, not just over the phone. Hasn't it only been 2 weeks? Haha, but it feels like 2 years. After exchanging friendly greetings with the CEO of Colton Group, the MD turned to Rachel. This is Rachel Mosley from our team. Her father is a partner at the law firm Cravath Swain. Oh, is that so? The CEO slightly raised his eyebrows. He recognized the name of her father's law firm. There are countless law firms in New York, but Cravath Swain is different. One newspaper even put it this way: for those wishing to enter New York high society, there are 3 doors: Harvard University, Goldman Sachs, and Cravath Swain. It's a law firm that caters to the richest of the rich, the true upper echelon of New York's elite. I see. The CEO tried to maintain a neutral expression. As the head of a company himself, he wasn't the type to be intimidated by a prestigious law firm's name. But there was another reason the MD had brought Rachel along. Rachel's father is also Henry Kissinger's lawyer. Really? The CEO, who had only been nodding along indifferently, suddenly brightened. After all, who is Henry Kissinger? He's one of the most famous living diplomats and a Nobel Peace Prize winner. I've always admired him. Have you ever met Kissinger in person? Yes, I've met him occasionally since I was young. This was Rachel's true value. Her father wasn't just any lawyer. He had been the personal attorney for Henry Kissinger and other top leaders of society for decades, not just in America, but among the most powerful figures in the world. The CEO showed considerable interest in Rachel, and an intense conversation continued for a while. The topic was Henry Kissinger's 90th birthday party held a few months prior. You went too? Yes, as my father's partner. Typically, such events require a spouse, but her parents are currently undergoing a divorce. Rachel's father chose her as his companion, which allowed her to see many influential figures up close. Did Clinton come too? Yes, he came right after the CFDA awards, along with Oscar de la Renta. The CEO asked detailed questions about who attended with whom, and Rachel did her best to answer. However, she wasn't exactly thrilled about the situation. Even though she had worked hard to graduate from Harvard, her greatest asset still seemed to be her background. Or is it not even that? Her striking looks also played a role. When seated next to a beautiful woman in her 20s, many people would come up and make jokes about whether her father had upgraded. Because she was good as an icebreaker, her father had chosen to take her over her brother. This isn't what I studied for. It felt empty. But when she asked herself what she had actually achieved on her own, she had no answer. She didn't even know what she wanted to do. At 24, she felt too young to set a life goal. So she envied people with a clear purpose. Ahem, shall we begin then? The CEO, satisfied with his curiosity, took a seat on the sofa, and the MD looked at Rachel with a fond smile. Rachel, would you hand over the product? Yes. The booklets they provided clients were referred to as deliverable or product. Rachel handed over the product and stood behind the MD. The pitch book she had prepared yesterday had been printed on high-quality paper and was bound into a small booklet. The CEO flipped through it with a serious expression. I mentioned it to the board, but the response wasn't exactly enthusiastic. Flip, flip. Each page received only about 3 seconds of his time. She had replaced over a dozen words in that sentence, yet he barely glanced at it. While she hadn't expected him to savor each word, seeing her days of effort dismissed felt disheartening. Then the CEO's hand stopped, on the page detailing market growth rates. The section where the growth rate of 4.7 had been adjusted to 7.6. Sigh. The CEO squinted and let out a sigh. Rachel held her breath instinctively. He noticed. It was clear he realized the number had been artificially raised. 1,000 thoughts crossed her mind. If he questions it, how should she react? If he gets angry, what should she say if he confronts the MD and then presses her for the truth? Bang! To her relief, the CEO merely closed the booklet and tossed it onto the table. To be honest, it's not exactly an attractive price point. But there's a first-mover advantage. Especially since we rely heavily on imported specialty silica, it's not a bad choice. You know, if we're the only ones optimistic, it just results in needless expenses. A serious conversation ensued. Rachel perked up her ears and listened intently to every word. It was clearly important, yet she couldn't help but wonder, if they're going to react this way, why did they request the research in the first place? The materials she had brought were left neglected on the table. He only skimmed through it for a few minutes. The conversation had veered in a direction unrelated to the work she had prepared. At that moment, Ha Si-hyun's voice echoed in her mind. The information they really want isn't that. There must be another purpose. The request is just an excuse. There's another true purpose behind this meeting. What could it be? No matter how much she analyzed the conversation, she couldn't figure it out. She hesitated to ask the MD or her supervisor, as they tended to be overly cautious around her. There was only one person who could resolve her curiosity. If you need me, feel free to come find me. Starting today, I was assigned to the MA department. As soon as I stepped into the department on the 16th floor, several people welcomed me with open arms. Finally, you're here. Your seat is over here. This is the advantage of being well known. I didn't need to introduce myself. People naturally flocked to me. Shall I pick out some useful connections? MA is one of the front lines of Goldman. The people assigned here are likely from good backgrounds. Even if they aren't, they're promising talents with a bright future. If they stay at Goldman, they'll be promoted quickly, or if they move on to private equity or hedge funds, they'll likely join reputable firms. I was sorting out the people who might be useful when Sean. A cold voice sounded behind me and the crowd around me quickly dispersed. A man with a strict appearance approached. He looked me up and down with an unkind gaze. Is it Sean? I'd prefer if you don't make a commotion here. Let's avoid personal conversations. Right off the bat, he laid down a no socializing rule. No introduction either. Mr. Pierce is out on an external engagement, so the meeting is postponed. 2 p.m. Be prepared by then. I nodded, and the man glared fiercely at me before walking away. He's definitely the VP. Every project involves 4 roles: MD, VP, Associate, and Analyst. The MD meets with clients to secure deals. The MD then hands it off to the VP, who leads the entire operation. The VP pressures the Associate, who then drives the Analyst. Since the MD is often out of the office, the VP holds the real power internally. It's not ideal that such a person views me unfavorably. Prepared for what? I couldn't possibly be prepared without even having a meeting. This was his way of telling me to just pass the time while pretending to be busy. For a healthy person, this would be an opportunity to laze around while still getting paid, but for someone with a limited time left, it was a bitter pill. It'd be nice if I could use this time to build connections. But since I had already made a poor impression and was told not to socialize, it seemed best to lie low for now. So I decided to search something instead: Castleman disease. That's my diagnosis. I checked if there was any news about it posted today, but found nothing. In 2013, research on Castleman disease was abysmal. There wasn't even a disease code for facilitating international research. There wasn't even a standard for diagnosis. The diagnostic criteria for Castleman disease weren't announced until 2018 after a certain person emerged. I had to find that person. They would be the one to develop my cure. Money alone doesn't produce a cure. I needed someone responsible for research and development. No matter how I look at it, that person is the perfect candidate, but I don't know where they are right now. However, this year or next, they will likely post in a patient community, aiming to raise awareness about this disease. I need to contact and recruit them as soon as I find them. I set up a Google alert, but since it's not entirely reliable, I also check manually every day. Unfortunately, there's no news today either. Then next, mostly lawyer. Famous lawyer. Lawyer CEO. Mostly senator. I searched based on the new clues I got from the princess yesterday, but found nothing substantial. Who could this princess's father be? I feel like I've seen something like this before. Hearing that he's a lawyer, something is almost coming to mind. It feels like something I read in a footnote somewhere, but Mosley isn't exactly an unusual name. Beep beep, the alarm rang. I looked at the clock and it was 9:30. As I jumped up, the cold-faced man from earlier approached, giving me a chilly look. Where are you going? I left something in my previous department. I'll be right back. Industrial department. I rummaged through the spot I used until yesterday, and a senior, whose name I can't remember, looked at me in surprise. Oh, what's going on? I left my earphones here. I showed him the earphones I'd deliberately left behind, and he nodded, seeming to understand. I casually looked around. Where's Rachel? Client meeting. Of course, she went along. I forced down a smirk and put on an expression of admiration. Wow, already going to a client meeting. Impressive, indeed. My senior's voice dripped with sarcasm. It's rare to bring an analyst in front of a client. Usually, entry-level employees are stuck in the office, enduring the grind while churning out Excel sheets. But a junior in the same department receiving special treatment, someone who's climbed the ranks in the traditional way, is bound to feel some resentment. What does that mean? It's time for gossip. There's a reason why it's taken me a while to uncover Rachel's background. If I go around openly asking, sooner or later, word will reach Rachel. Sean was asking who your father is. The moment she hears that, this connection is lost. But what about gossip? There's no way the person would say, by the way, I talked about you while you were gone. In that sense, it's the safest source of information. For gossip to happen, though, Rachel must be away from her desk. You also need assurance that she won't be back for a long while. That's partly why I suggested she go along to the meeting. The senior still isn't fully warmed up. Let's prod a little more. How long does it usually take for an analyst to get to attend a meeting? That depends on the MD. How long did it take for you, senior? About 3 months. Is that the average? Hard to say, there's no set rule. But it's different if you have a name like Rachel's. Yes, that's it. Come on, tell me who the princess really is. Her father is a partner at Kravas and Swain. Among the non-named partners, he's one of the most influential. A prestigious law firm, but that's not quite enough. He was even Henry Kissinger's lawyer, you know. Wow, the Henry Kissinger. That's impressive. Exactly. That's the reaction they're looking to get by taking her along. My heart pounded, but I kept my face calm, smiled, kept the conversation going, and left at the right moment. On my way back to the MA department, my heart raced wildly. I finally remembered where I'd seen the name Mosley before. Damn, this is a huge catch. In a few years, a case will shake the world, a grand fraud scandal. Looking at the list of victims will leave jaws dropped. All of them are figures who wield immense power. The Wilson family, owners of Walton Mart, media mogul Murdoch, former Secretary of State Schultz, and so on. Incidentally, Henry Kissinger was also on that list. The shocking part, this mastermind fraudster was a woman in her 20s. How could she deceive such powerful people? There was someone who handed her the key to credibility. Using that key, she opened the door to the rich club, infiltrated their exclusive network, and swindled them out of 10 trillion won. The person who handed her that key was a lawyer from a renowned law firm. His name was Mosley, Rachel's father. Back in the MA department, I immediately opened a search window. Elizabeth Holmes. I typed the keyword into Google, and the first result was an article from the Wall Street Times, published just 3 days ago. Elizabeth Holmes, revolutionizing medical diagnostics. Our medical system is broken. Often, by the time we detect a disease, it's too late to do anything. The system needs fixing. Elizabeth Holmes, 29, who studied chemical and electrical engineering at Stanford University, founded the biotech venture The Ranos with this vision, to fundamentally improve the way diseases are diagnosed. This person is, in fact, the infamous fraudster. Currently, she is the CEO of a venture company in Silicon Valley. The company's name is The Ranos, a firm providing medical diagnostic services. The business model is simple, just a few drops of blood from your finger, and will tell you if you're sick, all via email. Early detection is key to battling diseases. Yet few people go to hospitals for blood tests. They're expensive. They take hours. People fear needles if you don't have symptoms. Why go through all the hassle? So they keep putting it off until the golden window for treatment is missed. The Ranos presented a solution to this. Blood tests, not a hassle anymore. available at local pharmacies or even supermarkets. They claim to have groundbreaking technology and innovative method to diagnose hundreds of diseases with just a small amount of blood. The Ranos announced plans to set up health centers in supermarkets and pharmacies. Get a health checkup while shopping. At the health center, they draw a small amount of blood, place it in a nano container, and send it to the Ranos' cutting-edge lab. This lab, equipped with state-of-the-art devices, would conduct ultra-fast tests and send results to customers via email. Fast, convenient, and even affordable. Plus, once people started using it, they would come back regularly. Health checkups should be frequent, after all. Innovative technology, a market with high growth potential, a vision to prevent diseases. With these three elements, the Ranos won over billionaires and flourished, once reaching a corporate valuation of $9 billion, about 11 trillion won. CEO Holmes was showered with accolades, the next Steve Jobs, the first female CEO of a unicorn company, a revolutionary innovator, a pioneer in medical diagnostic technology, and more. The problem was the technology was fake. There was no such technology. Diagnosing diseases with just a few drops of blood is impossible. A certain amount of blood is required for an accurate diagnosis. Hospitals don't draw large amounts of blood just to trouble patients. But real-world limitations didn't matter to Holmes. She admired Steve Jobs. What was Jobs' trademark? Making the impossible possible. By declaring it will work, she created a reality distortion field, expecting her employees to somehow make it happen. So Holmes went around saying it will work, while pushing her employees and focusing on gathering investors. When investors requested evidence of the technology, she refused to provide documentation. That's proprietary company data. What if our competitors steal it if we show it to you? Just trust us and invest some money. Of course, not everyone would fall for such nonsense. Most investors wisely passed. However, there is a social class particularly vulnerable to this kind of fraud, the elderly with heads of silver hair. Holmes was even able to persuade some diamond status names among the elderly. This included former Secretary of State Schultz and legendary diplomat Kissinger. All of them were once sharp-minded, but by this time they were nearly 90 years old, a time when the brain tends to loosen up. Holmes was a young woman in her 20s with blonde hair and blue eyes, quite pretty. She had the right look. Blonde people might think she's not too bright, but she was a Stanford dropout no less, just like Jobs, Gates, and Zuckerberg. She even wore a black turtleneck every day, declaring her desire to become the Steve Jobs of healthcare. Admirable, isn't it? She succeeded in winning over a few elderly gentlemen who reportedly treated her like a granddaughter. And when this granddaughter figure shouted, "I need more investment money," the old men would call their lawyers, who would then reach out to wealthy clients on their lists. There's a young woman, the next female Steve Jobs, whom Kissinger and Schultz are investing in, but they're only accepting investors until the end of the week. Interested? The investments piled up, reaching close to 11 billion, and the Ranos signed contracts with well-known corporations. The large supermarket chain Safeway even invested 400 million to remodel 969 of its locations to include the Ranos health centers. But to repeat, there was no such technology. The reality distortion field hadn't actually kicked in yet. Customers' blood samples kept arriving, but there was no way to test them. Eventually, Holmes decided to use diagnostic equipment from a competitor. She installed another company's devices in her so-called state-of-the-art lab and ran them. If found out, this would be a disaster, so the state-of-the-art lab became a restricted area. Except for a couple of operators directly handling the equipment, even employees of the same company were not allowed entry. When investors requested tour, Holmes flatly refused. No, no. I told you this is proprietary technology. We can't reveal it. Does it sound absurd? It's all true. This case became so famous that by the time I died, it had been adapted into both a drama and a movie. The scam would be exposed 2 years later. Right now, the Ranos is just beginning to attract media attention. Articles are appearing in quick succession. The Ranos signs long-term deal with pharmacy chain Walgreens. The Ranos, the most promising biotech venture, you don't know, 29-year-old woman, reshapes the medical diagnostic system. Soon, everyone will be hailing her as the next Steve Jobs, and in 2 years, a whistleblower will report this to the Wall Street Times. Despite countless threats, a journalist from the Wall Street Times will expose the story, and the world will learn the truth about her. Wait a minute, what if I expose this scam myself? Will it lead to the outcome I desire? The outcome I want is obvious. The first stage of my survival plan goes like this. Equal within 2 years, establish a hedge fund valued at 10 billion. Equal. What if I redirect the money that rich white investors poured into a fraudster into my fund instead? I could reach my target amount in one go. The victims were already swayed by the selling point of early disease detection. They'd have no reason to resist switching over to my fund. Plus, I actually plan to pour that money into finding cures for incurable diseases, so this would be beneficial for all humanity. But something doesn't sit right. Why did these people fall for it? Even if they're older, there must be a reason why such intelligent people fell for such an obvious charade. Meet Rachel's father in person and learn more about the Ranos and Holmes. Rachel and I are just coworkers. It's not common to introduce a simple colleague to one's father, but it just so happens that a good event is coming up in 2 months, Thanksgiving, an American holiday spent with family. If on that day a poor orphan friend sheds some tears, Rachel, being kind-hearted, might just invite me over. Become close enough with Rachel that she invites me to Thanksgiving. As I organized this new plan in my notes, a message popped up. Rachel Mosley, are you free right now? 11th floor cafe. It wasn't hard to find Rachel. Everyone in the cafe was glancing in one direction. Rachel was sitting in a secluded corner with her head down. Deep in thought, she didn't notice me approaching, sipping her coffee while staring at the floor. I want coffee too, but if I walk in holding coffee, it won't look good. It'd seem like I had nothing better to do. Rachel, oh, you're here. Her face looked off. Did something happen? Oh no. Would you like some coffee? I'll buy it for you. I'm fine. I have a meeting in 20 minutes. You should have told me if you were busy. I came anyway because I was worried. Yes, I'm that reliable friend who comes even when there's work to do. You wouldn't leave me alone during the holidays, right? Well, I'll still get you some. Just wait a moment. Our dear Rachel, so kind. She noticed my greedy gaze toward the coffee and went right to the counter. A moment later, she returned with an iced Americano. I gratefully accepted it, getting my caffeine fix. While I waited for Rachel to start talking, she kept hesitating. If I leave her like this, it might take another 10 minutes. And 10 minutes is a long time for someone on borrowed time. You went to a client meeting today, didn't you? Huh, how did you know? I heard it when I went to get this. I dangled evidence a pair of earbuds, and Rachel nodded in understanding. Then she started explaining. In short, the CEO didn't even look over our work properly and seemed to have noticed some manipulated figures but brushed it off. He went to the trouble of requesting a feasibility study but didn't even read it. Doesn't that seem strange? And it's not like this request was cheap. Right, when I think about it, it's all strange. A company could easily handle financial modeling on its own with a Bloomberg terminal and an MBA graduate. They could do it in-house to save costs, right? Right, not just right. Didn't Sean say there was a different real purpose to this meeting? What was it? Looks like my words from yesterday had been on her mind. Coming straight to me when curious is a good sign. It's just a guess, not cert. What's your guess? Investment banks are essentially intermediaries, right? So I thought of it like a real estate agent. I have to be cautious when explaining. I need to come across as a modern-day Conan. When Rachel introduces me at Thanksgiving, this is my friend. Conan sounds better than this is my friend, the orphan. To be Conan, I need to find answers in a way that seems insightful, not by saying, the culprit secretly confessed to me. Let's assume the CEO you met today is a landlord. He owns numerous buildings and makes money from the rent they generate. Now, he's interested in buying a new building but isn't sure yet. What would he ask the agent? And will the land price go up? Is there demand? Exactly. But the CEO can look up land prices on his own. That information is readily available these days. What the client wants isn't property prices. In this information age, price data is easy to come by, so there's no need to hire Goldman for that. But demand is different. He'd be curious if other landlords are eyeing the same building, if they'd offer the same price, or if they even have the funds to buy it. What the client truly wants is to know the spare cash and purchasing interest of his rivals. The property might still be a bit pricey. He'd prefer to wait for the price to drop, but is concerned other companies might snatch it up in the meantime. Soon, they'll likely ask us to prepare a competitive pitch. They'll mix the real property in with other listings and observe the reactions, so inflating the numbers was probably a client request. They'll show inflated listings to competitors on purpose. If competitors show interest, the MD will give a hint, and our client will snatch up the property. If competitors show reluctance, our client will wait for the price to drop further. Haha, I hadn't thought of it that way. Rachel looked somewhat defeated. Being raised in a sheltered environment, she tends to think too much by the book. I don't think I'm cut out for this. She's right, Rachel doesn't fit in with Wall Street at all, but leaving too soon would be a problem. You've just started, how would you know that? But call me if you're facing a tough situation. I'm here to listen and help you think things through. Sorry, but I can't let you go for the next 2 years. You're the client who will bring in $10 billion in seed money for my fund. Rachel's gaze was noticeably different from yesterday. It wasn't the look you give a passing colleague, it was the look you give someone you trust and rely on. I've been talking too much about myself. How's it going with you? How's the new department? She's even asking about me now. It's just a polite question, but hearing such polite words from the once distant princess is a significant step forward. Not bad. My seniors seem nice. That's good to hear, but I'm a little on edge too. This staffing is different from the usual. Oh, you mean that project? This project isn't just any project. It's a competition that started during the welcome drinks a match between associates and newcomers. I imagine it's a lot of pressure. More than pressure, I'm curious. What kind of challenge will they set for us? I plan to keep Rachel informed about the details of this match. Those details will eventually reach the ears of Rachel's father, who's well connected with wealthy people. Then, ding, an email arrived. As I read it, I couldn't help but frown. Staffing meeting time changed, 2 p.m., 4 p.m. The meeting had already been postponed once and was delayed again. Delayed meetings are common, but since it's related to an important match, it bothers me. Hopefully, nothing unexpected has happened. As Ha Si-hyun feared, the situation was changing. This was due to the report Jeff made earlier that morning. Concerned by Rhino's hypersensitivity, Pierce instructed Jeff to investigate, and these were the results. Recently, Rhino's performance has noticeably improved. On the surface, it's due to the revival of the biopharmaceutical market, but Pierce waved his hand, signaling for him to get to the point. The percentage of IPOs among small to medium-sized companies is unusually high. Each has only one product line in development, and none are in a position to issue additional bonds. Pierce's eyes sparkled. Companies developing a single product have no revenue yet. To generate revenue, they need to invest more cash to complete development. Such clients, investment banks usually suggest two options. One, an IPO initial public offering, which involves raising funds by selling stocks to the public on the exchange. 2, a merger acquisition, which entails selling the company to a major pharmaceutical firm. But they all proceeded with IPOs. Yes, despite their high-risk profile, they bypassed our department. They were steered that way. Indeed, that can't be the end of it. Sorry, this kind of competition is routine, isn't it? Such competition is commonplace in investment banking. However, Rhino was more sensitive than usual. Something sparked in Pierce's mind as he pondered. Look into the IPO subscriptions. When stocks are first listed on the exchange, they must go through a subscription phase. If buyers don't appear at the moment of listing, the stock price will plummet. Therefore, they recruit investors in advance and allocate shares accordingly. All of the deals Rhino pushed had high demand for IPO subscriptions, even though they were ambiguous companies with no revenue and a single product still in development. Check if there was any outside intervention. You don't mean. Jeff immediately went out to investigate and returned an hour later, confirming Pierce's suspicion. It appears to be an axe. In the industry, a deal that is heavily backed by the top levels of Goldman is called an axe. Like chopping wood with an axe, orders from above mandate that the deal must be pushed through one way or another. When designated as an axe, every department responsible for sales is instructed to actively recommend the deal to clients. The success rate was bound to be high. Now it all makes sense. A sense of relief appeared on Pierce's face. There's only one entity that can designate a deal as an axe, the executive committee. It's a group of 18 executives that make key decisions at Goldman. They must really not like me. In half a year, one of the executives would be retiring, leaving a vacancy on the committee. There were two candidates to fill that seat, Rhino and Pierce. Based on performance, Pierce was virtually the confirmed choice, but some or even all of the current committee members were actively backing Rhino. Why on earth? Why? They'd prefer someone who's compliant. Pierce was already known for his combative personality. If such a figure entered the executive committee solely based on merit, it was inevitable he'd clash with others on various issues. But if they pushed an unqualified second choice, owing a debt, he would be easier to control. What if they back him for half a year? That could be risky. I can't just sit idly by then. After a moment of contemplation, Pierce made a decision. Postpone the staffing meeting. Jeff immediately nodded. I'll cancel it altogether. It wasn't the time to be engaging in a casual wager when the executive seat could be slipping away. But then Pierce said something unexpected. Why would we cancel it? Sorry. It's our best weapon, isn't it? What do you mean? While Jeff looked puzzled, Pierce's eyes gleamed, and a wide smile spread across his face. This wager, we should use it. 4:00 p.m. Finally, the meeting time arrived. Everyone at Goldman knew about my competition with Brent, but the exact format of the challenge was being revealed for the first time here. In 2 days, you'll both pitch to a client. Each of you is to create a teaser featuring 10 stocks. The one who gets more selections from the client wins. The rules of this game were simple. Brent and I would each present 10 investment ideas to the client. The one who received more selections from the client would win. We're expected to do it all ourselves, from scratch. It's a contest of skill, isn't it? Brent wasn't asking because he didn't know, he just needed to double-check due to how unusual this was. It's rare for low-level employees like us to choose stocks. Typically, the MD picks the stocks, and we decorate the MD's selections with footnotes and reverse engineering. For this wager, they were granting us an enormous exception. In this case, the client becomes crucial. In this game, the side that wins more client picks wins. Since each client prefers different types of deals, knowing the client's preferences is essential. Surprisingly, Pierce brought an unexpected client. This time, the client is Stevian Capital, a hedge fund that invests in various areas. The primary clients in the investment banking division are usually corporations, but he specifically invited a hedge fund. hedge funds and corporations have different preferences. For instance, hedge funds aren't interested in long-term investments for the company's future. They favor short-term profit trades that allow them to enter and exit within a few months. Was this his way of being considerate? If he had brought in an ordinary company, it would have favored Brent, who often dealt with such clients. Perhaps he chose a client unfamiliar to both sides to create a fair competition environment. Any questions? I'd like to know the fund's tendencies. Is it more long-term or short-term? Brent was diligently asking questions about the client's available liquid capital, preferences, interests, and favorite types of investments. Then he asked this final question: is this a client you've worked with before, Mr. Pierce? I wouldn't make such a request to a client I don't know. A junior employee isn't likely to produce anything worthwhile, right? I'm taking the time to help you both out. No client would actually invest based on recommendations from junior employees like us. Since there's no real benefit but only time involved, it's natural to make this request of a familiar client. Still, the atmosphere felt a bit strange. Brent's expression soured, and Pierce smirked as he looked at him. Don't worry, I'll make the selection fairly, based purely on the results. Fairly, you're worried about a conflict of interest, aren't you? No, not at all. Brent denied it, but his face had turned pale. Conflict of interest, it wasn't entirely absurd. Pierce had bet on my victory, and a client familiar with Pierce was acting as the judge for this contest. With a single request, the client could favor me. However, would he really go that far? Would he stoop to such a petty trick over a mere drinking bet? Didn't make sense, but the tension in the room was palpable. The atmosphere between Brent and Pierce was also tense. There's definitely something here. What matters on Wall Street? Liquidity. From the looks of it, the tide had shifted again. This wager was no longer a simple game. Then Jeff will inform you of the schedule moving forward. With those words, Pierce left the room. I left my things in the meeting room, pretending to head to the restroom, and hurried outside to check where Pierce was going. Just as I thought, he was heading to the elevator. Since he wasn't wearing a coat, it wasn't an external meeting. He must have business with another department within Goldman. This could either work to my disadvantage or advantage. There's only one thing to do now: stay sharp and wait. 10th floor, the trading floor. The man who entered the restroom was startled to see an unexpected person inside. Pierce, what brings you here? This entire floor is a trading floor. There are few reasons for Pierce from the investment banking division to be here. Why so surprised? Did I come somewhere I'm not supposed to? The man felt a twinge of guilt. He was an MD from the equity sales department, responsible for stock brokerage, and had helped with Rhino's deals under orders from above. Well, it's just surprising. You're rarely around the office, aren't you? I've had more free time lately. Haha, if you're free, the rest of us might as well starve. True. Why else would I be messing around with juniors? Oh, you mean that wager. The newbie's bet, risking his entire paycheck, was the talk among traders. While others treated it as an entertaining topic over drinks, this man couldn't. He had too much on his mind. Why did Pierce set up the wager in the healthcare department of all places? Could it really be just a coincidence? Could he have noticed something? Is healthcare particularly hot these days? It just seems like you're handling a lot of orders in that sector recently, so I thought I'd ask. Damn, the man barely suppressed a curse. Pierce knew, after all. He wasn't sure how much, but it was clear Pierce was here to probe him. Well, that's just how it worked out. We can't always pick and choose the work we do, right? Indeed. I'm just trying to stay on good terms with the higher-ups. In times like these, it's enough just to keep my head down. How do I get out of this? As he was deep in thought, Pierce came closer and patted him on the shoulder. You're always too eager, that's your problem. What eagerness? No need to be modest. Pierce's grip on his shoulder tightened. When someone has a lot of drive, it shows. Some people, when asked to bring firewood, gather only small twigs. Others pick up an axe and chop down every tree in the vicinity. Take it easy and mind your health while you work. With that, Pierce's intention became clear. Even if orders came down, he wanted the man to merely go through the motions, pretending to follow them half-heartedly. As long as he did that, there would be no retaliation. Phew. As the man sighed in relief, Pierce walked away with a satisfied smile on his face. He knew never to make an overt threat. If he pushed people too far, they might align themselves firmly with Rhino, fighting as if their lives depended on it. What Pierce needed was for his collaborators to tread cautiously, afraid to wield an axe too aggressively. In that regard, this wager was a useful tool. Pierce spent some time moving around different departments, mentioning the wager in a similar manner. Such scenes always had witnesses, who faithfully spread word of what they'd seen. Pierce was talking about the wager with the sales MD. The atmosphere was a bit. This news reached the ears of the MDs in various departments. Many of them held strategy meetings with their most trusted VPs. They could deduce even more from the same information. Now it all makes sense. Yes, it seems Rhino moved first. The MDs were closely observing Pierce's actions. Why was he trying to do business under the guise of a wager in healthcare, of all places? This seemed like a preemptive strike, yet they couldn't understand why Pierce, who was leading in performance, would need to attack Rhino. Then the final puzzle piece fell into place, the sales department. Rhino had tried to surpass Pierce with the help of sales. Pierce had noticed and was responding accordingly. This situation also revealed another crucial piece of information. It looks like retirement is really happening this time. Next quarter, perhaps. The rumor of a vacancy on the executive committee had persisted for 2 years, kept alive by an executive's health issues. But now the top two in performance were clashing. It was clear they were fighting for the spot before the executive change. Rhino or Pierce, one of them, would become an executive within 6 months and gain the power of the axe. What should we do? The task was obvious. They needed to pick a side. But which side? Pierce is at an advantage, but there's something unsettling. What do you mean? Isn't it unusual for him to step into healthcare? If it's a performance battle, sticking to familiar territory would yield better numbers. He's probably just trying to disrupt Rhino. Is that all there is to it? Choosing the wrong side could lead to falling out of favor with an axe-wielding executive. Although the stakes were high, they lacked sufficient information to make a decision. Think the newbie knows anything. They wouldn't share this kind of information with a mere junior. At this point, we need every scrap of information. Approach him and find out. So the VPs from each department headed toward Ha Si-hyun in unison. Naturally, Ha Si-hyun had already sensed the shift in the air. This is getting interesting. The situation was turning quite intriguing. Pierce was clearly using him, but this was the perfect opportunity to turn the tables and use him back. This type of game was right up his alley. Now's not the time to be too available. When demand is high, limited supply raises one's value. Conveniently, it was dinner time. Ha Si-hyun quietly slipped out. Tonight's dinner would be eaten out. After observing for hours, one thing is certain. I've been caught in a power struggle. A few days ago, Rhino barged into Pierce's office, and that conflict has since spilled over into the betting scene. As a mere underling, I've essentially become a shrimp caught between two whales. Of course, I have no intention of quietly offering up my back, as the saying goes. Not everything about this is bad, I remind myself. My goal has been clear from the start. Spread the word that Ha Si-hyun is the brilliant newcomer among Wall Street's elite. For a while, I staked my paycheck as betting capital to make some noise, but it got stale after a few days. Just as I was beginning to worry about the waning attention, the whale fight conveniently rolled in. What's the most entertaining thing in the world? Watching fires and watching fights. And in that sense, a whale fight is the perfect spectacle. Interest in the bet has surged, and more people are seeking me out. But meeting them too easily would make me look cheap, so I stepped out. My chosen spot, a nearby panini specialty shop. Your Verona panini is ready. I sat at a table far from the window and started on my panini. The savory salami and perfectly grilled peppers melded beautifully, a true palate receptor than in a past life. By the time I'd polished off the panini, it was 7:30 p.m. From 7 to 10 p.m., investment banks are at their quietest, so during this window I have to be outside. But to avoid reproach for slacking off, I need a legitimate excuse. Could I get a lobster roll, please, to go? I ordered a new sandwich and took a single bite as I stepped outside, then made my way toward my next destination, the hospital emergency room. I tore at my shirt, rolled up my sleeves, and headed to the registration desk. I have a shellfish allergy. Red spots were already forming on my arms, and my breathing had a faint wheeze. It's a bit risky, sure, but I won't die from this. All investors know one truth: there's no such thing as a safe path in this world. Even if there were, that path doesn't pay. To make money, you don't avoid risk blindly, you control it to a manageable level. In this case, by provoking an allergy near a hospital. This is risk management. With good management, risk becomes an opportunity for profit. This is high risk, high return. One shot of epinephrine and the symptoms quickly subsided. Done. I sent Jeff a message saying I was at the ER, and now all I have to do is lie on the bed and kill time. Better not use this trick too often. Machines beeping all around. The hospital's distinct medicinal smell, a familiar environment for someone with a medical background. Yet, for some reason, my hands and feet are turning cold. Memories of lying in wait like a human water balloon waiting to burst surge up like seasickness. Could it be PTSD? But running away here is not an option. High risk, high return. I resisted the urge to dash out and held on firmly until 10 p.m. Would you like a receipt? Total cost $415. My mouth tastes bitter, but I can't afford to regret it. In investments, returns matter more than expenses. Now I just have to pull more than $415 worth of value from this. I apologize for causing concern. I didn't expect there would be crab meat in the sandwich. Back in the MA department, I handed Jeff my receipt and apologized. You don't need to submit this kind of thing. Lies. Without it, he'd be suspicious. Get back to work. Jeff left for the night, and soon the first visitor came to see me. Are you the new guy in on this bet? A man in his mid-30s. People in this age range are usually VPs. I'm Preston from the TMT department. The TMT department handles tech, media, and telecommunications. I heard Pierce values you highly, so I thought I'd come by out of curiosity. He's using the excuse of free time to justify his visit. As if it were a few hours ago, that excuse might have worked, but not now. The current time is 11 p.m. A VP with free time would have left by 10. This guy postponed his departure just to see me. That's the insight I paid $415 to confirm. So what can I help you with? I glanced at my computer with a troubled expression. Are you very busy? I just got back from the ER. I have a lot of work, but haven't even started. Reluctantly, he got to the point. I heard you're not assigned to a specific team. Once this bed is over, where are you headed? How would I know? I'm a contract worker who goes wherever I'm called. My preferred department is healthcare. Really, however, MA is the top department at Goldman. If I'm invited, I have no reason to refuse, I see. As I responded, I watched his face. He tensed up at the mention of healthcare, but looked relieved when I mentioned MA actually. I'm also very interested in integrating healthcare with tech. There's a growing trend of services connecting healthcare with cloud technology. Wouldn't it make sense for the MA department to spearhead such initiatives? The man's gaze shifted. I am the shrimp watching the whale fight up close. He's clearly trying to read Pierce's intentions through the shrimp's insight. Of course, I don't know a thing about what Pierce is planning. This is just my personal opinion. Sorry, but I really have work piling up. Feigning busyness, the VP soon disappeared. Taking advantage of the moment, I jotted down the information I just extracted in my notebook. TMT Department's Preston, rushing to be the first, must have a lot riding on this whale fight. The most important takeaway from that encounter. He asked about my future plans. He's not interested in what a new hire like me is up to. He wants to know Pierce's intentions. If I remain here, Pierce will have a medical school graduate under his command. This implies a high likelihood that I'll continue handling healthcare deals even after this bet ends. Most curious about whether Pierce will pursue healthcare business in the future. That's enough for now, I thought as I focused back on my work. The next visitor arrived in less than 30 minutes, asking similar questions. Actually, my preferred department has always been healthcare. Really. In the meantime, my preferred department had changed. Well, young people are naturally indecisive. I thought it would better utilize my background. Ah, you went to medical school, right? Yes, I've been keeping an eye on biotech firms, and 80 of the ones I marked always end up involved in deals. Interesting. He doesn't believe it at all. That's how things are, and one believes the truth anymore. ECM department. Arrived pretty quickly, so they're in a hurry too. Healthcare. Even small bits of information need to be noted down. They'll come in handy someday. As dawn broke, the stream of visiting VPs dwindled, but then the associates started showing up. I heard Pierce has been talking about you. What's up with that? Well, I just got back from the hospital today. I put my earphones in and furiously tapped at the keyboard, giving off a focused vibe. Tap, tap, tap. After visiting the ER, I must look terrible. Not easy to interrupt me like this. Still, a few persistently tapped me on the shoulder. Are you busy? I shot them a look saying, can't you tell? To which they responded with a look that said, I know, but what can I do? Right, they don't actually want to be here. They're here on orders from their superiors. Thus, I should engage them to find out their departments. The parade of visitors seeking me out continued through the night. Juggling work and information gathering, the night passed in a blur, and morning arrived with another wave of VPs. Then at 10 a.m., an unexpected figure appeared. Can we talk for a moment? It was my rival, Brent. Brent deliberately led me outside the office building, wearing a serious expression. Do you still want to join our department? How long ago was that? Still, this is valuable information. Healthcare is now trying to recruit me belatedly. This suggests that something has changed. Is it because of me? I conveyed my interest in healthcare to 3 people in the early hours. That's the reason. It means the departments involved have active exchanges with healthcare. We have a rather large IPO underway in our department. I could assign you to that team immediately. A live deal. Yes, a live deal means an actual transaction, not just pitching for business, but a stage where the deal has already succeeded and is underway. This means it counts toward performance metrics. It's rare for a newly hired junior to be assigned to a project like this, so it's a pretty decent offer. If you handle yourself well, it can be arranged immediately. Handle yourself well, he's telling me to deliberately lose the bet. Well, I'll think about it. When I indirectly declined, Brent scoffed. A nobody without even a department is acting pricey. Perhaps you forgot, but this bet has a stake of $110,000. If I'm to give that up, it would have to be worth the cost. You'll regret it. Brent huffed and left, but he's also in a position where he has to follow orders from above. Sure enough, within an hour, he returned with a new proposal. We could even rewrite your employment contract. In other words, they're willing to raise my salary. Seems Rhino is quite desperate, too. What do you think? It's a tempting offer. If the circumstances were different, I might have jumped at it. Well, I'll think about it. Once again, I declined. In truth, I can't accept anything they propose. This bet is my debut event to make a name for myself. I can't end it in a hollow, bought-out ending. Is this enough? I wonder. So far, I've only done one thing, keep stoking the fire. In a whale fight, every move matters, and here I am, the shrimp in the middle, shifting my words back and forth. That will only fuel the spectators' chatter and interpretation. Interest should remain high until the day of the bet. No issues with spreading the rumors. So let's move on to the next stage. Now I need to focus on the outcome of this bet. Beating Brent isn't hard, but things have gotten a bit tangled. For now, I should start refusing visitors. As I lowered the metaphorical shutters and began planning specific strategies. Rachel Mosley, did you have lunch? An unrefusable guest has arrived. Right now, I'm the most popular person at Goldman. If I go to the company cafeteria, crowds gather around me. So I decided to have steak at a nearby restaurant with Rachel. I heard it's a battle between two factions, with you caught in the middle. Our princess seems worried about me. She eagerly chatters, filling me in on the company's internal affairs. Two MDs are at odds, and every department is lining up behind one whale or the other. Of course, I already know that. My notebook even has notes on which department supports whom, actually. Rachel glanced around, then leaned forward and whispered in a low voice. There's talk of appointing a new executive, and both of them are candidates that I didn't know. Indeed, the elite get access to different information. An MD who wants to stay on her good side must have told her just for you. A fight for the executive position. Was this always in the works? I'm not sure. In my past life, I was just a lowly slave, busy trying to adapt to my tasks at this time. Still, I know how this conflict ends. 6 months later, when I transferred departments, Rhino wasn't in healthcare anymore. Pierce was in MA, and the one who became an executive in my past life was Rhino. Now it makes sense. Rhino must have pulled some strings and delivered impressive results, but this time it seems Pierce has caught on. Plus, there's an executive position at stake. No wonder the two whales are going wild. Feeling a bit relieved, I focused on my meal. It's the first beef I've tasted since coming back to life. It wouldn't be polite to eat it half-heartedly. The resistance of the meat against the knife, the red juices pooling lightly on the plate. As I bit into the thick piece of steak, savoring the joy of a flavor reset, Rachel gave me a sidelong glance. Why are you so calm, Sean? Being anxious won't change anything. A fund manager, above all, must be unemotional. Who would trust their wallet to someone whose hands tremble with every crisis? Phew, I feel like I'm the only one worried here. I could sense her frustration in her sigh. This is a bit problematic. Our meetings should always be pleasant. Actually, I do have a plan in mind. She perked up her ears at my words, looking adorable. I fixed my gaze on the plate, feeling like I might get too attached if I looked at her too closely. Remember, Rachel isn't just a woman, she's a client who could bring in $1 billion. I'm the wise fund manager handling that money. So here, I'll go with the vibe of a sage master. There's a saying from my hometown, when whales fight, the shrimp's back gets broken. As you know, a sage master communicates in riddles. No matter how hard the shrimp swims, it can't escape the battlefield. And it's not like the shrimp can lead the whales elsewhere. So what should the shrimp do in that situation? While Rachel hesitated, I took the last bite of steak. After wiping my mouth with a napkin, it was time to reveal the answer. If you can't change the picture, then change the story. Instead of saying the shrimp got caught in the whale's fight, make it seem like the whales are fighting over the shrimp. Is that possible? I've already done half of it. One of the whales is already trying to recruit me. But if I reveal everything, I'll have nothing to talk about next time we meet. You'll see soon enough. I gave a wise, Eastern sage-like smile. It seemed like a good ending, but there was still a hint of dissatisfaction on Rachel's face. It feels like I'm the only one who worried. That's not true. I have my concerns too, yet you look so relaxed. I can't help but be relaxed. I'm from the future after all. I know which companies are promising and which companies are involved in which deals. I'm moving with all the answers in hand. I even have the rare fortune of knowing which drugs will squeeze through the FDA's eye of the needle. In short, this level is a breeze for me. But even with a breeze, there are still considerations. Right now, my biggest question is this: how much should I breeze through? For humans, the scale of taking advantage without effort varies. Future knowledge guarantees easy gains. Imagine knowing which stocks, real estate, or cryptocurrency will rise in value. If you can't take advantage of this knowledge, you'd be foolish. But how much can you actually profit without effort? If two people have the same knowledge, will they make the same amount of money? The answer is obviously no. To be blunt, ordinary people and Wall Street operate on different scales when it comes to taking advantage. How so? It's easier to explain through examples. Let's assume you know about the future of Pangyo. The land that currently costs 1 million won per pyong will increase to 3.5 million won in 3 years, 11 million won in 5 years, and 50 million won in 10 years. How would you make money from this? Buy up prime land and sell it off when it peaks. This is the logical approach. Nowadays, even 12-year-olds understand this much, so let's move on to the next question. Could you share this knowledge with others? Most ordinary people hesitate or answer no at this point. They might share it with family or close friends, but even then they're reluctant. They believe that monopolizing information maximizes their profit. Later, when Pangyo's real estate value rises to 500 trillion won and they pocket 300 trillion of it, they feel satisfied and move on to the next piece of future knowledge. But as I said, even a 12-year-old could do this. By future knowledge standards, this is minimum wage. To be satisfied with this is to lack ambition. Such honest people are truly without greed. Now, what about Wall Street? They don't hide this information. On the contrary, they produce countless reports in Excel and distribute them everywhere, proclaiming, you should invest in Pangyo too. This is an investment, not speculation. At first, many people might be skeptical. After all, hearing that land priced at 1 million won per pyong will soar to 50 million won sounds unbelievable. But 3 years later, when the land price jumps 3.5 times as predicted in the report, and 5 years later, it hits 11 million won as forecasted, who could remain passive? If you miss out on this, you're a fool. Everyone will rush in, which could drive the real estate value up from 500 trillion to 600 trillion won. But stopping there would be a shame. The real opportunity for easy profit begins now. What's common among those diving into Pangyo real estate? Loans. Who buys real estate with cash these days? Most people take loans using land as collateral, known as mortgage-backed securities. Since bonds are products you can buy, let's approach the bank. Why wait 30 years to recoup the funds? I'll pay you a bit more if you transfer it to me. The bank might be tempted to hand over the bonds. If you sweep up Pangyo's mortgage-backed securities and bundle them in tens of thousands, you create a new, creative financial product, a derivative. And notably, this is an extremely safe asset. What are the odds that tens of thousands of people would default simultaneously? Moreover, Pangyo land is used as collateral. You might not believe me, so let's ask an objective third-party institution for an appraisal. The result is, of course, AAA rated. Why let something this good go to waste? Let's release a new report, advertise how safe this product is, and sell it at a premium. How much will this bring me? With an overheated market, I'll get a real estate profit of 100 trillion won. By providing the service of bundling others' bonds in groups of 10,000, I'll add 20 trillion won. Compared to an ordinary person, I gained an additional 120 trillion without much effort. But why stop here? Is Pangyo the only piece of land? There are many new towns and redevelopment areas popping up these days. Let's buy bonds from other areas, bundle them in tens of thousands, and sell them off. Some of these bonds might be for ghost towns of the future. No problem, no problem. Just mix them with secure Pangyo bonds. After all, when you buy apples by the box, a few rotten apples are inevitable. As long as you adjust the ratio well, there's no issue. When preparing the report, always mention Pangyo's success story. With creativity and footnotes, you can link anything to Pangyo's lottery. Bundle and sell whatever you can, extracting fees along the way. How much can I make with this? Since I've secured real estate nationwide, I can make hundreds or even thousands of trillions. My creativity and skill with footnotes are the limits of my easy profits. Want to earn even more? Just increase the ratio of rotten apples in the box. You could even create insurance for those rotten apples. But be cautious. Overdoing it could ruin a whole country. Of course, this is an extremely simplified example. The numbers are exaggerated, various regulations and details are omitted, and in the first place, this isn't even about Pangyo. The important thing here isn't the numbers or details. What's the true lesson of this story? If you spread future knowledge well, it comes back as even more money. Think derivatives are a rare case, then look at stocks. Do you buy up only Net Plus stocks because Net Plus is rising? Then you're an honest, ordinary person. If Net Plus rises, you should produce a report linking the entire streaming OTT industry as a promising sector. Group Net Plus distant relatives, fourth cousins, eighth cousins, even stepchildren, and say they share good genetics, expecting similar growth rates, and promote all related stocks. Wait, stepchildren have different genes. Sharp of you. In fact, that company will go bankrupt in the future. But what does it matter? You can still profit by selling just before the plunge. Can you see the difference now? Ordinary people aim for the biggest slice of the pie. Wall Street doesn't just aim for the pie, it makes profit from selling the whole dessert craze, cake, muffins, cookies, and even coffee trays and napkins as a set. This is why I must endure life in investment banking. Not just anyone can create these essential reports for the process. No matter how brilliant, if an ordinary person makes it, it's just gossip. But if a Goldman alumnus creates it, it's a report. That's credibility. The document I'm working on now will be the first report that starts the legend of a man named Ha Si-hyun. I need to be careful. Which one should I pick? I know every promising company inside out, but listing them honestly makes me just an ordinary person. To achieve ultimate efficiency and impact, I need to think carefully. Tap, tap, time flew by as I weighed each option, and suddenly it's Wednesday morning, the day of reckoning. While Ha Si-hyun was fervently working on his document, a storm was brewing inside Goldman. Pierce had been approaching not only Rhino allies, but also neutral department MDs, mentioning the bet. Who do you think will win? Well, I thought it was just kids playing, so I didn't pay much attention. But if you had to choose, Pierce's sharp gaze conveyed a clear message. There was no option to abstain. Haha, I'd need to know more about it to say. All I know is that it's a match between two lower-level employees. You're too detached from what's going on. I've been busy lately. By tomorrow, your choice will be meaningless, won't it? Pierce's eyes seemed to say, if you don't decide today, I'll consider you on the opposing side. The MDs who had been watching indifferently now found themselves forced to make a choice. Which side will you choose? Isn't that obvious? Those trying to stay neutral knew they needed to side with the winner. But who would that be? Find out anything you can. This is why people were increasingly searching for Ha Si Hyun, yet he was busy and wouldn't entertain them at all. Is he possibly? Tat 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 tat, this time. Tat 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 tat. Unable to engage Ha Si Hyun directly, subordinates scrambled to gather indirect information. They tracked down people who had previously spoken with him to inquire about the details, but the information they gathered only added to the confusion. He's been pressuring us to bring in deals that merge tech and healthcare under TMT. He's expecting us to find similar transactions. Is there any specific reason it has to be healthcare? Maybe Pierce can only win if there's upheaval in healthcare. So does that mean Rhino has the advantage? He's a strong opponent, but if Pierce is already aware, then is Pierce at an advantage? No, that new hire, he said he wanted to go into healthcare. Rhino must have made a move. Are you sure? I heard that healthcare had asked HR to rewrite the employment contract. It's clear everything's already settled. It was utter chaos. Meanwhile, Rhino in the healthcare department was in a foul mood. He'd already noticed Pierce going around and applying pressure. To make matters worse, he received this notification in the morning. We need a bit more time. The add-backs in the attached file are too ambiguous. If things continue this way, the executive position was slipping away. A man should know when to give up, the executive said with a disapproving look. Although he disliked Pierce and had backed Rhino, he showed no intention of helping any further. Even an axe has its limits. This is as far as I go. What if we discipline Pierce? Discipline? A reprimand for this bet. Isn't he wasting valuable company resources? Even if he's dealing with lower-level employees, using them for such a pastime is unacceptable. The executive frowned, as Rhino seemed to have forgotten a fact every MD at Goldman should know. That would violate our fundamental rule. Goldman's unwritten rule: as long as performance is good, anything goes. This rule was established by none other than Goldman's CEO. Pierce was producing top results. If he were disciplined merely for toying with junior employees, it would be the executive, not Pierce, who'd get called in front of the CEO. But Rhino hadn't made this suggestion thoughtlessly. Take a look at this. He pulled a piece of paper from his jacket and began to explain his plan. It didn't take long for the executive's disapproval to change. Meanwhile, a man with a gloomy expression sat elsewhere. Brent, Ha Si Hyun's opponent in the contest. What an embarrassment. Brent had already resigned himself to defeat. In this game, the winner was whoever received more client votes. The problem was that the judge, the client, was Pierce's ally. Pierce was going around hinting at the new hire's likely victory. This isn't a fair game. If Pierce weren't an MD, Brent would have said it outright. This was match fixing. But as a low-level employee, Brent couldn't dare accuse an MD of manipulating a contest, and he won't even consider joining my side. All Brent's attempts to win Ha Si Hyun over had failed. Offering department transfers, renegotiated salaries, projects that would yield high performance, and substantial bonuses based on results, all of it had been in vain. Damn you, Pierce, rigging a contest so underhandedly. While Brent ranted to himself, Rhino returned from his outing. He had left in a fury, but now he was humming a tune. Brent felt a glimmer of hope. Surely his superior had a plan. The final version, here it is. Bring it over. Brent brought the teaser's final version and entered Rhino's office. Flip, flip. Rhino aggressively flipped through the pages. He was already familiar with the content. He had personally selected each item listed. Brent had merely formalized it into a document. Strictly speaking, this was against the rules, as the list was supposed to be created by the junior employee. But MDs were a breed who bent rules without hesitation as long as the results were good. No issues here. Rhino smiled broadly as he looked over the list. You have one job to do. Just as Brent gathered his hope, Rhino made an unexpected statement. Let the new hire win. The directive to let the rookie win means Brent should lose. In other words, it implies, become an incompetent fool who can't even beat a rookie. Why can't you do it? Watching Brent biting his lip in frustration, Rhino clicked his tongue internally. I thought he was the type to just follow orders, but it seems he's actually thinking for himself. If he went into the meeting like this, there was a high chance he'd forget the instructions and act on his own judgment. It would be better to kindly explain the plan to him. This was Pierce's rigged game from the start. Winning is impossible for us. The rules of this game are simple. Each participant prepares 10 investment ideas. Every time a client chooses one, they score 1 point with a maximum of 10 points. The one with the higher score wins. But since the clients giving points are Pierce's people, fairness is out of the question. We've tried everything we could, but it all ended in failure. That is true. Rhino hadn't been sitting idle either. He had confronted Pierce and even arranged some privileges for the rookie. but none of it worked. Canceling the game was impossible. Changing the referee was impossible. Recruiting the rookie was impossible, so there's only one solution left. Rhino revealed the answer with a meaningful smile. We changed the playing field. Brent's confusion deepened. This was more of a riddle than an answer. Who? Rhino let out a deep sigh, anticipating a long explanation. The moment Pierce declares your defeat, I will personally push these items on this list. 3 of them are bound to go through. If 3 items from the list succeed, that would mean 3 points. However, Brent's expression remained somber. Isn't that after the game is over? Rhino's words implied he would take action only after Pierce declared defeat. What's the point of scoring after the game ends? Rhino raised his voice at Brent's timid complaint. You fool, this is a live deal. A live deal. It means a real transaction. As soon as a real deal goes through, it becomes a real transaction on our side and a mere simulation on theirs. No matter whom Pierce's referee chose, it would just be meaningless finger-pointing. A client who doesn't open their wallet isn't a real client. On the other hand, Brent's list would lead to real deals. Even if the rookie wins the game, it's a hollow victory in a simulated contest. Let that go and you secure the real victory in actual business. Brent expressed his gratitude with heartfelt emotion. Even if the rookie wins, no one will look down on Brent. After all, he secured the most important results. People will say his real-world skills are superior, but he was overshadowed by Pierce's biased judgment. This time the rookie must win without fail. His reluctant expression turned into a pleased smile. It was indeed a clever strategy. What happens if Pierce scores 0 when he markets using your list, but I score 3 points when I step in? We'll be able to prove that Pierce bribed the referee for the contest. You fool. Who cares about that? Huh, isn't Pierce that fool, throwing away profitable deals just to get caught up in some petty contest? They could prove that Pierce, blinded by office politics, had sacrificed legitimate deals. Brent's list contained deals with the potential to generate around $300 million in fees. The moment Pierce declares the rookie's victory, he would have neglected real business, costing Goldman a $300 million loss due to his obsession with a meaningless game. Goldman may be lenient on employee indolence and ethical lapses, but they're unforgiving when it comes to financial losses. This would mean disciplinary action for Pierce. Of course, it likely wouldn't be severe, probably just minor business trips for a month, but a month would be enough. If this succeeds, live deals will pour in. Complete your assigned tasks properly and you'll be included. Rhino had been holding off on healthcare MA deals. It wasn't just that he didn't want to give Pierce the results, but he'd also been trying to keep the rapid rise in demand in this field hidden. Now there was no need to keep it under wraps. With things as they were, he planned to team up with the long-standing second place in the MA group and push forward with all the healthcare MA deals that had been on hold. While Pierce's performance stagnates for a month, he'll sprint to reverse the standings. It was a perfect plan, but then Brent spoiled the mood. What if a real deal comes from the rookies list, too? Rhino's face twisted in frustration. Are you seriously suggesting that the rookie could close a multi-million-dollar deal? Most deals fall through, even when chosen by clients. There's always some snag, whether it's price negotiation, timing, or other specifics. That's why MDs prepare the list in the first place, creating it only after initial client negotiations. Right now, for the mock game, they were just letting subordinates handle it. The rookie has been here less than a month. He's not only incompetent, but also hasn't spoken with any clients, so he has no understanding of their needs. His chances of closing a real deal are 0. Still, it's best not to be overconfident. Would Pierce really just sit back and let it happen? Just as Rhino had done, might Pierce slip a prepared deal into the mix? There's a chance that Pierce will swap out the rookies list. According to the eyes keeping tabs on the rookie, he'd been creating the list on his own so far. For now, if they plan to change the content, they'll do it during the meeting. Prevent that from happening, no matter what. This was a showdown between Rhino and Pierce. The rookie was irrelevant. Make sure it's the rookies list we go with. MA conference room, sir, you're here. The moment Brent stepped inside, Ha Si-hyun greeted him warmly. His face showed no trace of tension. While the entire Goldman firm was embroiled in this gamble, Ha Si-hyun was curiously unshaken. Pathetic jerk. Brent scowled deeply. He'd been too preoccupied with the fear of losing. But now that he had some breathing room, he could spare a moment to look at Ha Si-hyun with disdain. You knew from the start, didn't you? That's why you even bet your salary. It was clear that Ha Si-hyun had been involved in Pierce's match fixing from the beginning, and it didn't stop there. Without revealing the rigged nature of the game, he'd encouraged others to raise the stakes. This was nothing short of fraud. What a fool. Didn't he think about the aftermath? The ones who lose their wages won't stay silent. No one would dare to claim that an MD rigged the game, so they'll all pay up. But behind his back, they'll whisper that Ha Si-hyun is a con artist. His career would be over. What do you mean? Ha Si-hyun tilted his head innocently, wearing a polite expression. Brent raised his chin and spoke in a lecturing tone. There's a common misconception rookies make. They think Wall Street is a place where anything goes. But do you know what's just as important as results in this industry? If you could enlighten me, I'll take it to heart. Credibility. No matter how desperately someone scrambles with a dirty reputation. Cough, cough, I'm sorry, I haven't been well since yesterday. Ha Si-hyun coughed but quickly composed himself, apologizing courteously. Watching this, Brent found himself momentarily stunned. Right before he started coughing, Ha Si-hyun's expression, he was definitely smirking. Normally, Brent would have been furious, but he couldn't bring himself to react. I'll keep that in mind. It was the quiet confidence in Ha Si-hyun's gaze that held him back. Or rather, it wasn't just confidence. It was closer to condescension, the kind of gaze one would use when looking down on an ant from a lofty height. Could it be? A ridiculous thought crossed his mind, sending a chill down his spine. What if he already knew everything? Brent shook his head forcibly, trying to dismiss such an absurd notion. What bizarre nonsense am I thinking? Just then, the door swung open with a loud bang, and Pierce entered the room with his VP. Let's begin. Both of you, confirm your materials with each other. They received prior instructions to print 4 copies of each document. This meant they were to be distributed to all participants. Following the instructions precisely, Brent took his seat and picked up Ha Si-hyun's teaser. There's no way I'll lose. The image of Ha Si-hyun's earlier expression stirred unease, but Brent quelled it with cold reason. Ha Si-hyun's true opponent in this match wasn't him, it was Rhino. Whatever he presented in this teaser, whatever score he received from the client, it would only be an empty victory in a fake competition. The true winner of this game was Brent. Repeating this to himself a few times, he turned the title page. The table of contents came into view. 1 Industry Overview 2, Proposals 2-1, Foundation Medicine 2-2, Lundbeck Take to 2-3, 5 Prime. Brent let out a hollow laugh in relief. At that moment, he heard a man's voice. You should remove any identifiable information, including company names. This is an investment teaser, after all. The one who pointed it out was Pierce's VP, Jeff. He was right. Company names aren't included in teasers. There's a risk that clients who haven't committed to an investment could steal the contents of the proposal. Instead, placeholders like Company A are used, and detailed information is only shared once the client signs a confidentiality agreement. This is a fundamental rule, yet Ha Si-hyun had written out each company name. Of course, Brent thought, smirking. No matter how confident he appeared, he was still just an inexperienced rookie, if he's making mistakes like this on something so basic. I apologize, I'll make the corrections. However, Ha Si-hyun showed no sign of being shaken, almost as if he had anticipated this reaction. A sense of unease began to creep over Brent again, but he brushed it off. He's obviously just pretending to be fine, he thought, forcing himself to ignore the unsettling feeling and returned his focus to the document. But as he finished reading through the list, Brent's thoughts stopped, the color drained from his face. This can't be. Flipping through the pages hastily, Brent's pale face grew even whiter as he read further. How is this possible? It was unthinkable, yet the words printed on the white paper confirmed that the impossible had indeed happened. What's wrong? Live Deals 3 all IPO bake-offs. Not too long ago, Brent's sentence was disjointed, but Pierce caught the key clues hidden within it. Bake-off in Wall Street jargon. A bake-off refers to a private bidding competition where companies invite several banks to bid for their business, and the bank presenting the most delicious numbers wins the deal. So, are you saying these companies on the list recently held private bidding rounds? Yeah, 3 of them. Ha Si-hyun's recommended stocks are Live Deals. They recently held private bids, winners were selected, and those winners are now pushing the deals forward. And it's not just 1 but 3 of these transactions in total. A heavy silence fell over the conference room for a moment. Pierce and Jeff also frowned. This didn't make sense. It needed verification, but Brent was in no state to provide a logical explanation. Seeing it directly would be best. Which ones? Numbers 1, 3, and 5. Russell. Pierce and Jeff hurriedly turned the pages to check the first recommended stock. 2-1, Foundation Medicine. Investment highlights. Product: a kit diagnosing 236 types of cancer cells. Product launched in June 2012, reaching $11.12 million in revenue in just half a year. Brief company overview, market analysis, comparison with similar sectors. At the end, there was a suggestion to secure shares as quickly as possible, as an IPO is expected sooner than the industry average. Pierce finished reading and frowned. An IPO at this stage, the timing doesn't fit. Companies, like humans, have a kind of life cycle. They start with a small group of investors, founders, early team members, acquaintances, venture capital, or angel investors who get the company off the ground. These early investors are like parents, generous people willing to patiently watch the company grow over several years, even without immediate returns. But no one can stay sheltered forever. As people mature and enter society, so too do companies eventually go public on the stock exchange. This is what we call an initial public offering, or IPO. An IPO brings in enormous capital, but going public isn't all sunshine and roses. The market is less forgiving than early investors. The public has little patience for the company's future growth or distant potential. They want immediate results. At the slightest downturn, they sell off stock without hesitation, causing volatile price swings. This tendency is even stronger with newer companies due to the public's lack of trust. For this reason, companies typically go public only after proving a certain level of success. Unicorns valued at 10 billion or those with comparable achievements may go public, but Ha Si-hyun's recommendation was different. This company had only just reached a valuation of 5 billion, with a single product that had only been on the market for just over a year, still needing time to track revenue growth. Talking about an IPO at this point is premature. The fate of a company must be entrusted to the whims of the public. It's like sending a 12-year-old child into society. And yet they went ahead with it. According to Brent's testimony, they did. Though it's certainly not the safest path, the company chose to take on this risk and proceed with the IPO. Ha Si-hyun not only anticipated this unusual situation but also advised securing shares as soon as possible. With the IPO imminent, his timing was nearly perfect. Russell, the remaining two stocks were similar. Although Ha Si-hyun had recommended securing shares with an IPO in mind, all were companies for which an IPO seemed premature. It was as if 10 or 15-year-old children were being sent out into the world. Not impossible, but he had accurately predicted only cases that broke the typical pattern. A strange coincidence, Pierce finally judged. This could only be a coincidence. However, the silence that followed challenged that conclusion. If it was only one case, it could be a coincidence. But what if 3 out of 10 were spot on? Could that really be a coincidence? The situation defied logical understanding, but they couldn't just sit there indefinitely. If the bake-offs are true, we can't present this to clients. Pierce tried to fit the situation into his understanding of reality. For a company approaching an IPO, they wouldn't be unloading shares at this point. This recommendation won't help our clients at all. Ha Si-hyun's recommended shares were not obtainable. The only choice was to wait for the public offering. Though he'd predicted the IPO, the timing was slightly off, rendering it unusable. In this respect, these stocks were disqualified. Scritch, Pierce drew a long line through the relevant items with his fountain pen. 3 crossed-out items in total. Ha Si-hyun had lost 3 points right from the start. He had a single replacement lined up, but not enough to cover 3. Do we have substitutes? Just then, Pierce voiced the question. Wait, bang. Brent stood up abruptly, knocking his thigh against the table. But the pain didn't matter now. There was a clear directive about this situation. Use the list the new hire created, no exceptions. It's unfair to replace the selections, Brent argued. But the rookie doesn't even know about the bake-offs, does he? A bake-off is a private bid. A company preparing for an IPO only sends RFPs, requests for proposal, to a select few investment banks like Goldman, JP Morgan, or Deutsche Bank. Among those investment banks, only those in the healthcare division would even have access to this information. Brent, being in Goldman's healthcare division, knew about it, but Ha Si-hyun wouldn't have any way of knowing. The intent was to allow him to correct his error due to lack of knowledge. Logically, it made sense, but Brent couldn't back down. Mr. Pierce, you said you'd compare the rookie to someone with 2 years' experience. That information is exactly what gives a 2-year employee their greatest advantage. To take it all as a handicap and tell him to compete is like asking someone to race with both legs cut off because their opponent is only 10 years old. What do you think? When Brent protested vehemently, Pierce shifted his gaze to Ha Si-hyun. Unexpectedly, Ha Si-hyun responded in agreement. Senior, Brent is right. Under no circumstances should anything be changed. Ha Si-hyun was declaring that he would not correct his answer, effectively accepting the loss of 3 points right from the start. What is he thinking? At that moment, a smirk appeared on one side of Ha Si-hyun's mouth. I have no reason to remove this. After all, I already got it right. What are you? The purpose of this bet was never simply to gain client approval. That was only a means. The starting point was to determine the truth of my claim that 8 out of the 10 items I chose would always lead to a deal. It felt like being hit with a hammer. So it's not a failure but an early success. Yes, as you both pointed out, I have no access to bake-off information. Therefore, this must be recognized as a point earned by my own skill. Ha Si-hyun's argument was simple. This wasn't a wrong answer, but a correct one. It was a product already recognized by the market, sold out, in fact. No way. In this bet, client selection is crucial. Accepting points before the selection is like recording a score before the starting gun goes off. Oh, come on, senior. Rules aren't like a vending machine where you can pick and choose as needed. If it can't be changed because it's incorrect, it also can't be changed because it's correct. That's. Ha Si-hyun was deftly using even Brent's objections to his advantage. Struggling for words, Brent tried to argue further, but all right, we'll accept it as is. Jeff will inform you of any adjustments separately. Pierce concluded the meeting swiftly. Outside the meeting room, the MA department was unusually busy. An associate noticed a familiar figure approaching his desk. It was a VP from the leveraged finance division. "Oh, Mr. Masters, what brings you here? I wanted to discuss the recent LBO." Even if there was urgent business, a VP usually wouldn't show up in person. Typically, a quick email would suffice. There's an error on page 23 of the deck. "Would you give me 10 minutes? 10 minutes. The associate grinned and gestured toward the meeting room. Pierce had just entered. Well, I wanted to see it for myself. Every meeting room at Goldman was made of glass, designed for transparency perfect for discreet observation. The VP had come at this time specifically to watch the proceedings, giving the associate tasks to buy some time. Although he tried to act indifferent, he couldn't hide it. 5 other visitors had already come with the same excuse. "Haha, right, take your time." Pretending to understand, he took a discreet look into the meeting room, feeling slightly awkward, but only for a moment. 6, 7, 8 As more VPs gathered with similar intentions, casual excuses gave way to more candid conversations. What on earth is going on here? What kind of internal politics gets this noisy? Of all people, the two most ruthless ones. Goldman was known for intense internal politics, but this was the first time such a grand, flashy clash had happened. Pierce and Rhino. Both were notoriously aggressive and vindictive. "I've never seen VPs bowing to a rookie from another department," someone muttered. "Wall Street has a strict hierarchy, often compared to the military. In such a place, initiating a conversation with a rookie is a matter of pride." Yet all the VPs gathered here had voluntarily sought out Ha Si Hyun, cajoling and coaxing him to get information. After work, the VPs coped with their wounded pride over drinks, complaining, "There's this crazy rookie at Goldman who's making us bow at this stage in our careers." The rumors Ha Si Hyun had wanted were already spreading, though only among the working class, not the elite on Wall Street. They say the rookie put his salary on the line, and no one believes it. Well, only a madman would do that. They laughed when they heard he turned down a salary renegotiation as a rookie. Although Ha Si Hyun's name hadn't been mentioned yet, small pieces of information were spreading. Of course, the rumors weren't all positive. Did he plan it all from the beginning? So he raised the stakes by putting his salary on the line. You've got to admit, he's making the most of his chance. No one dared utter the words match fixing. After all, no one wanted to get on Pierce's bad side. But the twisted smiles and whispers hinted that people saw Ha Si Hyun as a scammer who had seized an opportunity. A sudden silence fell. The meeting had started. Every spectator quieted down, each gripping their BlackBerry. Who seems to have the upper hand? Healthcare seems disadvantaged. The associate's expression doesn't look good. Wait, hang on. Pierce's expression, it's strange too. Then, is healthcare winning? No, even the healthcare team doesn't look too happy. What does it mean when both sides look displeased? In this showdown, one side wins while the other loses. There was no reason for both to have such expressions. What on earth is going on? Eventually, Brent stood up and shouted something. Ha Si Hyun spoke, and Brent's face looked as if he'd lost everything. Although they couldn't hear the details, one thing was clear. The winner was Ha Si Hyun. The news spread throughout Goldman. Pierce had exited, and Brent stumbled out in a daze. Did it go well, huh? Associates who were close to Brent approached him, but he walked away in silence, looking like a zombie. Now, only one person could reveal what happened, the rookie Ha Si Hyun. The spectators crowded around Ha Si Hyun. What happened? The atmosphere seemed tense in there. Ha Si Hyun gladly provided an explanation. Well, something unusual happened during the meeting. One of my recommended stocks turned out to be a live deal. What? A live deal? What do you mean? Ha Si Hyun's words were hard to believe. Predicting private bidding deals, and not just one but 3. Is that even possible? Couldn't you have misheard something? Well, it's not entirely impossible, but... Wait, can we take a look at that? One of the MA associates pointed at Ha Si Hyun's teaser. They say there's no sharing info between departments. It's fine within the same division. The associate snatched up the teaser and roughly flipped through the pages. After reading all the contents, their faces looked similar to those inside the meeting room. He got this right. Their faces were filled with confusion. Seeing that expression, another associate reached out. What's the big deal with this? The second associate, who initially scoffed while reading the teaser, soon wore a similar expression. What's going on? Wait, let me. Everyone who read the teaser wore the same expression, a look of utter disbelief. Is that true? No way, is that even possible? What kind of nonsense? Confusion, shock, disbelief, curiosity, all kinds of reactions were mixed together as Ha Si Hyun smiled and finally spoke. What followed was a familiar phrased sentence Ha Si Hyun had been repeating since his first day at work, a phrase he'd recited every chance he got, though no one had believed it. It was also the core message of the latest rumor. I told you, didn't I? Of the 10 deals I observed closely, 8 will always result in transaction news. 80 accuracy. Ha Si Hyun's statement spread throughout Goldman. That's what he said. Do you believe it? It's not that I believe it, but he did predict 3 live deals. So he's saying he could predict 8. The MD's eyes narrowed, resembling the look one might give an adult who claims Santa Claus is real. Noticing the MD's trust rapidly evaporating, the VP quickly defended himself. Oh no, I'm just relaying what I heard. Enough with the useless talk. How did he predict those 3 live deals? Well, the VP hesitated. Ha Si-hyun's only explanation had been his supposed 80 accuracy rate, but if he repeated that claim, he'd look like an adult who believes in Santa Claus. I'm not sure. He must have his reasons, but he hasn't disclosed them. The MD propped his chin. Predicting 3 deals from the start seemed miraculous, but the MD was a highly realistic person who didn't believe in Santa. Must be due to connections. When a company prepares for an IPO, it sends RFPs requests for proposal to multiple investment banks. If he had a friend working in the healthcare department of another bank, if he used that information to compile a list, it was a very plausible explanation. But that's not what matters now. They had to inform Pierce of the final selection by the end of the day. The new guy has the advantage, right? Yes, the healthcare associate looked pretty sour about it. What's going on with the healthcare department? It seems that Rhino is having a meeting with the VP and is quite angry. Understood. The MD from that department went directly to Pierce. Is it true that your new hire predicted 3 live deals? I was curious, so I thought I'd take a chance on him. After that, a line of MDs came to visit Pierce, each placing their bets. Now, all they could do was wait for the outcome. The next day, 10 a.m., Pierce returned from the meeting and announced the results of the wager. The client chose Sean's teaser. It was Ha Si-hyun's victory. No one was surprised by this news. After all, the decision had been made by a judge Pierce had bought off. MDs around the office sighed in relief. Phew, is it finally over? The wager had been a tug-of-war between 2 titans. Now that the wager was settled, so was the power struggle. However, the peace didn't last long. I heard Rhino ran to the MA department. Within an hour, word spread. Rhino stormed into the MA department, threw Brent's teaser at Pierce's feet and exclaimed, I can't accept that this list lost. He refused to accept the outcome. Pierce shrugged his shoulders. Don't take it up with me, it was the client's choice. No, this is an MD issue. Rhino spun around, pointing at an accomplice with his finger. Mason, the perennial second place in the MA department. Let's see if the result would be the same if another MD stepped up. It was a declaration of a second round, and 2 days later. 3 live deals from Brent's list came through. What 3? 310. This wasn't a joke. In just 2 days. Pitching 10 deals and landing even one is considered a success. But 3, that was an extraordinary success rate. The rumor of Brent being the real winner spread rapidly within the company. Scored 3 goals but still lost, seriously. But the new hire also landed 3 live deals, right? Isn't it a 33 score? Predicting other people's live deals doesn't count, that's not Goldrin's score. True score only self-made goals count, 30. Other score counting goals pointed out by others, 33. More people began claiming that Ha Si-hyun's score wasn't legitimate. The most vocal opponents were associates who had bet their salary against Ha Si-hyun. For them to keep their wages, Ha Si-hyun had to lose. Then a new update came through. Pierce has been summoned by the executive. There was a deal you missed due to your distractions. The executive, who had never liked Pierce, seemed delighted. Of course, not every deal translates into results, but there's a big difference between failing despite your best efforts and missing opportunities because of a trivial wager. If not for Rhino, Goldrin might have suffered a significant loss. Pierce had no rebuttal. He hadn't anticipated a counterattack in this manner. There's a project at the London office that could use your help. How about assisting them through November? With public opinion on his side, the executive extended Pierce's 1-month probation to 2. However, Pierce couldn't accept this. I'll make up for it immediately. He meant to cover the lost performance by securing other deals. Naturally, this wasn't accepted. It's not about the numbers. This incident has dampened employee morale. If you're truly taking responsibility, then accept the consequences. In this situation, Pierce had only one choice: to refuse to admit fault. It's too soon to conclude. Live deals could still emerge from the new hires list. Pierce's offense was neglecting performance due to trivial distractions. If the new hires list delivered results, that offense would be nullified. The executive, however, sneered. Ha, do you honestly believe that's possible? The new hire is no ordinary rookie. You've seen his talent for predicting live deals. Isn't there another reason for that? In Goldrin, the dominant theory was Ha Si-hyun's connections theory. The core belief was that Ha Si-hyun had gathered information through connections, creating the illusion of a miracle. Pierce, too, was a believer in the connections theory, but now he couldn't back down. It's too early to make assumptions. We can wait and decide based on the outcome. How long will you keep waiting for a miracle? 2 weeks. Just give me 2 weeks and I'll show you. And if you can't show anything, I'll accept any consequences. The 3rd round had begun. This time, it was a match between Pierce and the executive. Pierce is heading to London for 2 months. It seemed almost certain. MDs who heard the news from London were taken aback. Pierce is leaving for 2 months. Something was changing. They wanted to ask Pierce directly, but he's out in the field. Pierce was currently unavailable, busy pursuing real deals with Ha Si Hyun's teaser. Meanwhile, Rhino began making rounds through various departments. So, which side are you betting on in this round? It was deja vu. Rhino was bringing up the bet in the same way Pierce had. I haven't bet on either side. Then place your bet now. Which side do you think will win? Haha, I'm not sure. Things are busy. Think it over, I'll come back tomorrow. The MDs were caught in a dilemma. After the second and third rounds, the positions of the Titans had shifted. Should they stick with their original alignment or switch sides? This question distilled into one: who would be the next executive? The deciding factor was none other than the new hires list. If even one live deal emerged from that list, Pierce would avoid punishment and rise to an executive position. But if none came through, Pierce would head to London for 2 months, giving Rhino the chance to take the executive spot. Those feeling the heat asked Jeff about Pierce's progress, but I don't know any details either. But there's always a sense, right? A contract isn't about a sense, it's about a signature. They could gather no hints, yet doing nothing left them uneasy. Get that list. The MDs sought out Ha Si Hyun's teaser. Acquiring it wasn't difficult since Ha Si Hyun had left it lying openly on his desk, oblivious to anyone secretly copying it. Flip, flip. Reading the teaser themselves, the MDs were somewhat impressed. For something the rookie put together for the first time, it was impressively polished. It included complex valuations, showed no modeling errors, and sounded fairly convincing. But would a client really open their wallet after reading this? Pierce won't mention it was written by a rookie. Pierce was an MD renowned for his stellar track record, called the Lick King since no deal died in his hands. Surely he could land at least one deal. But healthcare. Pierce hadn't handled any healthcare deals in nearly 2 years due to his strained relationship with Rhino. He didn't know the industry's specific nuances or current trends. Moreover, his usual clients were entirely unrelated to healthcare. It was a situation where he'd have to break new ground. Will the rookie's recommendation bring success within 2 weeks? A decision had to be made. The next day, Rhino appeared. Well, naturally, you, as a healthcare expert, would have the advantage, haha. Some took the opportunity to switch to Rhino's side. I don't know. Of course, you have the advantage, but this world is full of strange surprises. No matter which side they chose, they were all equally anxious. The line had already been drawn. Was this the right choice? The outcome depended on the rookies list. In that tense atmosphere, Ha Si Hyun's first pick landed a deal. The plan I've been working on for so long is finally bearing fruit better than I expected. Let's remember, my goal isn't to simply win a wager. I have only one objective from the start: to spread the rumor among Wall Street and the elite circles that Ha Si Hyun is a genius rookie. The strategy has 2 main stages. 1, prove my genius. 2, spread the rumor among the elite. The second stage has been highly successful so far. Every MD at Goldrun who frequently meets with CEOs and major investors is watching my teaser. Now all that remains is to prove my genius. Of course, I'm no actual genius, but coming from the future, do I really need to be a true genius? With an 80 accuracy rate, people will call me a genius whether they like it or not. So I've been promoting my 80 success rate with all my might. Yet the world is truly unforgiving. No matter how much I try to explain the truth, no one seems to believe it. How can I make them believe this? My strategy is simple, the so-called Pangyo project. Humans instinctively distrust good news. No matter how true it may be, they're bound to doubt it first. Who would believe it right away if I claimed that land in Pangyo would jump from 1 million KRW per pyeong to 50 million KRW? But how about now? Foundation Medicine IPO launches in stock market. The once private live deal I pinpointed is now going public. The land that was valued at 1 million KRW per pyeong has now risen to 1.5 million KRW. Ophtotech, attempting IPO with 7.6 million shares. And now it's jumped to 2 million KRW. 5 Prime draws 36.7 million in IPO subscription. And then to 3 million KRW. I've sparked a small miracle, but it's not enough. As history has proven time and again, humans tend to throw stones at anyone who performs miracles. In fact, while hiding out in the bathroom, I could hear whispers all around me. Did you hear the rookie landed another IPO? Must be his connections, right? Isn't that cheating? What's so surprising? That guy's an opportunist. Just look at how he rigged the game to cash in as much as he could. He only started this bet because he was bragging in front of Brent, saying he could do better, right? Classic behavior. I've been getting quite a bit of criticism lately. Well, I suppose it's fortunate that my personality isn't exactly great, so it doesn't feel entirely unjustified. The important thing is that no one believes in my predictions, but a short time later. AstraZeneca acquires Spirigen for $440 million. The fourth stock pick from my report landed a deal. Spirigen is a company developing next-generation antibody drug conjugate technology. I predicted that, given its cancer treatment potential, a major pharmaceutical company would inevitably acquire it, and as private equity firms do, I suggested buying this promising company early to sell it off later. Now, news had come that the company was indeed acquired, just as I had foreseen, sold off to a major pharmaceutical company. At this point, people started rereading my report a few more times. In Pangyo terms, the land that was 1 million KRW per pyong just reached 3.5 million KRW. My report had even specified that exact 3.5 million KRW figure, supported by complex market conditions, numerous formulas, and financial models. This is math. Moreover, it's already hit the mark 4 times. Could you ignore this? No way. There's got to be a reason. Maybe he's got connections in that field. Just ignore it. Humans are like this. Even when a miracle appears before them, they just can't believe it. Does a white horse with a horn make it a unicorn? Until the miracle happens, it's just an odd-looking white horse. One miracle, even two, can be dismissed as coincidence. But vortioxetine, approved by FDA's narrow gate. Now Pangyo's land price has soared to 11 million KRW per pyong, exactly as the unicorn predicted. How did he? Connections, maybe. That's impossible. Even connections couldn't explain this miracle. FDA approvals are not something connections could reveal in advance. Numerous hedge funds with far more capital than I had tried and failed to obtain such insider information. And yet, I got it right. Rumors began to shift. Could he actually land all 8? Are you listening to yourself? That's impossible. But he's actually getting them right. I could feel a growing uncertainty in their gaze. Not that they're ready to treat me as a unicorn, but that's fine. Only 5 of the 8 picks have succeeded so far. FDA grants final approval to riosiguet for treatment of chronic thromboembolic pulmonary hypertension. Today marks the 6th. This unicorn claimed to know all 8 answers, and 6 have come true. Still don't believe it. Well, I don't mind. Tomorrow brings another day. Will they still be able to hold out against belief when the time comes? Free time, free enough that I wonder if this is even okay. Is there any other staffing to do? I ran over to Jeff as soon as I spotted him, but today again, he just responded irritably. Just stay on standby until there's news. I can handle other projects simultaneously. That's not your decision to make. He's right. Staffing is the VP's authority, and Jeff, who holds that authority, keeps me on standby. If by any chance Pierce successfully closes a deal, I'll have to handle the live deal. This is driving me crazy. I have nothing to do. For someone with limited time, having to kill time endlessly is gut-wrenching. Sean, where are you going? I'm off to get some exercise. I'm not sure if it'll help, but taking this chance to look after my health can't hurt. With that thought, I slowly head to the gym, but as soon as I enter, people rush toward me. Sean, what brings you here at this hour? Seriously, this popularity of mine. This is my daily life these days, even in Goldman and in bars near Wall Street. Whenever they see me, a crowd gathers. Of course, they're not here because they like me. They're only interested in one thing, any news about Pierce. Rumor has it that if a live deal from my list goes through, Pierce will make it to the executive level. Since I made the list myself, they think I must have some remarkable foresight. I don't know anything about Pierce's situation either. Still, you'll pull through with at least one, right? 7 out of the 10 items on my list have already hit. Now there are 3 left. They're asking about the chances of Pierce securing a live deal among them. But didn't you guess correctly on the last one that passed FDA? How did you do it? I made the decision based on medical knowledge. Come on, give us the real answer. They don't believe me as expected. Well, it makes sense. If every doctor could predict biotech stocks, who would stay in hospitals? Of course, that's not all. There's a certain pattern to it. A pattern? Wait, are you a quant? Quants are strategists based on statistics and mathematics. Simply put, there's a certain algorithm. Figures, this happens again. Just like in my past life, everyone tries to explain miracles with science. Do you have some kind of secret sauce? Secret sauce is a commonly used term in the industry, meaning a unique competitive edge only you have. Even if you use the same ingredients, only those with a secret sauce can run a successful restaurant. So you do have one, right? What is it? I'm afraid I can't disclose that. I need it to make a living. Fair enough, but with this level of accuracy, do you really need to stay at Goldman? With stocks, becoming a billionaire shouldn't be out of reach. To be saying this kind of thing, a straightforward, ordinary person. In terms of Pangyo, he's a guy who'd be content with just the real estate profit, no greed. Unfortunately, as someone rooted in Wall Street to the core, I have no intention of settling for that. What I truly aim for isn't just Pangyo-level profit. I need to earn enough to shake a whole nation, using Pangyo as a mere stepping stone. What's essential for that is reliability. And to gain that reliability, I have to leverage Goldman. No word from any headhunters. Well, you'd make several times more on the buy side want me to set you up. Wall Street is largely divided into 2 sectors, the sell side and the buy side. the sellers and the buyers. Companies and investment banks selling stocks or securities belong to the sell side. Hedge funds, private equity funds, and others that buy these securities are on the buy side. Salaries and bonuses on the buy side are overwhelmingly higher. If I switch now, I could make several times what I earn at Goldman, but that would be a foolish move, because that would cost me later. Joining the buy side requires signing a non-compete clause. Since there are plenty of people who'd learn the secrets and then start their own funds, they impose a waiting period to prevent that. If I went over for a bit more money now, I'd have to wait 6 months to 2 years after leaving before I could start my own fund, so I can't go to the buy side. As soon as I leave Goldman, I have to establish my own fund, without any intermediate steps. There's still a lot to learn here. Don't you think it's a waste, though? You could still try stocks like EIC. I'm considering it, knew it. Am I right? So if that happens, can you share your picks? Greed filled everyone's eyes. It's proof that my true strategy is starting to work well. Then among the greedy faces, I saw one familiar one. Oh, senior, it's the guy I made the salary bet with. He insisted on waiting for the final result, claiming it wasn't time to settle. Technically, he wasn't wrong. I didn't score any actual goals in this round, but who cares about the game now? The racehorse that ran diligently has suddenly transformed into a unicorn, becoming a biotech stock master. At this point, something more important than winning has emerged, building connections with the unicorn. If you get close, they might share a stock pick with you someday. Most seniors have already shifted to this mindset, but this one guy held out until the very end. That ends today. Actually, I was about to pass this to you. So you're finally acknowledging it. Haha, it's not that I didn't acknowledge it. It's just that people around me kept telling me to wait a bit longer. Well, let's say that's what happened. I took the check he handed me, and the moment I returned to the MA department, I announced I was heading out again. I'll just head to the bank. Deposit complete. Is that all for your transactions? No, I'd like to make an international wire transfer. One moment, please. While the clerk looked for the necessary paperwork, I checked my account balance. 7,293.21. I plan to transfer 7,000 of that, meaning I'd have to get by on 290 until my next paycheck. Guess I'll have to tighten my belt a bit. Of course, this isn't my total net worth. The gambling funds I've accumulated so far add up to about 113,000. The separate loan I took out shortly after my return is around 100,000. My original assets, about 3,000. Yeah, my entire net worth was just 3,000. During this period, I was struggling financially. The small amount my father had saved up during his life went toward hospital bills and tuition, and I had to take out student loans for med school. In fact, I'm still paying off those student loans. Please fill out this form here. I filled out the wire transfer form and handed it over, and the clerk began typing away at a snail's pace. While waiting, I pulled out my smartphone and started a search. Bitcoin price, 130.23. Right, I'm about to dive into crypto. It won't cover the costs for developing a cure, but I'd be a fool not to buy some. Just happens I could use some seed money too. The timing couldn't be more perfect. In my past life, I didn't make money off crypto, so I don't remember the exact prices, but I do recall the major incidents that shook the market. One of those incidents is happening right now. From now until December, Bitcoin's price will skyrocket from around 100 to over 1,000. A paper published years later described this as price manipulation. It claimed that 2 Bitcoin buying bots, named Marcus and Willie, inflated prices with fake trades using coins they didn't own. Another expert explained that as China entered the market, demand surged, only for it to plummet when the authorities implemented regulations. But well, the truth doesn't matter. What's important on Wall Street? Money. Whatever the reason, who cares? The key fact is that in a matter of months, it's going to skyrocket tenfold and then crash. That's one of the reasons I set up this whole salary bet scheme. It won't return to this price range again until 2017. I need to squeeze out as much as possible while I can. If I miss this window, there won't be another chance to make money off crypto for the next 4 years. All done. The transfer will take 3 to 7 business days. It's only 2013, just 10 years ago, yet there are so many inconveniences. This isn't a time where you can buy crypto with a few clicks. Creating an exchange account and getting verification documents processed took several days. I nearly gave up more than once, honestly. And now I even have to make this transfer manually. Another waiting game, huh? By December, this money will have multiplied tenfold. It's a good thing, but being told to just keep waiting when you're on limited time is maddening. Even now, I remain idle. When I spotted Jeff and stood up, he ignored my gaze and swiftly turned his body away. What does he think he's doing? I'm stepping out for a bit. Again, where to? The Ethics and Compliance Department. Goldman employees face a lot of restrictions on stock trading. This is because those working at an investment bank have access to various types of corporate information. In other words, there's a risk of insider trading. In my past life, I didn't invest in stocks at this point, so I didn't know the details of the restrictions, but since I had the time, I decided to check it out. We have a restricted list for employee investments. You can check by calling the 1-800 number listed here. Any stock you hold must be kept for a minimum of 30 days, and short selling or day trading is not allowed. All transactions. More restrictions than I expected. Options and short selling are completely banned, and any stock purchased must be held for at least 30 days, meaning even if it tanks, I can't sell it off. Additionally, if any investments are within the same group, you must go through a verification process with the department head. Does that mean I can't trade in the same industry at all? Occasionally, a supervisor's signature may resolve it, but that's very rare. All transaction details are regularly reported to the SEC. This is a bit troublesome. If I join the healthcare department, it means I won't be able to trade biotech stocks. So if I want to make money, I'll need to switch departments. My original department preference was healthcare. It's the best department to prove my abilities and would make it easy to pose as a genius. But if I actually go into healthcare, the funds needed for drug development are about $50 billion. Of that, $45 billion are expected to go to waste. It's inevitable. I'm planning to conduct 10 clinical trials to achieve just one success. What investor would tolerate this? That's why I devised this inertia system. The strategy is to captivate investors with an 80 return and use the remaining 20 as a tax for developing the treatment. In short, the $50 billion is just a tax. What I actually need to make is $200 billion. That's roughly 258 trillion won. At the time of my death, Samsung Electronics' market capitalization was around 330 trillion won. In other words, I have to become a walking conglomerate in just 10 years. Well, it's not impossible. It's possible if I have a large asset under management. Starting with $100 million to make $200 billion is tough, but if I start with $10 billion, I only need to double it. Therefore, what I need is an asset under management. And the fastest way to grow that asset is to leverage a big-name investor, someone like Warren Buffett. If Buffett invests somewhere, wouldn't you, if you had extra funds, put some there as well? That's credibility. Hoping for Buffett is just greedy anyway. He wouldn't join my fund. Our risk profiles are completely different. A man who meticulously values good stocks through rigorous assessments wouldn't fall for something like a miracle 8020 recipe. I need to aim for a slightly more likely major investor. In short, someone like a former Secretary of State or legendary diplomat who once helped a con artist steal $10 billion. Sean. Just in time. Here's Princess Rachel, the only one in my network with ties to major investors. Did I intrude on someone else's department too casually? Rachel whispered softly, given that every eye in the department was fixed on her, with a few people even standing with their mouths open. It couldn't be helped. Our princess's appearance is practically cheating. Oh, not at all, Sean's friend. Which department do you belong to? The men, having regained their composure, swarmed in, but we couldn't waste time here. We had a lot to do today. Shall we go? We decided to have dinner in Koreatown. Normally, a low-level analyst wouldn't go out for dinner like this. But Rachel is a princess and I'm a unicorn. Why save privileges? Was it wrong of me to come? Rachel asked worriedly in the taxi. People did seem to give me a hard look when they saw me taking a rare beauty out. No, it's just that the people in the department don't really like me. Don't mind it. Then should I be more cautious? No, actually, Rachel being here helps. It would be nice if you came often. It's easy to deal with guys who want to impress a beautiful woman. By the way, did you have a good time with your family? We've grown quite close over time. Although the princess hasn't directly revealed her father's identity, she's confessed enough for me to know her family is quite well off. Additionally, yesterday she mentioned she'd be meeting with her father and brother. How long has it been since you saw them? Probably about a month. My brother happened to be on a business trip. Where does your brother live? Mostly in Virginia. Were they worried? It's your first time meeting them since you got the job. I had shared quite a bit with Rachel about the stakes involved in my current wager. I wonder how much of it actually got through to her. Worried, yes, they were worried. Is that it? No follow-up questions like how's work life going, or any new colleagues you've met recently? Actually, to be honest, we've arrived. Darn, the flow was interrupted. But I can't rush things. If I ask too many questions, it'll only raise her guard. Do you enjoy Korean food? Of course, I love Korean barbecue. It seems our princess is craving meat, but not today. I already had a menu in mind. Since we need to go back later, wouldn't the smell of meat be a bit noticeable? True, but I don't know many other dishes. How about bibimbap and paejeon? Rachel smiled brightly and nodded. It was worth choosing a place without grills to avoid tempting her carnivorous instincts. After we placed our order, Rachel looked around and started talking. This is a bit unexpected. It's the first time I've heard you say you wanted to eat Korean food. Chuseok was just recently, and I was too busy to celebrate. Chuseok, oh, you're unfamiliar. It's the Korean Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving is just a few weeks away. That's when I'm supposed to meet her father at the princess's mansion. Korea has a Thanksgiving too. Yes, it's one of the biggest holidays. During Chuseok, families make all sorts of dishes, and in my family, we'd always mix the side dishes into a big bowl of bibimbap. That's probably why I start to crave it around this time of year. Remember, I'm a poor orphan, longing for family gatherings during the holidays. Here is your bibimbap and Paejeon. The food arrived, but Rachel seemed unsure how to eat it, just watching me without picking up her spoon. Do you handle spicy food well? I can eat jalapenos just fine. Then add the gochujang like this. I added a generous amount of gochujang and sesame oil, mixing the vegetables thoroughly to show her. Rachel followed suit, but as a beginner, she didn't quite know how to mix it properly. She stirred it gingerly, barely incorporating the gochujang. Here, let me help you. No, it's fine, I can. I'm just hungry, so let's get it ready quickly and eat together. Rachel reluctantly handed me her bowl, and I gently separated the vegetables with a spoon, mixing it all thoroughly. Why can't I do it like you? She seemed genuinely fascinated. Her curious expression was pretty cute, but I couldn't afford to smile too fondly. I had to keep it wistful here. I couldn't do it well when I was younger either. The vegetables are a bit stringy, so it takes effort. That's why my parents always mixed it for me. Let's just stop here for today. No need for me to start a melodrama by saying I miss my family. That would only backfire. A fund manager swayed by emotions doesn't inspire confidence. What's important is associating the word Thanksgiving with me, subtly leading Princess Rachel to invite me on her own. Since I've set that up, it's time to move on to the next mission. How have you been lately, Rachel? Rachel lowered her head suddenly, pushing her spoon into the well-mixed bibimbap. Sai, I really don't think I'm suited for this work. This is my second task for today. I have a feeling our princess is close to quitting. If Rachel leaves Goldman, our relationship might fade away naturally. But I can't let that happen. Rachel needs to stay here, building a strong bond with me as her colleague. Is the work very difficult? It's not that I dislike the grunt work. I even get to attend client meetings, so I know I'm privileged. But I'm not sure this time is meaningful. It doesn't feel like a good fit, and I lack talent. This is a phase every analyst faces. When you're trapped in a building from morning until dawn, doing reverse engineering, it's natural to wonder if this is what life is all about. Honestly, the world wouldn't suffer much if reverse engineering specialists just vanished. The solution: financial motivation. The problem is that financial motivation doesn't work on a princess who already has plenty of money. It's too early to judge your talent or aptitude. Who's great from the start? Rachel pursed her lips at my words, and her expression made her thoughts clear. You're a unicorn. I didn't have natural talent either. I just put in more time. I spent 4 years in medical school, so I see this industry differently than others. That makes sense. Time doesn't lie. The results will reflect the time you put in. It feels a bit ironic for me to say that, given that I've benefited from some fortunate breaks. But I did put in the time. Are you telling me to put in more effort? No, effort isn't necessary. Just keep doing it. What? Effort is a word that appeals to emotions, as in, I'm struggling, but I'm still trying my best. It emphasizes feelings and willpower, but feelings and willpower aren't what matter. In the end, it's the numbers that deliver results. The more you input, the more output you'll naturally have. If you fail 10 times, try 100 times and something is bound to work. Try 1,000 times and you might succeed 10 times. Try 10,000 times and miracles happen. It's no lie. I only discovered my big break after countless failures. If I'd given up after 100 attempts, I would have never found it. But Rachel just stared down at her bibimbap with a hesitant look. Did I sound too much like a lecture? Judging by her expression, I might have. Time to adjust course. Well, I say all that, but... Here, I should give a compassionate smile like a wise kung fu master. As humans, we're bound to be influenced by emotions, so it's important to do what we love. What is it that you enjoy, Rachel? Rachel's expression softened. Fortunately, she didn't seem to mind my awkward topic shift. And what I enjoy, it's simple. Is there something you continue to put effort into, even if you don't get anything in return? It's an abrupt career counseling moment, but if she doesn't fit here, I'll just have to help her find another path. Well, it might sound silly, but I actually wanted to pursue art. Why is that silly? I must have hit the right button as her green eyes started to shimmer with emotion. Looks like I moved her, which is a good thing, but please don't look at me like that. Her gaze is still something I'm not used to. It never fails to disarm me. If I look away, it'll seem cold, but it's hard to keep looking at her directly. Thankfully, she broke eye contact first, looking down with a faint, bitter smile. The truth is I don't have any talent for art, not that I've tried 10,000 times or anything. This isn't so bad. Do you still invest time in it? I make time to visit galleries. I don't actually paint. Then how about becoming a gallery owner? I genuinely recommend this path. Art buyers are typically wealthy, and if Rachel runs a gallery, she'll develop her own network of affluent clients, separate from her family. To run a gallery, I'd need to be able to recognize the value of art, right? I don't have that kind of eye. I just look at paintings I like, and they're usually not even profitable pieces. That's fine, you can always hire employees who have a good eye and are financially savvy. What? But if I do that, what would I be doing? Rachel, you have a strong background and connections. That's a competitive advantage that money can't buy. Why hold back when she has such a valuable asset? But isn't that unfair? As expected from a princess, she's considerate of her future competitors. Instead of competitors, why not think of supporting artists? Artists who create the kinds of paintings you enjoy. You just mentioned they don't typically create profitable works. Yes, I do seem to have a knack for choosing those kinds of artists. Rachel, you could be the guiding light for struggling, unrecognized artists. Looks like the idea of doing something beneficial resonates with her. I hadn't thought of that. Consider it, if you decide to run a gallery, then your time at Goldman won't be wasted. What? Running a gallery is ultimately a brokerage job, isn't it? Goldman may be in a different field, but it's also brokerage. The know-how you gain here will be incredibly useful later. Finally, we've reached the main point. To make Rachel's 2 years at Goldman meaningful, all I need to do is frame it as a stepping stone toward her dream. Not only that. Every person Rachel meets now could be a potential client for your future gallery. You can start building your client list in advance. Plus, you can visit their offices and get a sense of their tastes through their decor. There's no need to decide right away, take your time to think it over. Who knows, these 2 years at Goldman might become an invaluable asset to you. Yes, Rachel smiled slightly. It was a smile I'd never seen from her before. A bright smile, genuinely heartfelt. This one might take a while to wear off. At the very least, she probably won't be handing in her resignation anytime soon. But then, is it just me, or is there a strange, tingly feeling in the air? This could be dangerous, maybe I'm overthinking it, but if her feelings toward me develop into something romantic, that would be problematic. To me, Rachel isn't a woman. She's a client, one who can bring in major investors. Did you get home late last night? Yes, it was our first time meeting in a while, so we stayed until midnight. I quickly changed the topic, and Rachel responded immediately, seemingly wanting to shake off that same awkwardness. That's quite late. It must have been tiring for your father, getting to Greenwich at that hour. Oh, he'll be fine. He's been staying at the Met for a while. Rachel said it casually, then paused, realizing her slip. The Met? You mean the Metropolitan Museum? Yes, he has a place in the city too. It's a bit hard to commute from Greenwich. When I brought up the well-known Met, Rachel visibly relaxed. That told me something important. The Met she mentioned isn't an art museum. Given her status, there's only one plausible guess: the Metropolitan Club. Located on Fifth Avenue in Manhattan, it's a private social club with a strict membership policy. If this is true, this is a huge opportunity. From Rachel to her father, and from her father to the club. That's only 2 steps to get in. She's definitely a big catch. The Metropolitan Club isn't a place where you can just buy your way in. Entry is strictly by invitation from an existing member. Wealth is just the baseline. Trustworthiness is essential. Building a relationship with Rachel could be the way to crack that barrier in this lifetime. No, I have to make it happen by any means necessary. The club is a gathering place for only the wealthiest of the wealthy. How exclusive is it? Well, 4 US presidents have been members. That gives you an idea. If you have any concerns, feel free to tell me. After parting ways with Ha Si-hyun, Rachel headed toward the industrial department. How would it feel to be a gallery owner? Her heart was pounding wildly. Even her steps were lighter than usual, filled with the urge to run off somewhere. However, the moment she entered the department, her excitement vanished as if it had been a lie. Oh, you're here. It was a senior colleague assigned to the same project. We have a client meeting tomorrow, right? Typically, analysts who are at the bottom rung don't meet clients. But in the industrial department, Rachel was taken to every meeting by the MD, even if it meant leaving other senior staff behind. Once again, they wanted to bring Rachel instead of the senior colleagues. This is an important client, so make sure you're prepared. If you don't know something, just ask. She sensed an underlying frustration in her senior's stiff smile. You must be lucky to have well-connected parents, huh? Though she never asked for it, every time she received special treatment, she felt guilty. This isn't why I came here. She wanted to build something on her own, yet each day at Goldman only seemed to reinforce her doubts. Perhaps. Without my family background, I'm nothing. To some, it might sound like ungrateful whining, but she couldn't shake the feeling of inadequacy. Being here might be more of a burden. Rachel was seriously contemplating resignation. She intended to give Ha Si-hyun a heads up today as well. He'd be surprised if she suddenly left. But she decided to put her plan on hold for a moment. The experience and skills you gain here will definitely be useful later. It's not that she was committed to pursuing the gallery just yet, but since Ha Si-hyun had a point, she decided to stick around a little longer to see for herself. What kind of tastes does this client have? What's the vibe of their office? For a while, Rachel searched for client interviews and observed the backgrounds in the photos carefully. Then, while checking the meeting location on Google Maps, Rachel, a senior, suddenly approached her, causing her to quickly close the window. Don't you know anything? You're close with that guy, aren't you? They were talking about Ha Si Hyun. Ha Si Hyun's reputation had been dragged through the mud for a while. People had said all sorts of things. An arrogant newcomer who doesn't know his place, a troublemaker, a swindler using match fixing, a sneaky opportunist, a leech sucking connections dry, and so on. Be careful, he's obviously up to something. The senior colleagues and peers who were especially kind to Rachel never missed a chance to cloak their gossip as advice. Each time, Rachel refuted them inwardly. So what if he'll do whatever it takes? It's not that she agreed with Ha Si Hyun's methods, but Rachel knew his true goal. I will cure this incurable disease. I need to raise money, no matter what, for such a... Is it really so wrong to do whatever it takes? It was frustrating to see someone like him being branded as trash, and I wanted to defend him, but he didn't want that. Please keep this a secret. If people find out I'm earning money to save someone, I'd be ostracized on Wall Street. So even as he heard insults, he had to pretend not to. Today was another day like that. Does that guy have connections within the FDA too? With the way he keeps breaking through, it's obvious, right? If he actually figured it out on his own, it'd be a miracle. But if he gets caught, wouldn't the other party end up in jail too? People were labeling Ha Si Hyun a criminal, convinced that he was involved in insider trading. Their voices carried a sense of certainty, as if there was no other way to explain these miracles. But today, Rachel heard the secret of the miracle directly from Ha Si Hyun. Fail 10 times. If you try 100 times, you'll hit at least one. Try 1,000 and you might get 10. Do it 10,000 times and miracles can happen too. The hit rate everyone called a miracle. Was it really a miracle? How many attempts did Ha Si Hyun make to achieve that? How much time, how much effort did he put in? Effort isn't necessary, you just keep going. Emotions and motivation don't matter. What brings results in the end is numbers. She couldn't even imagine what he must have felt while going through all that time. They have no idea. Rachel felt even more indignant on his behalf. She suppressed the urge to rush over and argue with those slandering him. At that moment, she heard something new amidst the gossip. But that guy, is he actually a quant? If he figured this out, wouldn't that make him a genius? Well, he's not your average human. Honestly, if it were me, I'd be scared just being between Pierce and Rhino. He does have some guts, huh? A bit crazy, maybe. Suddenly, her feelings of injustice faded. She realized that Ha Si Hyun didn't need anyone to defend him. Given time, everyone will recognize it. Ha Si Hyun's presence was on a different level. Is this what they call a genius? There were plenty of people at Harvard who were called geniuses. People with high IQs, math prodigies, graduates at age 15, members of Mensa, and so on. But Ha Si Hyun was different. Why do you say that's a foolish idea? Wasn't simply that his intelligence was high. Ha Si Hyun was an entirely different kind of person. It's fine. Just hire employees with good eyesight and math skills. Even his perceived lack of certain talents. That's an invaluable competitive edge that can't be bought, even with money. And his burdensome background. The 2 years Rachel would spend at Goldman could become an immense asset for her. The time spent here, too. It was certainly a wall she could never overcome, no matter how hard she tried. But after just a few hours with Ha Si Hyun, it had become a mere obstacle. An obstacle she could overcome one day if she put her mind to it. And it wasn't just that. Rachel, you can be a light for those starving artists. The moment she heard those words, she felt tears well up. Only one thought filled her mind. I've finally found it. What Rachel had been desperately searching for all her life. Something everyone else seemed to have, yet she alone lacked. The reason she needed to live the direction of her life. Can I really achieve this? She instinctively began to worry, but soon another voice within her spoke up. Maybe I can do it too. It was an unfamiliar voice to Rachel. The sensation rising within her was also unfamiliar. It felt like a dormant volcano inside her heart was beginning to erupt. Strangely, whenever she was near Ha Si Hyun, her heart beat this way, as if his energy was transferring to her. Can someone like this really just be called a genius? Suddenly something came to mind. She quickly opened a search window and typed in a keyword. There was a line she wanted to read right away. A line from an advertisement that had now become legendary. The world calls them crazy, but we see genius in them. The ones crazy enough to think they can change the world, because they are the ones who truly can change the world. Think different. Yes, that was it. Ha Si Hyun was a person who moved the world. There was no doubt. Just by being close to him, her once stagnant world had started to move. At that moment, she saw a senior colleague running into the department. Hey, did you hear? I have someone in HR who said. Once again, the world was moving, and at the center of that movement was still one person. That new hire. Apparently, he's causing a stir again. It was Ha Si Hyun. At the same time, Pierce was having a rough time. He had to secure a live deal from Ha Si Hyun's list. Just 1 out of the 7 needs to come through. At first, he didn't think much of it. For Pierce, who was confident in his sales abilities, it didn't seem too difficult. But FDA grants final approval to Autrix Up auto-injector. That was today's news. The product developed by the target company had received FDA approval, news that came sooner than expected. Even the parties involved hadn't anticipated it. They'd been proceeding with the sale, assuming the process would take longer. But with this news, the situation changed. Can we secure additional leverage? We'll need to coordinate with the ABS department. The value of the acquisition target had risen. Now they needed additional funds to proceed with the transaction. From experience, Pierce knew such deals often fell through midway. Is there really an algorithm? Ha Si-hyun's 80 hit rate was hard to believe, yet with things turning out like this, it was no longer something to dismiss. Of course, he wasn't about to believe it outright. It would require repeated experimentation and verification. Pierce's rational mind warned him not to trust it just yet, but his instincts were telling him something different. For now, I'll keep an eye on him. From the moment he first saw Ha Si-hyun, he'd felt a strange familiarity. There was no concrete reason, but he couldn't shake the feeling that Ha Si-hyun resembled the other monsters he'd met on Wall Street. And considering recent events, it was clear Ha Si-hyun would become an unprecedented force that would shake Wall Street to its core. But that would be a few years from now. For now, he needed to secure his position as an executive. With things going this way, a change in strategy is necessary. It was at that moment he made the decision. Bzzz, his BlackBerry buzzed. The caller was Jeff. Pierce had told him not to contact him unless it was critical, yet here he was calling. It meant something had erupted at Goldman. His instincts were right. Rhino wants to take the new recruit. Sean, can we talk for a moment? As I returned from dinner, an unexpected person was waiting for me. It was Liliana. Mind if we use the conference room? She needed a soundproof space. Once we were alone, Liliana explained the situation with a grim expression. Actually, there's been a request from the healthcare department for a department transfer. Considering your expertise, they suggested it might be better to transfer you to healthcare. Rhino wants to take me. Well, I'd somewhat anticipated this. Right now, I'm a unicorn in the biotech sector, showcasing a miraculous success rate. No matter what I've done in the past, it's no surprise that healthcare would be eyeing me, but something feels off. Liliana seems unusually conflicted. Also, there's no real reason for her to inform me about the department transfer request. Could it be? I had a bad feeling. Aren't I already assigned to the MA department? I assumed my affiliation had already changed. I hadn't been told directly, but Jeff had put me on standby, as if he'd already chosen me. Why else would he keep someone on standby if they weren't officially part of his department? Well, officially, there hasn't been a request, but there was no other staffing, and I was told my supervisor was Jeff. There just happened to be no incoming staffing requests. Usually, I handle it when MDs make a request, but there hasn't been one. So I'm still unaffiliated. The reason I've had free time so far is that the MDs have been avoiding me out of caution for Pierce. Meanwhile, Rhino has gone through official procedures. Now I understand why Liliana looks so troubled. If she follows the procedure, she risks offending Pierce. But if she leaves me in the MA department, she'll be seen as favoring Pierce and ignoring procedures, risking Rhino's wrath. So I'm the shrimp here. Between the two whales, one of them will become an executive. It's uncertain who that will be. What should an HR shrimp do in the meantime? Will any live deals come through? She's trying to gauge who might win. Liliana is asking me, the one who compiled the list, about Pierce's chances of winning. Well, it'll be tough, don't you think? There are only two left. Liliana's expression darkened, but only for a moment. With practiced ease, she put on her business smile and asked the next question. Which department does Sean prefer? Of course, she's not asking to consider my preference. It's a game of hot potato. If things go south, she can use my own preference as an excuse to mollify an angry whale. I'm not naive enough to take this at face value. I'm fine with either. Still, isn't there one you're more inclined toward? I'm drawn to both. Each department has its pros and cons. Liliana's business smile wavered briefly but quickly returned to its place. Still, you can't be equally drawn to both, can you? It's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other, so I'm fine with either. And really in life, can you always do what you like? If you're getting paid, you do as you're told. Maybe I teased her a bit too much. My father always says if you bother a beautiful woman, you'll go to hell. Let's stop here. Actually, there is a department I'd like to join. Oh, which one? But I don't have an obligation to tell you that, do I? Liliana's expression stiffened for a moment before she let out a small sigh. If I consider it a favor, could you tell me? She's been talking about debts and favors since our first meeting. It's best to keep things clear. Sure, I can tell you. Which one is it? I'll let you know tomorrow. Huh, why tomorrow? Well, I'd like to have a talk with Pierce and decide afterward. He's been out of sight lately, busy with sales, but he should be returning soon. At least if he actually wants to recruit me. After I talk with him, I'll come and tell you in person. Then. As I was about to leave the conference room, Liliana quickly grabbed my arm. Wait a minute, what are you planning to do now? That sounds a bit ominous. Are you implying that I'm just going around causing trouble? Do you realize you're stirring up a storm across all of Goldman right now? It's unfair. I'm just an innocent analyst caught up in the storm. Enough with the jokes. What are you planning to discuss? Liliana's eyes were trembling. Anyone would think I'd just warned her I was about to commit arson. If you cause any trouble, you know I'll have to clean it up, right? She's not wrong. As the HR staff assigned to me, it's natural she'd feel anxious. so I decided to reassure her. There's no need to worry. It'll just be an ordinary conversation. Then what kind of conversation? What other conversation could there be between a boss and an employee? I'm going to negotiate my terms. Rhino has already offered me several incentives, a salary renewal, multiple live deals, a huge bonus. But Pierce, on the other hand, just put me on standby with none of that. Considering I've proven my worth, that's hardly fair, is it? The next morning at 8 a.m., Pierce, who was rarely seen at Goldman, summoned me. His face looked noticeably thinner since the last time I saw him. Well, no wonder. In my first teaser, I had included 8 items with nearly expired dates. Every time he tried to sell one, he had to throw it away because the date had passed. That must have been exhausting. I heard there was a request for a department transfer to healthcare, Pierce said, his voice heavy with fatigue. Which department do you prefer? I think both are good departments. If you want to go to healthcare, you can. This surprised me. I expected a counteroffer. Is he trying to read my reaction? I could feel Pierce's eyes scanning my face as I kept a neutral expression. He clasped his hands together and continued. If I want to bring you over, I have to be prepared too. I don't want to go through that trouble for an unmotivated employee. In other words, if I want to go to the MA department, I need to say it out loud. Damn, it seems like he already knows what I want. At this point, it's better to just say it. If I have to choose one, I prefer the MA department. Why? If I go to healthcare, I won't be able to make money from biotech stocks. There's a risk of insider trading, so all personal biotech transactions are outright rejected. But if I'm in the MA department, I can use some of my future knowledge to perform well while investing the rest in stocks to make money. It's a win-win situation. Of course, I can't reveal this honestly. I've been interested in MA for a while. I'd like to closely observe corporate ecosystems and provide analysis and advice that fits the current situation. Pierce cut me off, waving his hand dismissively. The real reason. Pierce's unsettling gaze searched my face again, as if seeing right through me. Lying won't work here. I might as well be honest. Money is a weapon. I want to learn how to wield it. This was the truth. With my future knowledge and lucky encounters, making money wouldn't be hard, but I need to think beyond that. My goal isn't just to become rich. I have to use the money I've saved. More specifically, I need to push several biotech companies to develop treatments for rare diseases. Who's going to make unprofitable treatments without incentive? No one, so I'll have to force them. Not just gathering bullets, but using them. Yes, can't you do that on the other side too? Healthcare will go through an IPO boom for a while. I won't gain the experience I'm looking for. If I go to healthcare, I'll just be helping promising companies go public for a while. The bonus would be good, but there's nothing to learn. In contrast, the MA department. A department that takes over other companies, defends against unwanted acquisitions, ruthlessly cuts off unproductive parts and sells them off. It's the perfect place to learn how to discipline a disobedient company with money. I see. It seems my honesty struck a chord. Pierce nodded approvingly. The base salary is $90,000, and the bonus is guaranteed to be at least the same amount. That's the salary for an associate. We'll start a meeting in 30 minutes. In the meantime, head over to HR and handle the necessary procedures. Pierce concluded the meeting, but I didn't get up. He looked back at me with curiosity. Do you have something more to say? We haven't finished negotiating my terms of employment. Pierce let out a slight chuckle, perhaps amused. You said you wanted to join the MA department. Yes, but there can still be conditions. I don't see a need to dangle any carrots in front of someone already willing to join. From the start, Pierce led the conversation to his advantage. He had maneuvered me into listing all my reasons for wanting to join the MA department, but I didn't come here unprepared. I pulled a folded sheet of paper from my pocket, unfolded it, and presented it to Pierce. What's this? It's a list for my second teaser. Pierce fell silent, only speaking again after 10 seconds. I didn't ask you to make this. I had some free time, so I thought I'd give it a try. You think the first list is hopeless? Pierce needs to land a live deal from my first list. If he doesn't, he's headed to London. But here I am showing him a second list. I told you from the start that there was an 80 accuracy rate. Still, it could go live. It's possible, but I don't recommend it. Why not? Even if you sell a rotten apple, you'll get the money, sure, but you'll lose the client relationship. Even if it could go live, it's something you should never do. Confident are you? What's the principle behind this? Even if I explain, it might be difficult for you to understand. I can't trust it if I don't know the principle. Fair point. It's time to provide at least a rough outline. Every player in the industry is interconnected. For example, the FDA approval process is based on effectiveness compared to existing drugs. If there are 2 drugs treating the same illness, only the more effective one is chosen. If one side laughs, the other cries. So you determine success rates by comparing that. It's not that simple. Biotech companies also make decisions based on these competitive relationships, selecting drugs during development that will yield the fastest profits. As I went on with a half-baked explanation, Pierce waved his hand to stop me. There's a formula to figure this out. In a way, yes, and you're not going to share it. It's the foundation of my business, after all. Pierce tapped his fingers on the desk in silence for a while. After a few seconds of silence, Pierce nodded again. You mentioned conditions. Let's hear them. With this list, Pierce could secure an executive position. It seems he's realized that. He figured it out on his own without me explaining, proving he's pretty sharp. There are 3 conditions in total. That's quite a few. 3 is the standard rule for these things. Not a single one of them is negotiable. They're the setup I need to structure a favorable environment for myself. I raised my first finger. First, I want a dedicated analyst. Aren't you an analyst yourself? I am, but this is a matter of efficiency relative to time. Every analyst is a slave to Excel, spending most of their working hours gathering data, entering numbers, fixing errors, and checking document formats. It would be a waste for me to spend my time on that. Essentially, you want an associate. You don't have to change the title. What I want is authority. Accepted. I expected that. If I'm freed from mundane tasks, I can produce more results. Since it's beneficial for both Pierce and me, there's no reason for him to refuse. Second, I'll choose the projects I work on. That's not possible. It would disrupt team operations. I anticipated this as well. Pierce's job as VP involves analyzing deals and staffing the team accordingly. If a junior team member picks their assignments, the team can't function smoothly. However, I had no intention of backing down. That's unfortunate. I gathered the list I had laid on the table and put it back in my bag, signaling that negotiations were off if he didn't agree. I'll give you a choice once a month. In that case, for the projects I choose, I want to attend all client meetings. Agreed. This was an exceptional concession. Now, once a month, I could choose to meet with Pierce's clients. His clients include CEOs or CFOs of companies and large institutional investors. In the best case, I might even get a one-on-one with the CEO. And the last, there was a hint of expectation in Pierce's eyes. Given the bold conditions I had listed so far, he seemed curious about the finale. It was a little embarrassing to say, but I couldn't leave it unspoken. I'd like to borrow some money. Don't look at me like that. I need to scrape together whatever I can to invest in some coins. 3 days later, Goldman was once again in turmoil. Pierce's agreement with the executives was coming to a head. The deadline for the promise of landing a live deal or heading to London was approaching. When will this finally end? At this point, I don't even care who wins. I just want it over with. Getting caught in the middle of this mess. What started as a bet had escalated into a second and third round, pulling countless people into extended rounds, all of them now desperately scrambling for information, just hoping for the whale fight to end. Pierce hasn't secured a live deal, has he? Still out in the field, so he must not have landed one yet, right? By the way, that new guy transferred to the MA department, right? And he even got his own dedicated analyst. It's already been a week since I transferred to the MA department. These days have been busy handling a live deal that came out in the second teaser. Sean here. This guy with thick glasses is Ranton, an analyst assigned to me by Pierce. You could say he's my personal Excel slave, my own Dobby. Already done. This is nothing, pretty standard. To have results in just 2 hours, definitely fitting for a third-year analyst. His hands sure are quick. A third-year analyst is rare. Most analysts are on 2-year contracts. When that contract ends, there are 2 choices: get promoted to associate and stay at Goldman, or switch to a private equity or hedge fund. But a third-year analyst, that means they're skilled enough that Goldman wants to keep them around, but not political enough to get promoted. Not a bad lineup, or at least that's what I thought until just last week. Flap, flap, I flipped through the printouts, scowling unintentionally. I thought I told you not to include antidepressants in the comparison group. There are too few comps, so to show meaningful numbers, we should include at least 15 in the comparison group. He snaps back at my criticism. This is the problem. My Dobby doesn't listen. Didn't I clearly explain why antidepressants shouldn't be included? Well, that's not how you do comps. To buy or sell a company, you need to determine its value, a process called valuation. The comp Dobby is arguing about stands for comparable analysis, a comparative evaluation method. The comp I requested is the similar company comparison method. Basically, it's a project to create a cousin of Net Plus, a process of insisting, since my cousin makes money, I'll make the same. I told him to stick to 4th cousins, but Dobby is insisting on including 16th cousins. I've repeatedly ordered him to leave them out, yet here he is, sneaking in 8th cousins. Didn't I say? While this drug is branded as an antidepressant, the real aim is Alzheimer's. Still, if we only include Alzheimer's, there are too few comps. It weakens the grounds for the evaluation value. I can understand where he's coming from. Externally, I'm a first-year newbie, and he's a senior who's been grinding in this field for 3 years. But I'm not an ordinary first year. I'm a unicorn with miraculous accuracy, and Pierce granted me immense privilege. Yet he's constantly trying to assert dominance over me like I'm any other rookie. No wonder he wasn't promoted. I've tried explaining it nicely, but he just doesn't get it. By this point, I'm starting to get genuinely annoyed. Phew. I hold my throbbing head. I hear a snicker from behind me. Complete associate material. This is why Dobby acts up. I've got a huge target on my back in this department. From the moment Dobby was assigned to me, every associate in the MA department was giving me deadly glares. What they thought was a hardworking Excel slave turned out to be a rival. No, a miracle unicorn rival with a fast-track promotion. Who would like that? Should I put him in his place just once? I feel a bit annoyed. Dealing with these guys is like getting into petty ranking battles with rookies. Spending my valuable time on such nonsense feels like a waste. But if I keep ignoring their sarcasm, Dobby's defiance only grows. Then let's compromise like this. I'll make the adjustments here and you can do it your way. If 15 isn't meaningful enough, then why not go for 30, 40, or even 50 similar industries and get those numbers? If Dobby wants to work more, I might as well let him. What else can I do? You want it to look credible, right? Go ahead, try it. Dobby's pupils are visibly shaking. I've just piled a load of work on him. Plus, he must have realized by now that all his hard work is likely to end up in the trash as soon as he hands it in. After repeating this a few times, he'll eventually understand if he doesn't listen to me, his body will suffer for it. Has Si-hyun mellowed out a lot? Well, I've decided to live a kind life this time around. There's no guarantee I'll come back to life again if I die. Just then, Sean, Jeff, who was passing by, called me and nodded towards the conference room, signaling me to follow him. As soon as I entered the conference room, Jeff tossed a small notebook onto the table. Anything here catch your eye? This was because of the second condition I laid out for Pierce. Once a month, I get to choose the project I want. Technically, this is overstepping, since staffing assignments are the VP's authority, which explains Jeff's sour expression. Excuse me, I quickly skimmed the list in the notebook. 3 small, unremarkable companies with no clear identities. None of them were the kind of project I wanted. I'll follow whatever staffing you assign. I returned the notebook to Jeff as politely as possible. One must be careful when exercising a privilege if it's not overwhelming authority. Using it too often only breeds resentment. It should be saved for when it's really needed. Leaving it to me, huh? Jeff's mouth twisted. Then why did you attach that condition in the contract? It was just in case a deal appears that only I could see. In that case, you'll be in charge of biopharma pitches for the time being. Any objections? No, sir. When I accepted his directive with utmost respect, Jeff's hostility slightly lessened. He seemed to go from, should I kill him now, to, should I kill him later? Still, I couldn't just ignore my rights just because of his hostility. Sorry, but could you continue sharing the list regardless? Looks like getting close to Jeff will be tough. After a few scoffs, Jeff spat out his next sentence as if he was spitting out bile. Remember, the choice doesn't roll over to the next month. Back at my desk, I took a moment to think. No rollovers. This means I must use my project selection right within the month. It makes sense if I saved up choices and used 10 all at once. The team wouldn't function properly. In other words, I'll need to exercise my first right within the next 3 weeks. Time to start looking for my next prey. For the first week, I decided to observe the situation. I planned to grab one of Pierce's existing deals if something promising came up, but so far, nothing has. There's no guarantee that something useful will come along within 3 weeks, so I have to take the initiative. Instead of just waiting for Pierce to bring deals on his own, I need to make him bite on the deals I want. What kind of project should I choose? There are so many options that it's hard to pick. For now, I've set 3 main criteria. 1, a well-known project. Like the big clash between Pierce and Rhino, this would mean getting involved in a high-profile project. 2, a project related to a famous company or a major investor. This is to propose a deal that gives me an excuse to approach people whose connections I want to build. And 3, a project that offers plenty to learn. This would mean joining a project where I can learn how to deal with companies through financial means. The last one is the most tempting, a place filled with conflict between management and investors. In such a place, I'd like to gain plenty of indirect experience in seeing how investors can financially discipline a company that doesn't listen. I didn't get much exposure to this in my previous life. The problem is that finding such a battlefield isn't easy. Fights between management and investors usually happen in boardrooms and are rarely made public, not that there aren't any methods. At exactly 6 p.m. I approached Dobby. I was close, yet he didn't turn around. What's that? I pointed to the numerous toy models displayed on Dobby's desk, but he replied without looking at me as if he couldn't be bothered. Can't you tell? They're deal toys. A deal toy is a kind of trophy. When a deal is successfully closed, they make a small commemorative item and distribute it to employees. The more of these you have, the more live deal experience you can prove. In investment banks, it's customary to display these trophies at one's desk. Can I take a look? I picked up the deal toy placed in the most noticeable spot. It looked like a gas station model, with the following engraved on a small plaque to commemorate the split of Valorengi and the birth of the CSD brand. Goldman Sachs and Valorengi CSD. January 28, 2013. I hadn't heard of this company, but if it's displayed so prominently, there must be a reason. Valorengi, no response. But then Sean, right on time, Rachel appeared behind me. I had invited her to join our department for takeout tonight. Shall we order? Rachel asked with a bright smile. She's excited. Could we hold off on ordering for a bit? Pardon. It was only then that Rachel noticed the gas station model in my hand and tilted her head in curiosity. What's that? A deal toy. It looked interesting, so I was checking it out. Do you happen to know a company called Valoringi? No. What kind of company is it? It's an oil company, Dobby stammered, looking down at his desk. He then let out a sigh and began speaking in a lamenting tone. This was one of those deals that nearly killed me. It's an oil company, but we had to carve out only the retail division to turn it into a convenience store chain, just as I thought it worked. Men naturally want to brag about their accomplishments in front of women. Dobby, being a man himself, must want to play the hero in front of Rachel. One of the major shareholders made such a fuss that we had to separate the retail division for risk management. He started sharing some pretty interesting information. It turns out the company aggressively expanded into new regions, but a major shareholder opposed this move. They pressured the CEO to at least manage risks if they insisted on continuing, so the CEO agreed and carved out only the convenience store business to create a separate brand. These are the kinds of places with a lot to learn. This is an example of investors disciplining a company with money. Not bad, though. A larger, well-known company would be even better than some obscure oil company. Oh, you must have worked hard on that. Haha, seriously, it almost killed me. So many all-nighters. As Rachel sympathized, Dobby looked delighted, as if he could die happy. Meanwhile, I scanned the department. The backs of people all around seemed to be pleading, please come check my stuff. I approached the desk with the most deal toys displayed. Mind if I take a look? Though he wasn't particularly fond of me, the senior quickly leaned back, making his trophies easier to see. Rachel was next to me after all. Wow, you've got a lot of deal toys. Haha, had quite a few live deals last year. While Rachel was distracting him, I picked up each deal toy, checking their names. Finally, I found one that interested me, a unique model shaped like a lens case, to commemorate the merger of Valoringi and Boshrooms. Goldman Sachs Valoringi. May 17, 2013. This is not bad. Valoringi is a company that would cause a huge scandal 2 years later in 2015. A famous incident, a famous investor, a battlefield. It met all three of my criteria. I can't use it right now, but it'll be perfect to jump into around next year. A piece of prey from which I can extract everything, including the bones and marrow. Maybe I should start gathering information early. Valoringi is a pretty hot company these days, isn't it? Oh, you know it. Yeah, its growth has been rapid. The CEO has an aggressive expansion plan, and he's a former McKinsey consultant, so he knows his stuff. McKinsey, yeah, he was so capable that a client recruited him as CEO. He's got guts. As Rachel encouraged him, the senior seemed ready to spill everything, right down to the internal details about the CEO's temperament and ridiculous demands. This is too easy. I just need to gather information this way for 2 weeks and then pick a suitable project in the last week. Simple enough, but to stick to this timeline, I'll need Rachel's cooperation. After dinner, I escorted Rachel to the elevator and began my prepared speech. I said this with the saddest expression possible. Since I'd been subtly whining about how the seniors didn't like me and were giving me the cold shoulder, Rachel would understand the meaning. I think I'll have to eat in the department for a while because there's so much work. Would you mind joining me tomorrow if you're free? Won't it look strange if I keep going to another department? They seem to like it, actually. But if you're uncomfortable, please forget I asked. No, I'll come tomorrow if I can. As expected, our princess has a kind heart. There's no way she'd abandon a poor, ostracized orphan. I was pleased everything was going smoothly, but there was an unexpected side effect to this plan. When I returned to my desk, a guy approached me and asked, "Is Rachel seeing anyone? The bugs are starting to swarm." Guy who asked the question was a fellow new hire. His name was Nelson Wright. For reference, this is the first time we're actually talking. I only know his name because he sits next to me. You have a girlfriend, don't you? At Dobby's question, Nelson overreacted, shooting lasers with his intense gaze. I got dumped. Oh, in the end, I couldn't even make it past the 7-week mark. The atmosphere became a bit somber. Every analyst at Goldman inevitably goes through a breakup within 7 weeks. We're Excel slaves, after all. Where would a slave find time to date? Every analyst is confined within the glass prison known as Goldman from early morning until 3 a.m. Sure, there are days when we leave work early, but there are countless times we're called back in over a single email from an MD. Men or women, there aren't many people willing to put up with that. Nelson says he received an ultimatum after doing just that. Since I didn't have any Monday deadlines, I thought this time I'd finally be in the clear. But then, on Sunday morning, they told me to update the proposal. Thought I'd be done by 5, but by the time it was all wrapped up, it was 10. I got a curt text saying it was over, and she wouldn't even take my calls. Just shake it off. We all go through it, right? Nelson accepted Dobby's advice readily, letting go of his sadness in just 2 seconds and shifting his gaze to me. So what's the deal between you and Rachel? This is a question I've been getting a lot lately. What deal? She's my closest friend among the new hires. Really, no ulterior motives. Ulterior motives. She's beautiful, kind-hearted, from a good family, and even wealthy. If I wasn't on a countdown, I'd probably bow down and worship her. But for now, I can't. What I need isn't a romantic partner, but a princess who can string together rich clients like dried fish. No good would come from entangling with her like that. Romantic feelings are among the most volatile emotions, but even more unpredictable than that are money and the market. When those two intersect, it's a disaster. So I have to keep a strict boundary. Separating money and personal matters is more important than separating work and personal matters. So can I go after her then? Is this guy nuts? There's no fool who looks kindly on the idea of a platonic friendship between a man and a woman. The moment Rachel starts dating, that guy would tell her to keep her distance from me, creating a gap between us. Therefore, our princess is under a dating ban for at least 2 years. As long as I'm breathing through both nostrils, it's a no. When I answered firmly, Nelson, who had been smiling amiably, hardened his expression. He let out a dry laugh and shrugged his shoulders. Well, actually, I don't need your permission. I'm free to make my move. Seems he's taken me lightly. I can't just let this slide. Freedom. I immediately stood up and walked over to Nelson. I stopped uncomfortably close, placing my hand on his shoulder. Times like these are when being tall comes in handy. It's easy to create a sense of intimidation when there's a height difference. Think about it. If you don't need my permission, then why did you bother asking me? For courtesy's sake. Since when did we start showing courtesy? This guy instinctively asked for my permission but doesn't seem to understand why. Well, I'll make it clear for him. I gripped Nelson's shoulder firmly and stretched my mouth into a wide Greena Joker smile for the occasion. Just as you have the freedom to pursue Rachel, I have the freedom to interfere. If you try anything, I also have the freedom to slander you as a complete scumbag. Why would you do something like that? Because it's my freedom. If you're curious about whether I'd go that far, feel free to test it. I'm the type to do what I say. Getting into tug of war over Rachel between two guys would be exhausting. It'd be better to have one guard dog with his eyes spinning. Smack. Nelson slapped my hand off and returned to his seat with an annoyed expression. Did he get the message? Apparently not. Just before leaving work, when Rachel stopped by, he made this suggestion. We're going for a drink now. How about joining us, Rachel? No. I was planning to meet some Wall Street seniors. Networking is essential in this industry, right? You get to learn a lot from different sources. He's not wrong. The issue is that Rachel seemed overly tempted by the idea. Then maybe I'll drop by for a bit. I could tell just by her eyes. She was probably thinking, potential clients for our gallery. When the bait works too well, it's a problem. I thought, though there's much to be done, I can't let our princess attract any unwanted bugs. Sounds fun, I'll tag along too. This is my friend Daniel Oliver, an analyst at Bridgewater, and over here is Carl Bailey from Renaissance Capital. 2 guys who claim to be Nelson's friends. Both were standing with their shoulders squared. It's been a while since I've seen this. I felt like I'd returned to my past for the first time in ages. Wall Street is a world of strict hierarchies. Just as there are ranks within Goldman's front office, middle office, and back office, there's a hierarchy outside of Goldman as well. There's only one standard for determining the external ranks, assets under management AUM. At the time of my death, Bridgewater's AUM was around $124 billion. Renaissance Capital's was about $106 billion. Since they're both among the largest funds in the US, as soon as their company names came up, they straightened up. This situation is called "my dick is bigger than yours" in the official language of Wall Street. In this world, it's the rule that anyone from Goldman becomes a nobody in front of those 2 big shots. So you're that Sean guy. I heard from Nelson that you have some kind of algorithm. While his 2 heavyweight friends were blocking me, Nelson slipped into the seat next to Rachel. As expected, he's completely ignoring my warning. That's just how it is. No one takes you seriously, even when you speak earnestly. Once everyone was seated, I spoke up first. I'll cover Nelson's first drink. Why? He mentioned he got dumped today. It's only right to buy him a drink to cheer him up. We're in the same department after all. I casually dropped the fact that he was recently dumped and might be looking for a rebound with anyone, which made Nelson's face stiffen a bit. Think it's low, doesn't matter to me. I don't care much for face or rules. I'm not letting anyone mess with what's mine. Did you send flowers? You've got that 24-hour flower delivery service on speed dial, don't you? Nelson's face stiffened even more. Since he sits nearby, I've overheard plenty of his pompous talk. Recently, he'd said something like this: what's there to change? Just send some flowers and it's done. Sincerely apologizing to a woman is a waste of time. Don't you know you're better off closing another deal in that time? The reason he got dumped isn't just his work hours. He has plenty of so-called words of wisdom that would make Rachel recoil if she knew. I was about to start spilling them one by one when I noticed his face turning pale. Just as I was about to show him the true terror of a mad dog, someone interrupted the flow. So, Rachel, what's your ideal type? It was an unnamed colleague sitting to Rachel's left, obliviously breaking the tension. My ideal type? Not really. But there must be a type you like. I mean, aren't we a bit old to be talking about ideal types? I swallowed those words, realizing they were fresh out of college. Then, in the next moment, all conversation stopped and silence filled the room. Rachel, smiling shyly, sipped her martini. Already blooming into her full radiance lately, her smile seemed to cast a glow around her. Damn it. The thought of shooing away all the bugs drawn to her gave me a headache. Completely unaware, our princess continued speaking bashfully. Not an ideal type exactly, but I do have someone I admire. What kind of person? Do you know the story of when Jobs recruited Scully? Do you want to sell sugar water for the rest of your life, or come with me and change the world? It's a well-known story, so that line has become a cliché, but Rachel smiled brightly like an innocent child. Isn't it amazing, moving the world like that? Haha, isn't that setting the bar too high? Jobs, really. I like his words. You can't connect the dots looking forward, you can only connect them looking backward. There was also that line, wasn't there? If you're not going to leave a mark on the universe, then why even exist? The mouths of those who wanted to impress the princess were overflowing with Jobs' quotes. Their eyes were filled with nothing but greed. Seriously, Jobs ruined the world. The deification of Jobs wasn't because of his philosophy, it was because of money. If he hadn't made money, would people go around memorizing his quotes like that? So, anyone who recites Jobs' sayings is simply someone obsessed with money. Just like how Jobs created an ecosystem through the smartphone and generated massive wealth, they, too, want to open a new market and rake in money. When you think about the countless wannabe Jobs and the investors jumping on their bandwagon who have disrupted the market, it's worth questioning whether Jobs actually benefited the world. Well, is Rachel any different? Our princess must have taken it to heart for real. Right now, she's eagerly sharing her dreams. That's why I thought if I could connect with unknown artists, I might be able to change even their small world. The men listened with utmost sincerity, their expressions changing every 10 seconds in a noble effort. Should I just let it be? It's a topic our princess enjoys, so it's nice that there are people listening. While I sipped my whiskey, Nelson's friend started a conversation with me. Your name's Sean, right? Where do you plan to go after Goldman? Private equity, hedge fund, Goldman analysts have a 2-year contract. After that, it's customary to move on to another financial institution, known as the 2 and out system. The job market is competitive. Only the top few percent in Goldman's frontline department manage to transfer to major funds, and those who survive this competition earn the right to boast like these guys, claiming, "My thing is bigger than yours." It's a big deal on Wall Street. If you're interested in our side, we'll let you know if something opens up. In other words, they were telling me to start cozying up to them. Ignoring them, I continued sipping my whiskey, but a bitter taste lingered. This isn't the time for this. There's nothing to gain from dealing with these rookies here. I need to gather my strength and set a concrete plan. Then it happened. Ding, my smartphone lit up with a notification. Alert, David Fonbaum. For a moment, I forgot to breathe. This meant my Google alert had been triggered. Excuse me, I need to make a call. I quickly excused myself and stepped outside. As I walked, my heart pounded intensely. Finally, I found him. The person I had been waiting for all this time. The developer of my treatment. Outside, I immediately opened the link in the alert. A post from a Castleman disease community filled the screen. Author David Fonbaum. To advance our understanding of this disease, we need biospecimens for Castleman disease. If you're willing to donate a specimen, please email. Fonbaum is not a common name. There's no way there would be 2 people with such a rare surname in a rare disease community. This must be him. I have to secure him no matter what. Fonbaum is the one who established the diagnostic criteria for Castleman disease. Before his work, Castleman was often misdiagnosed as lymphoma. And that's not all. This man discovered the second treatment, the mTOR inhibitor. Hello, I'm Hasi Hyun. I too lost a very dear person to this disease, and I am determined to develop a treatment myself. I copied and pasted a pre-written message and sent it to his email. The content was straightforward. I'm from Goldman and work in finance. I'll soon have significant funds coming in, and I want to use all of it solely for this disease, etc. As I prayed for a favorable response and turned to go back inside, ding, a reply came back quickly. Good news indeed. Actually, what we need most right now is funding, even the basic research costs. I was worried he might be the type of academic who'd say, "I don't need money, I only want to research." Thankfully, he was a realistic person. I'm curious about how much research has been done on this disease. I checked PubMed but found few resources. Finding relevant papers on Castleman disease is challenging. There isn't even a code to classify the disease yet. That's right. The available data is mostly case reports of clinical observations. Clinical case reports only provide information like a patient with these symptoms came to our hospital. They don't offer existing research, literature reviews, directions for further investigation, or problems that need solving. Such information is typically in research papers, but finding ones on Castleman disease isn't easy either. There are specific standards for publishing papers in journals. Generally, studies need to compile multiple cases and provide statistically significant data, which is hard to achieve for rare diseases. This means they're often cut off from even getting published. I tried to find a Castleman expert, but even that has proven difficult. Without papers, finding specialists is challenging. There's only one way to find Castleman experts: attend numerous related conferences and ask around. It's hard to find through literature. However, at hematology, immunology, or lymphoma conferences, you can meet people who handle Castleman cases. They often present it as a comparison case rather than a main focus, though. Fonbaum has already attended such conferences and managed to find as many as 40 researchers associated with Castleman disease. Yes, this is it. A wave of anticipation surged through me. I need a partner who can take charge of the research while I'm running around on Wall Street, someone who can be equally proactive in the academic world. After a few more emails, we reached the same conclusion. May I call you? If you share your number, I'll contact you right now. On the other end of the line, the man skipped the pleasantries and got straight to the point. You seem to know a lot of technical details. Are you in the field? I graduated from medical school. Ah, that should make the conversation easier. As you mentioned, there are currently only clinical case reports. Hold on a moment, I can hear the specifics later. There's only one question I want to ask, and it's better asked in person. If possible, I'd like to meet in person. Where are you located? I'm in Philadelphia. Since you're working on Wall Street, you're in New York, right? Yes, that's correct. If we were in the same city, I'd meet you right away, but maybe next week. No, hold on. I removed the phone from my ear and quickly started a search. This meeting can't be delayed. Goldman is a glass prison that doesn't even allow for a personal life, let alone dating. If I wait for a convenient time, I may never meet him. Philadelphia isn't that far. If I had a private jet or helicopter, I could get there in no time. But unfortunately, I don't even have my own car right now. I checked the train schedule. Luckily, the first train departs at 3:20 a.m. The travel time is about an hour and a half. If I leave now, I can arrive before 5 a.m. Could you meet me at 30th Street Station by 5 a.m.? At the same time, inside the whiskey bar, even after Ha Si-hyun left, the conversation remained lively. I might be promoted to PM soon. Don't count your chickens. How long have you even been working? If you've got the skills, it's not impossible. Last year, I got a 700,000 comp. 700,000. Here, comp refers to a shortened form of compensation, meaning a bonus. The idea of receiving a $700,000 bonus, excluding base salary, made the eyes of the Goldman alumni widen in disbelief. The Renaissance trader took in their reactions with satisfaction, but suddenly hesitated. What's this? The person they most expected to react, Rachel, seemed excessively indifferent. For Rachel, $700,000 wasn't an amount worth widening her eyes over. I might even get to compete in the Alpha Cup this time. Schwarzman himself might show up for the first time in a while. Even when casually dropping the name of a famous figure, the reaction was lukewarm. Rachel, after all, had rubbed shoulders with former presidents in informal settings. But where's Sean? He's late. Rachel's comment caused a few facial muscles around the table to twitch. That guy talks about hitting an 80 accuracy rate. Was he a quant? He doesn't look it well these days. Anyone can ditch their glasses and pretend to be normal. True, there are a lot of quants who act cocky without knowing their place. But intuition and mental toughness matter as much as knowledge and intelligence. Tusk. We've got someone like that in our team too. Every time they face a setback, they completely crumble. No guts to scale up their positions. Sean's different, isn't he? He's got guts. The person who interjected was none other than Lenton. Lenton wasn't a fan of Ha Si-hyun either, but the word glasses rubbed him the wrong way. These guys, how long has it been since graduation? No doubt they're high school athletes. The ones who lived as campus celebrities went on to Ivy League schools and stayed in the spotlight their entire lives. To people like them, Ha Si-hyun must be an eyesore, an Asian nerd, ignored and invisible in high school, now climbing the ranks. He wanted to provoke them further. Doesn't it take guts to declare an 80 hit rate while stuck between two MDs? And have you ever heard of an analyst doing associate-level work? The big shots couldn't respond. Having worked in investment banking themselves, they knew how absurdly preferential Ha Si-hyun's treatment was. Serves them right. Lenton raised his glass with satisfaction, relishing his sweet revenge against the guys who had subtly looked down on him for wearing glasses earlier. But then Nelson spoke up. Even so, what's the use if his personality is awful? I didn't believe it when the seniors said he was shady, but today I saw his true colors. Why? What happened? He threatened to spread nasty rumors about me if I didn't do what he said, told he could ruin me completely. Watch out for that guy. Though disguised as a warning, it was more slander. But even this didn't work. Talking about someone who's not here makes me uncomfortable. Rachel, knowing Ha Si-hyun's true purpose, could only feel pity for the misunderstanding. Oh, speaking of which, this season. Sensing Rachel's displeasure, the men quickly changed the subject, but their words didn't reach her ears. Her focus was elsewhere in one thing, Ha Si-hyun's absence. It had been 30 minutes since he'd stepped out, saying he needed to make a call, yet he hadn't returned. An MD call. It was 3 a.m. There weren't many people to call at this hour. But a conversation with a superior lasting over 30 minutes felt unusual. I'm going to step out for a moment too. Exiting the whiskey bar, Rachel easily spotted Ha Si-hyun nearby, engrossed in a call. It's not a work call. Ha Si-hyun had an expression she had never seen before. His face was filled with pure joy. Why did she feel compelled to confirm this sight? Just as she decided it would be better to leave before being noticed, she turned to walk away. Yes, I'll meet you at the station then. Oh, and could you send me the materials from the Hematology Society? No, I already have the clinical case reports. I'm looking for data that hasn't been published in the journal. Ha Si-hyun's voice rang out clearly, carrying an entirely unexpected topic. Startled, she turned back. At that moment, Ha Si-hyun finished his call, a broad smile lighting up his face. Ah, Rachel, it was the first time she had seen such a purely joyful smile from him. I think I should head out now. You should leave too. Staying here won't do you any good. Me too. It's a waste of time, a waste of time. Better to go home and get some sleep at this hour. Ha Si-hyun didn't give Rachel a chance to argue. He quickly went inside, packed up his things, and led her out. He hailed a taxi without delay. As he opened the taxi door, he glanced at his wristwatch with a slightly troubled expression. Would it be all right if I go ahead first? I'm in a bit of a rush. Don't worry about it, let's go together. I'll drop you off on the way. All right then, Penn Station, please. The destination struck her as odd. A train station at this hour. Where are you going? To Philadelphia. I have something to take care of there. At this time, what about work in the morning? It's fine, if I stay there for just 2 hours, I can make it back in time for work. He was planning to travel to another city and return at dawn. It had to be something exceptionally important for him to follow such a schedule, considering the phone call she had just overheard. Is it because of the rare disease you mentioned before? Sorry, how do you know about that? Oh, I happened to overhear your phone call earlier. Rachel quickly explained, worried he might be upset about her eavesdropping. But Ha Si-hyun showed no signs of irritation. Yes, I'm going to meet someone who's researching that disease. She was stunned. Rachel had met many wealthy people and those connected with the famous and powerful, but she had never encountered someone who would catch a train at dawn to another city in pursuit of a cure for an incurable disease. Can I come with you? What? When Ha Si-hyun gave her a look that clearly said, why would you? Rachel quickly added, I've been thinking about starting a movement to discover unknown artists someday. I thought observing this might give me some inspiration. I won't be able to pay you any attention. That's fine. I'll just watch from the sidelines. All right, suit yourself. Ha Si-hyun agreed without much hesitation, his face alight with excitement. It seemed he was in such a good mood that he would have granted any request at the moment. I need to look up some materials for a bit. From then on, Ha Si-hyun was glued to his smartphone. Though he seemed to have completely forgotten Rachel's presence, his focus only made her trust him more. Click. Ha Si-hyun heading out at this hour. The person willing to meet him at this hour. They were the type of people she had admired all her life but had never encountered directly. People who see what others cannot and move the world in ways no one notices. Her heart raced. Yes, Ha Si-hyun was the real deal. Philadelphia 30th Street Station. 5 a.m. was not a busy time for the station. That made it easy to spot the man standing tall, looking around among the few hurrying commuters. A tall white man in a baseball cap. David Fonbaum. Ha Si-hyun, call me Sean, then you can call me David. Fonbaum, or rather, David was much younger than I expected, late 20s or early 30s. Beside him stood a cheerful-looking blonde woman, my fiancée Jessie, and this is my friend Rachel. Do you like McMuffins by any chance? David grinned, shaking the McDonald's bag in his hand. There's a 24-hour diner nearby, but since you need to leave again in 2 hours, why not save time and eat here? I didn't mind either way. But when I turned my head, Rachel quickly responded, yes, I love McMuffins. Do you have egg McMuffins? I bought all kinds, big breakfast, bacon, egg, cheese biscuit, hotcakes. I love biscuits too. Judging by how smoothly she discussed the menu, it seemed she had eaten McDonald's before. After all, even Buffett is a regular customer, why wouldn't a princess eat it? Then this way. We found a relatively quiet corner with little foot traffic and placed a McDonald's bag on each of our laps. Only one person, David, remained standing. Before we begin, I should confess something. David took off his cap, revealing a shaved head. It didn't suit him at all. I'm a Castleman disease patient. I've already had 4 flare-ups. They pumped me with so much chemo that I look like this. Normally, I have plenty of hair, haha. Now I understood why David rushed out here at this hour. It wasn't just because he believed me when I said I'd invest. He was desperate too. He was a patient actively fighting death. David briefly explained his situation. My first flare-up was 4 years ago. I spent a year and a half stuck in the hospital like a corpse. Looking closer, his body bore the marks of battle. His skin was soft and sagging. Perhaps he had even experienced kidney failure and become a human water balloon. The only available treatment is an IL-6 inhibitor, but unfortunately, it doesn't work for me. Since no one else is searching for alternative treatments, I decided to do it myself. I'm a med school graduate, after all. David was also a med school graduate. Two individuals of similar age and background, both searching for a cure themselves. Fascinating. At first, I thought it was a strange coincidence, but on second thought, it wasn't coincidence at all. Of course, it's because we're med school grads. Most people think rare diseases are inherently harder to treat. They assume the diseases are much more complex and that medical technology hasn't advanced far enough to develop treatments. They're wrong. The technical difficulty is the same. The problem is a lack of resources, and manhwaedit hasn't even been attempted yet. Once the research begins, the current technology could absolutely produce a cure. We med school graduates understand this, so instead of giving up, we're making one final desperate attempt. But now's not the time to dwell on that. The clock is ticking. Let me be direct since time is short. I want to solve this problem with money. With money, we're not talking small change here. I'm prepared, assuming the necessary funds are secured. What are the chances of finding a cure within 10 years? 10 years. David's expression instantly changed. The warmth from moments ago vanished, replaced with intense seriousness. He now looked like a researcher speaking to an investor. It depends on the scale of the funding. Running multiple projects simultaneously could drastically shorten the timeline. I'm prepared to commit up to 50 billion. Excuse me, David's eyes widened. 50 billion? What on earth do you do? I'm planning to set up a private fund within a few years. Once that happens, the money will come in gradually. Oh. David glanced at the floor before bursting into a hearty laugh. Honestly, I don't expect 50 billion. Any amount you're willing to provide would help. Even 20 right now would be great. Oh, breakfast costs extra. As expected, he doesn't believe me, and I can't exactly prove it. I don't have 50 billion sitting in my bank account at the moment, but I didn't come all this way just to convince him. It doesn't matter if you don't believe me. Even if you think it's a theoretical question, I'd like an answer. I know I sound like a lunatic. Still, I need an answer right now. If you had 50 billion, do you think it would be possible to develop a treatment within 10 years that... David's face turned serious again. He propped his chin on his hand, staring at the floor. It was clear he was calculating in his head. He must have imagined it before. Even among those struggling with poverty, many have vivid fantasies about what they would do with lottery winnings. If mere poverty inspires such thoughts, then someone like David, whose life is on the line, must have thought long and hard about how he would use that kind of money. David had been actively researching in this field, attending conferences and gathering knowledge. He must have already formed practical ideas about what could be done. I just needed to know if those ideas could become reality within the constraints of 50 billion and 10 years. After finishing his thoughts, David raised his gaze. It's possible. Of course, he didn't have all the answers himself. But just as I had a blueprint to gather 50 billion, David must have a plan to tackle the problem. Could you provide a rough estimate and breakdown of how the money would be used? This might take some explaining. If you explain it to me, I'll follow along as best I can. Oh, if you've worked in this field, Sean, you might already have some idea. Silence lingered for a moment. David lowered his gaze again, staring at the ground. Does he have something in mind? It was slightly disconcerting to see someone hesitate after saying they would explain, but his expression suggested I shouldn't rush him. Several seconds passed. Finally, David clenched his fist as if resolving himself and spoke. If you want results within 10 years using 50 billion, there's only one way. He lifted his head, meeting my eyes, and declared as if making a proclamation, we have to target off-label use. Off-label? Rachel tilted her head curiously beside me, clearly unfamiliar with the term. But as someone with a medical background, I knew exactly what it meant. Off-label referred to the use of a drug for an unapproved purpose, not for the condition the FDA had originally authorized it to treat, but for something entirely different. In other words, you believe there's already a treatment available, I said, catching on. David responded with a sly grin. Exactly. It's possible there's a drug on the market that we're just unaware of. This was a possibility I hadn't considered at all. It's not impossible, I thought. Drugs aren't bespoke creations designed for a single purpose. A single treatment can address multiple conditions. Take sildenafil, for example. Better known by its brand name Viagra, sildenafil received FDA approval in 1998 for treating erectile dysfunction. But by the early 2000s, some doctors were using it to treat heart and lung conditions in infants. Its mechanism dilating blood vessels allowed it to be effective for pulmonary hypertension, even though it had only been approved for erectile dysfunction. While clinical trials for pulmonary hypertension were lengthy and delayed its approval for that indication, sildenafil finally received FDA approval in 2023 as a treatment for pediatric pulmonary hypertension. Off-label, I murmured. Just as Viagra treated pulmonary hypertension, there might already be a drug out there capable of treating Castleman disease. According to David, all we needed to do was find it. There's a possibility, but why are you so confident about this? I asked. This might take a while to explain, David began. He launched into his hypothesis, which boiled down to this. Castleman disease involves a malfunctioning switch in the immune system. The only defective switch conclusively identified by researchers so far is interleukin-6 IL-6. Interleukins are a type of cytokine secreted by cells to facilitate communication between them. But according to the latest clinical trials, a full 2/3 of patients don't respond to IL-6 targeted treatments, David said. What if, for those patients, the problem doesn't lie in IL-6 or even the cytokine pathways? What if there's an entirely different mechanism at play? David's argument was simple. There isn't just one defective switch, there are multiple switches, and the remaining ones might function completely differently from IL-6. Current research focuses exclusively on interleukin and cytokine pathways, even though 66% of patients see no benefit. That's why progress has stalled. If we expand the search to encompass the entire immune system, we'll likely find a drug that works. As someone from the future, I knew David's hypothesis was correct. The critical question was the identity of the remaining switches. If you're suggesting we examine the entire immune system, the scope is too vast. Which pathways should we target specifically? I asked. That's why we should try off-label drugs, David replied. What? We need to narrow down the candidates, he clarified. 66-33. I found myself swallowing dryly. This approach was absurd. You're suggesting we work backward, I asked. Precisely. He's insane. Typically, drug development begins with theory and progresses to clinical trials. Identify the cause first, then develop a treatment. David wanted to flip that approach. He was proposing we start by testing all existing immune-related drugs on the market, one by one. The odds of finding a match? Slim, but possible. It was reckless. No, reckless didn't even begin to describe it. But if we want to find a treatment within the next 10 years, this is our only option, David declared. And in the end, he was right. Using this method, David discovered the second treatment for Castleman disease. So it's best to hear the details first. It makes sense, but the list of candidates seems overwhelming. The FDA has approved hundreds of immune system-related drugs. Testing each one would make finding an answer within 10 years impossible. Of course, I'm not planning to try them randomly. I've formed hypotheses and narrowed down the most promising candidates. Can I see the list? I interrupted. Here, David said, handing over the list. At the very top, a line was prominently drawn through the first entry. I immediately recognized its significance. You've already tried it yourself. David flinched, then broke into laughter. Haha, you caught that, did you? Yes, I became my own guinea pig. Of course, I knew. When I was nearing death, I wanted to try anything, even begged my doctor for experimental drugs, but I was told none existed. Powerless, I could only wither away. David, however, is different. Even after enduring 4 seizures, he is healthy enough to scour for drugs and recklessly test them on himself. As you guessed, I started with number 1, cyclosporin. While it didn't improve my symptoms, the seizures didn't worsen for 3 days. Cyclosporin is an immunosuppressant that prevents organ transplant rejection. Using it slowed the rapid multiplication of defective cells, but didn't completely halt the process. Perhaps suppressing T-cell activation caused this. If so, it might mean T-cells play a crucial role in the initial seizure phase. He doesn't yet understand what this symptom means, but accumulating more data will eventually provide answers. I'll try number 1 again, and if I see similar results, I'll move on to number 2. What side effects do you expect? I have no idea. I'm just hoping they're not fatal. I return my gaze to the list. Excessive T-cell activation, cyclosporin. Overexpression of VEGF, bevacizumab approved in 2004 for colorectal cancer. mTOR pathway issues, rapamycin approved in 1999 as an immunosuppressant. In total, there were 15 defective switch candidates. The list seemed scientific, derived from theory, but the method itself was perilously dangerous. Testing drugs for unapproved uses means no one can predict the side effects. It could lead to gastrointestinal bleeding, brain hemorrhaging, or a heart attack. Even if he survives the side effects, repeated trials will almost certainly damage his liver or kidneys. He might die from something unrelated to Castleman disease. The cure has to be found before that happens. This is Russian roulette, I muttered. An apt metaphor, David replied. I'm spinning the chamber because either way I'm going to die. This isn't medicine or science. It's gambling, pulling the trigger while unsure whether you'll live or die. With this approach, you'll need more than an individual, you'll need a group, I pointed out. Yes, David admitted. Playing Russian roulette alone is meaningless. With just one participant, the chances of dying from side effects outweigh the chance of discovering a cure. A group is necessary. If one person dies, the next must pick up the revolver. They must all pull the trigger, one by one, until the cure is found. I frowned. No matter how unrestrained a country might be when it comes to ethics and morality, this felt extreme. This isn't about gambling your own life. It's about gambling with the lives of others. It means standing before countless people, pulling the trigger and stepping over their bodies to reach the cure. You'll die, but sacrifice yourself for the sake of others. Not many patients would agree to that. Not necessarily. David cut me off firmly, his resolute gaze locking onto mine. His unyielding eyes were unwavering. The patient community is actively seeking this, he stated. As I mentioned, IL-6 inhibitors don't work for 66 of patients. I'm one of them. His gaze slowly dropped to the floor where it stayed fixed. Without a hint of emotion, he continued. Patients see things differently. Doctors only offer one treatment. The chance of that treatment working is 33. For those outside that percentage, it's effectively a death sentence. You write your will in advance and wait for the next seizure in a hospital bed. A life where death is certain, but the reason for it remains unknown. David spoke calmly, conveying the despair of patients in a flat tone, his expression unreadable. It was the demeanor of someone long accustomed to hopelessness. For such patients, Russian roulette isn't just a gamble. It's their final chance to fight for survival. This wasn't about sacrificing oneself for others. For these patients, the roulette was their only hope. That's what he was saying. Right, that's how it is, isn't it? Caught up in the madness of this gamble, I had momentarily forgotten the perspective of the patients themselves. I, too, had sought out a roulette in my final moments. If someone had handed me this revolver back then, I would have pulled the trigger without hesitation, even if death was the outcome. Dying while doing nothing, or at least taking a chance on my own terms, those were completely different. The deprivation of even that slim opportunity was a pain as unbearable as the illness itself. Patients on the brink of death crave Russian roulette desperately so. What should I do? It was time to make a decision. I tapped my thigh lightly with my fingers, organizing my thoughts. This wasn't part of the original plan. I had intended to follow a traditional path, theorize in a lab, and develop a drug based on that theory. The reason I sought out David was that he had discovered the second treatment. Until now, I believed he was a brilliant researcher Somion who made breakthroughs in the safety of a lab, meticulously studying the disease. I thought funding such a genius might lead to a third treatment. I was wrong. David isn't a genius researcher. He's a gambler. His method is Russian roulette. Even David doesn't know the right answer. You only find out when you pull the trigger. Research or gamble. If I compare success rates, even 10 years later, the cause of Castleman disease hadn't been discovered, at least not in a lab. Meanwhile, Russian roulette had already produced a second treatment. That treatment hadn't worked for me, but if the roulette kept spinning, a third treatment could emerge. In terms of potential success, Russian roulette had the edge, but the risks are exponentially higher. Russian roulette extracts answers by grinding through countless lives. In a sense, it's no different from human experimentation. The backlash would be immense. David would be branded a murderer gambling with patient lives. I'd be labeled an investor funding murder with 50 billion. It's dangerous. But every investor knows one fundamental truth. There's no such thing as a safe path. If risks are well managed, they become opportunities. High risk, high reward. I had made my decision. I'll join this roulette. What? David's eyes widened in shock. He had expected me to consider it, but clearly hadn't imagined I'd actually say yes. I'll cover all the costs for this Russian roulette. It wouldn't be cheap, but I had already budgeted for up to 50 billion. Still, I wasn't about to hand over that money without strings attached. However, there are conditions. Meanwhile, David's feelings were conflicted. He didn't know how to process the sudden arrival of an Asian man in his 20s. At first, he welcomed him, thinking he might be a benefactor. But then the man offered 50 billion. Naturally, David didn't take him at his word. The odds were far too high that this was a scam. But what if he wasn't a con artist? David had heard vague rumors about numerous tycoons in Asia. A near miraculous possibility, sure, but David was desperate enough to hope for such a miracle. He's definitely not ordinary, those eyes. His composed yet abrupt way of cutting to the chase, refusing small talk and sticking to business, it all pointed to someone used to wielding authority. Maybe someone born into it. David let out a bitter laugh, shaking himself out of the dream. That's ridiculous. Now wasn't the time for dreams. He needed to assess this situation rationally. The man was likely a con artist targeting desperate patients. The scam would go like this: promise an enormous donation, offer a portion upfront to foster hope, and then launch into the real con. That seemed the logical conclusion, but still something gnawed at David. For a con artist, he's oddly unconvincing. For one, his supposed Wall Street background was suspect. After the financial crisis, Wall Street's reputation had been in tatters. Emphasizing a Wall Street connection would only deepen suspicions. Is it his appearance? His look was almost unnaturally polished, with sharp, intelligent eyes. This was not someone who seemed to earn their wealth through honest labor. If anything, he looked like someone who might actually belong on Wall Street. He doesn't seem particularly skilled at scamming, though. For instance, when David mentioned his illness, the man didn't even bother with a polite expression of sympathy. He just nodded a few times and moved straight to the next question, as if to say, let's cut to the chase. Does he lack tact? He accepted David's theories far too readily as well. Any seasoned con artist would have been more skeptical, mirroring the average person's reaction. David's hypothesis wasn't exactly mainstream. He'd spent years advocating for it, but no one had ever taken him seriously. For someone to appear out of nowhere and believe it in mere seconds, that was suspicious. And yet, something about it moved David. The man was unlike anyone David had ever met before. He was someone who listened. Can I see the candidate list? Not content with just listening, he requested a list that no one else had dared to even look at. You've done this yourself, I see. With a single stroke of his pen, he summarized David's years of struggle. If this method works, you'll need more than individuals. You'll need a group effort. He recognized the necessity of a risky gamble. I'll cover all expenses. He promised to shoulder the costs and walk this arduous path with David. Aside from the patient communities David had engaged with, no one had ever responded like this before. For someone like David, who had fought an uphill, lonely battle for years, the significance of such a response was immeasurable. So then, there's a condition. At the end of their lengthy conversation, the word condition surfaced a word that rang alarm bells in David's mind. As expected, he's a con artist. David regained his composure and began to organize his thoughts. The logical thing to do at this point was to end the conversation. That much was clear. But what kind of conditions specifically? The inner surge of curiosity and impulse was impossible to suppress. It's nothing too grand. I simply want to have equal authority in deciding when to pull certain triggers, the man replied. In other words, I want shared decision-making power. What he sought was influence, specifically the authority to decide on the administration of certain treatments. David immediately shook his head. That's not possible. Since I'm the one directly undergoing the treatment, I can't give equal weight to someone else's opinion. David had no choice but to administer the treatment himself. His life was on the line. Entrusting such critical decisions to another was unthinkable. However, the man was resolute, and I can't provide funding to a project where my opinions are completely disregarded, especially not when it involves such a substantial amount of money. What's your angle? Suddenly, David's fiancée, Jessie, stepped in. Do you think we're naive enough to believe someone would just hand over $50 billion? Frankly, you look like a scammer. Despite being directly called a con artist, the man's expression remained unflinching. We're desperate enough to attempt something this reckless because our lives are at stake. But what's your motivation? You must not have heard from David. I lost someone precious to this illness. If that were the case, then every other patient's family would have donated their entire fortune to developing treatments. That's not how reality works. Jessie's tone turned sharper. David lightly touched her shoulder to calm her before turning back to the man. Jessie has spent years raising donations. Even the families of patients usually only open their wallets if it's to save their own loved ones immediately. No one donates vast sums for a hope that's already gone. He continued, it's only natural we find it suspicious that you're willing to pour such an enormous sum into something for someone already gone, no matter how altruistic your intentions might appear. You've misunderstood my intentions, the man interrupted firmly. His tone carried an unexpected gravity. This isn't about altruism. David blinked, caught off guard by the revelation. My sole interest is in solving the problem. Whether it's through good deeds or bad ones is irrelevant, as long as the results are achieved. Is it the Wall Street background? He's saying things straight out of a villain's playbook. I want to solve this with money, the man continued. It was a statement that hit the core of the issue. Russian roulette requires money, a lot of it. But that didn't mean David was gullible enough to trust a strange Asian man who had suddenly appeared. Sorry, but it's hard to believe you. Yes, and I find you hard to believe as well. It would be stranger if we trusted each other after meeting just today. Just as you suspect me, I find you suspicious too. I'm not ready to hand over any money just yet. The man accepted mutual distrust as a given. Then he made an unexpected proposal. So how about a trial period of 6 months? A trial. When buying a car, you take it for a test drive first. This is a matter of life and death. Deciding without a test run doesn't make sense. A 6-month trial. At first glance, it seemed reasonable. But this also meant that for 6 months, David would have to share decision-making power over the treatments he would receive. It was absurd. I'm afraid I'll have to decline. Yes, you're free to do so. What will proceed with a veto system? Despite David's firm refusal, the man remained unfazed. If you don't like my proposal, you can continue to veto it. That way, I have no obligation to provide funding. Likewise, if I find your suggestions unsatisfactory, I can refuse as well. Just because your life is on the line doesn't mean I'm obligated to fund your choices. How about we test our compatibility with this kind of equal veto system? David knew he should refuse. Continuing the conversation would only risk falling into the con artist's trap. And yet, even as he thought this, his brain had already begun calculating the potential costs and benefits. Funding will only be provided if we agree on decisions. If we don't, no funds will be given. If the funding didn't come through, it would be disappointing, but David had planned to proceed alone anyway. There was nothing to lose. First, tell me how much funding you'll need for the next 6 months. The man glanced at his wristwatch, urging David to continue. Despite lingering doubts, David decided to go along with the plan, at least for now. There's no need to be greedy for the full $50 billion. Even if this man was a con artist, he would need to provide some initial funding to get the scam rolling. Once David had that money in hand, he could sever ties. If he was careful enough, perhaps he could secure the funds he immediately needed. The biggest obstacle is the academic community. David began, deciding to lay out the primary challenge. The academic world refuses to consider any hypothesis outside of IL-6, even when I presented my clinical findings at a recent hematology conference. David had personally experimented with cyclosporin and immune globulin. The result was 3 seizure-free days, indicating that immune system hyperactivation was the cause. It was a conclusion he had risked his life to uncover, yet not a single scholar took it seriously. You're inexperienced and must not realize this yet, but medicine always has its red herrings. Drawing conclusions from a single case is dangerous. David's voice held no weight. After all, he wasn't a doctor, professor, or researcher in the field. He was merely a 29-year-old recent medical school graduate. To the academic community, he was nothing more than a patient pretending to understand medicine after a few years of schooling. He had thought that presenting scientific evidence would change their minds, but even that was dismissed as coincidence. They're all blindly trusting the existing answers. When I show them the data, they claim the tests are flawed. So there's no prior research suggesting an immune system disorder as the cause, the man summarized. David fell silent. He had been trying to explain the absurdity and hopelessness of the situation, but the man cut him off as if he had no intention of sympathizing. If the academic community is like this, getting off-label prescriptions must be difficult as well. With an unnervingly cold attitude, the man focused solely on the logistical challenges. Yes. It's unlikely there will be many doctors willing to help. For the plan to work, the cooperation of a doctor was essential. Even off-label medications required a prescription. However, the Russian roulette approach went against the accepted academic consensus. Under such circumstances, no doctor would prescribe the necessary treatments. That's why basic research is urgent. We need evidence beyond IL-6. Unfortunately, no one in academia supports my views. Professors won't even engage, so I tried convincing researchers, but the researchers' responses were disheartening. You know this. Castleman disease can't be a priority for us. Time and resources are limited, so we have to invest in research that benefits more patients. To them, Castleman disease was a rare condition with too few patients to warrant their attention. Their indifference was even backed by an altruistic justification focusing on conditions that affected larger populations. The more rejections David faced, the more hopeless he felt. After pouring his struggles out, the man responded with a simple question: how much does a single researcher cost? His focus remained on the numbers. Roughly $150,000 per year. David deliberately quoted a slightly higher figure, clinging to a faint hope that the man might actually fund it. Then came an unexpected response. Then offer them double. What? If that doesn't work, offer them triple. What? They say it's not worth their time, that it's a waste. Turn it into a dollar amount. If they still refuse, it means the figure isn't high enough. David blinked in stunned silence before bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha, I'm sorry, I've never heard anyone speak so boldly before. I told you I want to solve this problem with money. Haha, still. Even triple might not be enough, the man asked coolly. Triple 150,000 was 450,000. He was willing to offer that much. In that moment, the faces of countless researchers flashed through David's mind, those who rejected him under the guise of principle. Would they still cling to their principles if offered 3 times the money? No way. They'd jump at the chance, likely with sheepish faces. Just imagining that scene filled David with satisfaction. It felt like landing a punch squarely on the wall of reality that had been blocking his way for so long. Let's move on. How much is needed for the basic research? The man, still cold and calculating, continued tapping away at his mental calculator. But now David saw that attitude differently, solving the problem with money. He finally understood the full weight of what that meant. How much is one trigger pull? This man was only concerned with the numbers. It didn't matter what obstacles lay ahead. He was planning to bulldoze through them all with money. Just a moment, David said, hastily folding his fingers as he began calculating. Including research staff, sample acquisition, and data analysts, the basic research would require at least 1 million. Since off-label prescriptions won't be covered by insurance, that adds to the cost. At 200,000 per patient per year, we'll need at least 10 patients, so you're looking at a minimum of 4 million for a single trial. As soon as he said it, David regretted it. The amount was simply too large. I should have just mentioned the basic research costs. I should have proposed a more manageable number. Once again, the man's reaction defied expectations. Then I'll arrange to send you 4 million within 6 months. What? David thought he must have misheard. He had to ask again. Are you saying 4 million? You're free to believe it after checking your account. Unbelievable. But the man had just said there was no need to believe him right now. David could confirm it once the funds were in his account. And if that were the case, there was no reason not to trust him. David was still at a loss for how to respond when the woman who had accompanied the man spoke up. Sean, if we don't leave now, we'll miss the train. 2 hours. That's all the time they'd had. How about we handle the rest through email and phone calls? For now, you could send me the relevant materials about the roulette process. Would that work? That's fine. In the end, David agreed to 6 months of collaboration. After all, if he could verify the funds in his account, there was no reason to distrust him. It was a pleasure meeting you today, David said sincerely, even if he didn't end up receiving the money. You're the first person who hasn't laughed at my plans. That alone made this encounter significant. When David extended his hand, the man smiled and shook it firmly. The pleasure was mine. The moment their hands met, David felt a peculiar sensation. Though they had only known each other for a few hours, he felt closer to this man than anyone he had met before. David belatedly realized the reason why. This man. He was someone who was also determined to find a cure, no matter the cost. Someone willing to abandon emotion and focus solely on action. Of course, there was still a high likelihood he was a con artist, but every instinct David had told him otherwise. This man is like me. That was why David hadn't pushed him away or cut the conversation short. It was this uncanny feeling that had compelled him to keep talking. I look forward to working with you. After meeting David, a small change occurred in my death certificate. Date of death, March 11, 2023. Remaining time, 3,399 days. Survival rate, 3.8. My survival rate increased. A number that had consistently stayed at 0 rose to 3.8. I leaned my chin on my hand, pondering the meaning of this percentage. So it's not just clinical trials that raise it. I had assumed that only by entering clinical trials would the numbers fluctuate, but I was wrong. Other factors can also cause changes in the percentage. Couldn't they at least tell me why? It would be nice if they explained what factors caused the 3 increase. But my death certificate is extremely unkind. I have no choice but to figure it out myself. For now, I have 2 guesses. I opened my notepad and began organizing my thoughts. Factors contributing to the survival rate increase. Planning. Until now, I only thought about earning money and kept delaying the development of a treatment. I had plans to secure funding, but none for development. But now, things are different. I have a rough framework in place. It's like spinning a game of Russian roulette. The cost of pulling the trigger once is 4 million. Promising candidates would advance to clinical trials, requiring an additional 450 million at that stage. I've outlined the necessary steps and even attached price tags to each one, if this planning caused the increase in the survival rate. Note: check for fluctuations in the survival rate with every plan change. I need to keep monitoring this moving forward. Every time I meet David, the plan will take more shape, and every time I must record how much the rate changes. This might come in handy later. If the numbers truly change because of the planning, then plans that don't contribute to survival will show a 0 change. Knowing that in advance can help filter out time-wasting plans. With that settled, I moved on to the second reason, securing a partner. This time, I recruited someone named David, if the survival rate rose because of him. The same logic applies. If a new hire causes a 0 change, it means they're useless. I can cut them off early. I made a note of that as well. Then, I opened the photo album containing the Russian roulette list, Russian roulette treatment list. Overactive T-cell activation, cyclosporin. Overexpression of VEGF, bevacizumab approved for colon cancer in 2004, mTOR pathway dysfunction, rapamycin approved as an immunosuppressant in 1999. The list already contains 1 treatment, rapamycin, the second treatment. If I had progressed through the roulette in order, the jackpot would have hit on the 3rd trigger pull. He must have stopped there. David clearly didn't complete the roulette. He must have believed he had found the solution. But as someone from the future, I know better. I know that there are patients for whom even the 2nd treatment doesn't work. Patients like me. What I need is the 3rd treatment. Could it be in here? Numbers 4 through 15 on the list. These are the triggers David didn't pull in his previous life. Perhaps the answer lies among them. It's not certain. There's also the possibility that the entire list is a dead end. If that's the case, I need to quickly explore other options, search for new trigger candidates, or find a different researcher. It would be best to confirm as soon as possible. There's only one way to confirm it. I have to pull the trigger myself. The patients are already lined up. All that's missing is the money to proceed immediately. I don't have the money. One trigger costs 4 million. The total cost to pull all triggers is 60 million. Until I establish a fund, I'll have to cover the entire cost with my own money. The Bitcoin funds coming in December amount to about 1 million. To grow that into 60 million, I need a 60x return. How long would that take? Tap, tap, tap. I drummed my fingers on the desk for a while, thinking it over. Even with future knowledge and a bit of luck, this isn't an easy feat. Options are out of the question. It's because of the trading restrictions applied to employees at Goldman. Options are banned, short selling is prohibited, and any stock purchased must be held for at least 30 days, among other rules. Breaking these rules results in a report to the SEC Securities and Exchange Commission. The SEC likely wouldn't pay close attention to a mere analyst's trades, but if that analyst makes a 60x return in a short period, it's a different story. They'd suspect insider trading and launch an investigation. During the investigation, there's a risk that all securities trading could be halted. If that happens, I'd lose the ability to make money through stocks entirely, so I must abide by the rules, no exceptions. That means trading honestly without options, buying only rising stocks, and achieving a 60x return within 2 years. Meanwhile, I'd also need to withdraw chunks of 4 million at a time. With this approach, it would easily take 3 years. I'd prefer to finish the roulette and move to clinical trials within 2 years. But no matter how I twist and turn the problem, it's clear that it's impossible. With the seed money I have, it's not feasible. At least not if I stick to Goldman's rules. In that case, there's only one solution left. I need to increase my seed money. If I need to turn 1 million into 60 million, I'd need a 60x return. But if I start with 5 million, I'd only need a 12x return. That's a much more achievable goal within 2 years. But sorry, I don't have the money. Every penny I have is tied up in cryptocurrency, and I've maxed out my loans. The 1 million I managed to secure was already a stretch. Is there no other way? If I can't use my money, there's only one solution. I have to use someone else's money. Having made my decision, I moved to take action. Not that it was anything dramatic, just sitting at my desk, pretending to be busy. I scribbled random things in my notebook, stared at the Bloomberg terminal as though searching for something important, and let out deep sighs that seemed to reach the depths of the earth. Sigh. At this point, you'd think someone would approach me, but no one does. I'm still paying the price for my rapid promotions. I'm currently on the bad side of the MA associates. However, there's one person in this department who can't ignore me. Is there a problem? It's Dobby. Every project I'm assigned to also includes Dobby. We're practically tied together by fate, so my concerns naturally become his concerns. It's just my thoughts are a bit tangled because of the next teaser. Results of the second teaser I provided to Pierce are almost in. 7 out of 10 have already been successful. One more hit and it'll confirm an 80 success rate. It's about time to craft the third miraculous teaser. But here I am, the unicorn, sighing heavily instead of working on it. From Dobby's perspective, it's understandable that he's worried. What's not working? It's just tricky. The stock price will definitely go up, but it doesn't seem particularly beneficial for the clients. It's unlikely to lead to a merger or acquisition, and securing additional shares is difficult. It's a skyrocketing company, but it has no overlap with MA work. After saying that, I carefully observed Dobby's expression. Believe it or not, I once learned how to read facial expressions from a former CIA special agent. My hedge fund hired him to teach us. It's not unusual in this industry. At hedge funds, you often meet CEOs face to face in numerous meetings. The ability to detect lies gives you an edge, but that's not the point right now. The emotion on Dobby's face is clear: greed. Would a unicorn discover a skyrocketing stock and just let it go? Of course not. Then why not buy the stock directly? It worked. I'm considering that too. Really? Dobby's eyes returned to my screen, but I closed the document I was working on. The disappointment on his face made it clear was hoping to mooch a free pick. Shameless guy. What stock is it? Secret. Why you don't want to share? Of course he wants to know. It's the miraculous unicorn pick after all. Well. While Dobby dragged out his words, I rolled my eyes, scanning the office. They're listening. No one's looking directly this way, but the hands of all the seniors around me have stopped moving. Everyone's perked up their ears, laser focused on my conversation with Dobby. If I ask you to share it, will you? I don't know. I could tell you, but what do I get out of it? Dobby pouted his lips and grumbled. Then why even ask? You sounded like you were going to share it. Well, if there's something in it for me, I might consider it. What kind of benefit? I deliberately paused for a moment. The tension in the office was palpable. This is the moment when the only way to get the unicorn pick is about to be revealed. I've got the information, but I'm a bit short on capital. If you provide the capital, I might consider it. 20 of the profit. How about that? In other words, I'm asking him to entrust his money to me. For a small fee, I'll manage and grow it for him. A kind of underground hedge fund, you could say. Everyone at Goldman trusts my success rate. They've seen it firsthand, in real time. if I can gather their money and put it to work. That's my plan, but whether they'll bite is another story. Even Dobby looks hesitant. You're telling me to trust you and hand it over. He doesn't distrust my skills after all. He was trying to steal my pick just moments ago. He's wary, thinking I might run off with the money or backtrack on my word. Such doubts are best addressed directly and openly. Come on, how close are we really? Would you just hand over the money based on my word? What if I quit? Why? Planning to take the money and disappear. Not exactly, but the moment I resign, you'd naturally start to suspect that, wouldn't you? And honestly, I don't fully trust you either. Why not? I'm the one giving the money. Even if I grow the funds and return the profits, you could still claim you didn't get what you were owed. I wouldn't do that. When investing, there are times when you have to wait for the exit point. If I don't immediately hand over the money, you might throw a fit, saying I just took your money and ran. Even if we're both making valid points, the one who gets labeled a scammer will be me. It's not just the investor who's at risk. I'm exposed to my own set of potential problems. So if we're going to do this, we have to do it properly. No disputes. We'll need a written loan agreement, clearly outlined terms for profit reporting and fund withdrawal schedules, and even get it notarized. For my informal fund, I plan to define the obligations through proper documentation. Loan agreements and other legal safeguards will provide some protection. I made sure to deliver my simplified plan loud enough for the listening associates to catch every word. Now that I think about it, this sounds like too much hassle. Forget it. I ended with an air of indifference, as if I didn't care. There's no advantage to me pushing too hard here. What? No, wait, why? It's too much effort. Besides, it doesn't seem like it would make a significant difference to my capital. Even if it's not a big difference, isn't a small difference still worth it? As expected, Dobby reacted predictably. When the bait was dangled in front of him, he was immediately suspicious. But the moment I withdrew it, he clung to it again. Forget it. I was just talking, pretend you didn't hear anything. I stood up, patted Dobby's shoulder a couple of times, and grabbed my coat. What? Where are you going? We're still talking. I'm going out for dinner. Might be back late. It's better to leave the scene at times like this, giving Dobby and the associates room to talk freely. If they run off to spread rumors to other departments, even better. The buzz about a unicorn quietly recruiting investors for a rogue fund might be just what I need. I wonder how much I'll gather. That's something only time will tell. While Dobby does the legwork, I've got other matters to attend to. As I arrived in the lobby, someone greeted me with a bright smile. Ah, Sean, it was Rachel. Sorry, am I late? No, I just got here too. Great, shall we go? Today I made a special reservation at a nearby restaurant. I have an important goal to achieve. Thanksgiving is just around the corner, and I still haven't received the princess's invitation. I need to secure it tonight. I need to meet Rachel's father. The sooner I meet him, the sooner I can uncover information about the Ranasan and intercept the funds from its investors. If I can pull this off safely, I'll be able to start my own fund immediately. A legitimate hedge fund, not some shady operation. There's no need to wait 2 years for this. Initially, my plan was to stay with Goldman for 2 years, but after causing such a major incident during that last wager, the circumstances have shifted slightly. I've already secured a decent level of credibility. For instance, let's say I launch a new fund right now. If I claim to be Goldman affiliated, investors will naturally ask the Goldman connections they know about me. Do you know Ha Si Hyun? Anyone still tied to Goldman would obviously know who I am. When asked, how do you know him? They'd likely bring up stories of my accuracy streaks during high-stakes conflicts. Even if they reach out to other Goldman affiliates, they'll all say the same thing. This could spark the interest of investors. Some might even think, what's the harm in investing a few $1,000,000 to test the waters? This is credibility. Even a shady fund has its advantages in this regard. It's hard to believe in a unicorn based on rumors alone, especially one boasting an 80% success rate. But what if the people who directly invested in my makeshift fund testified to its success? What if they showed the steady profits appearing in their accounts as proof? Investors might not stop at millions, they might invest tens of millions instead. Gathering small amounts piecemeal takes forever. Pulling in 90 million in one go is the way to go. For that, I need to attend Rachel's Thanksgiving gathering at her mansion. But with less than a week left, I still haven't received an invitation. Oh, before I forget, could I possibly get David's number? I left in such a rush that I didn't get a chance to exchange contacts with Jessie. Rachel made this request the moment she sat down at the restaurant. It seems she thought highly of David. Not a bad thing, but... The latter part of her statement caught my attention. Jessie, was it? That woman who came with David last time was the one who outright called me a fraud. It wouldn't be good if her suspicions rubbed off on Rachel. Of course. But why do you need Jessie's contact information? There's a year-end charity event hosted by the organization my brother is part of. We thought it might be a good idea to donate the proceeds to David's foundation. My brother was on board with the idea. If it's money being donated by her brother, it's bound to be a substantial amount. There's no reason or justification to refuse, so I found David's contact information in my phone book and handed it to Rachel. I hope this helps. They're genuinely good people. Yes, they certainly seemed like it, though I doubt they liked me very much. I deliberately forced a bitter smile and trailed off, hoping to gauge Rachel's reaction to Jesse's fraudster accusations. That's probably because they're not used to your demeanor. My demeanor, if someone suddenly offers a large sum of money, it's hard to believe. And saying, I'll solve this with money, the way you did if I'd met you for the first time, I might have called you a fraud too. This is interesting. She's openly acknowledging that I might seem like a con artist but is defending me at the same time. And Jessie might just be on edge these days. There's a lot to worry about with her wedding preparations. Wedding, yes, it's scheduled for next May. This caught me off guard. I'd heard she was engaged, but I didn't expect she'd go so far as to actually plan a wedding with someone who might not have much time left. They haven't finalized the date yet. It depends on how the next treatment goes. The side effects of the treatment could throw all their plans off course. Her fiancé might have to be hospitalized for an extended period or worse. He might not even survive. Everything hinges on the next treatment. It's a decision that requires careful consideration, yet here I am inserting myself into the equation. No one would see this in a positive light, and since you tend to be quite direct, but I'm sure, given time, they'll change their opinion of you. Well, I can't say I'm particularly confident, given that I'm not exactly known for having a good personality. Here you go. Rachel handed back my phone with a smile but suddenly stopped mid-motion. Her eyes were fixed on my phone's wallpaper. Huh, is this by any chance? The background displayed a list of advantages of the death clock. Remember that I will die soon. It's the most useful tool for making tough decisions. Death is the most effective catalyst for change. I set it up after getting annoyed at the metaphorical death sentence I received every midnight, but Rachel looked at it and broke into a bright smile. Isn't this by Steve Jobs? Now that I think about it, our princess is quite the Jobs enthusiast. It suits David, doesn't it? Does it? Instead of fearing death, he's using it as a catalyst for change. Honestly, it's remarkable, both David and you. It seems she sees shades of Jobs in our actions. Well, that works in my favor. I hope the work you two are doing turns out well. That was unexpected. I thought you'd be against it. Why? Because anyone can see it's madness. You didn't even like corporate gambling, and now this is gambling with people's lives. Honestly, I still feel uneasy about it, but after hearing David's perspective, I could see how the patients might feel differently. Rachel suddenly cast her eyes downward, her expression turning serious as she continued. Change doesn't come by standing still, especially when everyone is shackled to the past. That's why we need new perspectives, even if they're a bit extreme. When she raised her head again, her face was lit up with a bright smile. I don't think madness is necessarily a bad thing. After all, they say it's the ones crazy enough to think they can change the world who actually do, right? I've heard that somewhere before. Ah, yes. It's a famous tagline from an Enful commercial. She's conveniently wrapping up our gamble in a neat, positive narrative. It's not a bad thing, but at this rate, I'll never be able to steer the conversation back. She's far too interested, so much so that I can't bring up the topic I actually need to discuss. You said you'd cover the costs of the roulette. Is that feasible? I'll make it feasible. Isn't the total cost $60 million? That won't be easy to raise. Raising it isn't the hard part. The key is raising it in time within 2 years. 2 years, slip of the tongue. I'd been so preoccupied with the time limit that I accidentally said it out loud, but it's a mistake I can recover from. In David's current condition, he can't endure more seizures. At most 1 or 2 more. He likely won't last beyond 2 years. David's lifespan at best is 2 years. If we don't pull every trigger before then, he dies. When I explained why we needed to secure the funds within 2 years, Rachel's face hardened. If it takes longer than that, we'll make sure it doesn't. I tried to move past it with a reassuring smile, but the atmosphere turned unbearably heavy. A deep shadow had settled over Rachel's face. It'll be fine. Everything will work out. Yes. No matter what I said, the shadow over Rachel didn't lift. Should I have kept my mouth shut? I know the truth from the future. I know that David doesn't die. But for Rachel, unaware of this, the reality of David's terminal condition must hit differently. After letting the silence hang for a while, I was about to shift to another topic when, what if the funds were raised sooner? Rachel spoke in a subdued voice. If the $60 million were secured immediately, would it change anything? For a moment, I froze, but I managed to steady my breathing and replied as calmly as possible. That almost sounds like you're offering to provide it yourself, Rachel, but no matter how resourceful you are. Will it help? I tried to brush it off as a joke, but Rachel's gaze was as serious as it could get. There's only one reason she'd be acting like this. She has it 60 million, a sum equivalent to about 79 billion won, and depending on my response, she's willing to donate it. This is insane. My mind spun as it started calculating on its own. As kind as Rachel is, she wouldn't donate her entire fortune. The 60 million must be discretionary funds. This means her actual wealth far exceeds that amount. Rachel is 24 this year. It's unlikely her parents have already transferred their inheritance, so there's only one possible source for that money. Rachel, surely you're not planning to dip into your trust fund, are you? A trust fund, a financial mechanism wealthy families use to avoid inheritance and estate taxes, an inheritance passed down from grandparents or even earlier generations. She might actually be thinking about tapping into that. You absolutely cannot do that. That's money meant to secure your future, but I receive it every year anyway. No, I stiffened my expression and firmly cut her off. I understand that David's situation is heartbreaking, but I only met him yesterday. I don't know who he truly is, whether what he says is genuine, or even if the foundation he operates is legitimate. That's why I requested 6 months to get to know him carefully, but if you touch your trust fund just to donate. Absolutely not. If she taps into the trust fund, alarms will go off across her entire family. They'll dig into the reason for the withdrawal. Even if every cent of the donation went to David and I didn't receive a dime, as the person who introduced David, I'd be the first to fall under suspicion. 60 million would cost 9 billion in consequences. To prevent such a disaster, I never even considered asking Rachel for money. I didn't plan to involve her in my makeshift fund either. But now, she's about to use her inheritance to make a donation on her own. This was a possibility I hadn't anticipated or prepared for. A cold sweat trickled down my back. The world is unpredictable. Worst case, what if he's a con artist who targeted you through me from the start? He didn't seem like that kind of person. We can't know for sure. If someone I introduced causes such trouble, it'll be difficult for me as well. So please, don't donate anything without my knowledge. Rachel stared at me for a moment before nodding. I wasn't planning on it either. I was just asking hypothetically. The mood had turned slightly awkward when your food is here. Right on cue, the waiter arrived with our meals. As the waiter placed the dishes down, I mulled over her earlier words. She mentioned every year. Could it be that she receives at least 60 million annually? If that's the case, her family background is. No, this isn't the time to calculate such things, nor should I let it show that I'm even considering it. Shall we eat? Yes, we both smiled, but the air remained tense. It was my overly serious reaction earlier that caused this, but apologizing now would only bring back the topics of money and con artists. I needed to steer the conversation elsewhere, preferably something light, like the upcoming holidays. I didn't want to bring it up myself, though. Will we work on Thanksgiving as well? Thankfully, Rachel broached the topic I needed. I felt relieved and answered smoothly. I suppose we'll take the day itself off. I doubt we'll get the entire holiday period, though. What are you doing that day? She's offering me an invitation. Finally, but I can't show too much excitement. I just picked up a clue about her family, and I even warned her about con artists with my own words. It's better to proceed more cautiously. I don't know. Maybe I'll wander around looking for places that serve turkey. By yourself, I really like turkey, so I thought I'd explore some restaurants. There are plenty offering turkey specials around this time. I actually have other plans for that day. I'm not just sitting around waiting for an invitation. I wanted to show that, but her reaction was completely unexpected. That sounds fun. Rachel clapped her hands and smiled brightly. Why don't we do a New York food tour together? We could even make a turkey hotspot map. This I didn't see coming. Rachel, you should be with your family. If you don't visit them on a day like this, your parents might feel hurt. It's fine. My parents aren't the type to feel hurt over things like that. Maybe they just don't say it. No, seriously. They won't mind at all. As expected, too much kindness can be troublesome. If our princess becomes too attached to her orphan friend, she might abandon the royal banquet and dash outside the palace gates. That cannot be allowed. If Rachel skips the banquet, it'll be seen as my fault. Instead of gaining favor with her father, I might end up on his bad side. I think it'd be fun. No matter what I said, she seemed determined not to go home. There's no choice. I really didn't want to play this card, but... Rachel, no one knows what the future holds. This holiday might be the last one. I put on a sorrowful gaze and crafted a face full of hidden pain. I know you're worried about me, but I'm truly okay. I'm used to it now. It doesn't bother me anymore. Rachel, treasure the time you have with your family. I even threw in a poignant smile, embodying the strong orphan hiding his sadness. Rachel fell silent for a while. After a few seconds, she let out a faint, bitter smile and spoke. You're right. I wasn't thinking. I should go home. That's a wise decision. At least the princess will attend the banquet now. One crisis averted. Now all that's left is for the orphan to secure an invitation. But then... So does that mean we'll start work on Friday, along with the others? Probably. If we only get one day off, people who live far from home won't be able to visit their families. That's likely true. Rachel continued to ask slightly off-topic questions, avoiding the point entirely. The conversation dragged on until we finished eating. In the end, I didn't get an invitation. After returning to the office, the first thing I did was check Dobby's desk. Not here. Dobby usually orders takeout and eats in the office, but today he was nowhere to be seen. Even after an hour, he still hadn't shown up. It was obvious where he had gone. He was probably spreading rumors about a shady fund that a so-called unicorn with an 80 success rate might launch. Looks like things are going smoothly on that end. Anyone interested in this shady fund will likely approach Dobby first instead of coming straight to me. Negotiations happen when they deal with me directly, and anyone sane would want to gather as much information as possible before negotiating. They might even give Dobby some homework like asking him to find out specific details from me. Maybe they'd pass along a message like, "I'm considering participating if you address these concerns." Once all the pieces are gathered, they'd prepare to move forward. Dobby makes things so convenient. While waiting for Dobby to return, I had something else to do, finishing the calculations I couldn't complete earlier. Rachel turns out she's a trust fund baby. A trust fund baby. The term refers to the privileged heirs who inherit massive wealth through trusts. I had my suspicions, but Rachel turned out to be one of them. Still, that wasn't the most important part. What I really needed to know was the scale of that trust. It's clear that the trust was established by her grandparents. Parents can also set up trusts, but as long as the grantor is alive, the beneficiary can't withdraw funds freely. If it's her grandparents' inheritance, then Rachel likely isn't the sole beneficiary. Rachel once mentioned she has 12 cousins. Their parents are probably alive too, so let's assume there are about 20 beneficiaries in total. She did say every year, didn't she? That's a significant detail. A trust manages various assets such as cash, real estate, stocks, and bonds owned by ancestors. If the money comes in at regular intervals, it's likely not the principal but the income generated from it, like dividends, interest, and so on. This income is divided among 20 people. Rachel's share amounts to tens of millions of dollars. If 60 million comes in annually, for 20 people, that's a total of 1.2 billion per year. That's roughly 1.5 trillion won. Interest alone on the inheritance exceeds 1.5 trillion won, if that's the case. This isn't just old money, it's one of the top-tier wealthy families in the US, likely among the top 10. Maybe that's why Goldman's MD was so deferential to her. No, that's overthinking it. So far, it's more like wishful thinking on my part. There's no certainty that 60 million is generated annually. It could simply mean Rachel has access to that amount. And there's no Mosley in the rankings of elite families. Rachel's last name is Mosley. As far as I know, no Mosley appears among the ranks of the wealthiest families. However, I quickly found a counterargument to this question. Her maternal family. Mosley is her father's surname. I don't yet know Rachel's mother's maiden name. Her maternal family might belong to a family of unimaginable wealth. Gulp, I swallowed dryly. It's still just a possibility for now, but it's a possibility I need to confirm. This means I absolutely have to go, doesn't it? I now had one more reason to attend Thanksgiving at the Royal Palace. It's no longer just about Rachel's father or Terranoth. I must meet her mother as well. There's a chance her maternal family might be even more extraordinary than I imagined. The problem is how. How can I secure an invitation? Rachel's actions keep defying my expectations. Her decision to donate 60 million was something I didn't anticipate at all. Understandably so. Even I, whose life is on the line, implemented safeguards like 6 months and 4 million. Who could have predicted Rachel, who has nothing to gain, would act so impulsively? This isn't exactly a good thing. Thinking about how that could have cost me 9 billion sends chills down my spine. I'll need to be more careful moving forward. Rachel isn't just kind with her words, she's the kind of person who opens her wallet without hesitation and believes others too easily. What should I do? I could use the orphan and tragic story angle again, but I'm wary because I already said David might be a con artist. On top of that, I even hinted that I used a heartbreaking story as a strategy. What's more troubling is Rachel's excessively kind nature rate makes her the perfect target for exploitation. Her family is surely aware of this too. It might be self-serving paranoia, but better safe than sorry. Rather than forcing things, it's better to proceed as naturally as possible. Our princess has a soft spot for her orphaned friend. With a heart so generous that she's willing to donate a fortune, there's no way she'd leave me alone. For now, I just need to trust that and wait. Meanwhile, back in her department, Rachel was struggling to focus on her work. She kept recalling the faint smile on Ha Si-hyun's face, filled with unspoken sorrow. I'll be fine, Rachel. Cherish the time with your family. He said that, but there's no way he's fine. This is the same person who suggested they go out for Korean food together during Chuseok, the Korean holiday. He must be missing his family terribly. I'm just planning to check out some restaurants. On Thanksgiving, most restaurant patrons would be families. The thought of Ha Si-hyun sitting alone, pitifully picking at a turkey, weighed on her mind. I wasn't planning on going home anyway. Rachel had no intention of going home in the first place. This Thanksgiving would be the first since her parents separated, and she would have to choose between her mother and father. Not wanting to face that, she had decided to stay in New York under the pretext of work. But then, this might be the last holiday. After hearing those words, there was no way she could stay away. Maybe Ha Si Hyun had unexpectedly been separated from his family. Yet here he was, telling her not to take her parents for granted. It wasn't until then that Rachel realized how immature her own thoughts had been. If by any chance this were to be her last holiday with her family, she would regret it for the rest of her life. So she had to go home. But the image of Ha Si Hyun, sitting alone miserably, still lingered in her mind. It would be nice if he could come too. As much as she wanted that, it wasn't a simple matter. Inviting someone to her family estate was a far bigger deal than it might seem. After agonizing over it, Rachel finally decided to call her brother during a free moment. Before asking their parents, it was safer to gauge his reaction first. "What's the occasion? You never call at this hour." "What are you planning to do for Thanksgiving? Aren't you not coming anyway?" "I've decided to go, even if it's a bit of a stretch." "What about you? Daytime at home, nighttime at the club." The club her brother mentioned wasn't an ordinary one, it was the Metropolitan Club on Fifth Avenue in Manhattan, a social club for elite figures in business and politics. Their father was currently staying in the club's guest suite. "Why don't you drop by for a bit and make an appearance?" Rachel wasn't particularly fond of such gatherings, but this time was different. The club members were the type to donate millions of dollars to philanthropic causes. It could be a huge help for Ha Si Hyun and David, who desperately needed to raise funds. "Do you think they'd allow a guest? Beautiful ladies are always welcome." "Not exactly a lady, though." A heavy silence came from the other end of the line. After a few seconds, her brother finally spoke again. "You don't know what Dad always says." Of course she did, but her brother still felt the need to spell it out. All men are beasts. Their father didn't believe in platonic friendships between men and women. That was why Rachel hesitated to invite Ha Si Hyun, was afraid of sparking a misunderstanding. "We're absolutely not involved romantically. He's just the coworker I'm closest to. We get along really well, and he's been such a big help." There was nothing romantic about her relationship with Ha Si Hyun. They were just friends of different genders. Despite her explanation, her brother's response was firm. "Do you not remember prom?" Of course she remembered. Prom was her high school graduation dance, and for most it ended with an all-night after-party. But Rachel's prom was a disappointment, because of her father. Her father had invited her prom date into the drawing room and asked him about their return time while cleaning his Glock. And when Rachel returned home before midnight, her father had lamented the fact that a minor Cinderella had dared to stay out until such a late hour again while cleaning his Glock. Ultimately, Rachel had been forced to come home before 10 p.m. Her date, who had spent the entire evening glancing nervously at the clock, had claimed to feel unwell and rushed her home. That date had only ever been a friend, but no matter how many times Rachel explained this to her father, it made no difference. That Vince guy, too, her brother was referring to the first male friend she'd made in college. Upon learning that Rachel was close to a male classmate, their father had invited Vince to their home, promising not to repeat the prom debacle, and he kept that promise. Their father had been friendly, even inviting Vince on a hunting trip to a private estate restricted to the upper class. What happened on that trip, Rachel never found out. But after that, Vince distanced himself, and their friendship faded away. So much for bringing Ha Si Hyun to the club. If she took Ha Si Hyun along and he ended up on her father's bad side, it might even jeopardize his and David's project. Rachel quickly gave up on the idea of bringing Ha Si Hyun to the club and brought up the next possibility. What about bringing him home? Another silence. Rachel swallowed nervously, waiting for her brother's response. "You know about Mom's side of the family, right?" She did. Her maternal family was extremely wary of outsiders, and her mother wasn't an exception. In fact, her mother was stricter than her father in some ways. While her father was suspicious only of men, her mother was equally distrustful of both genders. "He's a friend from Goldman. He was originally a medical student, and now he's working in finance to develop treatments." Goldman's name carried a sense of credibility. On top of that, Ha Si Hyun was someone who had once been on the path to becoming a doctor and was now dedicating himself to developing treatments for rare diseases. Surely, this would make a good impression on her mother, wouldn't it? Hoping for the best, Rachel let her thoughts run optimistic circles until her brother shot her down. "Let me say just one thing, Europe trip." Rachel's post-high school graduation trip to Europe with a friend. She hadn't known it at the time, but her mother had hired a private investigator to dig into her friend's great-grandfather. Remember, Christine was a same-gender friend you'd known since kindergarten, and Mom still did that. But that was for a month-long trip. A simple dinner is different, and really, he's just a friend. One more piece of advice: stop saying just a friend. Click, the line went dead. If her brother's reaction was this stern, her parents wouldn't even be worth asking. No choice then. Though momentarily disappointed, Rachel quickly remembered something new. On her college club's group trips, her mother hadn't commissioned any background checks. Maybe this is. It might work. She hurriedly tried calling again, but the person you are trying to reach is not available at the moment. Please try again later. The familiar automated message played. Rachel immediately pressed the end call button. In her urgency, she had momentarily forgotten her brother never answers the phone twice in one day. Should I try again tomorrow? But there was no guarantee he'd pick up tomorrow either. It was rare for him to take calls 2 days in a row. Coming to that conclusion, Rachel decided to send him a text instead. Would they say no to inviting multiple people? If she was lucky, her brother might respond, sometimes replied to questions he could answer with a short message. But even after waiting several minutes, no reply came. As she stared endlessly at her phone, her thoughts began to drift elsewhere. In David's current condition, he can't endure another seizure. David had left a strong impression on Rachel, a man who refused to surrender to death and instead chose to fight for change. A man willing to challenge the rigid thinking of academics and the medical community. Maybe like a Trax like, David, too, was similar to Ha Si Hyun, not just someone who spoke noble words, but someone who truly sought to change the world. And yet someone like that might leave this world for the mere lack of 60 million, a person who was the last hope for many patients, over something as insignificant as 60 million. Rachel had the power to prevent that. She had access to approximately 550 million from her trust, with an additional 40 million accruing each year. It was money she could withdraw whenever she wanted. She had never needed to touch it before, so she hadn't. No, being cautious is the right approach. Ha Si Hyun's warning wasn't without merit. She couldn't just hand over a large sum of money based solely on the words of someone she'd just met. But even if she were deceived, would it really be such a terrible thing, when weighing the likelihood of David being genuine against the possibility of him being a fraud? Of course, it wasn't as if she was actually going to withdraw the money. Still, wouldn't it be good to at least find out how the process worked? Have you ever withdrawn money from the trust? Rachel hesitated for a moment after typing the message. If her family found out, they would undoubtedly bombard her with questions. But her brother was different. He had never once shared anything Rachel had confided in him with the rest of the family. That was why she always sought his advice before taking any risky actions. And this time perhaps it would be wise to get his counsel again. Resolving herself, Rachel hit send. How about coming to my house? An invitation from Rachel arrived 3 days later. I soon realized why it had taken so long. I wanted to invite you, but I had to check with my family first. Apparently, permission was required. The important part, that this process had taken 3 whole days. Could they have done a background check on me? If Rachel truly came from a prestigious family, that wasn't entirely impossible. If the investigation was complete, they must already know I'm a penniless orphan. That's a bit troubling. Wealthy people instinctively keep their distance from destitute orphans. Would I be able to gather the necessary information from someone who already sees me through a prejudiced lens? These concerns eased slightly with Rachel's next words. There are a lot of our peers who can't go home for the holidays this time. I thought we could all spend it together. So it wasn't just Mesh was planning to bring a group. That's a great idea. How many people are coming? Well, including us, there'll be 8. That wasn't a bad number. If I toss the right keywords, someone will eventually hit on a sensitive topic. While suspicion might fall on someone else, I could quietly extract the information I needed. However, there was one thing that bothered me. Are they all peers? Yes, for now. This wasn't good. Would it be all right if I invited a few more people? What? Rachel's eyes widened in surprise, but she quickly adjusted her expression, realizing her reaction was over the top. Oh, I'm sorry, it's just that this is the first time Sean has mentioned inviting others. But who do you have in mind? Lenton mentioned he'd be spending the holidays alone, and I know a senior who doesn't have any plans either. That's great. Feel free to invite them. The more, the merrier. Rachel clapped her hands, genuinely delighted. She looked like a kindergarten teacher feeling accomplished after helping a lonely child make friends. I'm not exactly someone who lacks social skills. While it's true I don't have any close connections right now, that's by choice. When you're on borrowed time, there's no room for friendship games. Still, there was no need to correct Rachel's misunderstanding. This could work to my advantage. The princess seemed determined to find me friends. If I was lucky, she might even introduce me to other members of the royal family. Invite as many as you'd like. Just let me know. Sure, I'll check with them and let you know. With that, the conversation concluded, but Rachel didn't leave. Her lips twitched as if there was something more she wanted to say. However, she seemed hesitant to bring it up. Is there something else you'd like to say? Rachel fidgeted a little longer before finally making up her mind to speak. My brother will be there that day too. Oh, I see. I've heard a lot about him. It'll be nice to meet him in person. It's just that his personality is kind of similar to yours. That's not a good sign. It seemed she was concerned about potential conflict. I'll try to be mindful. It's not that. Rachel hesitated again before finally continuing. I'm afraid he might try to pick on you. Me, I mentioned you a few times when talking about work, but my brother doesn't really like my friends. Sometimes he even sets up weird tests. As expected, Rachel is being cautious, likely worried about someone taking advantage of her. That makes sense. Older brothers tend to worry about their siblings. Still, Rachel hesitated for a moment before continuing. If he asks, could you just say we're normal friends? Maybe just that we spend a bit more time together than I do with others. That way, he won't do anything weird. She seems to be quite wary of me. Not a good sign. If she's already talked about me, I might be on some kind of watch list. I'll need to present myself as nothing more than an ordinary coworker. That would work in my favor anyway. I understand. Honestly, I'll probably be focusing on the people I've invited that day. They might feel out of place among the others. I assured her that I wouldn't flaunt our acquaintance. Even so, Rachel's worries didn't seem to dissipate. It's unlikely he'll ask, but could you avoid mentioning anything about the Castleman Foundation that day? It's not a big deal if you do, but as I mentioned before, my brother's group decided to allocate their donations to David's foundation instead. He's very curious and might jump to conclusions. Right, she had said something like that before. Rachel had already declared her intention to donate to Castleman. Though she hadn't directly meddled with the trust, she was definitely treading on warning lines. Understood. I have no reason to bring it up anyway. Sorry for making such a strange request. With that, Rachel finally took her leave. I really need to tread carefully. Looks like I'm already under suspicion. I'll have to proceed as though that's the case. But that's a concern for later. For now, there's work to be done. After parting ways with Rachel, I immediately headed toward my next destination, the Natural Resources Department. One of the people I planned to invite for Thanksgiving was here. Sean, what brings you here? Don't tell me you've already started. As soon as I stepped in, a group of associates who recognized me swarmed around. Judging by their eagerness, they were all interested in the under-the-table fund I'd mentioned. What's the minimum buy-in? The amount doesn't matter, but I want to keep it to a small group for better management. How many people? Count me in. The participant list isn't finalized yet. Think it over and let me know when you're sure. I need to inform the lawyer as well. No verbal reservations. If they wanted to join, they needed to commit with a signature. With limited spots, they'd better act fast. After leaving that warning for the potential investors, I moved on to my main target, Gonzalez. He was one of the guys who'd participated in the salary wager I'd organized before. As I'd suspected, he turned out to be from a wealthy South American mining family. Third son or not, he was still a valuable connection. $500,000. Without even looking up from his screen, Gonzalez casually stated the amount he'd invest in the fund. $500,000, roughly 500 million won. A reasonable amount for a wealthy person's side bet. If you need a signature, just let me know. This wasn't a negotiation, it was confirmation. Understood, I'll take it into account. Gonzalez nodded slightly, still not making eye contact. It seemed he assumed I was here because of the fund. Do you have any plans for Thanksgiving? Only after I revealed my real purpose did he slowly turn his gaze toward me. A flicker of curiosity lit up his otherwise languid eyes. Why? I thought you might not be able to visit your family. A friend of mine invited me to their house. All right, I paused briefly before confirming. Does that mean you'll attend? Yeah, this was unexpected. I hadn't imagined he'd agree so readily. I had even prepared answers to deflect questions like, why invite me when we're not particularly close? But there was no interrogation. No point in over-explaining when he wasn't even curious. Then I'll consider you confirmed. Should I contact you via Bloomberg? No, by phone. Another surprise. For someone from a mining tycoon family, I expected him to be more cautious, yet here he was giving me his personal contact information. All right, I'll reach out. I nodded politely and walked away. Should I try to build a closer connection? The reason I invited Gonzalez was simple: credibility. Being able to show Rachel's parents that I have connections with a South American mining magnate would surely work in my favor. That said, he seemed quite open to me. Perhaps it wouldn't hurt to develop this into a proper relationship, but that's something to think about later. For now, I had more immediate matters to attend to. Back in the MA department, I headed straight for Dobby. Tap, tap, tap. Even when I stood right behind him, the guy didn't bother turning around, focused entirely on his keyboard. Got plans for the holidays. I told you I'm going home. Dobby's family lived in Boston, so a day trip was feasible. I already knew this, but asked anyway. Rachel invited me to her house. Dobby's hands froze mid-typing. Too bad, maybe next time. Wait, I can make it. Before I could even finish, Dobby spun around and grabbed my sleeve. What about your family? It's fine. They'll understand if I say I'm busy with work. This is why having sons is pointless. Not that I'm one to talk. All right, so it's settled. Of course, there's a reason I decided to invite Dobby too. The guy has a loose tongue. He might as well put that mouth to good use this time. I've achieved quite a bit during my time at Goldman, mediating between feuding MDs, maintaining an 80 success rate, being treated unusually well for an associate, and delivering stellar results in the teasers I've handled. But if I were to brag about these accomplishments myself, it would come off as tacky. My peers aren't likely to bring it up either. We're all ordinary newcomers, so who would say something like, well, actually, Sean here isn't like the rest of us? Why would they? The more they hype me up, the more inadequate they'd look by comparison. If Rachel brought it up, it would only raise more suspicion about me. That's where Dobby is perfect. He's been involved in every project I've led, so if he wanted to highlight his own achievements, he'd have to mention me. And to explain why our results were so impressive, he'd naturally have to talk about my success rate. It'd make for quite the compelling story. This should cover all the key people I need. Now the only potential issue left is Rachel's brother's wariness. This calls for a contingency plan. Thanksgiving approached swiftly. Rachel's estate was located in Greenwich, Connecticut. It was about a 45-minute train ride from New York, but there was no need to take the train. At precisely 1 p.m., a limousine glided to a stop in front of my residence. The door opened and Dobby waved at me. Here, beyond Dobby, Gonzalez was seated inside. Of course, was the one providing the vehicle. The limousine interior had long seats lining the sides. I chose to sit next to Dobby rather than beside Gonzalez. It was only proper to leave the provider of the car with more space. I'm going there anyway, Gonzalez replied curtly, closing his eyes. It was clear he intended to nap during the ride, probably to avoid mundane conversations rather than due to lack of sleep. Where's Rachel? I motioned for Dobby to be quiet, signaling not to disturb Gonzalez's rest. Limousine glided smoothly through the city. Taking out my iPhone, I focused on the screen. Still a long way to go. So far, 28 associates had expressed interest in my under-the-table fund. While the number wasn't bad, the participants were mostly juniors, so the investment amounts were small, just a few $1,000s each. Including Gonzalez's contribution, the total stood at $2 million. That was twice my initial seed money, but far short of my $5 million target, should I aim higher. I needed to attract VPs or MDs, but from their perspective, even if it was a promising unicorn, investing in a junior associates fund was a questionable move. It lacked prestige. To entice them, I'd need to create an event or justification, something like the previous wager. As I considered various strategies, I heard Dobby's awestruck voice. Wow, this is like another world. Looking out the window, I saw the scenery had changed. The bustling city was replaced by rows of meticulously maintained mansions. Dobby gazed at each house with envy. When will I ever live in a place like this? Greenwich was a historic enclave for the wealthy, particularly renowned as a neighborhood for financial titans. It was practically a rite of passage for successful Wall Street players to buy a mansion here. In my previous life as a relatively successful PM, I had also followed that tradition and purchased a house in Greenwich. I miss it. If we went 5 minutes straight ahead, we'd reach the house I once owned. For some reason, I felt an urge to see it again, but the limousine turned left instead. After a while, the grand mansions disappeared, replaced by stone walls, meadows, and forests. The true wealthy lived in properties not visible from the road, mansions hidden within sprawling estates. Rachel's home was no exception. Beyond the massive gate, nothing was visible. This is Rachel Mosley's guest. The gate opened, and even after driving further into the property, it took a while before the house came into view. Wow, I'm actually stepping into a place like this, the driver whistled, impressed. No one responded. Dobby was still in awe. It seemed he hadn't fully realized Rachel's status until now. Gonzalez, on the other hand, glanced at me with mild surprise. This adds to the credibility. It proved my connection to someone at this level. We've arrived. The limousine stopped at the entrance of the mansion, where a man stood waiting. Clearly, he wasn't a servant. He exuded wealth and most notably was almost unfairly handsome. You must be Rachel's friends. I came out to greet you instead of her. Thought it might be less awkward for the other guests. Hope that's okay? It was Rachel's brother. Smiling brightly, he extended his right hand. Gerard Mosley. Introductions began. Enrique Gonzalez, Greg Lenton. Just friends? I asked back with the most innocent eyes I could muster. Gerard loosened his grip on my hand and smiled faintly. Rachel mentioned she doesn't have any particularly close friends. She said everyone is just friends. Gerard offered his explanation and then turned his head abruptly toward Gonzalez. His sharp gaze was reading Gonzalez's expression. Shall we head inside then? Finishing his observation, Gerard smiled and led us indoors. Did it take long to get here? The small talk began, but I didn't need to pay attention. No, luckily there wasn't much traffic. Really? I expected it to take 40 minutes, but we arrived in exactly 27 minutes. Dobby efficiently answered every question, leaving no room for anyone else to interject. His quick responses made my silence seem natural. I used this gap to organize my thoughts. Just friends. That was Rachel's phrase. Gerard was searching among the guests for someone who was just a friend. Of course, it wasn't in a positive sense. It was a way to identify someone to be cautious about. He doesn't seem to know exactly who it is yet. Although I felt he was suspicious of me, Gerard's sharp eyes suggested Gonzalez was also a candidate. He had filtered the two of us based on some unknown criteria. I can't hide it forever. Eventually, the fact that I have a personal connection with Rachel will come to light. But that day doesn't have to be today. There's an important mission, Tade gathering information. If the fact that I'm just friends with Rachel becomes known, their level of caution will spike, making information gathering much harder. At least for today, I couldn't let that happen. You're here. At the end of the hallway stood Rachel. She wasn't in her usual business attire, but instead wore a pristine white dress. The cutout detail near her collarbone naturally drew the eye. Rachel, you look so stunning today. No, really, you're always beautiful, but today, you're on a whole other level, wow. Dobby exclaimed in an overly dramatic tone, his expression almost dazed. Anyone watching might think he was her real close friend. Rachel, thankfully, focused her attention on Dobby instead of me, chatting with him warmly. Good, it made it easier to maintain my ordinary colleague disguise. Are we the last to arrive? Yes, the others arrived earlier than expected. We were guided to a drawing room. The space was reminiscent of a European palace, a grand chandelier, marble floors, and luxurious furniture. It was so lavish that it bordered on excessive. In the center of the opulent drawing room sat a middle-aged woman and 6 gold-clad lackeys. Rachel led us toward the woman. Let me introduce you. This is my mother. To say I was surprised would be an understatement, but Rachel's mother wasn't particularly stunning. It was surprising because Rachel and her brother's appearances were so striking. Their good looks seemed to be a gift from their father's side. This is Sean Lanton and Gonzalez. Nice to meet you. Please have a seat. Unlike my calm demeanor as I found my seat, Dobby was making a fuss again, unusually excitable today. Please call me Judy. Oh, sure, Judy. By the way, Mr. Mosley. Unfortunately, my husband won't be able to join us today. Something urgent came up. Father isn't coming. This was shocking news. The main reason for this visit was to meet Rachel's father and gather information about the Ranos. And now the key figure wasn't attending. Something's up. Rachel's father is a partner at a law firm, not some low-level employee. Missing Thanksgiving due to work was unusual. Are they not getting along? Honestly, I was disappointed. But this wasn't the time to dwell on it. I'll focus on Rachel's mother today. This was also an important mission. It might be wishful thinking, but there's a chance that Rachel's mother, Judy, comes from one of the wealthiest families in America. Just uncovering her background would be a significant win. She looked so ordinary, though. Even with expensive clothes and jewelry, she exuded a certain modesty. She lacked the arrogance typically associated with old money. As someone, likely a staff member, placed a cup of tea before me, Judy smiled and spoke. There are other teas available as well. Please let me know if this one doesn't suit your taste. I focused on her pronunciation and intonation. She likely spent her childhood at her family's estate. Her accent might give a clue about the region. Let's rule out Texas, Kansas, and Minnesota. There was no trace of the nasal twang characteristic of the South or Midwest. The others already know, but what departments are you 3 from? The Natural Resources Department. M.A. Sean is with me too. Before I could say anything, Dobby eagerly answered on my behalf. Judy smiled and asked a follow-up question. M.A., that's an interesting department. Which industries do you usually work with? We cover a wide range of industries. Still, isn't there a focus area? Not really. Investment banking is broadly divided into industries and product groups. M.A. falls under the latter. Dobby launched into a detailed explanation, but I nudged him lightly with my elbow, making him pause. Oh, sorry, this must be boring for you. Not at all, it's fascinating since it's a field I know little about. Please, go on. Judy smiled encouragingly. It didn't seem like mere politeness, genuinely appeared interested. Industry-specific expertise is handled by the industry group, which focuses on areas like tech, retail, and media telecom. Meanwhile, product groups specialize in financial products like M.A., bonds, and leveraged finance. For instance, if a tech company is conducting M.A., the tech group and M.A. group would collaborate to handle. Dobby continued his overly thorough explanation, but Judy's eyes reflected genuine curiosity. She wasn't just pretending to listen, she truly wanted to know. She's interested in M.A., that meant she had an interest in management. However, the basic nature of her questions suggested she had no direct experience in the field. For several more minutes, Judy focused intently on her conversation with Dobby. The topics all revolved around M.A. Eventually, she turned her gaze toward me and Gonzalez. You two don't seem like Americans. My family is originally from Mexico, Gonzalez replied. Mexico? Then are you in the U.S. for your studies? Judy seemed particularly interested in Gonzalez, her demeanor noticeably different from when she had asked about our departments. Is she responding to the mention of Mexico as a location? And you? She asked, turning to me. My family is originally from Korea. Oh, really? But I immigrated at a young age and am now a U.S. citizen, I see. I deliberately dropped Korea into the conversation, and her eyes lit up for a moment. However, the mention of being a first-generation immigrant quickly extinguished her interest. Did she not do her homework? Judy's gaze shifted to her wristwatch, her earlier curiosity completely gone. Old folks like me would just spoil the fun for you young people. Dinner will be at 5. Rachel, why don't you give them a tour before then? We'll talk again at dinner. Judy left after saying those words. It was a rather abrupt exit. However, even that carried meaning. True wealth doesn't waste time. She got everything she wanted to know, didn't she? Judy had shown interest in only two areas, departments and regions. It wasn't about verifying the friends approaching her daughter. Instead, it felt like she was evaluating which of her daughter's acquaintances might be worth leveraging. Given her novice-like curiosity about management, could it be for scouting? She might be looking for suitable talent among the Goldman employees. It wouldn't be unusual. After 2 years at Goldman, employees often get headhunted by companies eager to poach them. Ideally, it would be someone who has a personal connection with her daughter Somyeon she can bring in with a degree of trust and groom further. Mexico and Korea are emerging markets. If she's interested in those regions, it might mean her family operates a global business with multinational ambitions. No, that's overthinking it. I had only collected a few puzzle pieces, and forcing them together would just lead to baseless speculation. It wasn't the time to form a big picture yet. For now, I had to focus on gathering more clues. At Rachel's words, we all rose from the sofa. Rachel scanned the group and frowned slightly. "Why are you coming?" she asked Gerard. "Why can't I? You don't need a tour. Do you think I'm tagging along for the tour?" Both of them smiled, but sparks flew. An invisible battle of wills was unfolding. Gerard searching for the just friend. Rachel trying to protect that friend. "What are you waiting for? Lead the way." "Fine, let's go." The victor was Gerard. Since he insisted on joining, Rachel had no excuse to stop him. The tour began with the library. Wow, this place feels completely different. It was recently remodeled. Unlike the classical-style drawing room, the library was a strikingly modern space. If the drawing room epitomized grandeur, this was the essence of minimalism. A quick glance revealed that the books lining the shelves were all old Edition's first editions, in fact. The library alone was likely worth several $1,000,000. Is that Van Gogh? Oh yes, it is. Even the paintings adorning the walls were authentic. Each radiated the unique aura only genuine masterpieces possess. There were over a dozen such works, each worth tens of thousands of dollars. In the basement, there was a wine cellar encased in glass, a mini movie theater, a swimming pool, a bowling alley, a gym, and a billiards table. After a tour of the basement, we stepped outside to circle the mini golf course and outdoor pool. "What's that building?" "A guest house. It's pretty big. It has 3 bedrooms. Rachel stuck close to her female colleagues, never once glancing my way. Gerard loitered near her, seemingly continuing his search for the just friend. Meanwhile, I blended in between Dobby and Gonzalez, moving inconspicuously. Even if Rachel's gaze did wander in my direction, it wouldn't necessarily land on me. "Wow, this is incredible. Did you know about this?" Dobby asked. "Nope." I gave a half-hearted answer, but at that moment, I noticed Gerard approaching Rachel. "By the way, Rachel, didn't you say you were close to someone in the same department as you? There's no one here from your department, though." "What?" Rachel froze. There was no one from her department in this group. The closest connection was me, who had worked with her for a few days during a temporary assignment, but revealing that would expose my identity. On the other hand, lying would only make things worse when the truth inevitably came out. As Rachel looked flustered, "Oh, that would be me." A bold voice chimed in next to me. It was someone I had shared lunch with, a guy whose name, if I remembered correctly, was Jim. "Aren't you in the tech department?" Gerard asked, skeptical. "I am now, but during my internship, I rotated with Rachel through tech, FICC, and industrials." Jim was volunteering himself as the just friend, completely unaware of the implications. "Not last year, but this year. That's unlikely. It's rare for multiple newcomers to be placed in the same department. We don't hire that many people in the first place." Lucky me, Jim was unknowingly throwing up a smokescreen, giving me a chance to breathe and regroup. In any case, the tour had yielded no meaningful clues. No family photos, trophies, or objects hinting at a specific company were displayed anywhere. Still, I did pick up on a few things. The couple isn't on good terms. It was evident from the house's interior. The mother's spaces were classic, while the father's were modern. In a shared home, one might expect some compromise, but instead, they had stubbornly decorated their respective areas according to their own tastes. The result was a mismatched chimera of conflicting styles. Forcing us on this house tour is strange, too. There's a difference between staying in the drawing room and being shown around the house. Sure, I had vaguely realized upon entering that Rachel's family was wealthy, but seeing the gold embellishments throughout the property made it strikingly clear just how rich she was. The tour also changed how some colleagues viewed Rachel. By the end, their gazes were filled with awe and reverence. It wouldn't be long before rumors of Rachel's immense wealth spread through Goldman. She couldn't be oblivious to this. Maybe that's exactly what her mother wanted. I suspected the reason was scouting. If Judy were looking for talent, she'd likely drop a company name during dinner. How about a round of bowling? With some time to kill, we headed back to the underground bowling alley. The group split into teams by gender, getting surprisingly into the game. As for me, I was simply waiting for time to pass. Every hour felt like a day, but the clock was mercifully ticking forward. Finally, it was dinner time. As we entered the dining room, Judy was already seated. "You must be hungry. Please take your seats." The long table was set for 12. We weren't seated randomly. Each spot had a name card indicating its assigned occupant. Even this was a clue. Seating arrangements always carried meaning. The closer a seat was to the host, the more significant its occupant. My seat, along with Dobby and Gonzalez, was positioned quite prominently, and the person sitting next to me, a colleague from the retail department. Retail wasn't exactly a hot field like tech. Yet placing someone from retail in such an important spot suggested there was a good reason for it. If Judy was scouting talent, this might be a clue. Automatically, my mind ran through a list of the top 10 wealthy families associated with retail businesses. Only two names stood out. Both were at the very top. One was the Walton family, owners of a globally renowned supermarket chain, firmly holding the #1 spot. The other ranked third. "Mother, may I bring out some wine?" Gerard's voice snapped me out of my thoughts. "Wine? There's already some. It's a special occasion, so I thought we'd need a special wine." Judy seemed mildly skeptical, but eventually nodded. Gerard began walking not toward the door, but toward me. I thought, no way. But sure enough, he stopped right in front of me, placing a hand on my shoulder. "Hey, buddy, want to help me pick out the wine?" This was odd. We hadn't exchanged a single word during the tour. "I'm not very knowledgeable about wine," I replied. "That's fine. I know plenty about wine. I just need some company." Gerard turned his head toward Rachel, flashing an awkward smile. "That's okay, right? He's just a friend, damn it. He knows." An empty, desolate hallway. I am walking behind Gerard, but why did you? Just because, when I asked what seemed like an obvious question, his overly concise answer came back. It was a response designed to shut down any further conversation. No words followed. Since I didn't ask anything else either, silence hung heavily around us. Step, step. Only the sound of our footsteps echoed in the quiet corridor. Is this a psychological game? He's deliberately creating discomfort. The intent is to exert psychological pressure and establish dominance. How did he figure it out? I still don't know how Gerard identified me. However, I'm not particularly surprised. I had considered the possibility of being discovered and prepared for it. I'm relatively composed, so I decided to use this time to wrap up the speculation I had been mulling over earlier, if it's retail. Excluding the Walton family, there's only one family among the top 10 richest households involved in retail, the Marquis family. At the time of my death, they were the third wealthiest family in the United States. Their total assets amounted to a staggering 1.5 trillion over 2 quadrillion won in Korean currency. Most people would tilt their heads in confusion upon hearing about their main business. They run a confectionery company that sells candy and chocolate. You might wonder how much they could possibly earn from that. But the Marquis family owns the globally renowned NN Chocolates. This company has one peculiar feature: it's not publicly traded. The founding family owns 100 of the shares, making it one of the largest private companies in the world. It's extremely rare for a company of this size to remain private. Listing on the stock exchange would allow them to attract massive external funding. However, the Marquis family publicly declared that they would never go public. That's all I know. The Marquis family is shrouded in extreme secrecy. Little is known about them publicly, nor about the companies they operate. Since they aren't publicly traded, they have no obligation to disclose internal affairs. They are a family and a corporation that adhere to an almost bizarre level of confidentiality. Am I reaching too far? It feels like I might be overthinking things. I've only loosely and forcibly connected a few clues. But there is a possibility. I remember Rachel once mentioning that her brother works in Virginia. That's where the Marquis headquarters is located. It's still a slim chance, but if even one of this is true, it's an extraordinary family, one I absolutely cannot let slip away. The wine cellar. We had passed by this place earlier during the tour, but I only glanced at it briefly from the entrance. Now, Gerard guided me to the very depths of the cellar. At what seemed to be a dead end, there was a single door. Identity confirmed. Clunk. After scanning his fingerprints and retina, a guiding voice sounded, and the lock released as the door slowly opened. "Come in." Turning back with a smile, Gerard invited me in. "Is this a place I'm allowed to enter? In a space with such tight security, is it really okay for an outsider to enter?" "That's why I brought you here." Gerard casually pushed the door open and stepped inside first. As I followed him and stepped into the room, I involuntarily froze. The space was utterly chilling. It was an armory. The walls were lined with firearms of every kind, meticulously displayed with no empty spaces. It felt like they were ready to wage a war at a moment's notice. Clunk. I heard the sound of the door closing behind me. When I turned around, Gerard was grinning slyly. "This is the safe room. All 6 sides are protected by bulletproof glass, and the real-time air purification system ensures safety even against biochemical agents. I see. We keep the best wine here. If the time ever comes to use this room, that's when you'll need the finest drink. Gerard walked straight toward a wine fridge situated within the armory. I followed him, maintaining a reasonable distance. If he deliberately chose this location, the intention is obvious. He's trying to unsettle me. Unsettlement leads to emotions. When emotions waver, you lose your center, making it easier to be manipulated. To avoid being swayed, I need information. I observed the room closely, trying to extract anything useful. A staunchly conservative family. This alone reveals a lot about them. The characteristics of an ultra-conservative family that actively supports gun ownership are evident. They spare no effort in protecting what is theirs. They argue it's a citizen's right to defend their home, family, and possessions with their own firearm, claiming it's a foundational right of the United States. This country was born from a single gunshot heard around the world, after all. It's the polar opposite of Rachel's temperament. The princess seems to be the black sheep of her family, and that is not good. An ultra-conservative family with an armory like this tends to be excessively protective of their members. If someone like that sees me as a threat, it's bad news. You can come closer. Gerard spoke while inspecting the wine fridge, glancing back at me. As I mentioned earlier, I don't know much about wine. Is that so? At my response, Gerard smirked and turned his head slightly. After briefly scanning the firearms on display, he looked back at me with an amused chuckle. You're not worried they're loaded, are you? It was a taunt, asking if I was scared. Of course I was scared. How many people could stay composed in someone else's armory? After gauging my expression, Gerard approached the wall, picked up the firearm with the longest barrel and lifted it. Isn't that a shotgun? Click, don't worry, it's empty. He demonstrated that the chamber was unloaded, then pretended to take aim. The muzzle swept lightly across the safe room and came to a stop right in front of me. There was a gun barrel in my line of sight. Even knowing the magazine was empty, my body instinctively stiffened. Do you oppose gun use? Gerard asked, still aiming at me. Now it was time for a QA session. I needed to focus. He's not asking about my stance. Judging by my reaction, he already knew I was against gun use. This question wasn't about ideology, it was about confirming my choices. Gun use is a deeply polarizing issue. Gerard supports it while I oppose it. Should I claim to be on his side to leave a good impression? Or should I stick to my beliefs to the end? Either choice could backfire. If I agree with him, I'd be lying. If I disagree, I'd draw a hard line of ideological division between us. Is it difficult to answer? No, it's not that. I'm not particularly against gun use. Not that either. Neither side. I've never needed to use one before, but if the need arises, I'd be willing to learn. My answer was neutral. It wasn't about ideology, but purely based on practicality. For the record, this is the mindset every investor must have. Getting swayed by politics, ideologies, or beliefs will never make you money. Click. At my response, Gerard lowered the shotgun. Judging by the faintly bitter smile on his face, he seemed disappointed I had avoided his trap. In our family, hunting is a kind of rite of passage. Gerard placed the shotgun back on the display rack. I thought he was done using firearms as intimidation, but then he reached for another shotgun next to it. People who say hunting is cruel are just avoiding reality. Those same people buy meat from the supermarket every day. When they purchase a neatly trimmed product, they forget that it was once the muscle of a living creature. They might ignore the discomfort of another life's sacrifice, but this discomfort shouldn't be forgotten. Only by taking a life with your own hands can you truly shoulder the responsibility of an adult. Another test, similar to before. He's implying that without hunting, one cannot understand true responsibility. If I agree with Gerard, I'd essentially be labeling myself as an irresponsible person for not hunting. If I argue against him, I'd create a confrontational dynamic by opposing his ideology. What do you think? I agree. You said you've never hunted, though. I know what it feels like when life leaves your hands. I've stained my hands with blood many times, not to take life, but to save it. I'm a medical school graduate. Ah, that's right. His voice carried a note of certainty. It meant my mention of being a medical graduate had cemented his belief that I was just a friend. Up until then, he hadn't been entirely convinced. Did you approach Rachel on purpose? The weight of his gaze intensified. You didn't seem surprised by our family's status. That means you knew beforehand. I couldn't deny it here. For the wealthy, trustworthiness is critical. Lying is a grave mistake. Yes, I was aware. Did Rachel tell you? No. We were temporarily assigned to the same department, and I inferred it from the preferential treatment she received as an MD. Later, I heard rumors that her father is a renowned lawyer. So you approached her because of the family. I didn't approach her, we became close naturally due to proximity. Learning about her background came after, so her family has nothing to do with it. In friendship, money is a plus, not a minus. It was a positive factor for me too. You're honest. It's my only virtue. My response made Gerard flinch briefly. It created a small opening in the relentless barrage of suspicion. As I thought, it's working. In this situation, there's only one way to shift the flow in my favor: surprise. Surprise is also an emotion. If I can use this emotion to unbalance him, Gerard will inevitably be drawn into my rhythm. What do you think of Rachel? I don't understand the question. It's a simple one. The question needs to be clear for the answer to be clear. The scope of thoughts related to Rachel is broad personality, work ability, traits, preferences. Do you see her as a woman? That was unexpected. It meant he was wary of me as a man. For a staunchly conservative family to see a black-haired man as a potential rival. Yes, I see her as a woman. Not that it matters, Stenning, it wouldn't convince him anyway. She's beautiful, kind, and wealthy. Who wouldn't find her appealing? So is that why you're clinging to her? I haven't clung to her. We're merely on friendly terms. Why do I find that hard to believe? If you're asking whether I'm scheming to marry Rachel for her wealth and claim half of it, the answer is no. Gerard's expression was one of sheer disbelief. The tension in the room eased a little as a result. The flow of the conversation was starting to tilt in my favor. That kind of statement only makes you more suspicious. I was simply answering the implied question from your tone. If that wasn't your intent, I apologize. As I said, the clearer the question, the clearer the answer. Then let me make it clear. Are you after Rachel's wealth? This was the classic suspicion that every wealthy person harbors. I had to answer carefully. Yes, I am. Honest, at least. As I said, honesty is my only virtue. Fine then. Gerard let out a derisive snort full of contempt and hung the shotgun back on the wall. He opened the wine fridge and took out 2 bottles. His body language signaled that he considered the conversation over. Of course, I couldn't let it end there. He might think we're done, but for me, this was only the beginning. Aren't you curious why I want her wealth? Not really. Regardless, I'll explain it's in my best interest to be transparent. I intend to multiply it, 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Gerard paused and turned to look at me, his expression questioning what nonsense I was spouting. In 2 years, I plan to launch my own hedge fund. My goal is to make it a legendary fund, achieving the highest returns in the shortest time. Frankly, I'd be thrilled if Rachel invested in it. This wasn't an interrogation session. It was a pitch for my future fund. So you want to use Rachel's money? I wouldn't force her. Rachel is an adult and can make her own decisions. Besides, I wouldn't be using it, I'd be investing it and multiplying it. When it comes to trustworthiness, consistency is key. It wouldn't do to start as a friend and later reveal myself as a fund manager. It's better to establish from the outset that I'm a fund manager who approached Rachel with her money in mind. Ah, you want money that actually simplifies things. Gerard let out another contemptuous laugh, glaring at me. How much do you want? Are you asking about the cost to cut ties with Rachel? I assume you're not about to say something sentimental like, friendship is too precious to be swayed by money. A fund manager should put a value on everything. $50 billion. If you hand me a check for $50 billion right now, I'll consider my friendship with Rachel concluded. Are you saying that friendship sways with money? In other words, it means our friendship won't sway for anything less than $50 billion. $50 billion is roughly 69 trillion won. How many friendships in the world wouldn't falter under that amount of money? Gerard was momentarily flustered, but soon recovered his sharp gaze and declared firmly, "You don't think I'll just sit back and watch, knowing your intentions, do you? I'll make sure you can't secure any investment." It was blatant hostility. I suppressed a laugh internally. For now, I've successfully changed my identity. In Gerard's eyes, I'm no longer a man preying on his sister. Now I'm a fund manager eyeing his sister's wallet. This ensures all attention naturally shifts to my fund. It also means the focus of our conversation won't deviate. You seem to have a misunderstanding about funds. It's not about embezzling the client's money. A fund manager takes a portion of the profits. The industry average is 20. From the total returns, the client takes 80 and I get 20. Objectively, the client secures the bigger share. A win-win relationship where you leech off. The world calls that symbiosis. Quite the smooth talker. A frown formed on Gerard's forehead. It seemed he found the interruptions in the conversation irritating. I can't trust someone who only talks smoothly. You're absolutely right. Trusting words alone and investing often leads to disasters. That's why there's only one standard for evaluating a fund manager: profitability. Numbers don't lie. Only performance tells the truth. Gerard tried to steer the conversation toward my character flaws, but I shut that down immediately. No distractions, just stick to the topic of the fund. Gerard clamped his mouth shut. It seemed he wanted to find something to criticize, but nothing came to mind. Lucky for me, it meant the conversation wouldn't go astray any further, just as I was about to get to the main point. Bzzzzzzzzzzz. Gerard's phone rang loudly. There was no need to guess who the caller was. "Yeah, I'm coming. I didn't do anything. It was Rachel." After finishing the call, Gerard twisted his lips as he looked at me. "We'll talk next time." He handed me a bottle of wine before picking up 2 for himself and turning away. Back on the way to the dining room. Step, step, step. The silence was the same as before, but the mood was markedly different. I could almost hear the gears turning in Gerard's head. He must have a lot to think about, and for good reason. His pre-planned scenario had been flipped. Gerard's original plan was a trustworthiness test, but I had appended that test right from the start by discarding the need for trustworthiness. My brother doesn't really approve of my friends. Sometimes he even puts them through weird tests. From the tone of her words, the test seemed to be of extreme difficulty. There was no need to take on such a test. I couldn't pass even if I tried. Trustworthiness was entirely subject to Gerard's personal judgment. No matter what I did, if Gerard didn't like me, I'd fail. What I did instead was change the nature of the test. Not a difficult task. Just tweak the basic premise slightly, and it naturally restructures itself. Originally, the target of his test was supposed to be a man preying on his sister. But now, the person he has to deal with is a fund manager eyeing Rachel's wallet, a dangerous figure baiting investments with promises of extraordinary returns. This changes the test from one of trustworthiness to a new one, the Kahneman test. From now on, Gerard's only task is to prove that I am a fraud. To do that, he'll need to demonstrate that my claims of overwhelming returns are false. This means he'll have to scrutinize my investments and monitor their performance. Essentially, it's a skills test to evaluate my capabilities, and this is precisely the scenario I intended. At first glance, it might seem risky, but this test is overwhelmingly in my favor. That's the easy part. With future knowledge and serendipitous opportunities on my side, high scores are guaranteed. The results will be shown in objective numbers, leaving Gerard no room to dispute the outcome, and the advantage is that the results will come quickly. It's a perfect strategy. However, while the groundwork has been laid, the game has yet to begin. In other words, the start button hasn't been pressed yet. No matter, it's better to showcase this in front of an audience for greater impact. Meanwhile, Gerard's mind was tangled in a web of confusion. It's clear this guy is the cause, but why? Rachel had changed. She had resurrected a dream she'd shelved long ago after giving up on attending art school. To Gerard, it seemed like she had finally found her path after a long period of wandering. That in itself was undoubtedly a good thing. But until recently, Rachel had been on the verge of resigning, carefully timing when to submit her resignation letter. A change that occurred in just a few days. There must have been a trigger for this. Although he found it odd, it didn't pique his curiosity enough to dig deeper, so he let it go. But then, not long after, Rachel mentioned a male friend. A friend I work with at Goldman. He was originally a medical student, but is now working in finance to develop treatments. The moment he heard it, Gerard felt a chill run down his spine. The timing of Rachel's transformation curiously aligned with this man. Rachel said she wanted to invite him to the house, fully aware of what it meant to bring someone to their family home. This wouldn't bring Rachel any benefit, it would only create complications. On the other hand, for the man, as a sense of foreboding crept over him, Gerard received a text that sealed his suspicions. Have you ever withdrawn money from the trust? Rachel had deflected, saying it was just in case, but Gerard was sure now. A parasite had attached itself. He had to get rid of it immediately, but the timing was poor. This can't escalate, not now. Even a minor issue couldn't arise at this moment. Gerard himself was facing the most critical test of his life, the succession test. It wasn't just any test, it was the test that would decide his future. With his two uncles considering retirement, they were searching for the next leader of the family business. Currently, there were two main candidates, his mother and Gerard. Neither had extensive management experience, but the day-to-day operations of the company were handled by professional managers anyway. The role of the next chairman was to provide the company with its overarching direction. His mother represented the fourth generation, and Gerard the fifth. Ultimately, his uncle's dilemma boiled down to one question: stability or growth. Having served on the board for years, his mother could maintain a consistent management style. However, in a rapidly changing business environment, consistency in management was not always an advantage. On the other hand, Gerard, as part of the digital native generation, was more in tune with the current era's trends. He was also a proven talent, having built a significant track record over 6 years and risen to the position of CFO. There was just one obstacle: his youth. Gerard was only 30 years old. No matter how capable he was, the older generation believed there were inherent limits to being so young. As a result, he was given ambiguous authority. Gerard could develop all management strategies, but he needed his mother's approval to implement them. It was a transitional measure. If he could prove his abilities under this setup, he would eventually gain full authority. But what if, in this situation, Rachel touched the trust fund? Of course, Gerard was concerned about the emotional and financial damage his sister might suffer. But an even greater risk loomed: the succession itself could be jeopardized. It would only reinforce the elders' prejudice that the fifth generation still doesn't understand the harsh realities of the world. Handle it as quietly as possible. Neither his mother nor his uncles could find out. That was the original plan. Identifying Rachel's just a friend wasn't difficult. There were only two people who weren't intimidated by the family's wealth: Hasihian and Gonzalez. Rachel's conspicuous effort to avoid giving these two any attention was also a clue. The reason Gerard called out Hasihian first was simple. Unlike Gonzalez, who was draped head to toe in luxury brands, Ha Si-hyun's attire was relatively modest. His excessively handsome looks and striking physique were also factors, so it's you just a friend. In the end, Gerard's intuition was correct. The parasite leeching off Rachel was this man. However, he thought one threat would be enough to drive him away, but he was wrong. Even when confronted with a proverbial gun to his head, Ha Si-hyun remained unfazed. Yes, I want it. He didn't even try to hide his intentions. $50 billion. He casually wrote down an absurd amount on a blank check. Gerard neither possessed such a sum nor had any intention of handing it over, even if he did. No need for that. Gerard's cufflinks had a recording function. Every word Ha Si-hyun said was captured. If Gerard played this recording for Rachel, she would surely see his true nature and distance herself from him. The immediate problem was resolved. And yet, Gerard's unease lingered. He must know this, there's no way he doesn't. Ha Si-hyun was clearly a sharp man. He must have realized that their conversation would reach Rachel's ears. Even so, if he dared to make incriminating statements. Does that mean he doesn't care if I expose him? Ha Si-hyun claimed he was after investment capital. I'll multiply it. 100-fold, 1,000-fold. That confident smile of his. He must have something to back it up, if he intended to use it as bait to lure investors. He'll do it in front of mother, too. That would be a problem. Not because Gerard feared his mother would be deceived. Despite her unassuming demeanor, she was also part of the maternal family, a formidable background. She wouldn't fall for such shallow tricks. Gerard's concern came from an entirely different place. If Ha Si-hyun tried anything, his mother would thoroughly investigate him. In the process, Rachel's relationship with him would come to light. If they were unlucky, she might even discover the trust fund issue. Handling this quietly is no longer an option. It was time to change tactics. From now on, Gerard had one goal. I need to show that I'm fully aware of everything and in control. He had to demonstrate to his mother that he had recognized the suspicious figure approaching Rachel before she did, and he needed to prove himself a prepared successor, capable of handling such situations deftly. Entering the dining room, Gerard approached his mother. He presented her with a bottle of wine and showed her the label. Will this be suitable? The expensive wine acquired from an auction. Such wines were all stored in the safe room. By bringing it out, Gerard indirectly communicated the fact that he had taken Ha Si-hyun to the safe room. You picked out a good one. His mother nodded approvingly and then smiled at Ha Si-hyun. You must have worked hard. Please have a seat. Her smile seemed warm, but Gerard recognized it as the smile she wore when she was wary of someone. He had successfully conveyed that Ha Si-hyun was a person of interest. Now there was only one task left. The moment Ha Si-hyun tried to sway his mother, Gerard had to skillfully disrupt him just like a prepared successor would. Earlier, you mentioned that expertise is essential in mergers and acquisitions. His mother's question focused on M.A. Gerard had recently been pushing for aggressive mergers and acquisitions to expand into new ventures. However, his mother wasn't entirely on board with the idea. That's probably why she invited Rachel's colleagues here. Hear advice from Goldman, like seeking a second opinion on a doctor's diagnosis. She wanted to cross-verify Gerard's strategy. But of all people, the fact that Ha Si-hyun worked in the M.A. department gnawed at him. If he presented convincing opinions here, it might make it harder to attack him later. However, seemingly unaware of Gerard's concerns, Ha Si-hyun quietly focused on his meal. In the end, the one who responded to his mother's question was a loud man named Lanton. The key is whether the company's value increases after the acquisition. In fact, over 70 of companies that pursue acquisitions end up incurring losses. This is often due to overestimating synergies or misjudging timing. Take the infamous AOL-Time Warner merger, for example. It was the largest merger in history, yet just months later, the dot-com bubble burst, resulting in the worst losses ever recorded. They failed to read the market's trajectory. The mismatch of corporate cultures caused internal chaos, which left them ill-prepared to respond to the crisis. Though Ha Si-hyun appeared uninterested in the conversation, Gerard remained vigilant. He's biding his time. If Ha Si-hyun showed signs of speaking, Gerard planned to immediately cut him off. If Ha Si-hyun tried to flaunt his abilities, Gerard would counter with cold, incisive questions, leaving him flustered and on the defensive. Undoubtedly, Ha Si-hyun would want to step into the spotlight. Gerard intended to shake that spotlight violently when the time came. But Ha Si-hyun showed no signs of moving yet. Lanton's noisy voice continued to fill the air. In fact, most MA deals collapse during the due diligence phase. Less than 10 succeed, maybe 30 at best. That's a rather low success rate. Haha, it's not always like that. For instance, the teaser I'm working on right now has a success rate of 80. 80. His mother's surprise wasn't exaggerated. Her voice carried curiosity and a hint of expectation, 3 times the industry average. That's impressive. She was being drawn in. Gerard's nerves sharpened. Now's the time. He felt instinctively that it was Ha Si-hyun's moment to step forward. but Ha Si-hyun remained calm, chewing on his meat. Is there a secret to that success? With the right expertise, the success rate naturally improves. Expertise, you say, what kind of expertise specifically? And then the conversation suddenly shifted. That's a question you'd have to ask this friend here. Lanton turned his head and his mother's gaze followed his lead. At the end of that gaze was Ha Si-hyun. Damn it, he's a setup. Gerard cursed internally. Lanton had been nothing more than a warm-up act to set the stage. To disrupt this, Gerard should have interfered with the conversation from the start instead of letting it wash over him. He had missed the perfect timing to step in. His mother was already deeply engrossed, and the spotlight was now shifting steadily toward Ha Si-hyun. Like a lively MC, Lanton introduced Ha Si-hyun with an upbeat tone. This is the man they call the unicorn of Goldman, a true expert with an astounding 80 success rate, a miracle worker. The conversation is flowing smoothly, just as I had steered it. Unicorn, this guy's teasers hit an 80 accuracy rate every time. That's why he earned the nickname, not just once but twice. Dobby emphasized the key points in an excited tone. 80 accuracy rate. To anyone, that figure sounds absurd and seems easy to debunk. At this point, Gerard should step in 80. That's hard to believe. As expected, he took the bait. I managed to suppress the smile creeping onto my lips. To be honest, it sounds like a con job, and so the con artist test officially began. Gerard's gaze locked onto me, clearly expecting me to defend myself, but I had no intention of doing so. Dobby was still the one answering Gerard's doubts. Exactly, the industry average is 1030 but 80, that screams scam. When this guy first made such claims, everyone ignored him, but then someone decided to test him. A legendary MD at Goldman named Pearsonon as the Lick King of Deals because he never loses a negotiation. Dobby passionately unraveled the story. Even to me, the subject of the tale, it sounded fascinating. An arrogant rookie boasting an outrageous accuracy rate. Word reaches a legendary MD, sparking a wager. That alone would be intriguing enough, but the rivalry escalated when another legendary MD entered the fray. Company politics came into play, and what began as a bet turned into a battle of titans. Caught in the crossfire, every small fry at Goldman had to pick a side. Most bet on the rookie losing. It was logical an 80 accuracy rate. Who would believe that? Then the twist happened. The companies he claimed were preparing for IPOs, they actually were. 3 of them, in fact. It was confidential, but he predicted it. A coincidence. That's what we thought too. But 3 out of 10, a 30 rate. That's too high to dismiss as luck. Plus, these were companies no one thought were ready for IPOs. He chose only the most improbable cases. Couldn't he have known in advance? The heart of the con artist test lies in uncovering the trick. In this sense, it's like magicance. You figure out the mechanics behind the illusion, the spell is broken. When the trick is exposed, all that's left is the naked truth of a con artist. Gerard's first accusation was simple yet effective: insider information. In other words, he implied the rookie had prior access to the answers and pretended he had deduced them himself. Hearing this, Dobby clapped his hands in agreement. Exactly, that's what we suspected too. But then he predicted mergers and acquisitions. That's something an informant could also provide. Right, so we were convinced as well. But then something insane happened. A company he recommended had their new drug approved by the FDA. And get this, it was a drug the company itself had given up on. They were preparing to sell the business, yet he called it. With that, Gerard's first theory, insider information, was debunked. While Dobby continued his animated explanation, Gerard fell silent for a moment before launching his second line of attack. Isn't this overly exaggerated? Gerard's second accusation, using accomplices to plant false information. Essentially, he suggested that the rookie was spreading fake leads through collaborators like Dobby. Exaggerated. Dobby, suddenly labeled a liar, looked momentarily indignant but quickly regained his composure. He turned to the other witnesses seated at the table. You all saw it, didn't you? Asked them. Everyone at Goldman had a copy of the teaser and was cross-checking it as the results came in like a game of bingo. As soon as the question was raised, everyone seated at the table nodded in agreement. It was a moment where Gerard was once again at a loss for words, just as his face began to tense subtly. What's the principle behind it? This time the question came from Rachel's mother, Judy. Smiling warmly at Gerard, she continued, there are things in the world that are hard to believe, but instead of doubting everything outright, shouldn't we confirm objective evidence first? A peculiar tension filled the air. On the surface, it seemed like she was imparting wisdom to her son, but Gerard's overly stiff reaction hinted at something more. How did you make such predictions? Judy asked, this time directing her question at me. Though her face was innocent, her demeanor was anything but. She was sharp, sifting through Dobby's story for only the verifiable facts. It was time for me to step onto the stage. I simply identified certain patterns. The biggest challenge in the biopharmaceutical industry is patent expiration. By analyzing timelines and predicting movements to create new revenue streams. I offered a plausible explanation of my algorithm, to which Judy responded with a smile, amazing. Such an algorithm exists. Could it be applied to other industries? That caught me off guard. The idea of utilizing my algorithm outside its current scope hadn't even crossed my mind. For instance, in the food industry. The mention of the food industry seemed to lend weight to the theory that Rachel's maternal family was connected to Marquis, a confectionery company. For a fleeting moment, I considered offering to create a customized algorithm for them, but I quickly dismissed the thought. For wealthy individuals, trustworthiness is paramount. Making empty promises would be reckless. This algorithm is designed specifically for the biopharmaceutical sector. It's tailored to the unique characteristics of the industry and insights I gained from my medical background. What I mean is, with enough time and effort, couldn't patterns be identified in other fields as well? Judy's innocent smile remained, but her gaze was razor sharp. You're not the only investor with a medical background, yet you're the one who discovered this formula. That means the true differentiation lies in your ability to predict market participants' psychology and actions, doesn't it? She wasn't wrong. Her sharpness, contrasting with her gentle exterior, surprised me. Then she turned her attention to someone else. What do you think? The baton was suddenly passed to Gerard. It became clear Judy was testing him. In the presence of someone claiming such implausible accuracy, she wanted to see what judgment her son would make. Gerard responded quite maturely. It's too soon to conclude that the algorithm is valid. A few cases aren't enough to provide definitive proof. It's better to wait until it has been thoroughly verified. So you're going to wait. I'm not simply waiting. While the algorithm is important, it's equally crucial to observe the behavior of the person operating it. If someone touts an excessively high success rate to attract investors, it's highly likely to be a Ponzi scheme. Gerard's gaze shifted to me. Of course, Rachel's colleague wouldn't do such a thing, but if he were a con artist, he'd be aggressively recruiting investors. Ah, someone on the opposite end of the table suddenly exclaimed. It was Jim from the tech department. Sean is already gathering investors within Goldman, promising to manage their funds for them. As Jim mentioned my unofficial fund, a triumphant expression appeared on Gerard's face. He believed he had finally uncovered my trick. His third accusation was clear Ponzi scheme. The concept was straightforward. Early investors receive high returns, enticing more investors to join. New investors' funds are then used to pay the earlier ones, creating a vicious cycle. Eventually, it all collapses. I calmly presented my rebuttal. I only intend to take on a small number of investors. Managing a large group while juggling other responsibilities would be impossible. A Ponzi scheme requires constant new inflows to sustain itself. Limiting the number of investors makes such a structure inherently impossible. The moment Gerard's smile faded, I dangled the bait once more. I understand it's hard to believe. After all, my words don't matter. Just judge based on the results. I emphasized results alone, a declaration of confidence. A trick that worked twice, why wouldn't it work a third time? The more consistent the outcomes, the more everyone would start believing in the magic. At this point, Gerard's likely next move was clear. He'd need to join my unofficial fund. He'd want to see what I say to investors, what materials I distribute. Only by diving in could he uncover the trick. In magic terms, this would be akin to stepping on stage and inspecting all the props. How much would he invest? Joining my fund would mean entrusting his money to me. This test of mine could conveniently double as an opportunity to increase my seed money, and he's Rachel's brother, no less. A casual trial investment of $1 million wouldn't be too much to expect, right? With those thoughts, I fixed my gaze on him. Finally, Gerard spoke. Interesting. Can I see the next investment picks? That wasn't the answer I wanted. He only wanted to see the picks without investing. A bold request, or perhaps a cautious one. The investment picks will only be disclosed to investors. I'll pay generously for them. I'm sorry, but that goes against my policy. Despite his offer to buy the information, I firmly drew the line. If he wanted to uncover the trick, he'd have to invest directly. Gerard's suspicion became obvious. If the value lies in the information itself, why not just sell it? I don't see why you need to manage the assets too. That's a thought every investor has at some point. Why not just hand over the picks and let me handle the rest? It's a naive notion. This seemed like the perfect moment to address it head-on. I'm saying this for the benefit of investors. Simply hearing the picks and investing based on that is extremely risky. That kind of approach is bound to fail. Why? Every investment strategy has its own unique approach. The timing of entry and exit is determined by that strategy. If the target return is achieved or market conditions change, you need to exit swiftly, but it's difficult for investors to judge this on their own. Then why not provide that information as well? Even if I do, they won't follow it. How can you be so sure? Because they never do. Perhaps an example would make the point clearer. Let's say I advise you to sell a stock immediately. The price is still rising, but I recommend exiting now. Could you sell without hesitation? And if I can, good for you. But what if the stock price keeps climbing after you sell? Can you promise you won't regret following my advice? Gerard didn't answer right away, not even an empty assurance that he wouldn't regret it. If you regret it even a little, it means you didn't trust the information. Some might even think I misjudged the timing and refused to sell in the first place. Others might sell and then buy back in, deviating from the original strategy. Doesn't that just mean the strategy was flawed? It wasn't Gerard who interjected this time, it was Jim from the tech department. I barely knew the guy, yet he suddenly seemed determined to take me down. If the timing was off, isn't that your fault? No, the exit timing I chose was not wrong, but you said the price rose after selling. Isn't selling at the peak the golden rule of investing? I couldn't help but sigh. Ignoring him would make me seem defensive, as if I lacked confidence in my stance. Fine, I'll engage him properly. Who says you need to sell at the peak? Isn't that common sense? Buy low, sell high. That's how you make a profit. Does that mean selling at the peak and buying at the bottom are the same thing? It's this kind of nonsense that makes you refuse to share the picks alone. Even with solid information, people twist it and jump to conclusions. Buy low, sell high. Buy at the bottom, sell at the peak. These are not the same thing. Yet novice investors conflate the two, scouring for the bottom and peak as if their lives depend on it. But here's the thing, no professional investor aims for bottom buying and peak selling. What kind of nonsense is that? Even Buffett says. Did Buffett ever say to sell at the peak? Jim falls silent. Buffett's most famous advice is actually something else. Buffett said, only invest in stocks you're willing to hold for a lifetime. The most important thing in investing is the exit strategy, but calculating this is incredibly tricky. So Buffett offered a simple solution: choose companies that don't require an exit strategy, companies that consistently grow, increase in value, and provide dividends regardless of the environment. If you invest in such companies, there's no need to rack your brain over when to sell. That's just idealism. In reality, even Buffett sells sometimes. True, but when does he sell? Jim falls silent again. It seems he doesn't remember Buffett's advice on exits. People seeking advice are often like this. Even if it's legendary advice, they don't take in everything. They selectively accept what they want and completely forget the rest. If you look it up, you'll find it right away. I quickly searched and held the results screen in front of Jim. Buffett's exit points are threefold: when a better opportunity arises, when market or company conditions deteriorate and harm the value, when a particular stock takes up too much of the portfolio. Nowhere in there does it say to sell at the peak. But isn't the idea to invest in undervalued stocks and sell when they rise? That's not exactly buy low, sell high. Buffett doesn't base his decisions on stock prices. He's a value investor. A value investor is someone who invests based on a company's intrinsic value. Intrinsic value is the calculated worth of a company, derived from analyzing factors like assets, financial health, cash flow, and potential growth. In simple terms, it's the real value of a company. Value investors look for moments when the market doesn't reflect a company's real value. They buy stocks whose prices fall short of intrinsic value and wait for the stock price to catch up, buying undervalued stocks and waiting for them to rise. If this is your interpretation, you're missing the point. Buffett's real strategy is this. First, determine the price you're willing to pay. If it's cheaper, buy. If it's pricier, sell. The essence of this strategy lies in the calculation of intrinsic value. However, not many individual investors follow this advice. Beginners in the stock market want to make quick money. Analyzing company values one by one is tedious, so they skim through stock charts looking for peaks and dips. It used to be expensive, but now it's down. That must mean it's undervalued. I'll sell when it goes up again. But taking shortcuts like this often leads to missing the right time to sell. This is why people vaguely try to spot the peak. Frustrated, Buffett once clarified, our game is not spotting the bottom but pricing. Identifying the bottom is nearly impossible. Instead of finding the bottom, calculate the intrinsic value. This is a critical piece of advice, as it replaces the nebulous concept of peaks with a clear selling criterion. In simple terms, Buffett's sell timing is when a stock price exceeds the company's intrinsic value. If the price becomes overvalued compared to the real value, a bubble is bound to burst eventually. Yet people still fail to grasp this. So should we buy or sell? That's all people want to know. But that's not what's important here. Might as well borrow some of Buffett's reputation while I'm at it. My approach is fundamentally the same as Buffett's value investing. I calculate intrinsic value based on industry trends and the marketability of a product. My suggested exit point is when the stock price reaches that intrinsic value, but it keeps going up after that, doesn't it? Then it's overvalued. That's unrelated to valuates a bubble, and bubbles always burst eventually. What I'm saying is, shouldn't you be skilled enough to ride the bubble too? That's momentum trading. Momentum trading is a strategy that capitalizes on trends. It's about predicting sharp rises and falls to secure profits. You're asking me to use two completely opposite techniques simultaneously to make money. Momentum investing and value investing are based on opposing philosophies. Asking a value investor like me to predict bubbles is absurd. Jim seemed momentarily speechless at my rebuttal, but soon regained his composure, wearing a triumphant smirk. Fine, momentum trading. That's about buying low and selling high, right? He looked like he'd caught me in a trap. You said earlier that pros don't invest that way. There are some who do, but maybe you just can't. Sigh. He's spouting nonsense again. I considered letting it slide, but I felt Gerard and Judy's eyes on me. Even momentum traders don't make decisions based solely on stock prices. What matters is the sustainability of the momentum. Momentum refers to acceleration, elasticity, inertia, and movement. Momentum traders don't jump in at the bottom. Their motto is buy high, sell higher. Momentum is often compared to a speeding train. It starts slowly, gains maximum speed mid-journey, and then decelerates toward the end. Momentum traders don't board the train while it's stationary because they don't know if it will start moving. Thus, they don't buy at the bottom. Their exit timing isn't tied to the peak either. They get out when the momentum slows. What they target is the period of maximum speed. They jump off the train the moment it begins to decelerate. That might coincide with the stock's peak or it might not. But in the end, they sell close to the peak, right, if they're lucky. Whether they're value investors or momentum traders, sometimes they do manage to buy low and sell high, but it's never intentional. It just happens that their criteria coincided with the actual bottom or peak. Bottoms and peaks are retrospective indicators. It's impossible to identify them beforehand. Anyone claiming otherwise is a fraud. Experts focus on securing reliable profits rather than chasing luck. Of course, I'm an exception, being a bit of a cheat code player. Only amateurs obsess over market bottoms and tops. Blindly trusting in those unpredictable points isn't investing, it's gambling. Jim fell silent again, and a brief pause filled the room. The voice that broke the silence belonged to a middle-aged woman. Still, wouldn't it be better to aim for the bubble? It was Rachel's mother, Judy. She smiled faintly at Jim before turning back to me. I don't think he was suggesting you predict the peak. Wasn't his point more that if you've already chosen a stock, you might as well take advantage of the bubble? This is how most people think. They find it unbearable not to capitalize on a bubble. So when you say it's a bubble, sell now, people don't follow that advice. I don't have the skill to read momentum. Trying to learn now would be inefficient for the time and effort required. Giving up from the start, you don't seem very ambitious. Judy's smile is peculiar, as if she thinks I'm playing it safe. Buffett once said, be fearful when others are greedy, and greedy when others are fearful. Then are you being fearful now? No, I'm being greedy. What? Chasing bubbles is in fact an act of fear. The urge to capture even the bubble, obsessing over the peak, that's not greed. The most dangerous emotion in investing is FOMO, fear of missing out. It's the anxiety that you might miss an opportunity. Think carefully, is chasing a bubble truly an act of greed? Judy rested her chin on her hand, reflecting for a moment, then spoke again. But isn't it still greed if you persist despite the fear? Are you certain about that? Well, no, I'm not certain, but I feel it might depend on one's personal values. In investing, fear and greed are closely related. At first glance, it's like the classic chicken and egg dilemma. If you can learn to distinguish between the two, you can succeed. Most people fail because they can't. Maybe I should throw her a tip. There's a way to distinguish between fear and greed. What is it? Fear is abstract, but greed is specific. If you're waiting indefinitely, unsure how much money is at stake or when it might arrive, that's fear. A truly greedy person pursues maximum profit. In that case, they'd calculate the bubble's limits first. For example, if a stock is expected to double and yield 10 million, they'd look across the market for an investment that offers more than 10 million. If they find a certain 15 million opportunity, they'll switch without hesitation. That's why they exit and redirect their funds. This is why value investors often disregard bubbles. It's not merely because they prioritize safety. It's because they're hunting for more profitable, reliable opportunities elsewhere. Incidentally, this aligns with Buffett's first rule for selling: switch when a better opportunity arises. Be greedy when others are fearful. This means don't be swayed by false expectations, pursue tangible profits instead. To act on this, you must be able to calculate and compare bubbles accurately. It's a highly technical skill, making it difficult for ordinary investors to execute. I shifted my gaze to Gerard. It was time to circle back to his earlier question. This is why I need to manage the funds. Even if I tell you which stocks to pick, you'll likely get caught up in the bubble and stray from the strategy, ending up with losses. The person confident in the strategy must be the one holding the purse strings. Gerard's lips curled into a smile, his gaze now markedly different. Confident, are you? Isn't there too little evidence for that confidence? From what I know, the algorithm has only been tested twice so far. You can't be certain it works properly. That's correct. We're still in the testing phase, and yet you're managing not only your entire fortune but also external investments. You've essentially leveraged during a trial run. I can't quite understand that. He's sharp. Why are you taking such a risky approach for something you claim is a safe and reliable investment? He's hit the crux of the matter. Logically, there's no reason to gather investors right now. There's only one reason I'm doing this. I need the Russian roulette capital. This isn't an investor's decision, it's a decision driven by a ticking clock. To me, this looks less like a test and more like gambling in the hopes of striking it rich. If this becomes a logical argument, I'll lose. From an investment standpoint, my actions can't be rationally explained. That leaves only one option: I have to play on emotions. I need to provoke Gerard's feelings to secure his investment. It's not a difficult task. Knowing which strings to pull is half the battle. So you think it looks like gambling, isn't it? You're half right and half wrong. I met Gerard's gaze directly, adding a hint of provocation. I want a real hunt. Gerard's eyelashes trembled slightly. The word hunt had struck a nerve. In his family, hunting wasn't just a sport, it was a rite of passage, a tradition tied to the idea of true responsibility. It's amusing to hear someone talk about hunting when they've never done it themselves. That applies to you as well, Gerard. His expression turned incredulous, as if he couldn't believe what he'd just heard. I gave a faint, bitter smile before replying. It's inevitable, isn't it? In today's world, we've removed the wild, created reserves, and designated safe hunting zones where animals are released for the game. That's not hunting. It's no different than bringing a gun to a zoo. Sean, that's... Rachel gasped, drawing in her breath at my harsh words. She understood what hunting meant to Gerard and his family, which explained the sudden chill that fell over the table. All eyes were on Gerard, waiting for his reaction. His face hardened, but a strained smile remained on his lips. His patience was admirable. What I want is a real hunt, a life-and-death contest where everything is on the line. Success means trophies, failure affects survival itself. In today's world, there's only one place where that's possible. The stock market, exactly. Even that didn't land. Time to push harder. People who only want meat go to the supermarket. Those who want to play hunting games go to reserves for a safe, controlled hunt. But true hunters, they stake everything. I want to prove myself with $1 million. I'm the real hunter. You're just a kid playing hunting games. And just in case, I threw in the supermarket meat buyer Gerard had so disdainfully mocked earlier. If he didn't bite now, he'd rank no higher than the supermarket crowd. But Gerard still wore his forced smile as he looked at me. He's holding it in. Pushing further would only backfire. It would turn into a mudslinging match, and that wouldn't help anyone. Time to stop. Well, it can't be helped. This wasn't entirely bad. Even if I didn't secure extra seed money, my initial goal testing for fraud remained on track. As I swallowed my frustration, Gerard finally spoke, his voice slow and deliberate. That's not a real contest. The slight curl of his lips was unsettling. A true hunter pays close attention to their bullets. Every round is a matter of life and death. When a precious bullet misfires, it adds weight to the burden. That's what it means to stake your life, isn't it? I mentally clicked my tongue. Gerard's intention was clear, was sharp, no doubt about it. You're saying I should share the burden of losses. A fund manager takes a cut of the profits but walks away from the losses. Gerard had zeroed in on that contradiction. If your aim is a true contest, you need to feel the weight of the bullets. I think you should be ready to shoulder at least half of the losses. Gerard's demand was straightforward: take responsibility for 50 of the losses. If I accepted, he'd invest. I don't want to set a precedent for this, but... Gerard was logical and deliberate. Refuting him wasn't an option. There were only two choices: accept the terms or be branded a fraud. Fair enough. It's true that we're still in the testing phase and the risk distribution could be more balanced. I'll set a rule that I'll cover 50 of any losses. Then I'll invest $5 million. I could guess what he was scheming, but it didn't matter. As long as I didn't get caught, I'd win. This situation was overwhelmingly favorable to me. Exceeding expectations, I had hoped for $1 million but ended up with 5 times that. My seed money had increased dramatically. I suppressed the grin threatening to creep across my face, but just then a middle-aged woman's voice cut in. Will that much really be enough ammunition? Judy, who had been watching Gerard with an advisory air, turned her gaze to me. With a gentle smile, she spoke. I'll join as well, $10 million. Amidst all the unfolding drama, there was one person who was extremely tense. That person was Rachel. This is too dangerous. Her heart sank at Ha Si-hyun's bold moves, but at the same time she felt pity, knowing why he was so desperate. Ha Si-hyun had promised David $4 million by April. Meanwhile, the Russian roulette funds he needed to raise as quickly as possible amounted to a staggering $60 million. To make matters worse, his partner David had been given at most 2 years to live. Conventional means wouldn't suffice to gather such an enormous sum in time. Hence, this risky gamble. Rachel bit her lip anxiously. If it were just about money. Rachel could have helped. She had the means, and such an expenditure wouldn't have been a significant burden for her. However, Ha Si-hyun had already rejected her offer. A small donation might have been acceptable, but he had no interest in a substantial investment. She could guess the reason. My only concern is solving the problem. Whether through virtuous acts or malicious ones, it doesn't matter as long as the results are achieved. He wanted to solve this ordeal with his own power. He wanted to overcome the wall he couldn't surmount in the past solely through his abilities. To him, charity was meaningless. How about it? His mother's smile was all too familiar. It was the same expression Gerard often wore. 15 million. Can you manage it? $15 million was an astronomical amount for most people, roughly 20.7 billion won in Korean currency. His mother was clearly trying to burden him deliberately and gauge his reaction. May I have a moment to consider? A moment. There are aspects I need to review before making a decision. The scale of the funds and the conditions have changed. Ha Si-hyun seemed briefly surprised but remained calm, requesting a timeout. At least he's not accepting it recklessly. Rachel felt a sense of relief. Ha Si-hyun seemed to be avoiding a reckless gamble after all. 5 minutes then. No, 2 minutes is enough. His mother tried to increase the pressure with time constraints, but Ha Si-hyun calmly accepted. He then fell into deep thought. He shouldn't agree to this. Even if Ha Si-hyun could use his algorithm to consistently pick blue-chip stocks, managing such a massive amount of money would be extremely risky. Stock prices could drop due to reasons entirely unrelated to the company itself. Inflation, interest rates, exchange rates, employment rates. Every time macroeconomic indicators were announced, even stable companies' stock prices could waver. His mother and Gerard were undoubtedly waiting to exploit such volatility. Moreover, the larger the managed assets, the greater the potential losses. Even a mere 10 drop would result in a loss of 1.5 million. With Ha Si-hyun shouldering 50 of the loss, he would be responsible for 750,000, a sum exceeding 1 billion won. That was Gerard's trap. Provoking Ha Si-hyun into incurring debt. If I intervene, it'll backfire, won't it? It was clear that meddling would only make things worse. Rachel had no choice but to watch. However, Rachel wasn't the only one feeling anxious. There were those who welcomed the situation. They were the other new recruits present in the room. Finally, reality might be setting in for him. I knew this day would come. To them, Ha Si-hyun was a thorn in their side. Even though they had all started on equal footing, only Ha Si-hyun had seen meteoric success. Some might say it was due to his talent, but his meteoric rise, armed with what seemed like a cheat code, didn't sit well with them. They had been hoping for a long time that this so-called genius would someday lose his wings and plummet, that his relentless pursuit with that algorithm would lead to his downfall, that he would crash harder for having flown so high. And now, the moment had come. The person most pleased was Jim from the tech department. That's what you get for running your mouth. The irony of the situation was that Ha Si-hyun had brought this upon himself. He had taunted others, claiming it was a true test of skill. He probably hadn't expected such a comeback. He must have been terrified. That's why he asked for time, to figure out a way out of this predicament. But it was useless. That eloquent tongue of his wouldn't save him here, not in front of real aristocrats. Let's see you run your mouth now. Jim was already eager to hear what kind of excuses and desperate attempts Ha Si-hyun would make. But before his thoughts could go any further, Ha Si-hyun opened his mouth. If these are the conditions, I'll need 50 of the profits. The unexpected statement left Jim momentarily dumbfounded. This wasn't the excuse he had been anticipating. It was a demand. Right now, Ha Si-hyun was demanding half of the profits. The current 20 commission rate was calculated based on the condition that there's no loss compensation. If I'm to shoulder half of the losses, then the profit-sharing arrangement must also be adjusted for fairness. This lunatic, Jim was inwardly astonished. Yet, on another level, he understood the logic. If the risks increase, demanding a corresponding return was only natural. Sure, it's logical, but was he actually calculating all of this in this situation? Instead of thinking of ways to escape, Ha Si-hyun had been doing mental math. This was a 15 million deal. One misstep could lead him into a debt spiral. And yet, Jim wasn't the only one taken aback. The other recruits were equally appalled. But Ha Si-hyun, unfazed by the tense atmosphere, continued. We also need to agree on the timing of withdrawals. The most dangerous variable in investments is liquidity. If an exit point is set for 1 month later but funds are withdrawn mid-term, it could lead to significant losses. Therefore, I propose a settlement cycle of 3 months. The metaphorical sound of calculators clicking was relentless. What on earth was going on inside that man's head? While everyone stared at Ha Si-hyun as if he were an anomaly, only Gerard remained composed. No redemptions for 3 months, even if there are losses. That's not what I'm suggesting. Redemption requests will be processed based on the specified date. It's just that the actual payouts will occur every 3 months. 3 months, you say, but do you have the capacity to cover losses? Your capital is only 1 million, right? Gerard showed no signs of being rattled by Ha Si-hyun's demeanor. He countered with equal precision, matching Ha Si-hyun's calculations. 3 months from now, the situation will be different. Right now, repayment is impossible, yet you're making bold claims. That's a risk in itself and should be factored into the terms. Gerard pressed on, exploiting Ha Si-hyun's lack of sufficient backing to demand changes to the conditions. It was a rational response, but in this situation, the extreme pragmatism of the two men made them seem almost monstrous. That's not acceptable. My method is based on an algorithm with an 80 success rate. the likelihood of losses is lower compared to other investments, so the repayment risk is also below average, considering that. That 80, it's just your word, isn't it? Can you really trust the numbers after only 2 trial runs? The evidence is insufficient. The negotiation over profit-sharing ratios dragged on. Both sides were entrenched in their positions, making a compromise seem unlikely. Then a third voice entered the conversation. I'll pay. It was Gonzalez, who had attended as one of Ha Si-hyun's acquaintances. If Sean can't fulfill his promise, I'll cover the losses on his behalf. And who the hell is this guy now? Most of the recruits didn't know who Gonzalez was, but now he was suddenly guaranteeing a massive loss, which sounded like a boastful bluff. Amid the skepticism, even Ha Si-hyun couldn't conceal his surprise. Though he already knew about Gonzalez's background, he couldn't understand why Gonzalez was going this far. As if to explain, Gonzalez continued. Essentially, it was an interest-free loan with a 10-year term. And the maximum limit was 100 million, about 130 billion won in Korean currency. This is absurd. What's going on here? Some of the recruits began looking around nervously, wondering if they were part of some elaborate prank. But then their eyes fell on the opulent mansion's walls, adorned with genuine Van Gogh paintings. Even just the frame's craftsmanship confirmed their authenticity. That was enough to remind them this was no play. This was reality. What would the owner of such a Van Gogh gain from secretly filming a prank on an ordinary recruit? This place belonged to the top one, a home where astronomical sums of money could be casually discussed over dinner. While the recruits would never dream of touching such sums in their lifetime, the people here could part with such amounts on a whim. As the recruits adjusted to this new reality, Gerard calmly asked a question. May I ask why you're doing this? Even Gerard's question was out of the ordinary. It skipped over the obvious. Do you really have 100 million? He simply assumed Gonzalez's capacity to pay was beyond doubt. Instead, his question focused on Gonzalez's intent behind such generosity. Gonzalez shrugged and replied, "It's money I'll get back anyway. Whether I receive it now or 10 years later doesn't make much of a difference to me. On the other hand, fun events like this don't happen often. Letting it fizzle out over something trivial would be a shame." It was a decision born purely out of curiosity, one surreal event after another. Gonzalez then took something out of his pocket, a checkbook. "Oh, and put my investment down as 5 million. Does anyone have a pen?" Ha Si-hyun silently handed over a pen. 5 million. Gonzalez filled in the amount field and handed the check to Ha Si-hyun, but he didn't stop there. He wrote out another check, 100 million. A check bearing a ludicrously large figure. Gonzalez extended it toward Gerard. "If you're uneasy, feel free to hold on to this. Think of it as insurance." Gulp. Someone in the room audibly swallowed. The tension between Gonzalez and Gerard was palpable. What would happen if Gerard accepted the check? He'd appear miserly, as though he couldn't resist securing the 100 million upfront, far too petty compared to Gonzalez's bold attitude. And if he declined? It would contradict the rational image he had projected earlier, meticulously calculating Ha Si-hyun's repayment capacity during negotiations. It would seem as if he was simply posturing to match Gonzalez's audacity. So what would Gerard choose? As expected, your industry is full of bold individuals. I won't need insurance. A verbal guarantee will do. The answer remained ambiguous. Before things could escalate further, Gerard's mother, Judy, intervened to settle the situation. Soon the butler arrived carrying Judy's checkbook. Gerard, too, retrieved his own from his jacket. 10 million, 5 million. The absurd figures and words were clearly printed before everyone's eyes. The checks were neatly stacked in Ha Si-hyun's hands, their total reaching an astonishing 20 million, approximately 27.6 billion won in Korean currency. Although nominally an investment, it wasn't meant to generate real profits. No one here was genuinely aiming for financial gain. Judy and Gerard were testing Ha Si-hyun. Gonzalez was acting purely out of amusement. And for such trivial purposes, astronomical amounts of money were being tossed around. This is insane. Ridiculous. The recruits, who had been silently observing the entire ordeal, held their breath. It felt like watching a high-stakes poker game played exclusively by the top one. They were already itching to talk. I can't wait. Until tomorrow. This was bombshell news. The moment anyone mentioned it, the entire department would be in an uproar. For the first time, they couldn't wait for work. The next day, the entire Goldman headquarters was abuzz. In the hallways, the company cafe, even in the elevators, there was only one topic of conversation. Hey, did you hear about this? Oh, you mean that new recruit got himself into trouble again? At the center of it all was Ha Si-hyun, 20 million in total, and he agreed to cover half the losses. How's he gonna handle that? Gonzalez said he'd pay it off. Gonzalez said he'd pay it off for him. Who the hell is that guy anyway? As the story passed from person to person, rumors grew more elaborate. Were the two of them close from the start? I haven't really seen them hanging out much. But still, he's covering his debt, isn't he? Gonzalez was part of that company-wide bet before, right? Wasn't he helping out back then too? And what does Gonzalez get out of this? No idea. But isn't Gonzalez that guy? The one who bought that 10 million property last year just to mess with an MD he didn't like? Oh yeah, that was crazy. The guy's nuts. It turned out Gonzalez had already been at the center of several controversies over the past year, but for someone infamous for his eccentric and unpredictable behavior to suddenly become Ha Si Hyun's sponsor, that was a hot topic inside Goldman. Speculation ran wild about whether there was some deeper agenda behind their alliance. At the same time, curiosity about Rachel's identity grew. People were already talking about how that MD went out of their way to give her special treatment. An MD bowing down to her, she's no ordinary person, and there are 3 Van Gogh paintings in her house, not just any paintings, either well-known ones. That's not something money alone can buy. The prevailing theory was that Rachel came from a family of immense wealth and power. With such speculation swirling, the way Ha Si Hyun had conducted himself in front of such influential people came under scrutiny. Apparently he told Rachel's brother, hunting in a reserved area is like taking a gun to a zoo. No way. That's gotta be exaggerated. They double-checked, and that's exactly what he said. Insane. If Gerard had a gun, he'd have shot him on the spot. Did he really have to act that cocky? He must have confidence. In what? That algorithm. Ha Si Hyun's unusual confidence stemmed from his algorithm, boasting an 80 accuracy rate. But can he really rely on that? What if it doesn't work? It does work. Still, isn't he the one who said it's still in the testing phase? There's no guarantee it's perfect. Everyone in Goldman had witnessed the algorithm's success firsthand. They'd seen the miracles unfold in real time during a teaser presentation. So the 80 algorithm was the real deal. It had to be. Ever since that day, everyone had believed it without question. But now that belief was beginning to waver. There's always a chance, right? Errors can happen. And it hasn't been tested in a real-world scenario yet. If an unforeseen variable crops up, 20 million is on the line. Even a slight mistake could lead to 2-3 million in debt. Would the algorithm hold up in a real-world scenario? Doubt was spreading. There was simply too much at stake to trust it blindly. $20 million. Even with faith in the algorithm, could its principles work on such a massive scale? The stakes were too high. Even those not directly involved felt the weight of the risk. Well, it is accurate. We've seen it ourselves. Then would you invest your own money in it? Ha Si Hyun could sense the shifting mood around him. The tide has turned. Securing 20 million had reignited everyone's interest in him, and the trust in his algorithm was now under scrutiny. What mattered most on Wall Street? Liquidity. If the tide had shifted, the key was to find new opportunities within the new flow. Even if the current plan seemed to be progressing well, clinging to it while ignoring the shift would only lead to disaster. This was a fundamental law. But every crisis also harbored opportunity. In other words, a new flow always brought new chances. Ha Si Hyun leaned on his hand, deep in thought. Then he turned and walked away. This could work out better than expected. A new opportunity had revealed Itzelphone that could multiply his gains several times over. Why hold back something this good? No matter how sensational a rumor is, every rumor has an expiration date. This case was no exception. The gossip that peaked on the first day fizzled out by the second and became nothing more than an old story by the third. But things changed on the afternoon of the third day. At the center of it all once again was Ha Si Hyun. He had made yet another unexpected move. However, this time, it was the exact opposite of the boldness he had shown before. The catalyst was surprisingly trivial. Why not back out while you still can? You might ruin your life if you're not careful. Wouldn't it be wiser to return the money you took and resolve this mess? For several days, Ha Si Hyun had been hounded by unsolicited advice from those around him. Everyone seemed to be urging him to abandon his investment plans. On the surface, their comments were cloaked in concern, but in reality, they were no more than nosy remarks driven by curiosity. You said you weren't completely sure, didn't you? I am sure. I only said that because I haven't proven it in real-world conditions yet. But the situation has changed, hasn't it? When the scale of the funds shifts, the rules of the game change entirely. My algorithm is based on fundamental analysis. It functions independently of the scale of investment, yet something felt off. There was a clear tone of irritation in Ha Si Hyun's voice, and he sighed deeply several times throughout the conversation. It was a stark contrast to the calm composure he usually displayed. And didn't you say a real expert doesn't rely on buying low and selling high? That's wrong. Every trader I know does that. At these words from an associate, Ha Si Hyun's eyebrows twitched. They are not true experts. 4 years in the field doesn't count. To develop expertise, one needs a long period of apprenticeship. For doctors, becoming a specialist requires medical school, an internship, and residency, at least a decade of practical experience. No one is a professional before 10 years of hands-on practice. The associate furrowed his brows. He had intended to share his wisdom as a senior, but Ha Si Hyun's unyielding insistence on being right left him feeling annoyed. Even those, specialist, fund managers advocate for buying low and selling high. That's why half of all hedge funds don't survive beyond 5 years. A fund pushing for such practices has no chance of survival. You wouldn't call someone who can't last 5 years after becoming a specialist and expert, would you? Some of the others couldn't hide their doubts. It was the first time Ha Si Hyun had been so adamant about his beliefs. If you don't want to believe me, then just drop it. It's not your business anyway. When his cold tone finally slipped out, a thought crossed the minds of those watching. As expected, he's anxious too. It was only natural. No matter how talented someone was, managing a large sum in their first real-world trial was bound to be nerve-wracking. Even seasoned portfolio managers often faltered in their first few months when their managed funds grew significantly. What mattered was acknowledging and controlling those feelings. However, to them, it seemed that Ha Si Hyun was ignoring his emotions altogether. I've never forced anyone to believe in me. Those who want to invest can do so, it's that simple. But no one's coming forward right now, are they? At the associate's remark, Ha Si Hyun fell silent. In truth, not a single person had come forward to invest, even though many had inquired about joining his fund just before the holiday. This was proof that no one believed in Ha Si Hyun's chances of success. But after a slight grimace, Ha Si Hyun responded, "That's because I'm not ready yet. I asked everyone to wait until I had finalized and announced my operational guidelines. That's not the real reason, though." With a deep sigh, Ha Si Hyun abruptly stood and left the room. His destination was the retail division. "Senior, do you have a moment?" The person he addressed was an associate who had previously shown interest in investing. Handing over a prepared set of documents, Ha Si Hyun began to speak. "I plan to officially launch investments in a week. If you're still interested, here are my operational guidelines. Please review them and..." "You're recruiting more investors." The associate didn't even glance at the documents. In a tone of incredulity, the associate asked, "Why? You're the one who expressed interest in investing." "Senior," Ha Si Hyun replied, "No, it's not that. Haven't you already secured 20 million? My investment would only be 10,000 or 20,000. At this stage, there seemed to be no reason for Ha Si Hyun to bother collecting such small amounts. However, he responded firmly, "Even 10,000 is legitimate capital. The more investment funds, the better. I plan to recruit up to 5 investors. After reviewing the operational guidelines, please provide your investment and signature here." "Ah, well, sorry, but I've changed my mind." The associate didn't bother hiding his refusal. However, Ha Si Hyun didn't take it lightly. "May I ask why? You've already got 20 million in existing investments, right? Managing that alone seems like it'd be overwhelming. It requires the same effort to select and analyze stocks regardless of the fund size. The only additional work would be updating the investors. I can handle up to 5. Ha Si Hyun showed no signs of backing down. Actually, it's for personal reasons," the associate replied, signaling that he didn't want to be pressed further. Grinding his teeth slightly, Ha Si Hyun finally said, "Understood. Let me know if you change your mind. Recruitment will close in a week. I'll leave the investment status at my desk." Ha Si Hyun repeated this behavior across various departments, visiting those who had previously expressed interest in investing. He encouraged them to join his fund, but the results were dismal. "Sorry, I need more time to think. I don't have any spare funds right now. Things are a lot different from back then." Everyone either postponed or outright rejected their investments. With a dark expression, Ha Si Hyun wandered the halls of Goldman, seemingly unable to comprehend why this was happening. Eventually, a trader, pitying him, offered some advice. "Stop wasting your time. No one's going to invest anyway." "Why not?" Ha Si Hyun asked. "You think investing is just about algorithms, don't you?" "Well, that's a common rookie mistake." The trader continued, trying to explain in a soothing tone. "Investing is like poker. No matter how good your hand is, if a player folds, you lose the game. The larger the stakes, the shakier the psychology, and the lower the odds of winning. This was why everyone hesitated to invest. Algorithms calculated probabilities with cold precision, but humans were different. Even if you're holding a full house, when the stakes jump from 10,000 to 10 million, the fear of betting becomes paralyzing. No matter how strong your hand is, you can't help but waver in the face of an opponent's bluff. "So you're saying that I'll lose my rational judgment under the pressure of large sums?" Ha Si Hyun asked. "Isn't that obvious? You're human, not a machine. If the stakes rise from 1 million to 10 million, could you really stay calm?" "I can." The reply was unnervingly quick. The trader sighed. "That overconfidence is the real danger. It means you don't even recognize the risks. Everyone makes that kind of mistake when they're green. My investment approach is different. My positions are determined entirely by algorithms. Just focus on managing the money you already have. If you make a profit, investors will come to you naturally." With that, the trader turned his attention back to his monitor, silently signaling that the conversation was over. Ha Si Hyun, his face hardened, left with one final remark. "I plan to limit the number of investors to 5. Recruitment ends in a week, so if you change your mind, come find me at my desk. Returning to his desk, Ha Si-hyun printed out a document, an investor list. Mosley 10 million. Mosley 5 million. Gonzalez 5 million. The list showcased astronomical sums, almost as if flaunting, I've already secured this much effortlessly. However, beneath the impressive sums listed on the document, blank spaces were glaringly obvious. Ha Si-hyun displayed the list prominently on his desk. Why don't you just take it down? Lenton, who had been watching from nearby, approached with a concerned expression. The list was having the opposite effect. It made things worse. To others, it looked like a washed-up hero desperately clinging to past glory. Even after Lenton's advice, Ha Si-hyun remained stubborn. This list is necessary to track the progress of investment recruitment. His expression radiated confidence, as if someone would definitely add their name to the list within the week. But as the day wore on, no investors showed up. It wasn't surprising. Ha Si-hyun's unstable state of mind was already common knowledge. That guy's completely lost it now. He's gone beyond rationalization and is betting his pride on this. Are you crazy? Who would invest in that? To anyone observing, Ha Si-hyun was clearly shaken. The confidence he displayed in front of Gerard was nothing more than a facade. In this situation, no one trusted him enough to entrust their money. There's no need to wait until the week is up. If no one shows up, his pride will take an even bigger hit. At this rate, he's bound to lose it all. The whispers predicting Ha Si-hyun's downfall grew louder. Though they feigned concern outwardly, their true feelings were mixed with schadenfreude and a sense of certainty in his failure. But the next day, an unexpected twist occurred. How have you been? The middle-aged man who came to Ha Si-hyun's desk had a familiar face: Ferguson, the MD from the industrial division. They had worked together briefly during a past secondment. Without indulging in small talk, Ferguson quickly shifted the conversation to the paper pinned to Ha Si-hyun's desk. This is it only open to associates. Ha Si-hyun's lips subtly curled upward. Perfect timing. He had been expecting this. Still, he thought it best to feign surprise. Oh no, it's open to anyone. The minimum investment is $5 million. Ferguson cut him off decisively. Around them, murmurs of awe and suspicion rippled through the room. Insane. Why is an MD getting involved? Ha Si-hyun was the only one unfazed. Still, not wanting to seem too composed, he widened his eyes in an exaggerated display of surprise. Of course, that's possible. Here's the fund management agreement I drafted. Please review it, and if you'd like notarization, we can set a date. No need for notarization. I'll write you a check right now. Ferguson pulled out a check and handed it to Ha Si-hyun, barely glancing at the agreement. Redemptions will be processed in writing, but actual settlements will take 3 months. It's a procedure to maintain the fund's liquidity. Understood, I'll read the details myself. Ferguson interrupted him, eager to move things along. The entire process was finalized swiftly. As soon as Ferguson left, Dobby approached. Who was that just now? An MD I worked with briefly in the past. Why would someone like that? Probably because he had a good impression of me when we worked together. Maybe it's just a show of goodwill. Ha Si-hyun deflected. But the truth was, Ferguson had another motive. There's no way he'd pass up an opportunity like this. Ferguson was an MD who often extended favors to Rachel. It was clear he wouldn't hesitate to use my fund as an opportunity to strengthen his ties with the Mosley family. For Ferguson, my fund was a golden opportunity. By matching the investments of Gerard and Judy, he could easily build rapport with them. If the fund collapses, even better. In that case, he could approach them, lamenting, "I suffered the same loss as you did." It would be perfect for bonding over shared misfortune, painting himself as a fellow victim duped by the same scammer. I could confidently say Ferguson was investing with the hope of my failure. He had ignored me when I was riding high, only to swoop in now that I seemed vulnerable. Well, it works in my favor. The truth was, I had my own agenda for drawing Ferguson in. It wasn't simply about increasing the fund size. Ferguson had a much more strategic purpose. He's the perfect informant for the Mosleys. In other words, he was an ideal spy to deliver updates about me directly to Gerard. Rachel would never take on that role. Unlike Rachel, who would defend and shield me, Ferguson, eager to curry favor with Gerard, was far more suitable for the task. If it were him, he'd pass along everything to Gerard in real time, from my status updates to the various rumors swirling around Goldman. Of course, this wasn't entirely an act to rope Ferguson in. For the time being, I needed to maintain my genius on the edge image. It was necessary to ensure there were no repercussions later. That's a concern for the distant future. For now, what matters is that I've accomplished the immediate task at hand. I printed the updated investor list. Mosley 10 million. Mosley 5 million. Gonzalez 5 million. Ferguson 5 million. Now only one slot remained. This would naturally invoke the principle of scarcity. Additionally, the fact that an MD-level individual had shown sudden interest in a seemingly doomed fund was bound to raise eyebrows. Surely people would wonder why. As expected, it didn't take long for new inquiries to roll in. "Who's Ferguson?" One associate, who had been lingering nearby, finally spoke up. It was the same person who had hesitated just the day before, saying they needed to think it over. "He's an MD in the industrial division. We worked together briefly in the past." "Really?" The associate darted their eyes around before scratching their head awkwardly and speaking again. So can I put my name on the list too? It's only 5,000 though. Feels a bit embarrassing, haha." Their sudden decision to invest was entirely due to Ferguson's influence. The fact that a seasoned MD with over a decade of Wall Street experience had jumped in so decisively, especially during uncertain times, seemed to signal a high likelihood of the fund's success. After all, he had committed 5 million something that seemed like a strong endorsement of my capabilities. Of course, Ferguson's actual motive was the complete opposite. What he truly wanted was for me to fail. That way, he could bond with Gerard over shared misfortune, strengthening their connection. This is the danger of blind imitation. What may seem irrational to one person can appear perfectly logical to another. If you're going to follow someone's actions, you must first understand their true intentions. But those looking for easy money tend to skip this crucial step. They must think the same way I do. They're in the fund, so of course they're aiming for profits, right? The most dangerous aspect of investing is this illusion of certainty. Most traps are hidden within that assumption. But for me, this turn of events was a blessing. As I've mentioned before, the fund is capped at 5 participants, and investors will be selected based on the size of their contributions. So if someone offers more than me, I'll get bumped off the list. That's correct. It was a rule I had already announced, yet he acted as if he were hearing it for the first time. The list will be updated immediately whenever there's a change. If I'm not at my desk, you can check the status here. I updated the list right in front of him. Craig 5,000. Now all slots were filled. To secure a spot on the list, a new investor would have to offer more than the lowest contributor and push them out. It was turning into a survival game. It didn't take long for a new challenger to appear. "Can I join too?" "I'll put in 5,500. The enrollment for my unofficial fund is capped at 5 members. Only one spot remains, and there's only one way to claim it. From now, kill each other. In other words, it's a survival game where only the highest bidder prevails. Participation wasn't bad. The mere fact that an MD from the industrial division had invested was enough to make people think, there's something going on here. Soon, they were all scrambling to join. The process that followed was incredibly monotonous. The number of people coming to see me increased significantly, all of them desperate to carve their names onto the list. Competition always drives up prices. At first, they raised bids by increments of 500, but after a few days, the stakes began to climb more sharply. "Damn it, I've been outbid again." 35,000. Some started to get seriously invested. Since all the participants were associates, the amounts they could wager weren't large. Compared to 5 million, it was pocket change, but the money wasn't the point. I never cared about the capital in the first place. 20 million was more than enough for my seed money. What I needed now was ongoing attention. To keep the rumors alive, it's best to lure in talkative associates, not bad kindling. The best part, I barely had to lift a finger. All I had to do was deal with the visitors and update the list, and they did the rest spreading the word themselves. A week passed like that. When the bidding ended, the final list was confirmed. Mosley 10 million. Mosley 5 million. Gonzalez 5 million. Ferguson 5 million. Faber 55,000. The fifth investor and associate only managed to bid a mere 55,000. Sure, I could have recruited VP or MD level players, but I deliberately avoided doing so. If it turned into an exclusive game for the upper echelons, it might lose public interest. It's better to include at least one regular person, whatever the case. I now had the seed money I needed. I had also liquidated my Bitcoin holdings, 26,883,284. This is my war chest. I plan to put this money to work, stirring things up in a way that will leave everyone watching utterly dumbfounded. Ordinary investment strategies won't cut it. That's why I've prepared something special. Now it's time to put that plan into action. Once again, it's time to set Goldman ablaze, this time on a scale that dwarfs anything before. Before causing havoc, one must first secure insurance, not the kind that protects against attention, but something far more crucial. That insurance is legal insurance. The place I visited was the Ethics and Compliance Department. I handed a thick stack of documents to the staff member. "These are the investment targets I plan to pursue. Please review them for potential conflicts of interest." As it happens, Goldman employees face numerous restrictions when trading securities. Options and short selling are prohibited. There's a minimum holding period of 30 days, and transactions with companies tied to one's department are outright banned. The Ethics and Compliance Department, where I now stood, monitors adherence to these rules. There's no need to submit this much paperwork every time. If we detect any suspicious transactions, we'll flag them ourselves. Wouldn't confirming things in advance save trouble later? Well, that's true, but I'm only going to invest in pre-approved targets. This should make things easier for you. The staff member seemed puzzled, but realizing they had no grounds to refuse, nodded reluctantly. Could you leave your business card? I'll send you an email as well. That's. At the mention of email, the staff member trailed off. After a moment's pause, they stared at me and cautiously asked, "Were you at the orientation?" "Yes." "Then you must know. All written communication must adhere to. You're referring to the New York Times test, correct?" "Yes, I'm aware. The principle of leaving only records you'd be comfortable seeing published in the New York Times. At its core, this principle is simple: avoid leaving evidence whenever possible. This is drilled into every new hire before they even join the company. Yet here I was, fully aware of this, voluntarily insisting on leaving a paper trail. The staff member looked at me curiously. I met their gaze directly. "You've heard the rumors about me, haven't you?" "Rumors, the ones about my accuracy rate. Oh, that. If there's no record, misunderstandings could arise." Ah, finally, the realization dawned in their eyes. Exactly. I need an alibi. When an investment banker makes suspicious trades, they're bound to show up on the financial authorities' radar. A rookie at Goldman with an 80 hit rate on every call. That's practically an open invitation for the SEC to come knocking. Dealing with those guys would be a nightmare. Accusations of insider trading are far too easy to make. Even without actual evidence of wrongdoing, proving one's innocence is equally challenging. And worse, once it reaches that point, the real troublemakers tend to show up: the FBI, the Department of Justice. People who act as if they're Holmes and I'm Moriarty, obsessed with uncovering the secrets behind my investments. I have no intention of dealing with that headache in this lifetime. Thus, the most reliable solution is to preemptively create evidence. Proof that I predicted the rise in stock prices and made plans to invest accordingly before anything happened. I need to ensure that everything coming my way can be confidently attributed to my skill and luck. From now on, please communicate with me in writing. Understood. I'll be careful. They seem to catch on. Let's see. With my legal safeguards in place, it was time to light the fuse. I headed to the asset management department. The staff member I'd encountered before greeted me with a welcoming smile. "Finally, you're here." I'd been to this department once before, back when I first joined the company to open a Goldman account. At the time, I didn't have the 1 million minimum deposit, so I had to leave empty-handed. Now, things were different. I finally qualify. I handed over a check. 26.8 million, I see. The staff member didn't even flinch at the sum. As a Goldman employee, they must have already heard the rumors about me. They probably even knew the source of the 26.8 million. And here's the list of my future investment targets. After completing the necessary procedures, I handed the same document as before to this staff member. It contained 10 companies and the reasons for selecting them. Oh, this is. The staff member tried to appear indifferent as they flipped through the pages, but their eyes gleamed. What they now held in their hands was a Ha Si Hyun's unicorn picks list. By pure luck, they were the first at Goldman to see it. Russell. However, upon reaching the final page, the staff member raised a question. The investment amounts and timing aren't specified. The document I provided only outlined the targets and brief reasoning, without details on investment amounts or timing. I'll send instructions via email when the time comes. Just follow the directions as I send them. Ah, understood. Still, if you're starting today, we'll need to allocate the initial funds, 26.8 million total. How would you like to distribute it? The staff member pulled out a fountain pen, ready to take notes. A pen wasn't really necessary, but I let it slide, all of it into the first option. Yes, and how much would you like to allocate to option 1, 26.8 million? Though I'd already finished speaking, the staff member froze with pen in hand. It seemed they were waiting for some follow-up statement. When none came, they looked at me, puzzled, and asked again. So out of the 26.8 million, how much are you planning to invest in option 1? All 26.8 million. What? Even as they processed my response, their face remained puzzled, unable to comprehend. Perhaps I should make it clearer. I locked eyes with them and spoke directly. 26.8 million, all in on option 1. Is this guy insane? That was the first thought that crossed the staff member's mind upon hearing Ha Si Hyun's investment plan. So just to confirm. Yes, all in. No matter how many times they asked, the answer didn't change. This was madness. A madman attempting a mad move. Of course, they felt compelled to stop him, but doing so wasn't easy. Still, wouldn't it be better to diversify your investments? No, this is a decision I've made with full confidence, no matter how confident you are, from a risk management perspective. It's fine, if things go south, I'll take full responsibility. No argument swayed him. Ha Si Hyun stubbornly insisted on his full bet strategy, unwavering despite relentless attempts to dissuade him. Is there a rule prohibiting all-in investments on a single option? Well, that. The staff member faltered. They didn't even know if such a rule existed. After all, it was an unprecedented situation. Think about it. Who in their right mind would put their entire fortune into a single basket? I'll need to check on that. The staff member rushed to consult a superior. When the superior heard the story, their face twisted into an expression of disbelief. What? All in on one option? Their look practically screamed, what kind of nonsense is this? But after hearing the explanation multiple times, the superior finally grasped the situation and reached a conclusion. Of course we have to stop this. Allowing it would be outright negligence. I tried to stop him, but he was incredibly adamant. Incompetent fool. To be fair, the staff member wasn't incompetent. The proof, even the superior failed to persuade Ha Si Hyun. It's my money. Don't I have the right to manage it as I see fit? Just let me know if this violates any regulations. Even bringing in higher-ranking officials made no difference. Ha Si Hyun only cared about one thing, whether his actions were against the rules. Eventually, the Ethics and Compliance Department was brought into the fray. There are no specific prohibitions. However, if you insist on proceeding, we'll need a written record stating that you were strongly advised against it. Only after drafting a liability waiver to protect Goldman did the situation finally come to a close. Of course, this entire ordeal was anything but quiet. Numerous voices, almost shrieking, could be heard exclaiming things like all-in investment and full bet on a single option. Several higher-ups were seen running around frantically. The rumor was bound to spread. In less than an hour, Goldman was abuzz once again. Insane? Wow, damn, seriously, does this make any sense? Upon hearing the news of Ha Si Hyun's all-in investment, everyone cursed in unison. It wasn't that they intended to curse Ha Si Hyun. It was just that there were no other words to properly express the level of shock they felt. I knew something was going to explode. Everyone had expected it, that Ha Si Hyun would make a mistake, but not in this way. The scenario they had originally imagined was clear. Overwhelmed by excessive tension, Ha Si Hyun failing to do his job properly or missing the obvious due to a narrowed perspective. A flustered Ha Si Hyun would attribute too much meaning to each mistake and become frustrated. In the process, losses would naturally accumulate, and Ha Si Hyun would sink deeper into the mire trying to recover from them. People had intended to step in by then. If everything unfolded as they had anticipated, they would point it out and say, "See, what did I tell you?" They had planned to kindly offer advice to the fallen genius while secretly relishing his sweet failure. However, Ha Si Hyun completely shredded the scenario they had imagined from the start. Did that bastard do this on purpose? Everyone got scared off by the big money, so he showed them. His judgment was clearly clouded. Since everyone around him said, "You are intimidated, it must have come to this," to clearly show everyone that their guesses were wrong. But listen, $26 million, crazy guy, to put all his wealth in one basket just for show. What kind of mentality is that? Moreover, Ha Si Hyun's specialty was in biotech stocks, a high-risk industry where stock prices fluctuate wildly based on the results of clinical trials. If the results are good, the stock price might skyrocket, but if bad, it could plummet to a tenth of its value. In a field where diversification is essential, he had invested a whopping $26 million in a single stock, just to show that the worries and finger-pointing of others meant nothing. This time, no one even bothered to dissuade him. Such a person shouldn't be associated with in the first place. There was a reason why communication didn't work. One needs to be sane to converse. Externally, they clicked their tongues, but most associates seemed to secretly enjoy the situation. The fun of watching a madman was quite satisfying. Investment banking work is notoriously dull, staring at numbers every day, punching out Excel sheets, and repeating reverse engineering. Ridiculously, this was also why rumors and gossip spread so quickly in the financial sector. The environment inevitably fueled a desire for escapism. For such people, Ha Si Hyun had provided the best entertainment. A mad gamble with money entrusted by true nobles. What would the outcome be? Do the investors know? Don't they know? If they knew, they wouldn't just sit still. What's the most entertaining thing in the world? Watching a fire, followed by watching a fight. Those thrilled by the fire clenched their fists. Shouldn't we tell them? It was only right to inform the investors immediately. After all, those who had entrusted their money had a right to know. This was the ethical duty that humans ought to uphold. However, it doesn't really matter. Gonzalez's response was unexpected as he wore a faint smile. For him, who had entered this for fun, such a twist was more than welcome. "Oh, really? We're just worried about you." Those who had hoped for a fight were disappointed, but not for long. There was an investor who showed the reaction they were hoping for. He was an associate, ranked 5th on the investors list, named Faber from the retail department. Upon hearing the news, Faber's face turned red as he rushed towards the MA department, and as soon as he spotted Ha Si Hyun, he growled fiercely. "All in, is it true?" Everyone in the department stopped their work and listened intently, as such a scene was very rare to witness in real time. Ha Si Hyun didn't seem flustered at all. Where did you hear that? That's not important. Is it true? Just tell me that. Despite Faber's anger, Ha Si Hyun remained calm. It's true. Crazy. Don't you even know that diversification is the basics of investment? Faber eventually could not contain his anger and shouted. Yet Ha Si Hyun's complexion did not change. What he said next was unexpected. Who says that? That diversification is the basic principle of investment. Ha Si Hyun was confident. Diversification is a strategy focused on avoiding losses. It's a low-risk, low-return approach aiming to preserve capital even at the cost of sacrificing some profits. That doesn't suit me. I am pursuing maximization of returns. His gaze was steady, and a provocative smile lingered on his lips. My investment policy is high risk, high return. At Ha Si Hyun's confident declaration, Faber was at a loss for words, selecting promising stocks that expect high returns even if they carry a somewhat higher risk. You madman, that's not investing, that's just gambling. Faber eventually exploded in a shout. However, Ha Si Hyun replied with a calm expression. Not at all. I plan to choose only those stocks with manageable risks. Did you read the risk management section in the monthly report I sent you yesterday? I saw it. But there's nothing in there about going all in. Faber shouted, his neck veins bulging, yet Ha Si Hyun was not intimidated. Instead, he looked at Faber with a meaningful smile. There's a more important question you should be asking, but you're not. Are you trying to change the subject? Aren't you curious? Which stock I went all in on? Faber hesitated for a moment. Of course, he was curious. Where his precious 55,000 had gone. It's stock number 1. Before you decide it's a gamble, you should thoroughly read the materials. Faber gritted his teeth. In reality, once all in on any stock, risk management was as good as thrown to the dogs. But right now, curiosity about the stock prevailed over such concerns. He reluctantly opened his email and started to skim through the materials. Is it Genesis? Yes. As Faber rapidly read through the report, his face grew paler. Genesis Pharmaceuticals, a company founded 6 years ago and went public last year. But are you insane? There isn't a single product on the market. A pharmaceutical company without a single product on sale. Thus, this quarter's revenue was zero. Not just this quarter. Genesis had been without revenue last quarter, last year, and the year before that. It's still in the development stage, but there are 3 new drug candidates in the pipeline. That needs FDA approval to launch. No one knows how long that will take. For a new drug to see the light of day, it must first pass through the needle's eye of the FDA. However, this was not only unlikely, but the review period often dragged on indefinitely. Thus, this was an issue beyond managing risk. It was a clear-cut case of make or break, pouring all his fortune into a company pinned on such a needle's eye. How is this risk management? It was so absurd that Faber was almost at a loss for words. Yet even in this situation, Ha Si Hyun remained confident. Read the risk section. My target isn't the final approval, but entering phase 3. At that point, the company value will definitely surge. There's no 100 in investment. Rare, but it happens. This is one such case. There might be some delays due to unexpected variables, but entering phase 3 is certain. There will be no halting of development midway, if you look at the primary tissue tests from phase 2. Whenever Faber discussed the terrible odds, Ha Si Hyun presented clinical trial data with lengthy explanations. But no matter how much they argued, it was pointless for Faber, not medically trained, to dispute the efficacy of the drug with Ha Si Hyun, a medical graduate. Realizing he was outmatched in a debate littered with specialized terminology, Faber eventually backed down. All right, let's say Genesis is promising, but does it make sense to tie up all your assets in one place? Diversification is for when you're unsure. If you're confident, you need to press hard. It was clear, rational conversation was impossible. I never agreed to such insane tactics. You did what? From portfolio composition to trading timing, you agreed that I would make and decide all of it. You even signed it, have you forgot? Faber was momentarily speechless. He remembered signing a contract that included such clauses. That's because I didn't know you'd stab me in the back like this, without discussing or even notifying me about such a critical matter. There was no obligation clause to report investment destinations in advance. We agreed to include general updates in the monthly report. I fulfilled that duty. You think I'll just let this go, withdraw now, or else I'll sue? But as Faber mentioned suing Dr. RRRK, Ha Si Hyun, who had been sitting the entire time, pushed back his chair and stood up suddenly. Faber had always subtly underestimated Ha Si Hyun, partly because he was Asian, but Ha Si Hyun was over 6 feet tall. Intimidated by the height difference and Ha Si Hyun's cold gaze, Faber stumbled through his protests. My money is being invested, isn't it? As the one who provided the funds, I should at least have a say. Of course, you can assert your rights as an investor. Ha Si Hyun nodded. It seemed he acknowledged Faber's point, but then he continued with a piercing look. However, that right does not extend to interfering with my decisions. You have 2 choices, senior. 1, to withdraw your investment. 2, not to. He raised 2 fingers, thumb and forefinger, like pulling a trigger. and the end of that metaphorically tilted trigger sharply aimed at Faber. If you wish to redeem, I'll proceed with the procedure today. However, as I mentioned, the payment will be made on the settlement date, March 1st. Also, if you redeem, you will be immediately removed from the fund. The next investor on the waiting list will take your place, and if you wish to rejoin, you must wait until a spot becomes available. Will you withdraw, or will you leave it? In the end, Faber left without making any decision, teeth clenched. He hesitated to redeem now that it came to it, and the moment Faber disappeared, tap, 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 the sound of keyboard typing filled the room. The associates, who had quietly watched, were busy informing their peers about the situation. Meanwhile, Ha Si-hyun sat back down and quietly swallowed a smile. Indeed, it was good to include a layperson. While the heavyweight investors would have conveyed their dissatisfaction covertly, if it had been them, the public wouldn't have known what conversation took place between the two. But Faber was different. His public outburst allowed Ha Si-hyun to disclose various facts, from the legality of his actions to his basic investment strategy and investment targets. It's not bad that he seems more like a con artist. Generally, being perceived as a swindler would be disadvantageous, but for Ha Si-hyun, it was rather welcome. He was conducting a kind of swindler test for his own purposes. Will it really work? In fact, Ha Si-hyun had several tricks up his sleeve when he decided to go all in with his investments. There might be about 7 if listed. However, a plan is just a plan. Whether it would go as planned was something that needed to be observed. The news of Ha Si-hyun and Faber's argument spread quickly. He's openly admitting he's gambling. Is it for real that he's pushing it even when investors freak out? He nailed it in the contract, no suing allowed. He aimed for this from the start. Ha Si-hyun was determined to push his all-in bet. Persuasion was futile. The investors had only 2 options: join this mad rush or jump off now. What if all investors unite and request redemption? There's a time difference, so no worries. Settlement date is March 1. We can ride it out till then. This guy really prepared meticulously. This meant he could continue his all-in bets as he pleased until then. If it doesn't profit by the deadline, bankruptcy. Conversely, if it skyrockets, it's a jackpot. Popcorn time. I've marked March 1 on my calendar. Ah, how can I wait for this? But are there no redemption requests from other investors? The top 2 investors might not know. The third one says it doesn't matter. The fourth is on a business trip. He just got back. Wait and see. Ha Si-hyun's fourth investor, Ferguson from the industrial department, had been on a business trip for days. However, many associates were eager to tell him what had happened during his absence. What? Ha Si-hyun has poured all funds into one place. An investor got angry, and Ha Si-hyun said he was initially aiming for high risk, high return. The associate's voice was tense while conveying the news, worried that Ferguson's anger might explode onto him. But on the other hand, the associate was also feeling a thrilling anticipation. Could this turn out to be interesting? What if Ferguson confronts Ha Si-hyun? Even in front of an MD who entrusted $5 million, would Ha Si-hyun hold his ground? Contrary to his expectations, Ferguson showed no particular reaction. I see, all right. With a calm voice, he headed straight to his personal office. Alone, Ferguson opened his smartphone contacts, pondering for a moment. Raymond Mosley. Gerard Mosley. Finally, he had a reason to contact the distinguished Mosley family. Which side should I take? Naturally, his heart leaned towards the father, but that might risk revealing the son's incompetence to the father. After pondering, Ferguson decided to call Gerard. Hello, Gerard. This is Ferguson from Goldman. We briefly met last year at the Crabson-Swain year-end party. I'm the MD of the industrial department at Goldman, Rachel's boss too. What's the matter? The voice on the other end was cold, but Ferguson continued undeterred. I understand you have also invested with Ha Si-hyun. There's an important matter you need to be aware of. Ha Si-hyun has invested the entire fund's capital in a single company. I'm sorry, the call quality isn't good, I must have heard. You heard correctly. Ha Si-hyun has gone all in with $26.8 million on a single stock. Silence flows over the receiver. It's a moment that shows how flustered Gerard is. Ferguson continued in a deliberately brusque tone. Since I too have entrusted $5 million, I thought it prudent as a fellow investor to share the situation. I apologize if this seems like an overstep. I assure you there will be no further improprieties over such trivial matters. Gerard seemed displeased by the arrogant attitude he had just displayed. When he made a firm gesture to hang up the phone, Gerard, taken aback, held on to Ferguson. Ferguson's lips curled up. The scion of the Mosley family was clinging to him first. Do you happen to know why Ha Si-hyun made that decision? He even begged for information. By the end of the call, he had even uttered these words. Please contact me if there are any related issues in the future, however minor. Now Gerard was in a position to make regular contact with Ferguson. The $5 million invested was not in vain, but this was rather the moment when Ha Si-hyun's plan bore fruit, planting an informant by Gerard's side, an informant to update him in real time. An all-in investment is a tough puzzle to solve. To unravel this enigma, more information was necessary, and the seasoned MD Ferguson quickly understood the value of this information and approached Gerard. Due to the uniqueness of the situation, the wary Gerard trusted Ferguson readily and thus safely planted the informant. However, it was not over yet. There was a next step to this operation. After hanging up, Gerard blankly stared at the smartphone screen. He could not comprehend Ha Si-hyun's actions, an all-in investment on a single item. The reason provided by Ferguson was as follows. Everyone said Ha Si-hyun would be intimidated, so he seems to have done the opposite. It was more of a provocation than an investment. Of course, given Ha Si-hyun's temperament, it was a possibility. It's not real hunting. It's no different from going to a zoo with a gun. The reckless provocation at that time was in a similar context. But that guy taking such a reckless gamble just to prove himself. There must be something else. Gerard instinctively sensed it. This is a trap. Although it was hard to pinpoint the exact nature, it was clear that Ha Si-hyun was a dangerously formidable person, a rival to be thoroughly wary of. That kind of guy is hovering around Rachel. Gerard's eyes deepened. Meanwhile, there was another troubling issue. Rachel had not mentioned any of Ha Si-hyun's reckless moves to Gerard. It meant she was more concerned about Ha Si-hyun's position than Gerard's. Rachel, you really are enchanted. During Thanksgiving, after all the guests had left, Gerard had played a recording of Ha Si-hyun for Rachel. If you give me $50 billion, unfortunately, I'll have to end my friendship with Rachel here. Despite the recording clearly playing his explicit intentions, Rachel had an unexpected reaction. Tell me what else, he said. Why? You're asking me to end a relationship with someone. To make such a decision, I need to see the whole context, not just isolated sentences. Occasionally, Rachel surprised Gerard like this. Gerard considered Rachel naive due to her idealistic nature, but idealism is different from naivety. That's not incorrect. Rachel was generally indecisive, but she was stubborn about certain principles. This time, too, she seemed to have no intention of compromising her convictions. Eventually, Gerard, overwhelmed by Rachel's stubbornness, ended up handing over the entire recording. In other words, it means that our friendship would never waver for less than $50 billion. The recording contained many details unfavorable to Gerard, but it also included many lines vividly exposing Ha Si-hyun's true nature. These included sentiments like she looks wealthy, I covet her assets, I want to make her an initial investor, etc. However, Rachel showed an unexpected response. Even so, it's not like it's harming me. Rather, it's supposed to increase my wealth. Rachel isn't greedy for money. Therefore, it wasn't the proposed investment returns by Ha Si-hyun that dazzled her but the character of Ha Si-hyun himself. They're completely incompatible. Considering the personalities of the two, they were almost opposites. However, this fact only increased the unease. It's common to fall for attributes completely opposite to one's own during one's youth. Only after getting seriously hurt would one come to one's senses. I can't let it go that far. It had to be stopped at all costs. Failing would even put Gerard's qualification as a successor in doubt. Invested here. Gerard read the material sent by Ha Si-hyun over and over. The more he scrutinized it, the more his expression hardened. No matter how he analyzed the stocks Ha Si-hyun had invested all his money in from various angles, it seemed like an absurd choice. This only made him more certain that it was a cleverly hidden trap. What are you thinking so hard about? Just then, a deep voice suddenly rang out, making Gerard lift his head. Oh, father, you're here. A handsome, middle-aged man took a seat opposite at the table. His name was Raymond Mosley. He was Rachel and Gerard's father, a partner at the famous law firm Krabas & Swain and lawyer for Henry Kissinger, a member of the Metropolitan Club, which only the upper echelon could enter, and more importantly, he was to be at the center of the upcoming The Ranos case. You look upset. Nothing wrong, I hope. It's nothing. Your face says it's not nothing. Gerard hesitated for a moment, then bowed his head. Then, as if he had made up his mind, he began to speak. Actually, I've met someone a bit strange recently. It was the moment another of Ha Si-hyun's plans came to fruition, informing lawyer Mosley about Ha Si-hyun. Hearing about the con artist's bizarre all-in antics, Gerard would seek advice from a close associate, and Ha Si-hyun had correctly predicted that this person would be his father. One of the biggest reasons Ha Si-hyun went all in on the investment, planting an informant beside lawyer Mosley, an informant to keep him updated on Ha Si-hyun in real time. Once again, his strategy was successful. He managed to plant the informant. To lawyer Raymond Mosley, at the center of the Ranos case, Gerard was an informant. Unaware that all this was part of Ha Si-hyun's scheme, Gerard decided to open up to his father Raymond about Ha Si-hyun. Raymond was an exceptional lawyer, equipped with remarkable insight and strategic acumen. Perhaps he could identify something Gerard had overlooked. At Thanksgiving, Rachel invited some coworkers, and among them was a rather unusual man. He claimed to have some outlandish algorithm, promising an 80 hit rate. It sounded like typical scammer tactics. Is that man close to Rachel? Raymond abruptly cut off the conversation. His gaze was too sharp. I knew it. Gerard inwardly sighed. His father was exceptionally worried about his daughter. Already prone to being overprotective, this protective instinct had almost reached a pathological level after an incident in her youth where Rachel nearly drowned in a lake. No, they didn't seem to have any close ties. They're from completely different departments, so they wouldn't meet anyway. Didn't you specifically invite them home for the holidays? I invited all the colleagues who couldn't go to their hometowns. He was just one of them as far as I could see. Are you sure? Gerard responded to Raymond's question with a question. Do you think, from your perspective, Rachel would get close to such a man? That is. That's a personality Rachel would extremely dislike. Besides, Rachel wouldn't fall for such inflated returns. Yes, that makes sense. Raymond nodded and Gerard breathed a sigh of relief internally. I did well to hide it. The friendship between Ha Si-hyun and Rachel, the fact that he had taken Ha Si-hyun to the safe room, even the conversations he had with him. In the current situation, it was best to keep these hidden. All those facts were revealed. It was certain that his father would step in directly. However, it was problematic for Raymond to get involved directly. I must handle this myself no matter what. If he received direct help from his father, his mother and maternal relatives might criticize Gerard's qualifications as a successor. Therefore, Gerard only wanted indirect advice. In that context, Gerard portrayed Ha Si-hyun as just one among many colleagues and explained the whole situation. Mother showed interest in his words, so I decided to invest myself. $5 million. However, that's strange. At that moment, Raymond's eyes narrowed. Why are you being so proactive about it, especially if it has no direct connection to Rachel? Indeed, his father was sharp. It seemed he had sensed that Rachel might be involved based on Gerard's actions, but Gerard had already prepared a plausible excuse. I wanted to prove my capabilities on this occasion. It seems about time not only to demonstrate my financial skills, but also my ability to handle people. Gerard spoke calmly about his intentions. Recently, Mother and my uncles have been skeptical about the mergers and acquisitions I'm pushing for. They think I'm being hasty, seduced by the returns proposed by the banks. Gerard was planning a bold Emma strategy, aiming to double the company's value within 5 years. Even though J.P. Morgan, conducting the deal, agreed with his vision and sent valuation data, it had backfired. To the elders in the family, he seemed like a naive youth being manipulated by the bankers. So you're trying to show that you're not easily deceived. Yes, if possible, I want to go further and show that I can handle a scammer. There was no lie in his words. Except for the fact that he omitted anything related to Rachel. But this too was exactly as his father had taught him. Don't lie outright with your own mouth. Rather use the truth to divert attention. That way there are no repercussions. Would this trick work on the person who had given him that advice? The result came quickly. Your uncles are people who don't easily change their entrenched prejudices, tusk. Making a radical move isn't a bad choice. It worked. Raymond's focus shifted to the maternal relatives, and it was a while before the conversation returned to the original topic. Seeing that you're asking for advice, it seems you've encountered some difficulties. What's the issue? Actually, that man behaved strangely. Now to the main point. Gerard looked directly at his father and began to speak. That guy, he went all in on a single stock. Raymond's pupils shook. Even his father couldn't hide his surprise. It's a company that has nothing to boast about except for a drug still in development, with no revenue at all. He's betting everything on it, pursuing high risk, high return. Really, that's beyond common sense. But from what I've seen, he's not someone to act so foolishly. It's contradictory for such a person to take this action. Raymond stroked his chin and fell into deep thought. Silence continued for a long time. What's your strategy? It was a while before Raymond's question came back. Gerard began to explain his strategy calmly. If the investment succeeds, there's a high chance of being suspected of insider trading. He has sent material to all investors. There should be evidence of insider trading in it, which I plan to submit to the financial authorities. Gerard still saw Ha Si-hyun's trick as insider trading. Ha Si-hyun's investment was further supported by this belief. Genesis was a company whose fate hung on FDA approval. He had heard some confidential information from an informant inside the FDA and had gone all in with that certainty. On the other hand, if the investment fails, I plan to start recovering the investment funds. In that case, he had agreed to bear half of the losses, which would be difficult for him to handle. Yes, that's a logical decision. But you're missing the most important thing. Raymond's sharp remark left Gerard with a puzzled expression. What am I missing? You seem to have forgotten who you're dealing with. He's not a conman, but a seasoned hunter. Raymond redefined the situation with a subtle smile. Judge him not by the standards of a swindler, but as a hunter. The two things a hunter needs most are skill and bullets. This one has the skill but seems to lack the bullets. In a sense, you could say you're hunting the hunter. Gerard nodded at his father's metaphor. However, this hunter seems determined to showcase a brilliant stunt for his first hunt. While you're desperately trying to uncover the trick and expose his con, he looks confident. He seems convinced of his success, doesn't he? That's correct. It's hard to dismiss this as just insider trading, given the suspicions he's already faced. Forget the stunt, pardon. As Gerard looked puzzled, Raymond offered his advice in a firm tone. Hunt the hunter in a way that has nothing to do with his stunt. What do you mean by that? Why do you think he's putting on such an elaborate show from the start? Well, Gerard paused, deep in thought, and began piecing together the information he had gathered. Ha Si Hyun, he had said he wanted to create a legendary hedge fund. He wants to attract more investors. By flaunting his prowess, he hopes to draw in major players. Exactly. His real goal is securing bullets capital. The more bullets he has, the easier future hunts will be, and the simpler it will be to prove his skill. The stunt is a means to recruit investors willing to supply those bullets out of curiosity. Now, how would you bring down such a hunter? The answer was simple. Take away his bullets, regardless of whether he succeeds or fails. Correct. A satisfied smile spread across Raymond's face. If his most powerful investor withdraws their capital right after his success, everyone will be left baffled. But wouldn't that? If that happens, there will be no need to prove that his stunt is a sham. In fact, the less explanation given, the more effective it will be. It will provoke speculation. Even if Ha Si Hyun's investment succeeded, if major investors withdrew en masse while keeping silent, observers would assume the worst. They would suspect that Ha Si Hyun hadn't earned the money through legitimate means. Perhaps fraud or even criminal activity was involved. If profit was gained through illicit actions, investors would also come under scrutiny. This would lead to their assets being frozen, which might explain their reluctance to speak now. You wouldn't need to spread lies yourself, but you'd gain control over the narrative, most importantly. Raymond's smile deepened. No one would ever dare entrust their bullets to him again. Who would invest in a fund that risks having its capital frozen at the slightest misstep? Once tainted by such suspicions, Ha Si Hyun would never be able to recruit investors again. It was a method of casting a shadow over his future. As expected, you're incredible. Gerard couldn't help but admire his father's ingenuity, but his awe was short-lived. Seeing his son's expression darken, Raymond posed a question. You seem to have something you haven't told me. Yes, that's correct. In fact, there's still one puzzle piece remaining. Gerard hadn't shared every detail with his father. He had deliberately withheld one crucial element to prevent it from clouding his father's judgment. This is the first target he's chosen, the number 1 stock. Gerard handed his smartphone to Raymond, showing the investment prospectus sent by Ha Si Hyun. Raymond read through it in silence, 1 minute, 2 minutes. After 3 minutes passed, Gerard pressed him. How should this be interpreted? Raymond's eyes betrayed the confusion of someone unable to find an answer. There was good reason for their shared consternation, due to the information in Ha Si Hyun's report. Genesis Pharmaceuticals. Currently developing 3 treatments, all specializing in liver diseases, with obticolic acid OCA receiving the most attention. OCA is expected to be highly effective in treating non-alcoholic steatohepatitis NASH. If its efficacy is proven, it would become the first ever NASH treatment. Should its effectiveness be demonstrated, the valuation of the company is projected to rise to 400, considering the market potential of NASH. If the company succeeds, it will introduce the first NASH treatment in the industry, establishing a dominant position in the market. The issue lay in Ha Si Hyun's stock price projection. Target price 400. Ha Si Hyun predicted that Genesis's stock price, currently at a mere 58, would soar to an astonishing 400, when calculated as a return on investment. That's a staggering 589.66. Are we really fine ignoring this stunt and moving forward? Raymond couldn't offer a definitive answer. At the same time, 25th floor of Goldman headquarters. A man staring at a monitor let out a deep sigh. It was Faber, the individual who had publicly clashed with Ha Si Hyun and was ranked 5th on the investor list. Faber had invested a total of $55,000, though it was a modest sum compared to other investors. It was nearly all of Faber's personal assets as an associate-level employee. However, Ha Si Hyun had funneled all that money into just one stock. No diversification was allowed, and Faber was left with only 2 choices: withdraw or stay in. All in, it was a hard pill to swallow. If anything went wrong, he could lose everything. Yet withdrawing was equally difficult. The expected return was a staggering 589.66, if that projection turned out to be true. Jackpot. Faber swallowed hard. If Ha Si Hyun's prediction proved accurate, his investment would balloon to $370,000. Faber shook his head vigorously, forcing himself to stay grounded. Get it together. There's no way that's possible. Those numbers are far too unrealistic. Logically, withdrawing the funds made sense. The algorithm is real, isn't it? Ha Si-hyun, a former medical student, possessed a unique informational advantage. His algorithm, built on that edge, had already demonstrated an 80 accuracy rate twice before. Predicting FDA approval was nearly impossible, yet Ha Si-hyun's algorithm had done so. It had succeeded 5 times in the past. No, I can't trust him. He's just a greenhorn, a kid so desperate to prove himself that he's gone all in. I can't trust his judgment. But isn't the stock selection made by the algorithm? This wasn't about Ha Si-hyun's judgment, but rather the domain of mathematics and statistics, which meant it was hard to dismiss the unicorn stock pick as outright wrong. Letting out a long sigh, Faber made up his mind. I'll dig into it myself. As a retail division employee, Faber lacked the expertise to accurately assess the value of Genesis Pharmaceuticals, so he turned to the opinions of other experts. The findings were as follows. Global IB Oppenheimer raised Genesis's target price to 60, noting that the upcoming clinical results could push it to double that amount. NIH evaluated that OCA's clinical trial results significantly exceeded expectations. ASC Capital secured a 5.1 stake in Genesis. Renowned analysts, national institutions, and legendary hedge funds all had an optimistic outlook on Genesis's future, and beyond that. Within Goldman itself, MD Ferguson had invested a whopping $5 million. Ferguson was a veteran. If he had heard about the all-in investment, he would have reached out to his network for opinions. If it were truly risky, he would have withdrawn long ago. In that case, Faber picked up his smartphone and began drafting a redemption request message, but he didn't press send. Ha Si-hyun had stated that redemptions would follow a formal notification period. This meant Faber could monitor the stock trend for a while before making a final decision. If it kept rising, he'd ride the wave. If it started to decline, he'd exit immediately. 68.97, 69.09. The stock price, which had started at 58, was steadily climbing. It was already nearing 70, but Faber couldn't let his guard down. It could drop at any moment. The company's fate hinged on one thing: clinical trial results. If the drug's efficacy was proven, the stock price would soar to the sky. If not, it would plummet in an instant. Faber couldn't afford to miss that critical timing. He kept his eyes glued to the chart, not even glancing around, focusing solely on the screen with a sense of desperation. But because of this, he failed to notice the whispers spreading throughout the office. Hey, did you see that? It's up again. Faber wasn't the only one who had invested in Genesis. During his public debate with Ha Si-hyun, the unicorn pick had been leaked. You can't blame the pick itself. Most of the associates came to a similar conclusion. The stock chosen by Ha Si-hyun might actually be a potential winner. While Faber agonized over risking his entire fortune, the other associates didn't share the same concerns. They could invest without putting their entire savings on the line. And so they did. From a few $100s to a few thousand, they took a free ride. Those who hitched a ride on Ha Si-hyun's unicorn pick couldn't tear their eyes away from the monitors. 70.9, 771.09. Meanwhile, Ha Si-hyun himself welcomed the situation. After all, he had thrown down the gauntlet with an all-in-Beth. How meaningless would it have been if no one cared about the outcome? He needed an audience. No matter how provocative a gamble is, if it's not someone's own affair, they'll quickly lose interest. Humans are inherently indifferent to others' matters. No matter how exciting a topic might be, who would find joy in obsessively checking whether someone else's stock is rising or falling? But if it's your stock, if it's a stock you've invested your own money in, checking the chart multiple times a day can be endlessly entertaining. The leak of Ha Si-hyun's pick was, in that sense, a deliberate move. He intentionally let the stock name slip, turning everyone at Goldman into shareholders of Genesis. As a result, interest in the unicorn pick remained insatiable. Did you see that? It's still climbing. Even as major events like Christmas and New Year's approached, everyone's attention remained fixed on Genesis. And so, time passed. January 2014. The year 2014 had arrived. Looking at the New Year's calendar, a faint smile played on Ha Si-hyun's lips. It's about time. A month had passed since going all in on the investment. Ha Si-hyun had been unusually quiet. He didn't start any trouble, nor did he roam around. He simply sat at his place and devoted himself to his work as if nothing had happened. Yet all eyes from Goldman's associates were on Ha Si-hyun. Hey Si-hyun, how have you been lately? Anything changed? People who would friendly greet him as they walked down the hall were lining up. Many sneaked peeks at Ha Si-hyun's expression as they entered the MA department. They each went back to their departments and reported on Ha Si-hyun's status as if it were a matter of significant military secret. He seems to be in a good mood today. Why do they say it's going up? Not really, but he didn't cut off the conversation. So does that mean it's going up, or what? Those who showed interest in Ha Si-hyun had something in common. They were all freeloaders on Unicorn Pick. Indeed, Unicorn Pick was sweet. In that time, Genesis's stock price soared from 58 to 73, recording a 25.86 return in just a month. How much did you put in? 1,000. I threw in another 5,000 last week, though it felt a bit late. I put in 5,000. If I knew this, I wouldn't have hesitated and just pushed in 10,000 from the start. Many shook their heads in regret. They only dipped their toes in with small amounts, thinking to jump in when the trend picked up, but they missed the most lucrative segment. Should I buy more now? I just got my salary. I'm not sure, it's a bit. The desire to buy more swelled, but when it came time to open their wallets, they hesitated. It was because of the news they heard just this morning. Genesis, hold, Oka results announcement, likely to be postponed to the next quarter. Oka, a drug in Phase 2 trials for liver disease treatment, was a critical new drug for Genesis. Data from Phase 2 was expected to be announced within the year. That had been the prevailing expectation, but suddenly the schedule was pushed back. What's he saying? It's nothing serious, he says. Delays in clinical trials are common. He looked happy, didn't he? Should we go for it? I'm not sure. An associate who had spied on Ha Si-hyun furrowed his brow. He didn't even know about the delay in the clinical trials until I told him. Come on, does that make sense? In a situation where everything depended on the clinical results, it was nonsensical not to check the progress. He's probably just postponing it. Maybe he doesn't want to bother. That could be. He outright told us, don't look at the stock chart. He said staring at a pot won't make the water boil any faster. However, this was advice that freeloaders found hard to accept. Isn't the delay a serious issue? Ignoring it seems too irresponsible. Come on, he must have looked at it. He just doesn't want to tell us. Even those who invested only a few $1,000s were constantly checking the stock price, let alone Ha Si-hyun, who had invested a whopping $26.8 million. It's impossible for him to be truly indifferent, because no human could be. Isn't this rather a positive thing? Looks like bad news and the stock falls. Now might be the buying opportunity. What about him? He's completely switched off from it. Ha Si-hyun still looked calm. Only the freeloaders were perturbed by the adverse news and discussed strategies. Amidst their incessant discussions, the morning of January 9th dawned. January 9th, 8 a.m. Faber, an associate in the retail department, had his eyes fixed on the monitor. His bloodshot eyes trembled as he watched the numbers flicker in real time. 72.98, 72.03, 71.98. It was the first downturn he was witnessing. Until yesterday, the stock price had been holding at the 73 line, but it had dropped to 71 due to the impact of the delayed clinical trial news. Should I get out now? Faber gritted his teeth. If the stock price plummeted, his entire investment of $55,000 might evaporate in an instant. He needed to act immediately if a sharp decline was detected. A prepared message for selling was already on his smartphone. But just as his finger hovered over the send button, a loud vibration erupted. A prominent notification message caught his eye above the text window. Why now of all times? Faber flinched as he went to dismiss the notification, irritated. It was from Bloomberg. He had set it to alert him immediately about any news related to Genesis, and it had just activated. It was new news. Gulp. Faber swallowed dryly. This was an ominous sign, terminating the clinical trials early. It meant that they had stopped the trial without finishing it completely, which surely indicated a significant issue. If it were a minor issue, they would have just delayed the schedule. With a nervous heart, Faber clicked the link. As the screen lit up, the full article appeared. Genesis had declared the early termination of its Phase 2 trial for Oka. This was because they believed they had achieved the primary endpoint early. The Data and Safety Monitoring Board had analyzed the secondary biopsy results from half of the 283 patients, 143 patients, and reported that it had already shown statistically significant results p equals 0.0024, considering the original target was p 0.0031. The content was complex. For Faber, who was virtually blind to the pharmaceutical industry, it was even more so. Faber rubbed his forehead and mulled over the full text several times before he understood its meaning. Despite having confirmed only half of the participating patients, the efficacy of the drug had been clearly proven. Even if the remaining patients were non-responsive, they had already secured statistical significance. So this means. In terms of a regular test, it meant that they had passed the mark by solving only half the problems. Therefore, there was no need to continue grading the rest. It was an extremely positive development. Relief was short-lived. Then, Faber's hands swiftly brought up the Genesis stock price window. His eyes widened as he looked at the screen. 150.48, 151.83. What is this? Click, click. Faber quickly pressed the refresh button. Not satisfied, he checked the Genesis ticker symbol several times. This can't be. Just 20 minutes earlier, the stock was at 71. While a rebound due to good news was possible, such a massive surge seemed like an error. Faber rubbed his eyes and opened a new window. but the updating numbers were accurate. 159.12, 161.22, 162.98. He wasn't seeing things wrong. It really was Genesis's stock price. Even more astonishing was that the numbers continued to jump even as Faber was rechecking. Is this for real? Faber licked his dry lips. It was hard to believe, but now more than ever, he couldn't lose his cool. Should I now? Faber hurriedly moved his hands. He remembered having about 2,000 left from last week's paycheck. He had to make an additional purchase right away. Genesis's stock price had soared dramatically. No, it wasn't just rising, it was literally flying. And at a speed beyond imagination. 251.02, 252.1, 253.09. The stock price, starting at 71, had breached 250 in just 30 minutes, and still, there was no sign of slowing down in the ascent of Genesis's stock price. This can't be real. How is this even possible? The Goldman associates watching were astounded. It was a sight so unbelievable, even seeing it with their own eyes. The term meteoric rise didn't even begin to cover it. This is like Apple level. Why are we talking about Apple all of a sudden? No, I mean it surpassed the growth Apple achieved over 4 years in just 20 minutes. While some were dumbfounded by this surreal development, others got even busier. Time to buy more. The decision among the freeloaders was quick. Most of them pressed the additional purchase button as soon as they saw the article on the positive news. Is it too late to jump in now? Those pondering now were a new class of investors. Those who had only been watching unicorn pick from a distance until now bought the full amount at 200. It will keep rising, right? It's risen too much, haven't I missed the timing? Should have jumped in from the start. My fault for not believing in unicorn. I was just planning to keep watching. Seeing Genesis's crazy rally, their hearts couldn't help but waver. Meanwhile, outside Goldman, even bigger chaos was unfolding. Various social media platforms, stock forums, and message boards were ablaze with news about Genesis. Breaking news: Genesis stocks have surged 256 in just 1 hour. There's no effort in this manipulation. Link PLS. What in the world? Breaking news: Genesis just surged an additional 12 in 2 minutes. Crazy, this is madness. Genesis's stock price was now nearing 300. It had already quadrupled and was still climbing. It was truly a frenzied rush. The bull market is starting. Hitting 400 is just basic courtesy. Holding my breath till 500. Many jumped on the bandwagon, seeing the trend, which caused the stock price to skyrocket even faster. Of course, not everyone was caught up in this frenzy. Genesis, that's a typical bubble. Some clucked their tongues and left messages of warning. Revenue zero, soaring on just one positive news, jumping into this mess. Logical analysis of Genesis incoming, it's all an illusion. The main player here is ASC Capital, currently under indictment for insider trading. Was about to sell off thinking the time's right, but they're just roping in more fools with one successful trial. If you see that no major institutions are getting in, you'll know the answer. Various conspiracy theories and analytical posts were circulating at the time. Skeptics scoffed upon reviewing the investment report. It's a mirage. No sales and no basis in cash flow at all, and look at the nerve of this non-expert spouting nonsense. Have you even read it? There was some merit to the skeptics' arguments. Genesis is essentially a company with no sales. No matter how good the clinical trial results are, it's only in phase 2. There's still no guarantee of drug approval. A valuation of 400 is excessively high for a company without sales or products. However, there were reasons for professional analysts too. Genesis was a special case. The clinical results of OCA are very unusual. It's rare to secure such effectiveness that early termination could be declared. Firstly, the trial results were too good. There are many students who finish exams with excellent marks, but only a handful are certain of passing after seeing only half of the test. Such special cases cannot be judged by the same standards as ordinary top students. 10 of the adult population has NASH. Moreover, OCA has high potential efficacy against liver fibrosis and hepatitis C. Above all, the potential market was enormous. Non-alcoholic steatohepatitis is more dangerous than typical fatty liver, involving ongoing inflammation. Such inflammation can lead to liver fibrosis and cirrhosis, and once it progresses to that stage, there's no treatment except transplantation. But what if OCA is safely launched? It would open new horizons in treating with medication instead of transplantation surgeries. As the first of its kind, the first mover advantage would be significant. This would virtually monopolize a huge market that encompasses 10 of the total population. One analyst said, OCA's success is akin to one company monopolizing the diabetes treatment market. With such market potential, extra points were inevitable. But even then, surpassing 400 just doesn't make sense. Even considering such factors, it was still seen as overvalued. Considering that major pharmaceutical companies' stocks were priced between 30 and 50, Mark is at 50, and this unknown stock is at 400 kk, too much praise suspicious. Are there any experts? The ROI is 300 now, should I sell? A Great Depression is coming soon, get out. Run fast kk, first come, first serve. Really, this frenzy will soon die down. Investors will come to their senses and a crash will soon follow. Despite such predictions, 387.98, 388.01. The predictions missed. Genesis stock fluctuated slightly during the day but then sharply rose again, nearing the 400 mark. All Wall Street banks had almost reached the target price indicated in their investment reports. What was even more surprising was that this surge happened in just one day. Insane defense KK, they said it would crash. They said it would crash in one day from 71 to 390. Oh, I'm dizzy. I should have joined in too, it's still going to rise. While the cautious regretted, those who had boarded this madness earlier cheered. Meanwhile, inside Goldman, it was almost like a festival as most had joined this crazy rush. It's insane. Wow, I can't believe what I'm seeing. I jumped in midway and still doubled easily. Despite some regrets about joining late, the profits were sweet. Among those who moved quickly, some had achieved incredible results. Someone in the tech department made over 100,000. Faber, that guy literally screamed. He started with 55,000 at the low point eek. 360,000. It screwed up. Yeah, if we had only entered from the beginning. The chatter of those talking dwindled. They had just remembered another person who had invested their entire amount from the start. How much did that guy make? The fact about Ha Si Hyun's entry point and investment size was already public knowledge. With Genesis's current stock price at 390.4, a simple calculation showed. Oh, 569.41, someone exclaimed in a hoarse voice. That was the result of calculating Ha Si Hyun's return on investment. 569.41. That was Ha Si Hyun's rate of return. Applying it to his initial capital, 179,399,480. An associate rubbed his eyes looking at the screen. Is this even a real number? It doesn't make sense logically, but Genesis's insane rush was an event beyond normal reasoning. He turned off the reality switch in his mind and read the numbers one by one. 1, 10, 100,000, million, 10 million. Gasp, 179 million. It was an unbelievable figure, but counting again, it was correct. Ha Si Hyun's investment had ballooned to a staggering 179,399,480. That's approximately 243 billion won in Korean currency. Crazy. It's a figure that's hard to grasp even if you see it. But Ha Si Hyun made that unbelievable amount of money in just 1 month. Is this even possible? January 9, 2014. Genesis's stock price started at 71 and soared sharply like a comet, peaking at 398. It showed a slight decline afterward, but after catching its breath, it continued to rise, ending the trading day at 390.31. That was an increase of 449.86, achieved in just one day. It was an unprecedented event that would be remembered in the history of biopharmaceuticals. Wall Street was wrapped in astonishment and thrill, and the next day, the eyes of investors worldwide were focused on Genesis. 3 possible scenarios were unfolding: either continue the frenzied rush, desperately maintain its current value, or a sharp drop due to a mass withdrawal by cooled-down investors. Let's go to day 2. It's already breached the ceiling. How much higher can it go? Escape is in order of intelligence, lol. Already jumped 20 more off market. That's nonsense. Let's just defend, please. Mid divided opinions, the market bell rang, and Genesis's stock price once again traced an upward trajectory. Although it wasn't as steep as the day before, it zigzagged steadily upwards, breaking through even the 497 mark at one point. This was the result of various factors acting together, especially the intense interest from the media. The barrage of coverage overnight had ignited investors' psychology. Forbes, the surprising identity of Genesis's major shareholder. In the midst of this, the identity of Genesis's major shareholder was revealed. He was a prominent bio-investor who had previously made it to Forbes' billionaire list. He was considered a masterstroke in the field, holding over 30 of Genesis's shares. This news enchanted more people with the potential of Genesis. Meanwhile, interest in NASH also intensified. Global Times NASH, the hidden disease, could outpace HCV and viral hepatitis as a pandemic. NASH was a relatively unknown disease until diagnostic criteria were established around 1980. Also, it is often hard to detect due to virtually no initial symptoms. This means that many asymptomatic patients exist. As awareness of the disease spreads, these latent asymptomatic patients could be diagnosed en masse, potentially leading to an explosion in patient numbers. Considering a prevalence rate of 12 among middle-aged adults, this could cause chaos comparable to an epidemic. Such observations further solidified Genesis's unique position. Well, Genesis is the only one that has a treatment for this epidemic, but above all, the most decisive factor in the stock price increase was the investment report by Merrill Lynch. BAML estimated annual sales of over 40 billion if Oka is commercialized successfully. Target stock price, 872. Just a week ago, the target price was 81, and it was adjusted upward by 1,094. This was an anomaly even by Wall Street standards. Therefore, Genesis investors were in a dilemma. Those aiming for short-term profits were about to take their profits around this time, but a prestigious Wall Street investment bank had predicted more than double the rise. Any stock experts around, really hitting 872. Is this a hold? As demand surged, so did supply. Soon, paid investment sites were flooded with experts' forecasts and advice. Opinions among experts were divided. NASH progresses slowly, and there is a high possibility that patients will not actively seek treatment. The market size prediction is overly optimistic. Some advised to sell immediately. Oka's current stock price reflects expectations for its efficacy in treating liver fibrosis. However, since the data has not yet been released, a stock price adjustment is inevitable depending on the results. Others said to wait and see. Genesis is already pursuing collaboration with overseas partners in China, Japan, etc. If successful, it could preempt a vast market comprising 10% of the global population. And some urged to buy more. There are only 3 paths in investing: buy, sell, or wait, but with arguments justifying every choice rampant, it became even harder to decide. The market has gone mad. It's the stage of crowd psychology, so prediction is utterly impossible. There was no shortage of cynical reactions that analysis itself was now meaningless. However, the employees at Goldman did not agree with that opinion because they knew one person who had anticipated all this. The person who had seen through all these trends from the beginning. It was Ha Si-hyun. How high do you think it will go? When are you getting out? Did you see the report from Alpha Seeker today? As evening came, a huge crowd surged into the MA department. It seemed they had more than 1 or 2 questions. Just as I was about to pick one question to answer, hey, there was someone in front of me blocking my way. Like setting up a fence, this foolish guy had his arms wide open in front of me. He's my 5th largest investor, Faber. Don't tell them. They're not even investors. Faber is, so to speak, a paid member of my fund. Since he's paying, he wouldn't like it if I provided information to outsiders for free. What does it matter? We're all shareholders here anyway. It's not like you go bankrupt just by telling them, right? As someone retorted, veins bulged on Faber's forehead. If you're so curious, pay up and join. What makes you so bold to pick up others' picks for free? You dropped it first. Don't you know it's not a crime to pick up money dropped on the street? Faber's face contorted with contempt. With the way he treated everyone around like thieves, I sighed deeply inside. This guy wants to monopolize the information all by himself. If this were Pangyo, he'd be content just grabbing the prime spots for himself. In other words, his way of thinking is closer to that of an ordinary person. His mindset is too narrow. With that kind of mentality, he won't last long in this field. Have I ever said it? The scale of opportunism between Wall Street folks and ordinary people is different. It means their capacity for greed is different. Faber's anger soon turned towards me. You too, do you answer straightforwardly when asked? I had no intention of sharing the information. Stop joking. You were about to say something. I was about to. Just listening to stocks and investing is extremely dangerous. Make your own decisions. Disappointed by my answer, people slowly started to leave. I turned my gaze towards Faber. So what brings you here? Ah well. Faber scratched the back of his head with an awkward expression. His previous assertiveness had vanished. Did you see the text I sent? No, I haven't seen it yet. I haven't had the chance. When I opened the message, Faber's request was clear. It's a redemption request. Haha, I didn't want to get too greedy and end up in trouble. As you know, it's quite unstable. Understood. I'll settle it based on the time of the request. That's at 2:15 p.m., right, based on that time. It turns out this was why he came in person. Faber even pulled up the stock chart for confirmation. At 2:15 p.m., the stock price was 496.89. Now it's down about 30 to 467.02. At first glance, it seems like a loss for me. I'd have to settle about 30 more per share. But well, I've decided not to sweat this small amount. The return is calculated at 756.71, totaling 471,693. After deducting half as management fees, it's 235,846. I take half of the earnings in fees. That's more than enough to cover any difference. Isn't 50 a bit too expensive, though? As we talked about the fee, a bitter expression crossed Faber's face. However, I firmly responded, if it weren't for me, you wouldn't have invested $55,000 in the first place. Even if you had, you would have cut your losses long ago. That's true, but it must sting. But a deal is a deal. As I mentioned, the actual payment date is March 1st. This clause also works in my favor. From today until March 1st, I can freely utilize the $471,000 with no owner, and I get to keep all the profits made from that money. Fine, got it. As the grumbling Faber left, the associates who had been circling around came closer again. I could see anticipation and curiosity in their eyes. Now that the nuisance is gone, can't you share just a little? How high do you think it will go? Is the 872 that Merrill Lynch mentioned possible? Should I really tell them? Honestly, it's annoying, but keeping the public's interest is also important, so I have to engage to some extent. I was about to casually pick someone to answer a question when unexpectedly, I saw a familiar face among the questioners. Did you also come to apply for redemption? Everyone's gaze shifted at my question to the person smiling slyly among the crowd. It was Gonzalez, who ranked third on my list of investors. No, not for redemption, just curious about something. What is it? Well, the same, how far Genesis will rise. Do you want to hear my opinion now? I asked, glancing around. It meant, is it okay to answer here where everyone will hear? Some associates looked disappointed at my reaction. Even Faber, who had invested just $50,000, made a fuss, but Gonzalez had invested a whopping $5 million. Naturally, they expected him to be tight-lipped about sharing information, but Gonzalez just shrugged nonchalantly and said, I don't mind, go ahead. Oh, really? As expected, Gonzalez has a big heart. The associates couldn't hide their amazement. They were admiring Gonzalez's leniency, but my thoughts were different. Gonzalez's face always seemed bored with life, as if he was tired of everything. He looked like someone who couldn't find interest in anything, but it was rare to see Gonzalez with such a lively smile, usually only when he expected some intriguing spectacle. And yet I was planning to surprise everyone today with a twist. So how far do you think it will rise? A nudge in the ribs brought me to my senses. With the investor's consent, I decided to spill the beans. Honestly, I don't know. What? You believed it would rise and invested, right? If Phase 2 proves effective, I thought it would rise due to the anticipation, maybe to around 400, but it has already surpassed that. But you predicted it correctly up to here, right? What about the future? I'm sorry, but I can only predict up to here. The rest is just a bubble. The room fell silent at my words. Bubble was the reason. Then someone hesitantly spoke up. If it's a bubble, does that mean it will burst soon? I don't know that either. I don't have the knack for reading bubbles. It's true, I really don't know how far the bubble will rise. I can't remember details from 10 years ago so precisely, but Merrill Lynch said it could surpass 800. That's when it hits the market. Of course, if it successfully launches, we can expect more. Then why call it a bubble? An associate asked desperately, the hope in their eyes suggesting they had jumped in at a high price. They must have come to me wanting reassurance that Genesis isn't just a bubble. Where do I even start explaining this? I sighed in despair, but soon composed myself and began, from Phase 3 onwards, the rules of the game change. Phase 2 aimed to prove efficacy, but Phase 3 is a gateway for market entry. There are key variables at that stage. But the marketability is sufficient, right? There were expert analyses too. Someone sharply interrupted me. This guy only wants to hear one answer. Please tell me it will rise more. But unfortunately, I'm not talking about marketability right now. The biggest variable from now on is I paused to catch my breath and clearly stated side effects. More foreheads wrinkled deeply at my words, but this time, no one objected, thinking it was information only visible to my medically trained eyes. Are you saying the side effects are serious? That cannot be known at this moment. We need to conduct clinical trials to find out. Of course, me from the future, I know exactly what the side effects of this drug are. It's a fact that will only be revealed years later. Oka has a lethal side effect, death. Yes, in medicine, death is also a side effect. Technically, it wasn't a flaw in the drug itself. Patients who had significant liver damage and took more than the FDA-recommended dose died. But what good does that do? Such a high-profile new drug, and the patients die because the dose was slightly increased. The FDA has no choice but to be extremely strict about side effects. Eventually, due to safety and side effect issues, it gets rejected several times, and over the span of 10 years, about 100 similar drugs flood the market, sparking fierce competition. Of course, I can't exactly say all this. 10 of the population suffering from this disease means that the patient group is diverse. Within the broad category of fatty liver, there are patients with diabetes, heart disease, high blood pressure, and other diseases mixed in. Since everyone reacts differently to the medication, it will take time to check each one. How long exactly? Perhaps at least 10 years. 10 years. A sigh of dismay echoed from various places. 10 years. They seem to have already realized it, but I decided to emphasize it again. Of the current funds invested, any money that can't wait 10 years should be considered a bubble. Silence fell. None here were prepared to endure for 10 years, those funds itching to run away at the mere mention of the real exit point. That is exactly what a bubble is. So what about you? Someone's dry voice broke the silence. When are you pulling out? This is sensitive information shared only with investors. So I turned to Gonzalez, but before I could even ask, he answered, "It's okay, I don't mind." His smile was ear to ear. Indeed, he knew. Yeah, this will be fun. He must have come here just to witness this scene. I murmured to myself slowly and turned my head leisurely to face the associates, and I told everyone my exit point that they were all curious about. I'm pulling out tomorrow. Tomorrow. Why? The surroundings stirred as if a war was predicted to happen tomorrow. Could it be it will crash tomorrow? I don't know that either. As I said, I don't have the knack for reading bubbles. Then why exactly? My original target was 400. It has already crossed that line, so it makes sense to sell. But why specifically tomorrow? This is the interesting part. I deliberately paused for a moment and then continued. Investment bankers have a minimum holding period of 30 days. I can only dispose of it starting tomorrow. A heavy silence fell. It seems many had not properly checked the restrictions on stock trading. They might have just skimmed through the terms and conditions. After all, who would have the presence of mind to do so when the stock prices were soaring 2, 3, or 4 times right in front of them? So what happens after tomorrow? Will it crash? I don't know, but from your perspective. One desperate fellow grabbed my sleeve. I calmly brushed his hand away. I'm getting out because I can't predict the future and you're asking me to guess. That's really difficult, but I jumped in trusting you. Spreading rumors like this could cause trouble. I decided to clear up any misunderstandings immediately. My firm response silenced everyone, but let me emphasize it one more time here. If you went all in at the same time as me and haven't bought any more shares since, you shouldn't lose anything. The silence deepened. They had actually done the opposite of what I mentioned. That is, they watched when I went all in and bought more when I was watching. It would be absurd to say, I followed you and it ruined me. I gave those who were lost in thought another important life lesson. That's why I told you, investing based on just hearing about the stock is extremely dangerous. The next day, Ha Si-hyun, as he had declared, disposed of all his shares. His exit point was 430.29. Why? There's still potential for it to rise. With the clear uptrend of Genesis, many were puzzled as Ha Si-hyun did not wait for the peak. Genesis was a typical momentum stock. What's important in a momentum stock isn't the peak. It's about escaping during an explosive trading volume market, especially for someone like Ha Si-hyun who held as much as 2.3 of the shares, more so. If there's too much volume, it can't all be listed on the exchange. One could slowly unload using the volume-weighted average price VWAP algorithm, but there are limits to this method alone. Orders had to be split and distributed to multiple brokers, and private trading measures like dark pools and block deals had to be fully mobilized. Even then, no matter how careful one is, someone is bound to notice the departure of a major shareholder. In fact, quite a few brokers were sensing it. Something's up. A month ago, Goldman was contacting every broker to gather up Genesis stocks. Now that the stock price had soared, Goldman was hurrying to exit. Does this mean a crash soon? Is there some risk we don't know about? Normally, brokers would have refused Ha Si-hyun's volume or only taken on some of it. Furthermore, based on this information, they might have even unloaded their own holdings. If that had happened, sell orders would have poured in and the stock price would have nosedived. However, things were different now. Genesis stocks were in such demand they couldn't find enough to sell. Brokers were happy to take on Ha Si-hyun's volume and passed it directly to their clients. Goldman's associates soon learned of this. The person who processed that order was a Goldman employee. Really, not a single share left. Yeah, he completely let go of it. Ha Si-hyun had now become unrelated to Genesis. This unicorn, who had foreseen all these miracles, had vanished without any regrets. Only those who had followed him into the forest, trusting in this unicorn, were left to wander for a while. Most associates had jumped in after the clinical results were announced. Therefore, the earliest date they could exit was February 9th, if we can hold out until then. There's no guarantee it will drop, right? It's actually on an upward trend. They weren't even hoping for it to rise, if only it could hold steady. But the hopes of these associates were shattered. The next day, this article appeared, WSJ, some patients treated with OCA-C worsening cholesterol levels. It was the first article about the side effects of OCA.